For some damn reason, this dude awakened his monster genes in his past life, only to get wiped out in the most pathetic way imaginable. But right when he thought it was game over, Xingcun suddenly finds himself back in the past, way before his monster genes ever woke up. He remembers that monstrous form. The fact that he's got monster genes is a done deal. He can't change that. But in this life, he's gonna train his ass off to keep that crap under control. He's filled with determination. He has to get his shit together before he can awaken his monster genes. He's got 1 year. He refuses to be controlled by those monsters inside him. Standing in front of a clothing store, Xingcun's eyes land on a hooded cloak, and a memory clicks. According to the stats, about 5% of the population has monster genes, but society hasn't totally gone to hell over it. He puts on the cloak and blends into the crowd. See, only people with the monster gene actually turn into monsters. Everyone's got the same idea. Just control the ones who transform, or kill them off right after they mutate. And society will stay nice and orderly. But let's be real. If morals weren't a thing, most normal people would want to kill every last person carrying those genes. Xingcun stops in his tracks. He smells it, the scent of tons of food. He hears chaos and a massive explosion. Welp, right on schedule. The mutation incident at the mall's movie theater. People start pouring out of the explosion, screaming their heads off. Help! Ah! The guy running last has a pack of monsters hot on his heels. He's screaming in terror. No, don't eat me. He spots Xingcun just standing there, completely still, and thinks, is this kid an idiot or something? Why the hell is he just standing there? The guy sprints past him. Well, if you're gonna be a statue. With a vicious shove, he throws Xingcun toward the monsters. Then you can die in my place, he sneers. The monster, which was beelining for its meal, just ignores him and runs right by. Xingcun smirks to himself. Whoops, they just ran past. Guess they think I'm one of them. My bad. So, does that mean I can eat whatever I want? He thinks. Meanwhile, the asshole who pushed him is still feeling pretty pleased with himself, looking back as he runs. When he sees Xingcun is completely fine, he's stunned. No, how can that be? Right up until his death, the guy still can't figure out why the monsters didn't eat that kid. Impossible. Ah, and then Xingcun remembers, oh, that's right. There's another reason why people aren't totally terrified of monsters. A stone wall erupts from the ground, blocking the monsters. It's the work of humanity's supers, who created a special unit dedicated to wiping out monsters, the cleanup crew. He walks right inside, thinking, yeah, I'll just leave this to them. Yi Yang, controlling his ability, asks Qing, is everyone out of the mall? She shakes her head, gesturing inside. No. Lin Shi is still inside, a disaster this big. There's definitely going to be a level 2 monster born from it, but Lin Shi's a prodigy. He'll be fine. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the first floor of the mall. Lin Shi is holding a kid in one arm. His other arm is just gone. He's pissed. One arm for 3 little lives. What a shitty trade. The bloodthirsty monsters keep charging at Lin Shi. Beams of golden light erupt, shredding the pack to pieces. That's Lin Shi's power, Crimson Star. One wave falls, and another takes its place. He scoffs to himself. I let a level 2 monster take my arm? So much for my genius reputation. He hasn't even finished the thought when a red blur zips past and bare knuckle punches a monster right in the throat. Lin Shi is stunned. Who the hell is this guy? Trying to upstage me. He frowns, his lips thinning into a line. It's just a level 2, but can you really punch through it with a bare fist? Watching the monster get knocked into the distance, a million questions flood Lin Shi's mind. Where the hell did this rogue super come from? What the hell is his ability that gives him that kind of raw power? Xingcun turns around, a smirk on his face. Still got some cleaning up to do over here. He warns Lin Shi. Don't get cocky. A level 2 monster won't go down that easy. Seeing Xingcun heading deeper in, Lin Shi calls out, you take the kids and get them out. Leave the rest to me. He flashes a friendly smile. Buddy. Before Lin Shi can even process it, Xingcun knocks him clean out. Sorry, it's not really a good look for outsiders to watch me while I eat. He keels over backward, out cold on the floor, his eyes spinning like pinwheels. A monster appears behind Xingcun. Its voice, full of contempt, rings inside his head. A low-level maggot like you dare steal my prey? Xingcun spins around, clenching his fist. You got that wrong. The wraps on his arm burst open, revealing his mutated limb. He grins. You're the one who's prey. The monster freezes in shock. It recognizes the arm, the flame chieftain's arm. How do you have that? Xingcun twists the knife. You might not believe this, but I used to be a monster chieftain. I'm very experienced. Realizing what he's about to do, it threatens him. You want to eat me? We're the same species. We are both the power of the king? You want to usurp the king's power? Traitor! Die! Xingcun doesn't give a damn. He opens his mouth and devours his prize, laughing internally. The king. Huh. He thinks back to that three-eyed monster from his past life. Your final boss. That terrifying shadow. Perfect. I've decided I'm gonna eat your king too. The monster shrieks in despair. The king will never forgive you. Cut to outside the mall. Yi Yang notices something has changed. Huh. The monsters are getting weaker. He sighs in relief. They're not coordinated anymore. They're just bloodthirsty beasts now, which actually makes them easier to handle. Ching, he asks, confused. What do you mean? There's a high-level monster in there, Yi Yang explains, fending one off. Now that they've lost their hive mind thing, it proves Lin Shi must have killed the level 2 inside. Lin Shi is a total badass, Ching He exclaims. I'm so jealous to be that gifted at controlling superhuman powers. As dark tendrils seep into the floorboards, silent footsteps head inside. Seeing that the coast is clear, Yi Yang gives the signal. It's all good here. Let's go see how he's doing. He peers inside, calling out, Lin Shi! Seeing the scene, Yi Yang is inwardly pleased. The level 2 is dead, just as I thought. Then he spots the 3 kids, and when he sees Lin Shi's missing arm, he's shocked. Hey, your arm, Ching. He says, half joking, wow, so even you can screw up. Don't worry. With your talent, even with just one arm, Lin Shi cuts her off, his voice full of annoyance. It's still enough to kill you. She laughs awkwardly. Yeah, keep showing off. You saved 3 kids, fought off a whole swarm, and took down a level 2 monster. I'd say that's already pretty badass. Model. He clutched the wound on his arm, blood still gushing out. It wasn't me. Those words made Than Van flinch. Lin Sai angrily recounted, some idiot knocked out a level 2 monster and then knocked me out too. His brows furrowed. When I came to, Lin Sai's voice dropped. I vaguely saw. He was eating the monster's flesh. His left hand, it had unleashed a blue flame before. On top of that, I saw the face hidden under his hood. So if I see him again, I'll definitely recognize him. She screamed in fear. Who cares if you can recognize him? He was eating a monster. Doesn't that mean he's a monster too? Nap Duong crossed his arms, explaining. There are rare cases of monsters eating other monsters, but that doesn't fit here. If that guy was a monster, he would have eaten Lin Si too. He narrowed his eyes, listing the traits. Strong enough to defeat a level 2 monster, and used violence against a purifier who was on a rescue mission. Nap Duong ordered his subordinate, issue a wanted notice. Meanwhile, Xingcun had already ditched the cloak. He was walking along, patting his full, satisfied stomach, as an announcement blared from the speakers. Unregistered metal-type superhuman, possibly also a special fire type, seems to have antisocial tendencies and an addiction to eating monster flesh. Arrogant, with a hero complex, thinks he's some dark knight who does a better job than the purifiers. If we don't catch and re-educate this type of person, he'll spiral out of control. Xingcun let out a big yawn. Even though the initial evolution is the simplest, evolving into a level 2 monster this fast was still an unexpected surprise. Ate my fill. Time to go home. He saw that the lights in the apartment complex ahead were still on. He froze. His home was still there. This building in the complex was still standing just fine. Xingcun remembered what his past life was like. After hanging out with his sisters, he got back here at 3 in the morning. The lights were out. The whole neighborhood had a sudden blackout. He'd probably never forget that sight. A huge area suddenly plunged into darkness. The surge of energy attracted Xiao Yu, who was at home. Her superhuman genes awakened, and her powers went haywire. Exactly 1 hour later, the entire building collapsed like a sandcastle hit by a wave. Xiao Yu had destroyed it. All 136 people in the building, including Xiao Yu's own parents, were killed. Xiao Yu was traumatized, left with an indelible scar on her face. Xingcun pulled out his phone to check the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. 4 hours left until 3:30. Just as he was silently celebrating having plenty of time, the lights suddenly went out. Wait, what? The blackout isn't supposed to happen for another 4 hours. Why is it happening now? Meanwhile, in her room, Xiao Yu's hands were trembling. She carefully avoided touching her phone. A jolt of electricity shot from Xiao Yu's hand into the phone, causing it to spew black smoke. Looking at the crackling purple electricity, she told herself, "Can't move. The second I move, the electricity in my body will leak out." The objects around her were also scorched. Xiao Yu was devastated. "Mom, Dad, my body feels trapped. It's so hard to move and I can't even speak." She hugged herself tightly. Is this that legendary loss of control over one's powers? The electricity just keeps flowing into my body. Xiao Yu prayed over and over, please, no, stop coming in. She clenched her jaw to keep from making a sound. If I lose control, Mom and Dad might get caught up in this. Xiao Yu's whole body began to shake violently. I can't hold it back anymore. Somebody, help me. She whispered his name, Xingcun, Xingcun. Just then, a rustling sound came from outside the window, making Xiao Yu look up. Xingcun entered through the window. He reassured her, Xiao Yu, don't be scared. I'm here now. She was shocked. Why are you on the window? Xingcun's tone was serious. No time to explain. Just trust me. He jumped down, grabbing her hand and instructed her. No matter how scared you get, don't scream. We can't wake up your parents. Xiao Yu flinched, pulling her hand back slightly. Don't. I'm covered in electricity. Just then, she noticed something strange about Xingcun's hand. Xingcun's hand. It was black. The electricity from her body was traveling up his arm, but he was completely fine. The electricity swirling around Xiao Yu began to slowly calm down. He said, I can't stay in contact with you like this for long either, so forgive me for this. Hearing that, she was confused. Xingcun tossed Xiao Yu into the air like a shuttlecock. To the roof we go. She heard the wind rushing past her ears. Remembering what he told her, she didn't dare to scream out loud. She could only gape in shock. Xiao Yu quickly covered her mouth, screaming internally, I'm gonna fall. From below, a streak of light shot up and caught her. Xingcun held her in his arms and said gently, hold on tight. They stared into each other's eyes as he thought to himself, this is the evolution from devouring a level 2 monster. Xingcun used his skill, Tendril Tail, causing his arm to lengthen and pierce through the wall of the rooftop. He used it as an anchor to leap up while holding her. The moment their feet touched the rooftop, Xingcun said, you're gonna suffocate me. Hurry up and release your electricity. He pointed upward, towards the sky. Xiao Yu took her hand away from her mouth and nodded. Okay. She opened her mouth, widened her eyes, and looked up at the sky, releasing a powerful bolt of electricity from her mouth and eyes. Xingcun breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I made it in time. He smiled warmly at her. None of that bad stuff is going to happen again. A moment later, Xiao Yu spoke up. I'm okay now. Xingcun was pleased. That's great. She looked at his hand. Xingcun willed his arm to return to normal. He said nonchalantly, I've mutated into a monster. Luckily, I can keep it contained in my left arm. Xiao Yu bit her lip, looking like she was about to cry. She lunged forward and covered Xingcun's mouth. Hey, you idiot, don't say that. You can't tell anyone. Xiao Yu was worried. So many people in this world hate monsters. If anyone finds out you'll be in danger, you just have to make up some excuse. Seeing him laugh out loud only made her angrier. What's so funny? Xingcun said resolutely. That's exactly why. As long as you're the one asking, I'll tell you. He grinned, his eyes crinkling. In this whole world, you're the only one I can trust unconditionally. After being stunned for a moment, Xiao Yu still asked, You've totally said that to your 7 soulmate sisters before, haven't you? Xingcun replied, Of course not. She didn't believe him. Yeah, right. Who'd believe you? He saw a strange glowing object in the sky and said, The starry sky sure is beautiful. Look at that bright spot. Xiao Yu pouted. Even if that was a shooting star, I wouldn't close my eyes to make a wish. So don't even think about pulling any crap. Xingcun was exasperated. What kind of crazy stuff are you even thinking about? Probably people from the Gene Research Institute. That bright spot got closer and closer. He predicted that her superhuman power surge had caused such a big scene that they would definitely come knocking. Sun Ming, Xiao Lu, and Shu Hai rushed over. He said, Found them. 2 people on the upper floor. The one who lost control of their powers is most likely one of them. Sun Ming put on a friendly face and asked, Don't be scared, kids. We're from the Gene Research Institute. Who was the one who let out that electricity just now? Xiao Yu answered, That was me. The old man reassured her. Don't be afraid. You did a great job. You didn't hurt anyone else. Xiao Lu, test them all with the superhuman sensitivity reagent. Xiao Lu took out a syringe and replied, Yes, sir. Sun Ming looked over at Xingcun, puzzled. That girl unleashed such a powerful electric current, but the guy next to her is completely unharmed. That guy must have superpowers too. Don't be scared. I just need a little blood. She nodded in agreement. Okay. As the blood was drawn into the syringe, a small vortex appeared. The old man gasped. Holy crap. What kind of god-tier reaction is this? The vortex just kept getting bigger and bigger. A blinding, dark yellow light flashed. Sun Ming's jaw dropped. Damn, this old man is about to go blind. This girl's super gene holds a power that could freaking shatter records. Meanwhile, after getting his blood drawn, Xingcun smirked to himself. Sorry, lady, but I think you just wasted a vial of reagent. And just as he thought, Xiao Lu shook the syringe but saw no reaction. She mumbled, This guy. After a moment, she yelled, This guy's blood also has a faint superhuman gene reaction. But I've never seen one this pathetically weak before. Sun Ming, still clutching his eyes, whined, Ow, my eyes, while ordering, Take him to the Research Institute for further testing. Xiao Lu nodded. Yes, sir. Xingcun was stunned when he heard their conversation. Wait a sec. A superhuman gene response? Are you sure the test isn't wrong? I've only got monster genes in me. There's no way I have superhuman ones. No, wait. Maybe I actually do. That purifier guy whose hand got cut off before a monster ate his hand back then. The scene shifts to the Nanyu Gene Research Institute, Superhuman Gene Testing Lab 13. Xingcun lifted his shirt, revealing his toned abs. Xiao Yu clicked her tongue in appreciation as she took his measurements. Xingcun, my little bro, you're one of a kind. The lowest superhuman gene content in history, 1%. She blushed a little and leaned in close. How can you have so few super genes but still have a body this ripped? He was actually pretty satisfied with his current body. After mutating and then changing back, his body had been enhanced. Xingcun averted his eyes and asked, "So, can I put my shirt back down now?" He thought back to his clash with Lin Chi. Did I get super genes because my half-human, half-monster body completely devoured the special transformation of his super gene? Whatever. Having super genes means I can get into the Nanyu Superhuman Academy, which is way better than being locked up after they find out about my monster genes. Having sorted out his thoughts, Xingcun asked, "Hey, Miss Nurse, is 1% even enough to get into the Nanyu Superhuman Academy?" Xiao Lu held out her hand and replied, "The director's rule is that as long as you have super genes, you can enroll. From now on, you can call me your senior. Here, let me help you with that." He pulled up his shirt himself, shaking his head. I got it, thanks." He thought with a wry smile. Man, these older sister types are always so thoughtful and eager to help. She gathered the papers and said, "Get some rest. I'll go apply for your enrollment." Xingcun smiled gratefully. "Thanks, senior." Just as Xiao Lu opened the door, she heard a group of people walking by, buzzing with excitement. "I heard someone just broke the world record." "Yeah, superhuman gene content of 95%. That's 2% higher than the world record." They all ran off to see the spectacle. "The elemental resistance test is happening right now." Xingcun frowned. He had been so caught up in the despair of his 99% monster gene content from his past life that he'd completely missed the commotion Xiao Yu caused during her gene test. "Guess I'll go check it out." Right now, a crowd from the institute was gathered in front of the superhuman testing room. Xiao Yu was standing in the middle of the test chamber as a high-voltage current shot down from above. Someone gasped, "It's already at 500 volts. She's completely fine. She's already immune to industrial-grade electricity. Damn, what do you expect from a genius with 95% super genes?" Xingcun listened to the buzzing crowd and thought, if she can dish out 500 volts, then 90% of level 1 superhumans wouldn't even be able to get close to her. Man, I'm so jealous of these geniuses. Her storage limit pretty much determines her attack limit. What do you think her max capacity is? Well, that genius, with 89% super genes a few years ago, maxed out at 800 volts. This girl can probably hit around 1,000. The technician gave a hand signal. "Continue." Xiao Yu nodded. "Okay, 600 volts, 700 volts, 800 volts, then 900 volts. She poked her own cheek, still totally fine. When it hit 1,000 volts, the crowd erupted. "This is insane." Then it hit 1,200 volts. They whispered in awe. "Holy hell, is she even human?" The technician asked nervously. "Feeling any discomfort at 2,000 volts?" Xiao Yu shook her head. "My body feels fine." The crowd was completely stunned. "Holy crap, that's just insane. And she only just awakened her powers." They say that once you pass 90% super genes, every single percentage point is a massive leap in quality. This must be what they meant. 2,800 volts. When it reached 3,000 volts, she suddenly suggested, "Hey, maybe we should stop." He asked, "Can't take it anymore?" Xiao Yu pointed at the electric current in front of her. "No, that's not it. It's just, I never got to fully discharge the electricity from before, and now I've absorbed a whole lot more. If I keep absorbing it, I'm going to lose control again," she explained anxiously. "I'll end up wrecking this whole place." The technician hit the off switch on the control panel. "All right, let's stop then. We'll just write down the test data as at least 3,000 volts, no upper limit. It's just a reference number anyway." Xingcun tried to step into the room. "Let me go in, I'm her friend." The technician blocked him with his arm. "No, you can't go in there right now. She's carrying way too much electricity. We have to let her discharge some of it first so she doesn't accidentally zap you." He had just turned to leave when two people walked up. Vice Principal Fan said, "Open the door, we want to go in." The testing staff member hesitated. "Hello, Vice Principal Fan. The protective suit is next to the observation room if you're planning on going in." Vice Principal Fan cut him off, saying confidently, "I don't need it. A little electricity like this can't hurt me. Besides, it's a perfect chance to siphon off some of this power for my nephew's future classmate." The door closed, and a relieved voice came from inside. It's so great to have Vice Principal Fan and his nephew, Fan Shizai, here to help. He flashed a friendly smile. Hello, classmate Xiao Yu. Fan Shizai raised his hand, and a fireball instantly appeared on his palm. Perfect timing. My fire will block the lightning for me. He smirked. That way, you won't accidentally hurt anyone. Shizai held out his hand to shake. I heard your adorable name from the researcher. First time meeting you, classmate Xiao Yu. My name is Fan Shizai, and I'll be your future classmate at the Weird Superhuman Academy. Outside, Xingcun pressed his face against the glass, looking completely pissed off. The nerve of that little punk, acting like nobody can see right through him. Xiao Yu gracefully declined. Hello, my hands are still charged up, so I can't really shake your hand. He chuckled softly. Oh, it's fine. We've got plenty of time. Shizai got straight to the point, so I don't waste your time resting. I'll just say it. He went on a long spiel. After school starts, we'll be split into teams. The team's performance decides how many training resources we get. As the third son of the Fan family, I possess 90% high-tier superhuman genes. I'm hoping to build the strongest squad to get the best resources with the best teammates. Shizai beamed, like he'd already won. Classmate Xiao Yu, I hope you'll join my team. She nodded and said, That sounds pretty awesome. Thanks for the offer. Xiao Yu then rejected him flat out. But I've already got a teammate, he asked doubtfully. The guy who came here with you? She looked at the person outside and smiled brightly. Yup. Xingcun walked in with the staff member, complaining as he came. So, can I come in now or what? Shizai looked at him with contempt. His test reaction was way too weak. His data is definitely not going to be high either. The strong are strong, and the weak are weak. You've got to be careful when you make a team, or you'll get dragged down. I hope you'll think about it. Ignoring him completely, Xiao Yu ran over to him and said with a smile, Xingcun, from now on, we're not just classmates, we're teammates. He smiled and nodded. Of course we are. Seeing the two of them laughing and talking, Vice Principal Fan called out, Shizai, the academy needs us to handle something. Let's go. He immediately replied, Yes, uncle. Before he left, Shizai tried one last time, Classmate Xiao Yu, I'm heading out. I hope you'll reconsider my offer. On the way back to the office, he complained, Uncle, a super genius with 90% superhuman genes. I have to lock her down for the family. Vice Principal Fan shook his head. That girl has a mind of her own. It's useless for you to wait around. Just then, the phone rang. The person on the other end reported, Vice Principal Fan, I found it. Xingcun's file was just delivered. His superhuman gene count is only 1%, the lowest in history. He adjusted his glasses and muttered, 1% superhuman genes. He's no different from a normal person. A guy like that getting into Weird Superhuman Academy is just a total waste of resources. The person on the phone hesitated, but the dean was clear. As long as someone has superhuman genes, they can enroll. He was furious. So my word means nothing? The person on the phone panicked. No, I mean, yes, sir. Shizai, don't waste your breath on a roadblock. Just make sure he never shows his face around us. Shizai smirked with satisfaction. You're still the slickest, uncle. Over on their side, after Xingcun explained the whole situation, Xiao Yu asked, So, you have to eat until you're full, otherwise you'll pass out? Is it a side effect of your monster left arm? He nodded. Yeah. This side effect gives me the urge to eat people. Her eyes lit up like stars. Oh, that's no big deal. There are plenty of bad people in the world. He crossed his arms in an X. You can't just go around eating people. Thinking like that is seriously dangerous. The doorknob suddenly turned with a soft click. Xiao Lu walked in and announced, Xiao Yu, your parents are here. They're outside filling out the registration forms. Hearing that, she lit up. Mom and Dad! Awesome! She whispered to him. Don't worry. I'm a pro at catching bad guys. No one will ever find out. Xingcun, with sweat all over his face, replied, Is that really the issue here? She stood up, all cheerful. I'm gonna go share the good news with my parents. Before she left, Xiao Yu turned back and gave him a gentle smile. Xingcun, I'm so glad we get to be in the same school. She didn't forget to thank Xiao Lu. Thanks, sis, she replied, flustered. It's nothing. Seeing Xiao Lu hesitate, he asked her straight up. Senior, you look really worried. Is something wrong? She looked extremely apologetic. I'm so sorry. Your application for admission has been rejected. They said your 1% of superhuman genes makes you no different from a normal person. Xingcun asked, confused. But didn't they say as long as you have powers, you can get in? Xiao Lu flopped onto the bed, her voice filled with rage. That is the rule. I don't know what the hell the person who reviewed it is trying to pull. She clenched her fist, full of determination. So what if it's 1%? What's wrong with it being low? Who the hell do they think they're looking down on? I'll keep applying for you. If once doesn't work, I'll do it twice. Xiao Lu stood up and raised her arm. If twice doesn't work, then 800 times. He gave a small smile. Thanks, senior, but you don't have to. They're the ones with all the power. Helping me like this will just get you into trouble. Xingcun thought to himself, is there really no other way? I can still get in by revealing my monster gene. The unveiled Superhuman Academy has all the resources. If I want to get stronger, I have to go. He mumbled, I ain't scared. Before he could hesitate any longer, the phone in Xiao Yu's pocket started ringing. After taking the call, she announced, the higher-ups said that considering you do, in fact, have superhuman genes, they're giving you one more chance to get in. Xingcun's eyebrows furrowed. He was silent, lost in thought. The scene changes to Shizai's place. He got the news and was beyond furious, the fireball in his hand burning even brighter. They did what? Shizai narrowed his eyes and asked, they're actually giving that guy a chance to take the final trial? He slammed the fireball onto the ground. He gets 1 year at unveiled Superhuman Academy. If he can't awaken his powers, he's expelled. The final trial is supposed to be for underclassmen. Why the hell is some reject who couldn't even get in trying to join? On the lawn, a few scorched moths lay dead. Teze sneered, get over here. He crushed them under his boot. Just worthless moths. Vice Dean Fan called out from inside, Teze, get in here. These damn moths are a real pain this time of year. He then said, this final trial. It's all for Jingzai's little project. Teze's brow furrowed. Vice Dean Fan smirked. A clear warning. Don't you dare cross the line. The more he thought about it, the more pissed off he got. He's been pissed for a while that we've been bending his rules. If that punk actually passes, it'll be a total slap in the face to you. And even if he fails, the dean still gets to look like the one in charge. Teze gripped his glass. We can't let that guy pass the trial. If he does, our Fan family's reputation and yours is toast. Vice Dean Fan's face was half swallowed by shadows, his voice turning ice cold. He's not going to make it. He said it with total conviction. Someone with 1% super genes can't just fly into our world. Vice Dean Fan stared at a moth clinging to the glass door and added, and you're not going to give him the chance to fly either. Cut to the Manhwa Gene Research Institute. A voice echoes from a room. All Jingzai is doing is proving he's wasting resources. The guy is totally unfit to be the dean. For the next 5 days, our job is just to run safety checks on the equipment. Just then, 2 guys are walking down the hall. Li Gong is totally out of it, dropping his phone and not even bothering to grab it. The other dude picks it up for him and says, it's cool, man. Just a clumsy moment. Let's get a move on, we've got a ton of work. Li Gong's lips pressed into a thin line, his heart hammering in his chest with excitement. Millions. And that's just the down payment. A flash of pure greed lit up his eyes. Totally worth it, even if he lost this gig. Li Gong reported to Chen Ying, boss, it's all set. I did some snooping around, our target has 0 connections. The guy smirked. Perfect. Chen Ying pulled up Xingcun's info on the system. Participant number 18. Name, Xingcun. Gender, male. Height, 187 centimeters. Superhuman gene level, 1%. Status, unawakened. Unawakened? He scoffed. 1% super genes? What, is this kid straight out of the war zone or something? So this is the brat who pissed off the Fan family. A 10 million down payment with a grand total of 20 million just to make sure he fails. The two of them burst out laughing. Yeah, it's a huge sum, but if we pull this off, I'll be set for life. We have to nail this assignment. 5 days later, Chen Ying spotted Xingcun on a security camera and grinned to himself. He's here. He thought to himself, let's get a good look at this poor sucker. But when he saw the kid's state, looking like he'd been completely wrung dry, he frowned in shock. This kid, Xingcun looked like absolute trash. He was covered in filth, with deep-set, hollow eyes and sunken cheeks. Chen Ying chuckled internally. And he's here for the trial? Dude looks like he hasn't eaten in days. In his condition, going up against monsters is a straight-up death sentence. I don't even need to lift a finger. There's no way he can pass this test on his own. On the other side of the screen, Xingcun was so hungry he was seeing things, a voice in his head repeating over and over, so hungry. The sound of everyone's chatter and laughter just faded into the background. He had only one thought. My energy reserves are almost completely drained. I'm so hungry my stomach feels like it's glued to my spine. I really want to devour all these other participants. Their bodies haven't even awakened their super genes yet. Li Gong stood before the crowd, announcing the rules. 3 hours. 3 life or death trials. 3 continuation cards, which are your ticket back into the academy. Then he pretended to slip up, making the 17 of you risk your lives. But Li Gong deliberately stressed that there were 18 people. The dean of the Gene Research Institute approved 1 extra participant a few days ago. The whole crowd started muttering, an extra participant? Who the hell is it? Just like he planned, his words made every single person turn and stare at Xingcun. Don't bother looking. He's not one of your classmates, and where he comes from is totally irrelevant. Li Gong fanned the flames. But hey, it's all the same, right? You're not fighting for a spot, you're fighting for one of 3 continuation cards. So, and you all ready to fight some monsters for him? The crowd erupted. The hell, it's the same. 1 extra person, but still only 3 cards. So much for fair play. Which rich brat pulled some strings to get in? I bet he's got some special treatment. This whole thing is gonna be rigged. Screw it. Let's just use him as bait later. He can be our meat shield. He froze. So, I'm the target, huh? Heh. This could be interesting. Xingcun started drooling, the gluttonous pig inside him squealing with delight. More. Food. Wait. No. Can't just go around eating people. Li Gong led him to room number 18. Xingcun, this is your trial room. He cut straight to the chase. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Li Gong just laughed. What are you talking about? Xingcun let out a soft chuckle. All that passive-aggressive crap you were spouting earlier. His hand brushed against the door handle. It was sticky and reeked of blood. Or maybe this whole railing has been smeared with it. Xingcun thought to himself, I can smell it. Special-grade blood. The kind used to attract monsters. Li Gong took off his microphone and sneered. You're sharper than you look. But you seriously don't know who you pissed off? Xingcun fell silent as it clicked. The Fan family. Again, he moved in close, shutting the door. He pressed his face right up against it and whispered, when the trial begins, every single monster is going to come straight for you. Then, as if nothing happened, he opened the door again. Such a shame. This is trial room number 18, the one we added at the last minute, and the only super alloy lock that could protect you is busted. Li Gong pictured it in his head, a pack of monsters charging at Xingcun like starving wolves. Creatures with 5 times the strength of a normal human. 3 iron-hided beasts, charging at him with nothing to stop them. For some reason, a sick thrill washed over him. Then, Li Gong's finger pointed behind Xingcun. Your only escape route is right behind you. He spoke slowly, deliberately. There's a door back there. If you run through it, you'll be safe, but it also means you forfeit the trial. Li Gong tried to coax him. Just run. The higher-ups only paid for you to fail, not for you to die. You quit. You're safe. We get paid. The bosses are happy. It's a win-win for everyone. Then he turned to leave. I'll give you 10 seconds to bail. As Li Gong's figure grew smaller in the distance, Xingcun called out, Hey, then he said something completely random. What if I told you, you're the real snack here? Getting mocked by Xingcun just made him sneer. Let's see how many seconds you can last. Cut to the control room. Li Gong knocked a few times on the door. A voice came from inside. Come in. He closed the door and reported, Boss, confirmed. No issues. His only chance of survival is to give up. I think he's so scared he's already spouting a bunch of crap. Tranon stroked his chin, calculating. From the moment the trial starts, the monsters are released into the arena, and it should take a little while for them to reach his room. I'll bet 100 yuan that he quits in under 5 seconds. Lai Kong chuckled. Well, then I guess I'll have to bet he quits after 5 seconds. At that moment, the trial area was pitch black, with only the dim light from the room numbers visible, as the doors on the ceiling slowly creaked open. The monsters from above poked their heads down, roaring ferociously. They dropped down one by one as a voice from the speaker announced, The final trial has begun. Tran On said with a hint of anticipation, Let's count down for him. Unexpectedly, as the count hit 1, Lai Kong exclaimed in shock, What? This guy? He saw the calm expression on his face and was baffled. Does he have a death wish or something? All 3 monsters charged at him at once, but Tran On remained calm. Whatever. The monsters will tear him to shreds in a second. He's asking for it, so it's not our fault. Zixing hadn't even finished his thought when they all swarmed right past him. He clicked his tongue. I forgot I'm half monster, so they see me as one of them. Damn, just my luck. Lai Kong blurted out in a panic. How did the monsters completely ignore him and just walk past? Tran On guessed. They must have been attracted by the blood of the superhuman on the gate. He lost his cool and cursed. Damn it, I can't believe I just helped him survive that. But seriously, how pathetic are this guy's superhuman genes that the monsters ran right by him without even taking a bite? Seeing Xingcun bend down to pick up the yellow card, he was extremely annoyed. Damn it, he got the first advancement card. The man smiled confidently. Advancement cards aren't that easy to get. The final trial isn't just about monsters. There's also Enjo An from Class 2. A few days ago, during the monster outbreak at the mall, he was attacked, but in a blessing in disguise, the incident triggered his awakening. Tran On said with deep meaning, Awakening a psychic-type superhuman power is incredibly special. As expected, Enjo An charged forward arrogantly, shouting, You pieces of trash, the first advancement card is mine. Right now, he only had one word in his mind. Hungry. Tranon saw this and remarked, "It's just a trial, though." A light flashed in Nugoan's eyes as he smirked and used his skill, mental intimidation. Noan threatened with total confidence. "My mental intimidation will scare you so bad you'll piss your pants." The moment he finished speaking, he saw the ferocious, mutated face of Xingcun. Ngoan's hair stood on end. "Holy shit, help me. This is terrifying. What the hell is wrong with this guy's mind?" He broke out in a cold sweat, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Ngoan stumbled backward repeatedly, crying out, "Arg!" Blood streamed from his ears, nose, and mouth, while his body continued to tremble violently. He realized in horror, his mind is even stronger than mine. The attack backfired. Ngoan looked at Xingcun, his heart pounding in his chest. What are his genes? Why does he feel more like a monster than a human? Meanwhile, the monsters that had been gnawing on the gate of room number 18 like dogs on a bone suddenly froze. They all turned their heads at once to look toward Xingcun. The scent of Ngoan's blood attracted the monsters, and he mumbled, "Shit, the monsters are coming for me." Xingcun thought to himself, "My fellow comrades, I know you really want to eat this guy, but sorry." He raised his hand. "I'm seriously starving. Do me a favor and fill my stomach first." Xingcun's hand quickly moved towards the monster's stomach as he offered some half-assed comfort. "I'll be gentle." From his palm, a head with sharp teeth, like a snake's, emerged. Xingcun muttered so no one would notice. The head extended and bit into the monster's side, making it scream. The monster's blood flowed directly into Xingcun's arm, as if pulled by a powerful suction force. He closed his eyes and let out a satisfied sigh. "After days of starvation, I finally get to absorb some monster genes. Thanks, my monster buddies." Suddenly, a loud roar made Xingcun's eyes snap open. It turned out the other two monsters were teaming up to attack him. Xingcun asked them, bewildered, "Huh? You know how to fight back?" He pouted and criticized them. "I'm just eating you guys, and suddenly I'm not a comrade anymore?" On the other side, Lai Kong sat in front of the monitor. Ngoan looked up in shock. "This idiot. How is he not dead after taking a hit like that?" He sweated, recalling the scene from just moments ago. Seeing Xingcun fight the monster bare-handed without losing any ground, dodging each attack as if he knew the script. Ngoan thought to himself, "My gut feeling was right. He's inhumanly strong." He was able to weave through the powerful attacks of two monsters with such ease, as if he were toying with them in the palm of his hand. The more he thought, the more terrified he became of his own guess. It seems like he knows the monster's movements inside and out, like it's instinct. It's like he has years of experience fighting monsters, so much that killing them has become second nature. He collapsed onto the ground, a chill running down his spine. One hit from those things and his head could explode, and yet, in that much danger, he keeps hitting their weak spots. But, can he really kill them like that? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Xingcun's blow to the back of the monster's neck made it spit blood. Ngoan was stunned. He gasped, "That's badass." With another decisive punch from Xingcun, both monsters were sent packing. Ngoan clicked his tongue. Both monsters were killed. His jaw dropped in astonishment. So that's why his mind is so freaking strong. He must have killed tons of monsters before. Lai Kong was just as horrified. He can kill monsters like that? How is that even possible? Tran An was still calm. It's still early. Just then, a group of people surrounded Xingcun. Chu Sheng got straight to the point. "Everyone who participates in the final trial is risking their life for a better future. But you use the back door, easily taking away everyone's opportunity. Hand over the..." Ngoan spoke up to stop him. "Chu Sheng, don't mess with him. That guy is dangerous." He sneered. "Ngoan, you freaking wimp. You collapsed before anyone even touched you. And to think we all saw you as our biggest rival before," he stammered in protest. "No, he's for real." Chu Sheng ignored Ngoan's warning and snorted coldly. "Whatever. I'm not wasting my breath on a loser like you. All right, guys, let's box him in. We gotta snatch that continuation card first." The dopey-looking guy speaks up, "Yo, Zhao, we already had a deal, man." We all grab the card, and then it's a fair fight at the end. Jiang Sheng nods. Like we said, the last one standing has to hook up the losers. Dopey laughs his ass off. Good thing we had Zhao leading the charge, or we'd never have gotten this crew together. Zhang Sheng turns to someone else. "Baldy, you and your guys handle that monster." He warns them. "Just don't let it get in our way. I'll deal with this backdoor punk." Baldy puts his hands on his hips and shoots back. "Got it. No sweat." One of his goons suggests, "Let's just book it. We only need to lead it away." Baldy smirks, raising an eyebrow. "Nah, that's weak. That backdoor dude managed to kill 2 monsters. That just proves something's off with these monsters. Someone definitely messed with them." He gets ready to charge in, muttering, "It's probably just some weak-ass starving thing anyway." Baldy casually throws up a hand to block the monster's attack. I want a piece of this action too. He barely gets the words out when he hears a loud crack. Whelp, so much for his arm. The monster grabs him by his shiny bald head and just yeets him across the room. Zhang Sheng scoffs. Dumbass. Guy's got rocks for brains. He turns back to look at Zixing. Looks like those two monsters you offed were defective or something. The words are barely out of his mouth when he sees the guy rushing at him, fist ready. Zixing freezes, realizing his mistake. But it's too late. Crap, wrong hand. His right hand is for fighting people. His left hand, that'll straight up murder the guy. The purple arm swings forward with insane power. He thinks to himself, my left arm is totally mutated now. After killing that level 2 monster last time, his left arm leveled up to 2. Zixing remembers when that squid thing jumped onto the roof. His arm could shoot out tentacles that were like 8 meters long. He gauges his own power, at least 10 times stronger than a regular person. Zixing sees the calm look on Zhang Sheng's face and starts to sweat. Even when he's not in monster mode, he's still got the power of a level 1 beast. He tries to hold back as much as he can. One punch could literally smash his brains out. Killing a guy during the trial would be a bad look. Gotta pull my punch. More. Even more. That should be good enough, right? But even holding back, he still completely wrecks Zhang Sheng. Zixing looks at the dude's KO'd body, feeling a little bad. Crap, I totally underestimated my own strength. Zhang Sheng's sister screams. His buddy's jaw hits the floor as he yells his name. Zhang Sheng! He shakes him. Zhang Sheng, right? I'm begging you, dude. Don't die on me. After seeing he's still breathing, Zixing just drops Zhang Sheng on the ground and asks coldly, so, any of you still want this continuation card? Behind him, the other goons come running up, frantically carrying Baldy. Zhao, man, help us. Baldy tried to take on the monster and got totally trashed. Zhang Sheng's a mess himself. What makes you think he can fight? He gasps out. I can't hold the monster off anymore. Zhang Sheng grabs Zixing's pants, begging, please, help them. When this is done, I'll pay you 50,000 for the trouble. He was so scared I'd refuse, he quickly threw that in. Only then did Zixing nod in agreement. All right, fine. On the other side, Li Gong is pissed. Damn it, he yells. He scoffs. What a bunch of useless losers. So many of them, and they're all pathetic cowards. Chen Ying, not wanting to waste any more time, barks out an order. Control, we need to turn up the heat on these candidates. Release monsters number 21 through 23. The guy on the other end is horrified. 21 through 23, right now? But he doesn't give him a chance to argue, just coldly says one word, release. The guy on the other end is clearly not okay with it, but still has to force out a yes, sir. Li Gong thinks to himself, peak level 1 monsters. Numbers 21 through 23 from the experiment. These level 1s are way stronger. That Zixing kid has no chance against them. He's so dead. From what he's seen, Chen Ying comes to a different conclusion. He's not gonna die. He's probably already awakened some kind of superpower, and even if he hasn't, he's on the verge. Stronger monsters will just push him over the edge. He stammers. So, what's the plan now? Chen Ying lays out his twisted plan. Li Gong, I don't care how you do it. Get to the second floor and trigger the release gate again. After that, I want you to fry the main power and the backup generators for the entire trial grounds. The guy's face goes pale. Fry the main power and the backup? You mean all the caged monsters will get out? Li Gong imagines monsters running wild and starts to panic. Without the electric grid, they'll bust out of their cages in no time. The monsters are already staring down through the release gates. He breaks down the situation. The upper release zone has 15 level 1s left. The experimental zone has 18 peak level 1 monsters. All of them are going to pour into the trial grounds. A bloodbath flashes through his mind. If the power's out, the escape hatch won't open. The candidates won't be able to run. They're all going to be monster chow. Chen Ying just clicks his tongue, totally pleased with himself. Hey, these candidates knew they were risking their lives when they signed up for this trial. So dying is just part of the game, right? That's when the full weight of the situation hits Li Gong. He tries to back out, begging Director Chen. But I can't do it. If I get caught, it's the death penalty for me. Can't we just not do this? The director's face darkens. He shuts him down flat. This is a contract from the Pan family. We took their down payment and the job isn't done. You know what happens then, don't you? Chen Ying smirks. Besides, you can relax. I'll make sure you don't die, he says, looking down at Li Gong, who's so scared he's collapsed on the floor. I'll even give you 10 million. Hearing an offer that good, he pulls himself together and says, done. I'll do it. Cut back to the trial grounds, where Zixing has already taken down the monster in just a few moves. Even though it hurts to talk, Zhang Sheng is still totally impressed. Dude, you're a beast. I can't even imagine what you went through to get this good at killing monsters. With his face swollen up like a meatball, he gives a thumbs up. And don't worry, man, I'm Zhang Sheng, and my word is my bond. 50 grand is 50 grand. Even if the others don't want to cough up the cash, I'll cover you. I mean, I don't have enough myself, but no biggie. I'll get my sister to pitch in and use my own part-time job money. Xiao Tao smacks Zhang Sheng on the head and yells, Bro, why are you dragging me into this? And isn't Baldy already back in the recovery room? Now you get your butt back there, too. He howls in pain. Ow, ow, ow. My neck was about to snap, and now I think it's really broken. She bowed her head gratefully to Xingcun, saying, I'm so sorry for all the trouble, and thank you for sparing them. He just nodded, accepting her thanks. As Chiu Thin was being dragged away by his crew, he yelled back, Hey man, when this trial is over, I'll treat you to some late-night food. Xingcun shot back, half joking, Nah, I'm good. I already had my fill earlier. But then, he suddenly screamed a warning. Danger! A monster dropped down from above. The guy was totally clueless and just asked, What? The moment Chiu Thin looked up, all he could think was, a monster. He quickly shoved his sister and his crew out of the way, screaming, Run, now! Seeing the monster leap onto Chiu Thin, Xiao Tao screamed, Brother! Tears poured down her face as she choked out, Brother. The bald guy couldn't even form words, stammering, Chiu, Brother Chiu. Ngoen asked, confused, What the hell is going on? It hasn't even been 30 minutes and this is the second release? As more monsters returned, the crowd got pissed. If you're going to change the rules, you should at least let us trial takers know. Xingcun figured out their little scheme. Heh, the aura from these things is almost level 2. They'll really pull any dirty trick to make sure I fail this trial, won't they? His glare through the security camera feed was so intense it looked like he wanted to rip those monsters into tiny pieces. Heartbroken, Xiao Tao tried to charge forward, but Goofy Hair grabbed her by the shoulders, holding her back. Xiao Tao, get a grip! Brother Chiu Thin is gone. We're surrounded by monsters. If we don't run now, we're not going to make it. Xiao Tao broke down sobbing. No, brother, my brother's not dead. When he saw he couldn't get through to her, he turned and bolted to save his own ass. Damn it, I'm sorry. Even Ngo bailed. Now it was just Xiao Tao. She threw herself at the monster, screaming, Brother! Xiao Tao desperately tried to push the creature with her own body, shouting, Let my brother go! The monster was totally unfazed. With just a slight nudge, she was knocked back, landing hard on her butt. The monsters around them started closing in, snarling. Xiao Tao squeezed her eyes shut, her lips pressed into a thin line. I'm sorry, brother. We always had each other's backs. Knowing it was hopeless, she said her final farewell. This time, we'll die together. Suddenly, a powerful force grabbed her arm, yanking her away so fast she couldn't react. Turns out, it was Xingcun who pulled her out of the monster pack. Are you stupid or something? He asked. Even at a time like this, Xingcun still had the energy to crack a joke. If you're gonna die, you should at least die with a hot guy. Why would you want to die next to a guy with a face like your brother's? Xiao Tao shot back. But he's my brother, he told her. I'm not gonna let him get eaten. Go wait over there. Then Xingcun tossed her towards Ngoan, yelling, Yo, you over there, catch her! The guy, in the middle of running for his life, turned his head. He thought, Is someone calling me? Crap, they actually are. Xiao Tao landed right on Ngoan, who broke her fall. Xingcun sized up the situation. If that monster eats Chiu Thin, it'll evolve to a level 2. To take it down, I'm gonna have to use my mutated left hand. He looked down and sighed. This is gonna be a massive pain in the ass. Xingcun walked right into the middle of the monsters and said to the one mauling Chiu Thin, Let that guy go. Xiao Tao stared, completely stunned by the scene. She was in absolute shock. He's walking right in between 3 monsters. Just to save my brother, the monster paid him no mind, opening its jaws to devour Chiu Thin. Xingcun was not pleased. Hey now, I'm over here, fellas. You're really just going to ignore me, huh? Just because I'm not on your menu, you don't think I'm a threat, is that it? Just as the monster opened its jaws to take a bite, his voice cut through. Xingcun slapped its wrist. Mind if I have your food? I'd be super grateful. The monster yelped in pain and instinctively let go. Xingcun swiftly grabbed Chiu Thin by the leg. He grinned and said, Now, don't get angry. Are you that hungry? Don't worry. He tossed the guy aside and declared, I'll eat every last one of you in a minute, then you won't be hungry anymore. Meanwhile, Chiu Thin was groggily coming to, his head still foggy. Seeing Xingcun's figure surrounded by monsters, Chiu Thin wondered in disbelief. Did he just pull me out of that pack? He rolled on the ground a few times, crying out, Ow, ow, ow. I think every bone in my body is broken. Xiao Tao ran over, overjoyed. Brother! Chiu Thin whispered her name between breaths. Xiao Tao. She helped him sit up, saying, "Brother, he saved me, and he saved you too. We owe him big time." But before she could finish, she whacked Chieftain on the head, making him spit up a mouthful of blood. Ugh. Xiao Tao, are you trying to beat your brother to death? Then Chieftain got serious. No more games. We need to leave this trial field right now. Seeing the crowd scramble for a newly dropped trial card, Xiao Tao hesitated. But brother, the continuation card just landed over there. I'll get you back to the trial room safely, and then I'll go back for it. He was dead set against it. No, don't go back in. Something's messed up with this trial, trust me. Having no choice, she started leading Chieftain towards room number 6, muttering under her breath, "Fine, whatever." Back with Xingcun, he dodged a monster's attack and sighed. "I'm telling you, you level 1 freaks just follow me around all day, crying about how hungry you are." Xingcun placed a hand on the creature's arm. "This is only because I'm not using the chieftain's flame. If I actually used it." As a wound appeared on the monster's arm, he noted, "It would take 10 seconds to incinerate one of you. That's way too much energy consumption." Xingcun plunged his bare hand straight through its body. "Besides, to evolve to level 3, I probably need to absorb about 100 of you guys." He lifted the monster on his arm, letting out a fake, pitying sigh. "The road to evolution is so tough, isn't it? So, why don't you just behave and let me eat you?" Xingcun was taken aback. When he looked up, he saw the release gate was open. Again, just as I thought. The final release is starting early. Inside room number 6, Chieftain raised his hand, muttering, "Our lives are more important than our futures. This trial is way more dangerous than any of the past ones." Just as he hit the button to open the escape door, the power cut out, and everything went black. Chieftain started banging on the door, but Xiao Tao was staring outside, her entire body shaking. Her voice trembled as she said, "Brother, you have to see this." In the dim light, hordes of monsters were just falling from the sky, non-stop. It looked like a scene straight out of hell. Xiao Tao stammered, "Monsters. So many of them. They're just pouring out of the release gate endlessly." The second some guy grabbed a continuation card, he got decked. The attacker snatched it and screamed, "This continuation card is mine!" He curled into a ball to protect the card in his hand as the crowd swarmed him, everyone looking vicious. "I will get back to the Superhuman Academy. I want to awaken." That dude in black desperately clutched the card, trembling. "I want fame and fortune." He screamed, "I'm gonna get revenge on all those bastards who bullied me." His eyes were filled with pure hatred, and he snarled through clenched teeth, "I won't show any mercy." Suddenly, a monster grabbed one of his classmates by the head and dragged him away right in front of him. He stared in horror at the scene before him. Monsters. Why are there so many? Clutching the card tightly in his hand, he kept backing away. How can this be? There can't be this many monsters, no way. Up on the next floor, Li Gong stood at a window, looking down at the bloody scene below, trying to calm his own nerves. "I've wrecked the backup power. There's no turning back now. If you guys have to die, then you can die with Xingcun." Li Gong smirked, shifting the blame. "If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have risked releasing all 33 monsters and facing a potential death sentence." Huh. He spotted me, and he's smiling. Down below, Xingcun saw him and gave a small smile. But the smile didn't reach his eyes at all. Li Gong said confidently, "What's so damn funny?" He flipped him the bird contemptuously. "Actually, I should thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made 10 million. Li Gong imagined his bright future. "Tomorrow, I'm going abroad, gonna live the rest of my life in luxury and happiness. As for you," he decided Xingcun's fate, "you're gonna be monster food." He hadn't even finished his sentence when the guy threw a monster's arm right at Li Gong. The arm whizzed past his head, making him jump with a yelp. "Whoa, stupid Li Gong, can't even hit me." The second he muttered the word trash, the arm slammed into his head. Losing his balance, he started to fall, screaming in terror. "No, I don't want to!" His voice echoed through the air. "I don't want to fall." Ah! It all happened in a flash. Li Gong landed right in the middle of the monster pack. He looked at Xingcun and begged, Save me. I'll split the 10 million with you." He coldly refused. "Too many monsters. I can't even save the other trainees, let alone a piece of crap like you." Xingcun said, acting all nice. "Besides, I'm already being generous by not steering the monsters your way." He said that, but his hand was already pushing a monster towards the guy. He feigned an apology. "Oops, my hand slipped. Looks like you're about to become a tasty snack." A monster took a bite out of Li Gong and he screamed in agony. "No!" The monster's eyes suddenly flashed and the tail on its back shot out. It whipped its head around, sniffing the air and locked onto Xingcun, marking him as the traitor. All the surrounding monsters whipped their heads towards Xingcun. "Traitor! Traitor!" The traitor must be killed. He wasn't scared at all and just laughed. So you guys really do level up and get smarter. Maybe you saw me eating other monsters before. How about a deal? Don't call your buddies to swarm me, okay? Looks like that's a no. Watching this on the monitor, Chen Ying couldn't help but be impressed. To be able to kill Li Gong in a situation like this, a villain's job is never that easy, I guess, but this is as far as he goes. He sneered. Over 30 monsters, constantly evolving after eating the trainees. Even 3 old superhumans couldn't make it out of this training ground alive. Chen Ying quickly left. He held out his hand, and his power shot out, seeping into the metal support beams. All I have to do is shut the final main door to the 2nd floor. Chen Ying clenched his fist, and the metal supports shattered along with it. Seeing the partition door slam shut, he was satisfied. All set. Cut to the entrance of the 2nd floor, the control station. 2 staff members were unconscious. Chen Ying was holding a cup of water. He mercilessly splashed the water on their heads. Startled, the 2 of them slowly opened their eyes, gradually coming to. Chen Ying slammed the cup on the keyboard and yelled, "Explain yourselves! What the hell happened? Why is there a power outage in the training ground? Why are all the monitors down? And why won't any of the doors open?" They clutched their splitting headaches, still groggy, and replied, It wasn't our fault. It was Li Gong. He knocked us out. Yeah, he must be the one who sabotaged the main and backup power for the training ground. Hearing that, he pretended to be furious. Bullshit, don't try to pass the buck. This is your screw-up. Get the power back on, now. Otherwise, with the emergency measures built around the training ground, the rescue team won't be able to get in. The male staff member made an estimate and replied, "Half an hour, at the very least." Chen Ying rushed them. "Half an hour? Fine. Just restore it, fast. God knows what Li Gong is doing in there." Than Knox spoke up hesitantly. "No, we can't do that. What if Li Gong released all the monsters in there? Shouldn't we notify the cleanser HQ or something?" He got right in her face and threatened her. Forcing it open could cause at least 100 million in damages. "You do the math," Thongok asked, flustered. "On what grounds do we call the cleansers?" Chen Ying said coldly, "On suspicion that some crazy little maintenance worker sabotaged the equipment inside, and then tell the cleansers to break down the main door by force?" Chen Ying ordered, "Enough talk. Get the power back on for me." They had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Yes!" He turned his back to them, smirking to himself. After half an hour, inside the training ground, Chen Ying, who saw human life as worthless, gloated internally. There will be nothing left but monsters. Right now, inside the training ground, blood flowed everywhere. Cries for help echoed nonstop. "Help! The door won't open! Let us out!" Xingcun unbuttoned his cuffs as he listed off the facts. Power's out, cameras are cut, all the exits are sealed. His body began to transform, and he was extremely pleased. "I really have to thank them. This way, I can transform without a single worry." Xingcun threw his shirt sleeve aside and yelled, "Come on, my brethren, let me give you a proper send-off." He swung his arm in a circle, using his Flames of the Overlord skill, which instantly killed several monsters around him. "Here's hoping you're not born with monster genes in your next life." Xingcun puffed his cheeks and sighed. "So full. I'm seriously stuffed." He threw a punch to stop a charging monster. "The energy I absorbed is way over expectations, and it's because these monsters ate so many trainees, and all of them were unawakened superhumans. I've indirectly consumed a ton of the superhuman genes they carried." Even though Xingcun was a bit reluctant, he had to accept it. Can't be helped. It's useless to try and stop it. Monster genes or superhuman genes, they're all human genes at the end of the day. No matter how tough this is going to be, I have to chew through it. I have to get stronger, strong enough to go to hell and take down the demon god. If I don't go to hell, who the hell will? The monster blocked his hand, growling, "Traitor." Zixing scoffed, a murderous glint in his eyes. He started absorbing it, saying, "Shut your trap. I was calling for my brethren, not you. I'm talking to your master." Zixing let out a wicked grin. "You things that steal the bodies of my kind. You outsiders. You parasites. I'm gonna wipe out every last one of you, and your king too." Suddenly, he noticed a change in his hand. His left hand was starting to evolve. That's right, the monster genes combined with the superhuman ones were finally enough energy. Xingcun's eyes became bloodshot. He remembered from his past life. The 3 stages of evolution. First is the brain evolution. Every single monster is part of a communication network, like a cheap-ass phone connecting to the internet. Stage 2 is upgrading that $100 phone to a $1,000 phone. It becomes capable of controlling all the cheap phones and can even spy on the $10,000 ones, or even better. His eyes suddenly went blood red. "This is bad. I have to cut off the monster's network immediately." A red network pattern spread out at his feet. He tried to control his arm, to disconnect, to force a disconnection, but it was too late. On the other side, Chu Sheng's voice rang out. He saved our lives. He's my boss. Chu Sheng's boss. Plus, he got seriously jacked up because of us. If we're comrades, we gotta have some integrity. We can't just jack his stuff. Xingcun glanced over, wondering to himself, the other trial takers, they survived? Tian kicked Chu Sheng hard, disagreeing. We just have the same interests. This was just a temporary alliance, that's all. Chu Sheng, you son of a bitch, you really think you're the big boss now? I put up with you for a second and you think you can run the show? What a damn moron. Goofy Hair looked at Chu Sheng with pity. Sorry, Brother Chu, but Tian's right. He kept backing away. Luckily, Xiao Tao was there to catch him. She cried out worriedly, Brother! Tian's voice was still echoing. This is our chance. There are only 3 passes. In the end, isn't it going to be a fight to the death for them anyway? He flipped on them right then. We didn't ask him to go fight the monsters. He wanted to show off his skills, beat all the monsters himself. That's why he got hurt. He was probably just trying to be a hero. Tian's crew chimed in, shouting, Listen up, kid. You're seriously messed up right now. If you don't want us to beat you to death, then hand over the passes. We know you must have grabbed the other 2. We want all 3 of them. Chu Sheng struggled to his feet and said, Xiao Tao, don't move. Let me go over there and help them. We absolutely cannot let them bother our savior. Seeing this, Wu Yin from the back yelled out urgently, Chu Sheng, don't go over there. He was so worried he started stuttering, Don't go. You'll definitely die. Chu Sheng turned around cautiously and asked, Wu Yin, did your spirit sense something? Seeing that Chu Sheng wasn't making a move, Tian urged him, Kid, just hand them over already. Not wanting to waste any more time, he decided to strike first, or else we'll come and take them ourselves. The moment he finished speaking, a strange object shot up from the ground, and Tian's body exploded into a bloody flower. Goofy Hair's face was splattered with red. He was still dazed, asking himself, what just happened? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Am I tripping? Tian's crew, they're completely wiped out. He was trembling all over, his voice shaking as he said, What is this? As he stared at the giant monster's body. Its entire body was covered in tough scales. Goofy Hair recognized it, an earth dragon. The earth dragon opened its massive maw, which split into 4 sections. The sheer pressure radiating from it forced Chu Sheng's group to clamp their hands over their ears, but blood still poured relentlessly from their eyes, noses, and mouths. A moment later, unable to bear it any longer, all 3 of them collapsed to the ground, motionless. Goofy Hair wasn't doing any better. He was just stunned. Oh! Goofy Hair's eyes started to roll back into his head. I've seen this before, in the news. The paper had a picture of an earth dragon with some info. An earth dragon appeared in a small southern village, and the 4-star superhuman there just happened to be away. The local eradication bureau was wiped out along with the village. When superhuman reinforcements finally arrived, all they could do was drive the earth dragon away. Goofy Hair collapsed to his knees. It's over. Who gives a damn about the passes now? The earth dragon smashed down once, and he was toast. Everyone in this trial zone is gonna die. Seeing this, Xingcun couldn't help but curse. Son of a bitch, something terrifying has tapped into the monster network. He saw it slam its head into the wall with a loud crash and sighed. Taking out their king is a real pain in the ass. It charged straight for Xingcun, who raised his arm to block. He could feel the danger closing in. The difference in their raw power was just too huge. He couldn't block it head on. He had to figure out a way to gain some kind of advantage. The wounds covering his hand healed in an instant. Only now could Xingcun get a good look at the earth dragon up close. And that's when he realized this earth dragon was just a tail. Rewind to 2 minutes earlier, in the parent waiting area. Xingcun's mother was praying earnestly, Please, Bodhisattva, watch over my Xingcun. Let him pass this final trial safely. The mother listened silently as the people around her chattered. Sigh, this trial has a death rate, you know. I told you, we shouldn't have let our kid fight for this second chance. He could have just been a normal, protected citizen. A protected citizen? You mean just wait around to die? You think this is still the world from 20 years ago, before the monsters showed up? These days, if you don't have superhuman powers, you're in danger all the time. Forget about a stable income or government benefits. Becoming a superhuman is the only way to properly protect yourself and your family. The trial is this hard for a reason. You think everyone else is an idiot? Sigh. Please, let me be okay, she thought nervously. The training grounds are just up ahead. The power inside suddenly cut out for more than 10 minutes and it's still dark. This can't be part of the training, can it? As her anxiety spiked, she went up to the guard at the door and said, Hi, I'm a student who just got accepted into the Superhuman Academy, and I've got a feeling something's weird with the electricity inside the training grounds. The parents, who were already on edge, are now even more freaked out hearing the word weird. Hearing this, the two staff members clamped their mouths shut, shocked, thinking, how does she know? To avoid giving anything away, one of them snapped. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Everything's normal in there. Get back to your seat now. If you don't, we'll kick you out. Xiao Yu calmly explained. My superhuman ability is lightning. I can actually sense it. Before she could finish, the other guy pointed at Xiao Yu and asked, Hey, whose family are you with? Only relatives are allowed to wait here. Seeing how young she was, the staff member got even bolder, grilling her about who let her in. Suddenly, everyone clutched their chests and cried out, Arg, my chest hurts so bad. Xiao Yu also grabbed her chest, wondering, why is everyone's chest hurting at the same time? What the hell is going on in here? This is way too creepy. Something's wrong. She bit her lip to endure the pain, forcing herself to stay clear-headed and list out the suspicious points, then came to a conclusion. A power outage, plus sudden chest pain. Something has definitely gone wrong in the training grounds. Seeing her open the door and step inside, the staff member couldn't stand up to stop her and could only stammer, Hey, stop. Stop right there. You can't go in. Xiao Yu quickly scanned the area and then locked onto her destination over here. At that moment, the security chief was directing his men. Get it back online, now. Those kids in there are waiting for you to open the doors. A subordinate reported. The second floor door is locked too. Let's focus all our power on restoring the first floor door. Yes, sir. He frowned, thinking, weird. That pressure wave came right through this door. A door that not even a spark can penetrate. Some kind of terrifying monster is definitely about to appear. This door isn't safe at all anymore. Xiao Yu suddenly appeared and said, Let me. The security chief saw a stranger and yelled, Who are you? Who let you in here? Get out! Xiao Yu pointed to herself and introduced, I'm a new freshman at the Superhuman Academy with 95% superhuman genes. My power is lightning. I can restore the electricity in this place. Thinking this was some kind of joke, the security chief yelled, A freshman? You haven't even started school yet. A freshman, for crying out loud. You're not even a level 1 superhuman yet. You don't have any electricity in your body. How could you possibly restore the power here? Get the hell out of my sight. A flash of lightning sparked in one of Xiao Yu's eyes as she said coldly, I don't have electricity in my body, but as long as I'm in the city, I have unlimited electricity to use. The moment she finished speaking, Xiao Yu gave them a demonstration. A stream of pink lightning snaked through the air before gathering around her. The security chief stared in shock at the nearby lightning stream. What the hell? Where did this electricity that's visible to the naked eye come from? He tried to touch the current with his fingertip and recoiled, his whole body going numb. Ow! The security chief looked at Xiao Yu again, and then remembered, she's covered in electricity, but she doesn't feel anything? That's right, there really was a super genius with 95% superhuman genes who appeared recently. It's her. Seeing the system screen light up, his mind was a mess. Crap, this is bad. She can actually restore the power here and open the doors to the training grounds. No way. I don't know what kind of monster is in the training grounds, but it's gotta be dangerous. I'm just here to do a job, not to die. The security chief yelled at Xiao Yu. Stop, he said with a serious face. Your ability isn't stable yet. You could very well damage the equipment here. This is national property, you know. I can't let you run wild. She walked forward slowly, lightning still swirling around her body. You want to stop me? The security chief put on a righteous act. We have someone obstructing our work and destroying our equipment. Patrol team, on my command, remove the obstruction. Following his order, everyone raised their guns and aimed at Xiao Yu. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a genius. Even with their guns, they were still scared of her power, so they only dared to threaten her. The security chief pointed at Xiao Yu and said coldly, Try taking one more step, I'll shoot you dead. Over on this side, Xingcun's hand gripped the earth dragon's tooth, trying to pull it out, while blue flames continuously shot out from his arm. But the tooth was completely unaffected. Xingcun was stunned. This thing's tooth isn't afraid of my chief's flame? The two upper teeth suddenly grew longer and sank deep into his arm. Xingcun quickly pulled his hand back. He stared at his mangled arm. Xingcun thought to himself, it's way too sharp. What are these black fangs? They're insane for both offense and defense. Plus, it can devour a portion of my gene power without even having to hit me. If I get bitten a few more times, my third evolution stage will be over. The earth dragon slammed its tail towards Xingcun, and he quickly dodged backwards. He told himself, I have to find a way to avoid its black fangs. Now's my chance. Xingcun raised his hand. A sharp object emerged from his palm, and he yelled, Binding tail! The sharp object extended and wrapped tightly around the earth dragon's body. Xingcun thought, my binding tail can't even pierce its skin, but at least I can pin it down. He then pulled himself closer to it. Xingcun unleashed the blue flames again, using the chief's flame to burn its outer skin to see if he could cook the meat inside. Suddenly, he froze. Cold sweat poured down his face as Xingcun let out a soft groan. What he didn't expect was that the black fangs on the earth dragon's body would sprout out as a defense mechanism when attacked. He wondered in shock. The black fangs can grow on its body too? Out of options, Xingcun stabbed it hard, and blood gushed out like a fountain. He pushed himself as hard as he could. Let's risk it. Maximum output. Xingcun once again unleashed the chief's flame at the bleeding wound and screamed, "Burn!" The earth dragon writhed in agony, desperately trying to throw him off its body. The security chief's mind was racing. The most superhuman genes in history, the center of everyone's attention. But right now, she's just a little girl who just started college. This scene is going to make her piss her pants. But then again, if I actually hurt her, the academy will make my life a living hell. His heart suddenly started pounding violently. The security chief was bewildered. It's that rapid heartbeat feeling again. The men holding the guns flinched, their fingers pulling the triggers out of reflex. They cursed internally. Shit, the bullet flew from the barrel in a split second, followed by a series of continuous gunshots. Seeing the bullets all heading towards Xiao Yu, the security chief got pissed. The other guards got so scared they just started shooting. A bunch of useless morons with no self-control. Crap, I'm gonna get blamed for this. But when he saw all the bullets just zip past her, something felt way off. All these guys, and not a single shot landed? That's way too lucky. But for real, can anyone be that lucky? Xiao Yu muttered, "Knew it. A rotating electric current creates a magnetic field." Hearing that, the maintenance chief got it. She had a powerful magnetic field around her, one that was bending the damn bullets. Seeing the sparks of lightning wrapped around her fingers, he wanted to scream, "Holy shit, is this what 95% superhuman genes can do? Is she even human? How can she just play with lightning like that? It's not supposed to be your freaking limb." He jumped when the controller was ripped from his hand, but the craziest part was, how is she still standing? Can she actually withstand the insane pressure from the training ground? Xiao Yu used her powers to pull the guns and the controller to her, and that's when the maintenance chief finally remembered. "Oh yeah, I remember now. They taught it at the academy. The more superhuman genes you have, the more you can take a monster's pressure." She glanced at the equipment behind her and spoke. "The device is powered up." Xiao Yu shot the men a cold look and ordered, "Open the door." Cut to the second floor, Chen Ying. He was holding his head, yelling, "What the hell is going on in there? Get it back online, now!" After checking, Thon Noak reported, "Chief, looks like the power's back." Chen Ying was completely caught off guard, asking again and again to make sure. "It's back? It's really back?" He frowned, worried. "What's going on? We haven't even started repairs on the second floor. It's like the first floor repair team is suddenly on steroids. They didn't just fix the first floor's lines, but they connected to the second floor's too? I've never seen them work this damn fast before." But on the outside, he forced a smile. "I'll open all the gates now. Save the people first." In his head, Chen Ying was cursing. "What the hell, are you in a rush to die or something?" Thon Nook pressed one of the two red buttons on the console. He stared at the thick, heavy, specially designed door in front of him. Down on the first floor, Xiao Yu and the maintenance chief's crew all watched as the gate slowly opened. She let out a sigh of relief. It's open. On the second floor, Chen Ying rushed to the gate. Down on the first floor, Xiao Yu took off running like her life depended on it. The moment they saw the monster, Xiao Yu, who'd never seen anything like it, stammered in terror, "What is that?" The others were the same, stuttering, "What the hell is it?" But the maintenance chief recognized it, and his legs turned to jelly. His voice was stuck on repeat, saying just one word, "Earth, Earth, Earth, Earth." He was so scared he started cursing, It's. For fuck's sake, don't you read the news? That's an earth dragon." At that moment, Xiao Yu was scanning the area, searching for any sign of Xiao Tin, whispering his name. A flash of blue light near the earth dragon caught her eye. Turns out it was Xiao Tin using his leader's flame. Lightning sparked in Xiao Yu's eyes, thrilled that she'd found him. Because she'd drawn so much electricity, the entire Southern Gene Research Institute was plunged into a blackout, leaving the place pitch black. Chen Ying knelt at the opening, peering down below, muttering in frustration. Now what happened? He stared at the glowing electrical currents, stunned. Why is the ground sparking? Outside the residential area, one section was completely black from the power outage, a stark contrast to the brightly lit sectors around it. Cut to the organization. A woman was reporting the situation. Originating from the training base, the entire current running along the power lines to the high-voltage tower has overloaded. It's probably that new student, Xiao Yu, losing control at the training base again. But still, with the base's defensive layers, it shouldn't have caused such a large-scale collapse. The commander's voice came over the radio. The purifiers, rescue vehicles, and the Academy's 4-star superhuman. Are they on their way? The agent immediately replied. As soon as the Purifier City Recon Station detected the earthquake and the abnormal pressure, they dispatched a team. Over on the other side, Z-Tin saw the pebbles floating in the air, and the electrical currents sparking all around and instantly knew that's Xiao Yu's lightning. For some reason, he felt a wave of relief. She's been a huge help. Z-Tin ignored the pain of the black spikes piercing his hand, digging his fingers deep into the earth dragon's flesh, thinking to himself, before I bail, I can definitely take a piece of it with me. He kicked hard off its body, launching himself backward as he shot a blast of leader's flame at the earth dragon. Seeing the gash appear on its body, Z-Tin was satisfied. His arm healed in an instant, and he dashed over to the person on the ground, calling her name, Xiao Yu. Up above, Chen Ying chuckled. So the mission they sent him on wasn't so simple after all. This kid must have some secrets. But it all ends here. The earth dragon showing up. It's like heaven itself is on my side. Just as the earth dragon lunged down to attack Xiao Yu, Xiao Tin swooped in, grabbing her and dodging the fatal blow. He was lost in his own calculations. He was already thinking of ways to pass the buck, and now the earth dragon's appearance had just erased all the evidence of what he'd planned for this student. The scene is chaotic enough. By my guess, it'll take the purifiers another 2 or 3 minutes to get here. If I can kill him in that window, no one will ever know. Having figured it out, Chen Ying commanded, all training-based personnel, listen up. Every superhuman on site, get out there. Stall the earth dragon until the purifiers arrive. Do not, under any circumstances, let that thing harm anyone outside, and give the surviving students a fighting chance. That goes for you two as well. You hear me? The 2 men immediately responded, loud and clear. A yellow glint from his power flashed in his eyes. Now, there's no one left to get in my way. Hearing the shouts from the people behind him, Z-Tin realized the training-based staff were holding back the earth dragon. Sharp spikes erupted from his arm. A web of red veins bulged on his skin. Z-Tin grew anxious. The 3rd stage evolution is getting more intense. I can't even maintain my human form anymore. He glanced back, his whole body tensing up. A feeling of danger was closing in. Z-Tin's hand shot out, perfectly catching the metal rod flying at him. Chen Ying laughed. Heh, to think you could actually catch that. But when he saw his true form, he stammered in horror, no, you. Chen Ying watched as Z-Tin crushed the metal rod like it was nothing. A mysterious blue light flashed in his eyes. He stared at the metal shards falling to the ground and cursed, what the hell is this thing? What kind of superhuman ability can make you look like that? Chen Ying started listing off the attributes he knew. The 5 main elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The guy was baffled. A special variant? With the mental block active, no superhuman power should be able to make an arm do that. Tran-On turns the cell bars into golden metal. What the hell? Are you actually a superhuman or not? With a whoosh, the metal bars slowly lift into the air. His voice booms, I don't give a damn what you are. Tran-On swings his arm and screams, die. The razor-sharp metal bars all shoot toward Xiao Tian at once. He lifts his hand, red veins throbbing in time with his heartbeat. It looked totally freaky. The metal bars slam into Xiao Tian's arm. He scoffs to himself. A sneak attack? Seriously? When Tran-On sees Xiao Tian block the metal bars with his bare hands, he's full of doubt. An arm like that? No human could have that. He's suspicious. What the hell? Are you some kind of monster? Then, Tran-On yells, metal, run him through. But when he sees blue flames melting his metal bars, he just freezes. What kind of flame is this? My metal is completely melted. Monsters don't have elemental powers. So is this guy a flame-type superhuman? As he's thinking this, Tran-On mutters, startled, no wait, monsters can have elemental powers. He stares at the giant hand about to snatch him up. Monsters above level 4 have elemental powers. But how is that possible? Just before Xiao Tian's hand could grab Tran-On, a massive explosion erupts around him, and thick white smoke billows out, completely blocking his view. Tran-On keeps backing up, the blast tearing his robes to shreds. He asks suspiciously, just what are you? Tran-On reasons it out. Not quite human, but not a full-blown monster either. His eyes narrow. I can't kill this thing quickly, but that's fine. He looks like a monster. He sees the guy's arm constantly shifting, muscles exploding and then reforming. Tran-On thinks to himself, I just have to wait a few more minutes. When the purifiers get here, they'll kill him for me. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian is trying to bear the insane pain of his body's transformation. He grinds his teeth, thinking, this 3rd stage evolution is way more brutal than I imagined. It has to be from eating that piece of the earth dragon. Suddenly, sharp spikes, just like the ones on the earth dragon, sprout from his arm. Xiao Tian figures, this is the power of its flesh. If I can't get it under control, I'll never turn back human. He struggles to focus his mind, trying to control his arm. Over on the other side, Tran-On uses the time to forge a super solid golden shield. He thinks, totally confident. This monster is tough, but if I'm just playing defense, my golden shield is no joke. But Tran-On doesn't get to feel smug for long. With a single swipe of his arm, Xiao Tian shatters the golden shield into a million pieces. His body gets wounded in the process. He's totally shocked. My solid gold shield. How could it just get sliced apart like that? Tran-On stares in agony as his blood drips to the floor. It looks like those black spikes just barely grazed me. And I'm this messed up? He collapses to his knees. What the hell is this monster? Damn it, this is impossible. Crap. I can't hold on. My shield is completely useless against his black spikes. I can't even last for another minute or two. Cold sweat pours down his face. He can feel death closing in, terrified that he's going to die right here. He tries to pull himself together and puts on this righteous act to reason with him. Listen to me. I'm being serious. I'm advising you to just stay put. In your current state, if you go outside, you'll be killed on sight. Seeing Xiao Tian distracted, he takes his chance to ramble on before making a run for it. The purifiers are almost here. There's no way they'll let you get away. Even if you get lucky and somehow avoid the purifiers, it's pointless. You're a monster, an enemy of all humankind. No one is going to help you. A smug smile spreads across Tran-On's face. Everyone who sees you will want you dead. You're a monster, and everyone wants to kill monsters. He doesn't even finish his sentence before he freezes, because Xiao Yu is now standing right in front of him. He gasps, shocked. You! She raises her hand, shooting a bolt of electricity at Tran-On. He points at Xiao Tian and screams, "Stop! You're in on this with him. Open your eyes, he's a monster." But Xiao Yu doesn't hesitate for a second, her voice firing back, cold as ice. His name isn't Monster. She keeps advancing on Tran-On, her voice full of conviction. His name is Xiao Tian. He sneers, "Do you have any idea what you're doing? You're betraying all of humanity. You're going to regret this." Just then, Xiao Tian moves to block Tran-On from behind. The massive, mutated arm smashes down on him from above, cracking the very ground beneath them. Xiao Tian's voice booms. "If this world won't accept monsters, then I'll carve my own path in blood." Xiao Tian's arm begins to absorb Tran-On's blood as he says coldly, "You've been devoured." He frowns, the veins on his face turning a dark crimson. Loud noises erupt from outside, followed by repeated attacks on the dungeon. Xiao Tian realizes, the purifiers are here. He yells at her, "Xiao Yu, get away from me. Pretend you don't know anything." Xiao Tian says anxiously, "I don't know if I can control my left arm." But Xiao Yu isn't afraid in the slightest. She wraps her arms tightly around his mutated one. Xiao Tian frowns. "You." Xiao Yu looks him right in the eyes and declares, "If you're going to hell, then I'm going with you." Even in a situation like this, she still has blind faith in him. A small smile plays on his lips, his heart filled with warmth. "Yep, you're still the same old you, Xiao Yu." The urgent shouts of the purifiers echo from outside. "Hurry, hurry, save the survivors!" The big question now is, will Xiao Tian's identity be exposed? Chief Bao Qi hangs back, silently calculating. 3 shields from a 3-star Earth-type superhuman that should buy us a little time. Meanwhile, the 2 people in front of him are giving it their all. The director's orders were clear. Protect the people outside. We can't fall back. Chief Bao Qi looks around, searching for an opening. The second that shield breaks, I'll use the chaos to sneak away. But just as the thought crosses his mind, the Earth Dragon targets him directly. Thon Nok screams in terror, "Chief Bao Qi, don't just stand there like a statue." Chief Bao Qi, he's dead. The 3-star Earth-type superhuman is toast. He yells to everyone, "The director's gone too. Run, just run." The Earth Dragon slowly opens its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It opens its massive mouth and lunges at them, sending everyone scattering in a panic. Its crushing aura flares out again. They all collapse to the ground, clutching their chests and groaning. My heart. It hurts again. I can't take it. I can't get up. We're so screwed. Seeing the razor-sharp teeth just inches from his face, Thon Nok says in despair, "We can't even run." Suddenly, a loud noise nearby ripped through the air, grabbing his attention. The newcomer was a gorgeous girl holding a pink pipe. A tiny spark of hope lit up in Thon Nok. An artificer? Holding a pipe? Who the hell is that? I don't care who she is. Just get us out of here. This girl was Shangguan Kui. Seeing the monster, she muttered in confusion, "An earth dragon?" Water poured endlessly from her pipe. She swung her pipe, her voice dripping with rage. "So you're the one who ruined my blind date." Thon Nok and his crew flinched, screaming on the inside. Is she gonna slice right through us too? Somebody save us!" When the blade of water passed right through him without leaving a scratch, Thon Gok was shocked. Whoa. The water blade totally avoided us. Power like that. Can it really cut the Earth Dragon? We threw everything we had at it and couldn't even leave a dent. The Earth Dragon roared in fury and pain. Seeing it, he realized, that element, it's like a dancing spirit, but at the same time, it's like a raging demon. This is the wall that holds back countless 3-star superhumans from ranking up. The legendary trait of a 4-star superhuman, the life element. Seeing its wounds start to close up, they screamed at each other to escape. We can move! Go, go, go! It's healing! Thun Nok stared, dumbfounded, at the girl before him. Then it hit him. He remembered the strongest guardian of the Superhuman Gene Academy, the 4-star superhuman with 91% superhuman genes, Shangguan Kui. She turned to the others and said, "Leave this to me. You all get out of here and evacuate everyone else. And while you're at it, brief the next artificer who shows up on the layout and what's going on in here." Quan Kui faced off against the Earth Dragon, her gaze locked on it, and told the group to find and rescue any other survivors. They nodded frantically. Right, right. Inside the training ground, the silence was deafening. Xiao Yu asked nervously, "Can you change it back to a normal human hand?" Xiao Tin nodded. "It'll just take a bit." He glanced around. "You hide first. I'll stall for time." He ducked into a room to hide. Seeing someone coming, she pointed in a different direction and yelled, "Hey, Mr. Artificer, I'm over here," she thought. "Yes, we're saved." Meanwhile, Xiao Tin's arm swelled up again, the sharp spikes growing longer and longer. He steeled himself. Level 3 power is 10 times stronger than level 2. A level 3 monster has to get huge to handle its own monster genes. I need to keep compressing this power and get back to my human form so my bones can evolve first, making me stronger. Just as he had that thought, Xiao Tin felt a jolt. Whoa. He could feel something different inside his body. This is the 1% superhuman gene I got the day I was reincarnated, Xiao Tin realized. They're absorbing the superhuman genes from that fat dude I swallowed. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Bottom line is, my 1% superhuman gene has finally awakened. Xiao Tin told himself, I have to use the superhuman gene to stabilize the monster genes. I need to guide them systematically to evolve my bones. The color of his bones started to darken. As the bones in his arm turned completely black, he could feel a distinct change. This power. The spikes on his arm shot out at insane speed, punching right through the ceiling. The Earth Dragon's black fangs. Elsewhere, Yi Yang was holding Wu Yin, telling Xiao Yu gratefully, "Thanks to you, kiddo, we were able to find 3 survivors so fast." She forced a smile. "Don't mention it." Inside, she was screaming, "Why the hell did we find them so fast?" Suddenly, a loud crash came from the room Xiao Tin was hiding in. He jumped. Yi Yang and Qing, he instantly snapped their heads in that direction. The man wondered, "What was that? Another monster?" Xiao Yu thought anxiously, "Oh no, they're going to find Xiao Tin." When she saw the two of them heading for the noise, she screamed, "Don't!" Qing, he raised a hand to silence her. "Shh, you'll draw the monster to us." Xiao Yu bit her lip hard. "Xiao Tin, if they force you to run to the ends of the earth, I'll go with you." The two men moved cautiously, scanning their surroundings. "Careful now," Yi Yang whispered. Just then, Xiao Tin walked out of the room, looking embarrassed. Sorry. I just woke up. What's going on?" Seeing him, the man breathed a sigh of relief. "It's a person, not a monster." "Damn, kid, you scared me." After another quick sweep, the man pulled out his phone. "Captain, reporting in. We've found a total of 5 survivors. Nearby," Xiao Yu whispered. "You good?" Xiao Tin gestured to his arm and gave a small nod. "All good," but he was thinking grimly. "All the bones in my body have evolved to the Black Fang state, but my strength is nowhere near the actual Earth Dragons. I'm still pathetic." Then, Yi Yang added, "The Earth Dragon's been driven off. Awesome. We're leading the survivors out now." From his past life, Xiao Tin knew just how pathetic humanity really was. No one here had a clue that only a 4-star superhuman could actually take down an Earth Dragon. But even then, the real power of an Earth Dragon was way beyond what they imagined, and the one in this training ground, it was nothing more than the tail of a demon god. The monsters lurking deep underground are on a whole different level from what humans can comprehend. "I have to get stronger, and fast," he told himself. "You can't save anyone if you can't even save yourself. I need resources. I need gene power. I'm going to make me and Xiao Yu so strong that no one can touch us. But until then, I have to lay low and pretend to be just another superhuman." Xiao Tin remembered his past life. This place had been a wasteland, nothing but rubble. Back then, he had been a monster, hunting survivors through every nook and cranny. A man with determined eyes behind a pair of glasses stared right at Xiao Tin. A demon god erupted from the earth and crushed the man like an ant. Xiao Tin snapped back to the present, muttering, "We're running out of time." Xiao Yu shot a gloomy look at a busty girl in front of them and asked, "How much longer are you going to be at it?" You've been checking people out since the second we walked through the school gate. Xiao Tin looked over. A 36D? Seriously? He quickly added. I'm a changed man. That's not what I meant by running out of time. She pouted, clearly not buying it. Oh, Sawura. He looked at the line of enrolling students before him, his voice turning serious. In 1 year, the world is going to change drastically. So before that, you have to evolve into a 5-star superhuman as soon as possible. Xiao Yu looked up at Xiao Tin and asked, we only have 1 year, and the strongest person in the world is only a peak 4-star. No human even knows what kind of power a 5-star has. She spun around and grabbed his hand. We have to work our asses off. Harder than we did for the damn college entrance exams, Xingcun promised with a smirk. Trust me, I got your back. For some reason, Xiao Yu blushed. I trust you. Then she pouted, all pissed off. But he just looked away. He changed the subject, laying out the plan. First, you gotta hit 3-star superhuman within a month. Xiao Yu looked worried. My superhuman gene is at 95%. I heard the higher your superhuman gene is, the more resources you need later. We don't have any connections. How are we supposed to get all that stuff? She muttered. About the resources. Before she could finish, Zhao Sheng waved from nearby, yelling, Boss! He ran up and said, because of you, me Zhao Sheng Zhao Xiao Tao and Wu Yin managed to survive that trial. We actually get to stay at the academy because of you. Seeing his confused look, Zhao Sheng quickly explained. The school bent the rules. They're letting all the survivors pass the trial. He bowed deep, even shoving the heads of the 2 guys next to him down to make them do it too. We'll never forget this debt for the rest of our lives. From now on, you're our boss. We'll do whatever you say, even if it kills us. No regrets. Xiao Tao mumbled shyly. Bro, this is so cringe. Xiao Yu's voice went up an octave. Whoa, you've got guys swearing their undying loyalty to you now? You've really leveled up. Xingcun just sighed. I guess I've changed. Zhao Sheng looked over at Xiao Yu and asked, Boss, who's this? I wanted to ask back when you saved us during the final trial, but I never got the chance. He introduced her. This is Xiao Yu. She gave a little wave to play along. Hello. The second they heard that, the 3 of them totally short-circuited, stammering, Xiao, you? Then they all screamed, Is she? Is she? Is she the one from the school forums? The strongest freshman in the entire history of our academy? The 95% superhuman gene, the highest in history, the prodigy, Xiao Yu. He was just done. Yo, you guys are being way too loud. Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately started shipping them. Damn, boss, you really are the man. You and the legendary Xiao Yu are actually... The 2 of them just stared blankly when Zhao Sheng finished his sentence. A couple. With zero enthusiasm on their faces, they both snapped in unison. As if... Xiao Yu hopped off the suitcase, and they spoke in sync again. Look, it's a pain to explain, but me and this idiot... He went to poke her cheeks with 2 fingers, and she perfectly blocked him with her own 2 fingers, as they both finished in unison. Are just childhood friends, that's it. Zhao Sheng put his hands on his hips, staring at the suitcase. Yeah, right. And you're sharing a suitcase. Who's gonna believe you? Wu Yin scratched his head, laughing nervously. Well, if you guys are childhood friends, you're probably gonna team up, right? So, I have a proposal. He gave a genuine smile. After the freshmen get here, there's gonna be a resource battle. Every new student gets a starter pack of resources. You've got 3 hours to steal from each other using whatever skills you have. So, can we team up for a bit? My spirit sense can help you dodge the heavy hitters among the freshmen. Even though Wu Yin was embarrassed, he got it all out. That way, maybe we won't get all our stuff jacked. You mean, jacking resources from just 1 or 2 other students? Zhao Sheng yelled. Wu Yin, shut your mouth. He scowled. Are you trying to get the boss killed? Wu Yin stammered. I was just saying. Zhao Sheng got right in Wu Yin's face, his voice pissed off. Students like us who barely scraped by, and the ones with low superhuman gene percentages in every class, were always the first targets, especially this year. Did you already forget what the upperclassmen told us? He repeated the upperclassmen's warning, that 88% prodigy they found during the big high school graduate screening. He's already the top dog of the freshman class, and his crew's goal is to take every last resource from anyone with a superhuman gene score under 50%. Zhao Sheng scowled, because it's damn near impossible to awaken with a gene percentage under 50. Like me, I'm only at 39%. His sister was a bit higher. Xiao Tao is at 41%. Wu Yin looked kinda ashamed hearing that. And Wu Yin, you're barely scraping by with 50% yourself. Zhao Sheng said, his jaw set. We can't drag the boss into our mess. Period. Xingcun and Xiao Yu glanced at each other, totally on the same wavelength. They both muttered just loud enough for the other to hear. A resource battle. Looks like our first loot box just arrived, huh? Plus, they're such cute little prey. If we train them to be our loyal sidekicks, it'll save us a ton of time and effort. He grinned, already imagining the future. I can make them the strongest fighters in the entire school. No, screw that, the whole world, right behind us. They'll reach the pinnacle of their lives, and they'll be happy to clear any obstacles in our way for us. She raised a hand and clenched it into a fist. Isn't this basically shackling them with the chains of friendship? With their plan set, Xingcun spoke up. All right, let's form a team. The second he said it, Zhao Sheng, who was about to throttle Wu Yin, yelled out in shock. Huh? He yelped, totally shocked. Boss, you don't have to pity us. He put a hand on Zhao Sheng's shoulder. It's not about that. I'm teaming up with you guys because you're loyal to a fault. You're excellent and useful partners. He was surprised, but when he heard the word useful, Zhao Sheng was so moved he started bawling, choking out, "B-boss!" Xingcun spread his arms wide. It's just, if you're gonna join my crew, our goal is gonna have to change a little. Internally, he added. By a hell of a lot. Zhao Sheng declared, the boss has faith in us, we'll never let you down. He just grinned, his eyes crinkling. Wait, a thought just occurred to me. What if someone, accidentally took everyone's resources? Xiao Yu jumped in. Then all those resources would belong to them, right? Wu Yin nodded automatically. Yeah, I guess. But deep down, something felt wrong. Like, really not right. Xingcun burst out laughing. Relax, man. We're just messing with you. Now hurry up and show us to the dorm so we can ditch this suitcase. Xiao Yu nodded too. Our first class is tonight. Xiao Tao gave them a small smile. All right. On the way, Wu Yin got curious. Oh yeah, boss, I totally forgot to ask what's your superhuman gene percentage, he answered mysteriously. You'll find out soon. It'll probably give you a heart attack. Hearing that, Zhao Sheng got all hyped up. The boss's percentage must be insane. That night, the whole crew headed to class. In their first class, a guy stood at the front. Name's Fu Lun. I'll be your basic studies teacher for the next year. And I don't bullshit. He scanned the room, then continued. Anyone who can't awaken their superhuman powers within 1 year can get the hell out of this academy. The last one to return from the final trial. A 50% comprehension rate. I've awakened a psychic-type superpower. Danger sense. My 50% superpower gene is pathetically weak. Then, Fu Liang just coldly starts reading out the numbers. 39%, 41%. Down in the crowd, Zhuo Sheng, with zero shame, cheerfully throws his hand up and yells, Mr. Fu, I'm back. Xiao Tao, sitting next to him, just mumbles. Oh, he pointed towards Zhuo Sheng's group. If you guys can't awaken within a year, you'll be normal for the rest of your lives. Everyone burst out laughing, and he just laughed along. I'll try my best, Xiao Tao answered timidly. Yeah? Zixing wondered. What's up with Mr. Fu? Zhuo Sheng smirked and explained. Anyone with a superpower gene level under 50% can't awaken. He's just calling out their numbers. Up on the stage, he adjusted his glasses and continued. This year's class is pretty special. I'm sure you've all read the news. The person with the highest superpower gene count in all of human history is in this class. As soon as he said that, all eyes locked onto Xiao Yu. Fu Liang's tone got all weird. Xiao Yu's future is beyond imagination. But that's not what shocks me the most. What shocks me the most is that some scrub with only a 1% superpower gene managed to get into this class. His eyes darkened as he said coldly, the 1% student. Down in the crowd, that dude shot a smug grin, while everyone else started looking around. Whispers started up. Man, a gene level that low is just sad. Zhuo Sheng muttered to himself, his voice dripping with pity for someone even more pathetic than him. 1%. That's just tragic. They're totally gonna be the class punching bag. He didn't even notice the guy next to him getting up. Zixing stood up, smiled, and said, Mr. Fu, I've awakened. It's a metal-type superpower. His words made the other dude jump and think, holy crap, the 1% student is this guy. Fu Liang didn't even seem that surprised, calmly wondering to himself, a 1% superpower gene can actually awaken? He adjusted his glasses out of habit. Well then, student Zixing, get up here on the stage and help me with this lecture. As Zixing walked up, he half-joked, so, helping with the lesson, there's gotta be a reward, right? Fu Liang, not being a cheapskate, replied. In the resource competition after class, I'll give you an extra share. He smiled back. Thanks, Mr. Fu. Seeing how cocky Zixing was, the teacher immediately threw some cold water on him with a reminder. Don't get too happy. And with that, the teacher started his lecture. So-called superpowers are just elemental powers. Metal, water, fire, wood, earth, ice, wind, lightning, and psychic. Once you awaken, you can use your superpower gene to channel that elemental energy. This energy can be temporarily stored inside the superpower genes in your body. Everyone's eyes were glued to the image on the screen. Zixing's voice echoed through the room. Right now, we need to control the superpower genes. The elements from the outside world get stored right in those genes. Fu Liang chimed in. He pulled a heavy metal bar out of his desk for a demonstration. Fu Liang stood the bar up straight. There's a limit to how much elemental energy your superpower gene can hold. He snapped off a small piece of the metal bar like it was a cookie, then sized it up. 1% is probably about this much. Fu Liang handed the tiny piece of metal to Zixing and said, "For your entire life, this little bit of metal is all you'll ever be able to control. Go on, play with it." He narrowed his eyes, thinking, superpowers, elemental energy. It feels so alien, but also familiar. This is something only high-level monsters can do. The final evolution of a monster is a superhuman. He turned back to the class and said, "You all know that every one of us has a hidden gene sequence. Whether you turn into a monster or a superhuman all depends on if that sequence is a monster gene or a superpower gene." Fu Liang continued his speech. "Luckily for you guys, you're all superhumans who managed to turn that hidden sequence into a superpower gene. But the amount of superpower genes in that sequence is what decides your future. The more you have, the more sensitive you are to the elements, making it easier to train. That's just how this world works. It ain't fair." Then he gave them a crystal clear example. Starting from 90%, every single percentage point a superhuman gains is a massive leap forward. Shangguan Hui, with his 91%, can breathe underwater. Then he looked over at Xiao Yu. Student Xiao Yu, right here in our class, can already take at least 3,000 volts of electricity. His voice was filled with anticipation. If someone with 100% superpower genes ever appeared, they could basically call themselves a god. Fu Liang's eyes subtly flickered over to Zixing. On the other hand, the lower your superpower gene count, the less sensitive you are to the elements. The training gets harder, and below 20% there is no awakening rate. Just then, Zixing suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Fu, this theory again?" The teacher turned to look at him and muttered, "In that case." But before he could even finish, Fu Liang froze. The piece of metal in Zixing's hand was turning gold. He said, "Teacher, look, the metal in my hand is melting." Fu Liang was floored. He actually did it. And he's already this good at it? He thought, completely stunned. Wait, wasn't this kid's awakening just some kind of fluke? But what he said out loud was, "Student Zixing, looks like you're either a genius or you're just crazy lucky." Several golden metal bars materialized behind Fu Liang. "Using that tiny scrap of yours, I'm going to teach you a lesson about the real gap between 1% and 80%. The straight metal bars slowly started to bend and curve as Fu Liang's voice rang out. It's like 80 guys jumping one person. All of those metal bars converged on a single point, the tiny piece in Zixing's hand. He said, "You don't need some grand strategy. A simple beatdown is more than enough to completely crush you." Fu Liang raised a hand, controlling his powers, and said coldly, "Your superpower will be crushed, just like that. For those of you with low gene counts, you need to remember your place. You're the weak ones, and the weak are meant to hide behind the strong." Everyone watching from below had mixed feelings about this whole scene. But Zixing remembered. In his memories, this teacher died in a fight to the death. He really did put his students behind him, buying them time to run. He was a teacher you couldn't help but respect. Mr. Fu Liang was sweating bullets. Everyone down below was confused, like, "Yo, why's Mr. Fu sweating so hard?" But Fu Liang was shaking all over, thinking, "Damn it, I can feel this insane pressure." I almost buckled. Feeling the force of the attack ramp up just a little, Zixing smiled. "So, is Mr. Fu trying to crush me with his superpower genes?" He wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was even more confident. "My badass gene swallowed that chump's gene and turned into a super chump gene. Besides, with my 99% monster crew backing me up, it's only natural that the vice teacher can't handle me." This kid had an idea. "This won't do. I should probably keep a low profile. What if no other kids come to bully me?" He pretended to let go of the metal bar in his hand, falling backward and screaming, "Ah, sir, I can't hold on anymore." Inside, he scoffed at himself. "My acting is way too over the top." The teacher could also see that the kid was throwing the fight on purpose. "How is it that I can't overpower him?" The students below all gasped. "Whoa, the teacher is so awesome." "Of course he is. What do you expect from a 1% superhuman gene? Weak as hell." Fa Lung retracted the metal bars, thinking with some annoyance, "That was too close. I almost lost all my credibility." A small smile crept onto his lips. "This kid has a secret, which is pretty cool." Fa Lung cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Thank you for the demonstration, student Xiao Tin. That concludes our basic skills class. He looked down at everyone below. The winner takes all, the strong survive. This is the truth of our school. Everyone get ready, let's begin the battle for the freshman resources. Wu Xiong, sitting in the front row, said arrogantly, I've been ready for a long time. He smirked. I just don't know if our dear friend Xiao Tin is ready. On my way to school today, I happened to overhear his big talk. I just don't know where a 1% superhuman gene like him gets that kind of nerve. Wu Xiong crossed his arms and mocked. He wants to take down all of us and take all the resources. Wu Xiong vaulted over the desk and said, You want to take everyone's resources? That's pretty arrogant, and frankly, surprising. For someone with only a 1% superhuman gene to actually awaken, you must have worked your ass off. He arrogantly introduced himself. I'm Wu Xiong, 85% superhuman gene, a water system superhuman. Then he made sure to add a jab. I'm actually impressed. To be able to keep existing with such a crappy gene, Wu Xiong said, feigning kindness. And you even managed to awaken. As a special exception, I'll invite you to join us. The moment he spoke, the people behind him laughed along. All the students with over 60% superhuman genes are gathered here in the League of the Strong. Wu Xiong had his own reasons for making such an offer. As long as he joined, his girlfriend, Xiao Yu, who has the highest superhuman gene percentage in history, would definitely join too. He spoke up, We can carry out that insane plan of yours together and relieve all the weaklings of their resources. Wu Xiong made a promise. Letting the resources fall into our hands will ensure they are used to their maximum potential. But contrary to his expectations, Xiao Tin burst out laughing. He stated the truth bluntly. In the end, you're just a bully who dares to pick on the weak. Wu Xiong's face darkened. Who the hell do you think you are? He turned and stormed off. You're just a piece of trash with a 1% superhuman gene. You had no right to even be in the Superhuman Academy in the first place. The only reason you passed the final trial was because Xiao Yu was protecting you. I've known all about this for a while. You don't know what's good for you. The only reason I invited you was so you'd bring Xiao Yu along. So confident and shameless, he's even smiling. What a lost cause. He turned around, and Wu Xiong sneered, declaring, My League of the Strong will absolutely snatch up all the resources from you weaklings. He provocatively gave a thumbs up. Good luck with that. I'll be praying for you. All his anger was like punching a cotton ball. Seeing Xiao Tin as cool as a cucumber, he stormed back to his seat, fuming. Fa Lung asked suspiciously, Did you provoke him on purpose? He shook his head and replied, I was just sincerely encouraging him. Like hell, anyone believes that? Fa Lung adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. He handed out slips to everyone. All students, come to the front to receive your resource vouchers, then gather in the forest outside the school. Then he turned to him and said, Xiao Tin, here are your 2 slips. The scene changes to the forest outside the school. In the darkness, Fa Lung's voice rang out, clearly explaining the rules. You cannot leave the forest. You have 1 hour to act as you please. Students, you must rely on your own abilities. Then came a resounding begin. Chu Thiern said excitedly, Let's go. Let's meet up with Big Bro. Ngo-on hesitated. I'm not going. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, Wu-on, what do you mean? He stammered out an explanation. I have to think about myself, too. Wu-on argued. They said that even though I only have a 49% superhuman gene because I've awakened, they'll make an exception and let me into the League of the Strong. Chu Thiern retorted angrily. Big Bro can take us further than they can. Wu-an stepped backward. I'm sorry. Xiao Tin is strong, but he only has 1%. Besides, he's up against the entire League of the Strong. Ugh, I really didn't expect him to piss them off right from the start. Hearing that, he cursed furiously. Wu-on, you traitor! Xiao Tao immediately tried to calm him down. Bro, everyone has their own ambitions. There's no need to make things hard for him. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a group had surrounded Xiao Tin and Xiao Yu, but the 2 of them didn't seem to care, still talking and laughing with each other. The group sneered. Being targeted by over 10 strong superhumans, no wonder he's scared. Do Huang said sarcastically. 1%. You can only laugh for now. You're not going anywhere. We'll be watching you closely. At that moment, Xiao Tin nodded with a bright smile. Right. Bullying the weak doesn't take much time. The guy said, What do you mean, kid? Bullying? It's called the rational use of resources. You don't know, Jack. Elsewhere, a girl was running, panting heavily. After a moment, she stopped to catch her breath and said, I've run far enough. I should be safe for now. Wu Xiong suddenly appeared behind her and said, The human body is 70% water. No one can escape my senses. Hand over your resource voucher. He used his ability, surrounding her head with water. This way you won't have to suffer. She struggled with all her might. No way. These are my resources. On what grounds? Wu Xiong said contemptuously. Just blame your genes for not being good enough to get into the League of the Strong. She struggled to breathe in the water and had no choice but to give in. I'll give it to you. After getting the resource voucher, he left, satisfied, saying, next. After that, Wu Xiong continued to use his ability to attack others and take their resource vouchers. The members of the League of the Strong continuously surrounded those with lower superhuman gene percentages. Wu An also had to follow them to attack a male student. They beat him while ordering, hand over your resource voucher. As Wu Heng was on the move, Shi Zai blocked his path and asked, got all the resources, huh? Wu Heng, a bit surprised, shot back, fanned Shi Zai. I wasn't even looking for you, and here you are, serving yourself up on a platter. Fine by me. Wu Heng smirked. Let's see what a coward like you is made of. The young master of the Fan family who got in through the back door. You really think you're worthy of joining our alliance of the strong? Shi Zai wasn't mad at all. He just laughed. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. He unleashed his fire powers to see if you're qualified to be my underling. Wu Heng burst out laughing. Underling? You're way too used to being a rich boy. Wu Heng shot back with his own water powers. You think you can act like the great young master of the Fan family wherever you go? The two powers, fire and water, clashed with a huge bang. Wu Heng frowned. Isn't water supposed to counter fire? Even if he's strong, my water blast shouldn't have just evaporated like that. Meanwhile, the crowd that got their resource vouchers stolen yelled out, you scumbags! Give us back our resources! If you've got the guts, wait till we're stronger and then we'll see who's boss, you despicable jerk. Another person spoke up hesitantly. Hold on. For better or worse, they've already collected everything. The members of the Alliance of the Strong just scoffed. Are you stupid or something? Who's gonna wait for you to grow up? It's a dog-eat-dog world. If you don't like it, then get stronger right now. The other guy was shaking with anger. You bastards. It wasn't easy for us to get here, Du Huang said excitedly. Now we just wait for our boss, Wu Heng, to get back, and we can collect the last few vouchers. He laughed smugly. 1%. Scared yet? If it weren't for Xiao Yu here, you'd already be toast. Before he could even finish his sentence, electricity sparked right in front of him. He flinched. Electricity! Seeing Xiao Yu sitting peacefully with her eyes closed, Du Huang guessed, Xiao Yu, with her 95% superhuman genes, she must be up to something. It's gotta be her. He decided to charge at her. I have to stop her. He threw a punch, but before it could even land, a hand caught it. Xingcun casually turned and asked, We've been spotted. Still lacking some control, huh? How much longer do you need? Xiao Yu gave a short reply. 1 minute. Du Huang was using all his strength but couldn't budge him an inch. Cold sweat poured down his face as panic set in. Is his hand made of steel or something? I can't move it even 1%. Something's not right. And also, what did they mean by 1 minute? Cut to the school grounds, where the entire campus suddenly lost power. Fu Liang muttered, looks like starting this semester, the school's electricity bill is going to be seriously over budget. He rubbed his fingers together, as if to say, let the finance department deal with that headache. Cut to the forest near the academy. Xingcun turned to the person beside him and said, well, the cat's out of the bag. Might as well go all out with the targeting. Get ready to fry them. The hand squeezed Du Huang's wrist even tighter, making him yelp in pain. Quick, everyone, stop Xiao Yu. Du Huang yelled to his buddies, she's trying to fry us all. One of them rushed forward, only to be told, then you'll have to get through me first. What are you kneeling for? He easily grabbed the guy's hand, making him share Du Huang's fate. After waiting a while, Xingcun turned and asked again, Yi, why haven't you released it yet? She looked at him and answered, there's still one more person I can't locate. The other guy's face was twisted in pain. Ah, help me! My bones are gonna break. How is he so strong? Du Huang, enduring the pain, grumbled, now you see why I was kneeling, huh? He looked up and yelled to the others, everyone, attack together. This punk is ridiculously strong, so be careful. Du Huang reminded them, whoever's awakened, use your powers. Xingcun asked curiously, who is it? Xiao Yu took a deep breath with her eyes closed and answered, Wu Heng. I've already spread the electrical elements through the air. Currents of electricity traveled along the forest canopy. Then, she smiled and said, ah, found him. A water type and a fire type are going at it. A moment later, the members of the Alliance of the Strong were lying on the ground like zapped fish, every one of them with a scorched face. He then announced to the remaining students, all right, listen up. For those of you with superhuman genes under 50%, don't let them intimidate you. I've gotten revenge for you all. I've taken all the resource vouchers from their hands. Your starting point is the same as before, so you can still work hard and get ahead. Seeing this, they scattered and ran in fear. Xingcun shouted after them, what are you running for? Don't waste your energy. Xiao Yu has marked all of you with static electricity. You're guaranteed to get shocked. He thought to himself, this is the move Xiao Yu researched and told me about before. Electricity shot out from her hand, chasing after all of them. This move is called homing thunder. The electric current weaved through the trees in the forest at lightning speed. Meanwhile, the battle between the other two had come to an end. Wu Heng was kneeling on the ground. Shizai smirked. Very good. Now, come here. He raised his hand, and a giant hand of fire, mimicking the gesture, closed in on Wu Heng. His whole body was being crushed inside it. Wu Heng felt a sense of dread. This hand of fire. It's trapping me? My water element can't escape at all. Shizai tilted his head and made a fist. Wu Heng, like a fish on a chopping block, was squeezed tight by the fiery hand. Shizai lowered his hand and asked, think you can last 1 minute? Wu Heng collapsed to the ground with it, feeling helpless and frustrated. He had no power to fight back. Lying motionless, Wu Heng thought back to what Fu Liang had said and cursed under his breath. Damn it, the gap is just too big. As expected, with a powerful family like the fans involved, there's no such thing as fairness. Shizai retracted his power and praised him. Not bad. I'll consider that a pass. You and your alliance can work for me. Wu Heng was covered in scratches. He scowled. A pass for what? I never agreed to any of this. Shizai cut him off. I'm already a 3-star superhuman. In terms of sheer power, I'm already strong enough to graduate from this academy. The fact that you could use your water element to protect yourself inside my hand of fire without getting your face melted off is already impressive. Wu Heng asked, if you're already a 3-star, why are you even here? Shizai leaned down slightly and said, the resources you guys are fighting over. For me, getting them is as easy as lifting a finger. He held out his hand. I came here on behalf of the Fan family to scout for talented people like you. The Fan family treats all gifted individuals fairly, based on their personal abilities. We can help you grow stronger, fast. That kind of fairness is rare in this unfair world. You want in? Wu Heng closed his eyes, thought carefully, and then said, I'm in. He held out his hand as Wu Heng's voice rang out, I want in. At that moment, somewhere else, the fleeing students were all zapped by Xiao Yu's electricity, lying sprawled on the ground. Seeing the bolts of electricity heading his way, Shizai was startled. Lightning! The sparks swirled around him, but Wu Heng got it way worse, getting fried over and over. Model, a whole corner of the forest lit up, followed by screams like a pig being slaughtered. Tate used his fire ability to neutralize the electric current, and he called out doubtfully, Tiongnu? No Heng was paralyzed on the ground, stammering, I can't move anymore. A rustling sound was heard, and Xingcun gave an order. Tealthurk 2, Tealdao over there. Go get the core essence. Take your time. They won't be able to move for an hour. Seeing someone was still unharmed, he waved, Yo, Fan Te, knew you wouldn't go down that easy. No Hung's eyes widened in shock. This dude is a total badass. Te, still holding on to hope, called out Tiongnu. She gave the same reply, Shut up, I can't join you. He narrowed his eyes slightly. No, I want to show you something. Te raised his arm again, using his crimson flame hand skill. A giant hand of fire appeared, and he said, I respect your choice. I'll wait for you to choose. Seeing the hand of fire slowly approaching, Xingcun told Tiongnu, Get out of here. You're no match for him right now. He leaped up, his voice filled with anticipation. Besides, I want to test out my own superhuman strength. The hand of fire slammed down, making the ground shake and sending out waves of heat. Te stood still, watching the raging fire in front of him. But he had a feeling something was off. There's no way his opponent would be defeated that easily. And just as he thought, Xiao Tin came charging in, a piece of yellow metal in his hand. He grinned and said, Young Master Fan, a little flustered, are we? You're not used to people getting this close, are you? Te raised a hand to create a flame, his face annoyed as he shot back. You're delusional. A massive hand of fire flew straight at Xiao Tin's face, but he just spoke casually, just as expected from a superhuman, with 90% superhuman genes. To be able to casually use the energy-draining crimson flame hand like that. That attack was so powerful, yet Xingcun seemed completely unfazed. Not willing to lose, the fan kid ordered the crimson flame to split in two and surround Xingcun, declaring, You've got nowhere to run. He brought both hands up in front of him, then frowned in concentration and yelled, Fuse! The two massive hands of fire immediately clamped down, trapping Xingcun. Witnessing this, No Hung, still on the ground, cried out, Now that's his real power. But you're killing him, Te said coldly. He's not going to die that easily, because he knew deep down that the person before him was the kind of guy who could survive that final brutal evaluation. Suddenly, Xingcun tore through the flames holding him and shot up, his eyes glowing brightly. This scared the hell out of Ingo Hung, who trembled and said, The crimson flame hand, it couldn't even hold him. If he'd been caught, it would have been over in an instant. Te wasn't out of tricks yet. He casually wiggled his fingers and said smugly, "Have a taste of my crimson flame thousand hands." Suddenly swarmed by countless small hands, Xingcun seemed a bit flustered. He looked them over and remarked, "But this is no problem for a guy like me. Looks like the flames got smaller too. In that case, I'll use 1% of my superhuman metal edge." He shot forward, unleashing a dazzling storm of blades that sliced through all of those crimson flames. The sight made the young master of the Fan family unable to believe his eyes. He thought to himself, his combat technique is so smooth, there's no way he just awakened. What the hell is going on? While he was zoning out, Xingcun swung a slash down at him, but he managed to dodge it quickly. That Thay guy retreated, scheming to himself, the blade he controls is damn sharp, but it's fine, murder isn't allowed at school. His eyes were extremely wary, but if I get hurt, things could get out of hand. One careless mistake and the wound could be really hard to heal. Just then, Thay came up with a plan. While Xingcun was busy dealing with the small hands, another hand approached the piece of metal in his hand from above. It quickly grabbed hold of his weapon. He thought smugly, a clash of superhuman powers. I'm gonna win. This guy was incredibly confident in his plan, a smug smirk spreading across his face. Thay calculated carefully. Now, I'll attack his superhuman genes directly and destroy them completely. If his superhuman genes are shattered, they won't recover for at least the next 1.5 years. The more he looked at Xingcun, the more pissed he got, thinking, I can't stand the sight of this guy anymore, I have to destroy him. And that sleazy attitude of his made Xingcun look over. Thay was looking flustered. Damn it, his superhuman genes are insane. Who'd believe he just awakened? As he thought this, the image of his family's uncle appeared vividly in his mind. He's almost like my 4-star superhuman uncle back home. Noticing young Master Fan's bewildered expression, Xingcun quickly put on a show. He collapsed to the ground, yelling with fake sincerity, "Oh man, Fan Thay, you're way too powerful." This ridiculous scene made even Thay wonder, what the hell is he doing? Xingcun shot back up and gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. "You're the strongest in our year, man, I totally submit." That shut him up. Then, Teacher Fu appeared and announced, "The scramble competition has ended. I hope all of you have passed this test and obtained lots of different core essences. All right, hand in your exchange tickets to me. I'll have the core essence room distribute the essence to everyone." But the atmosphere wasn't cheerful or excited at all. Everyone was looking down at the ground with sour faces, sulking. Only Xingcun's team was all smiles. He walked up, holding out a stack of tickets, and said, "Teacher Fu, whoops, I seem to have accidentally collected everyone's prize tickets. In total, we have." Fu Liang took the stack of tickets and nodded in satisfaction. "Pretty impressive. Your group has officially become public enemy number 1 now." Xingcun replied confidently, "I'll be sure to live peacefully with all my classmates." Then Fu Liang turned to the fan kid and asked, "Doesn't Thay still have 1 ticket?" He reluctantly put his hand in his pocket, but after fumbling around, he wondered aloud, "Where's my core essence ticket?" Seeing this, Xingcun spoke up apologetically. "Oh crap, I forgot. When my buddy Thay beat me earlier, I saw a core essence ticket fall. I didn't know whose it was, so I picked it up." His words made the guy furious again. "Shut your mouth! Don't you call me Thay!" He held out the ticket and continued, making the guy shake with anger. "Thay, my bad. Here, you want it back?" Young Master Fan looked away sharply. "I don't need it. You can keep it." But in his heart he swore, "Xingcun, I'm definitely going to kill you." Cut to the resource room, where Xingcun's squad loudly announced, "We're giving you guys 60%, the rest." Immediately, Chu Sheng cut him off. "Boss, you don't have to say another word. 60% is a total of 42 vials of life essence. This is a fortune so insane we couldn't even dream of it. We promise to treasure it and do our best to awaken." Xu Xing nodded. "Good. As long as you get it." Suddenly, Xu Tao spoke up with a question. "Xu Xing, I have something I want to ask you." Seeing this, Zhao Sheng immediately reminded his sister, "Call him boss." Xu Xing replied, "What's up?" Xu Tao then said, "You could have totally crushed Fan Shiji, couldn't you?" As she said this, her voice faltered a bit. "So why, in the end, did you?" Xu Xing flashed a bright smile and said, "He's the young master of the Fan family, not some random scrub. We got the resources, and that's good enough. No need to completely humiliate the guy." Hearing that, Zhao Sheng cheered excitedly. After walking for a bit, he saw that Xu Xing was still following the 2 girls and shouted, "We're at the dorms!" "Whoa, boss, you're going the wrong way." Zhao Sheng pointed out, "That's the girls' dorm, boss. We're roommates, but not in that dorm." Xu Xing pointed to another dorm building next to it, saying, "I'm heading this way." The school provides a special single dorm room for anyone with extremely high-level super genes to keep them from accidentally hurting other students. He still didn't get it and continued, I know that, but Xiao Yu's dorm. However, it seemed like Shu Tao had already figured out the truth. She blushed and immediately smacked her brother on the head. You absolute blockhead. Enlightened by his little sister, Zhao Sheng had a sudden realization. Oh, right. It's our sister-in-law's dorm, isn't it? He then immediately bowed to say goodbye. Have a good night, boss and sister-in-law. Shu Xing was too tired to even bother explaining. I already told you, we're just childhood friends. Good night. As he walked, he said to Xiao Yu, it'll probably take all night to teach you how to absorb these resources. Speaking of which, ever since high school ended, I don't think I've stayed in the same room with you all night in a long, long time. She clicked her tongue. TS, after high school, you were too busy playing the field everywhere. Who'd want to be in the same room as you? He immediately shot back. I've turned over a new leaf, you know. Xiao Yu nodded. Yeah, you'd better have. Shu Xing continued. Now is the perfect time. Hearing this, Xiao Yu thought to herself, this kid seems a little different than before. In the dark of night, Shu Xing's lecture echoed through the dorm as he explained how a huge number of superhumans had appeared in this world. Humans immediately began to study the powers of these superhumans, attempting to replicate them. He sat in front of Xiao Yu, talking nonstop, because humans still can't artificially create superhuman powers, but they can use the energy from living creatures, like animals, to create a life essence fluid to replace the elemental power that superhumans expend. Shu Xing chugged a vial of the essence fluid while saying, it sounds a lot like some monster sucking human blood. After drinking it, his expression was super underwhelmed, but when you actually drink it, you don't feel a thing. It's not even enough to fill an empty stomach. Despite that, Shu Xing affirmed, the guy in the resource room said to only drink 1 vial a day. That way, when combined with your body's constitution and recovery rate, you'll get the best results. But you don't need to worry about that. And don't bother saving the school's electricity bill. Drink as much as you want. Level up to 1 star as fast as possible. Before Xiao Yu could even react, he shoved his face right up to hers, teasing, come on, zap me. Let me see if your current now shows any signs of being refined. Xiao Yu was extremely tense at this moment. Shu Xing, you're too close. In her mind, images of all the times they'd spent together flashed by. These things made her think, he seems to have changed. A lot. He's not hanging out with all those other girls anymore. In fact, it looks like he even deleted all their numbers. Ever since middle school ended, I don't think this guy has ever focused on talking to me like this. Seeing his best friend just sitting there frozen, Shu Xing frowned and urged her, hey, hit me with some electricity already. Words weren't working, so he added action, reaching out to poke her cheek teasingly. You're usually so violent. Don't tell me you can't bring yourself to do it now. This seemed to actually hurt Xiao Yu. She flinched back with a small cry. Shu Xing didn't stop, lunging forward and pinning her to the floor. The two of them, 4 eyes locked in this tense, intimate atmosphere. Shu Xing asked again, what are you spacing out for? Xiao Yu's voice was flustered. Huh? Hearing that, he used his elbow to press her hand down, holding it firmly. At the same time, he leaned in even closer, so close it seemed like their lips were about to touch. Flustered, Xiao Yu quickly turned her face away, cursing him in her head. This guy isn't looking for his other girls. Don't tell me he's falling back into his old habits. Embarrassed, she said softly. Shu Xing, get up. This is really weird. But Shu Xing just replied, you smell so good. I want to eat you. Hearing that, Xiao Yu whipped her head back in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? She was met with the sight of one side of Shu Xing's face transforming into a monster. Holy crap. This time, her hair stood on end and the lightning really flew. Shu Xing just kept muttering, damn it, you smell so freaking good. This was enough to make our girl Xiao Yu snap. She immediately unleashed a blast of electricity that sent him flying away from her. You dare try to eat me? I'll send you to meet your maker. In the dorm next door, Xiao Tao saw the powerful surge of electricity and gasped. Whoa, what a light show. They really should give people with super high-level super genes their own private rooms. Having baited his friend into zapping him, Shu Xing began his analysis, even though he'd just taken a massive jolt of her electricity. Your super genes really are potent. To an aberration like me, the scent you give off is a fatal attraction. After hearing that, Xiao Yu just gave a tired wave, brushing it off. He took off his outer jacket while continuing. I can feel that your electrical source is showing some signs of being refined. The direction is normal. Just keep pushing forward. After saying that, Shu Xing turned to leave. I'm heading out for a bit. Xiao Yu knew exactly where her friend was going and threw a mask at him with a warning. If you're gonna go do something shady, remember to wear a mask. Here, I got one ready for you, he just said. Okay, got it. Before he left the room, Xiao Yu added, be careful, okay? Shu Xing replied cheerfully, don't worry, I'm just going out for a little snack. I'll bring you back some late-night food. After he left, she watched him go, blushing slightly as she muttered, "Idiot." Shu Sing put on a hooded jacket and pulled a mask over his face, completely covering it. As he walked through the woods, he thought, right now, I'm a level 3 monster. With the Overlord's flame, I can probably take down a peak level 3 monster. He glanced at his glowing monster arm, figuring he just had to be careful about hiding his mutated left arm. He was confident that if he kept it covered, people would just think he was some fire-type superhuman. Suddenly, Zijing sensed a strange but familiar energy. This feeling. He instantly changed his arm back to normal. Gotta hide the Overlord's flame. And fast. Then he zoned in, feeling for something deep below. Suddenly, his heart started hammering, as if reacting to some kind of fear. Zixing recognized it immediately. It was the Thunder Dragon, the same one he'd encountered at that last base. Even though I'm at the Superhuman Academy now, the school isn't that far from the base. I can't believe this Thunder Dragon is still roaming around here looking for me. He figured it must have sensed him. Using the Lord's flame too much was a surefire way to lead enemies right to his doorstep. Zixing sighed and started walking, grumbling. Looks like tonight's midnight snack is going to be a real pain to deal with, Zixing muttered as he walked. It's not just the Thunder Dragon down there. There were likely other monsters that humanity had never even heard of. People had no idea that the monsters that were once human were never truly killed. After they die, the smoke that rises from their bodies is the power of the monster gene. This power continuously flows into the monsters living underground until a year later, when they've stored up enough of it, they will launch an all-out attack, and that's when the apocalypse will truly begin. The thing is, in my past life, I happened to stumble upon a clue. The scene shifts to someone's blurry point of view, accompanied by a pained groan. It hurts. So much. Where am I? I remember I was just out with friends, blowing off some steam. The man had been talking to his child when he was suddenly ambushed. Daddy will be home soon. Oh, wait a minute. He was drugged, knocked out, and thrown into a strange car nearby. Inside the car were a few other people who had been kidnapped just like him. A little while later, the guy woke up and started screaming, "Who are you people? What do you want?" One of the masked men complained, "We used too little of the drug, that's why it woke up early." The man kept yelling, "Let me go! I want to go home! This is kidnapping. It's illegal." But it seemed like the two kidnappers couldn't care less. The other guy argued, "No way. I measured the dosage perfectly. This one's just a little special." Hearing that, the guy called Thunderman nodded. "Well, looks like we've hit the jackpot." His tone turned sinister. "He has a lot of monster genes in his body. That's why he woke up first. Guess how much more he's worth than the regular merchandise?" Lai Ying replied, much to the kidnapped man's shock. "If he woke up 3 hours earlier than I predicted, his monster gene content must be over 80%. Thunderman was ecstatic. A grade 1 product. He should trade for 7 times more life origin fluid than a normal grade 4. We're gonna be rich. But then he got worried and warned his partner. But if he turns into a monster, it's going to be a huge problem. Hurry up and make him quiet down. Just as he spoke, a fist came crashing down on their car's windshield. It was Zixing. It looked like he'd figured out the shady business this crew was up to. He had moved to stop them with a ridiculously powerful punch to the front of the car. Zixing's punch left a deep crater before he leaped away. Since the car was moving at a pretty high speed, the sudden stop made its rear end lurch up, nearly flipping the whole thing over. The two masked men were sweating bullets. One of them looked around and asked, "Who was that guy? Where did he go?" The driver didn't care. He cursed in frustration when the engine wouldn't start. Then he turned to his partner, Li Ying, "Go check on the other merchandise. We absolutely cannot let them transform ahead of schedule. I'll go out, find that bastard, and deal with him." Right at that moment, Zixing appeared beside the driver's side window. Li Ying stammered, Hey, that guy. He's right behind you." Before he could finish his sentence, Zixing shattered the window and grabbed that scumbag Thunderman by the throat. He forcefully dragged him out of the car like he was yanking a dog by the neck. Then Zixing threw him, sending him flying and slamming hard into a tree. Thunderman sat on the ground, dazed, thinking, "Are we busted?" Then he asked, "Who are you?" Zixing shot back slyly, "Take a guess." Thunderman thought to himself, it doesn't matter what he overheard. No matter what, I have to kill this punk. He immediately unleashed an incredibly powerful lightning attack straight at Zixing and yelled, "I'll send you straight to hell." While it was chaos outside, it wasn't exactly peaceful inside the car either. The man yelled, trying to wake the others up. "Wake up! We've been kidnapped!" Li Ying was pissed. All these monster gene carriers are about to wake up. This is so damn annoying. When he saw him holding a vial, the man started to beg. "Are you going to sell us? Do you want us to die?" "No, please, let me go. I'm safe. Thanks to the Salvation Society, my mental state is extremely stable now," he cried as he explained. I really won't turn into a monster. Just because I carry the monster gene, my wife abandoned me and our son. My son is still waiting for me to come home. La Ying didn't care. He shoved the vial right under the man's nose and said flatly, "Don't worry. Your son is a monster gene carrier too. His name's on the list. The next pickup is for him. Now, be a good boy and go back to sleep for me." After inhaling the toxic substance, the man swayed back and forth, his mind growing hazy. Li Ying couldn't be bothered anymore. He said, "This time, I won't." The scene shifts back to the forest, where countless sparks of electricity are now flying everywhere. Zixing and the lightning guy were clashing fiercely. He said smugly, "I'm a 3-star superhuman, you know? Take this, my palm lightning manifestation." However, his confidence began to fade the moment he saw a blue flame appear. A sense of unease crept into his mind. Blue flames. Lightning and fire can't cancel each other out. So, he knows how to use special moves, just like me. But he couldn't shake his habit of underestimating his opponent. He thought, his puny little blue flame, and as a result, he got the crap beaten out of him by Zixing, to the point where he wondered, damn it, what kind of monstrous strength is this? His mask was shattered to pieces by the punch. Both of his hands were seared raw by the blue flames. At this point, all he could do was ask in a daze, "It hurts so much." My hands. It was just a tiny blue flame. What the hell kind of fire is that? No, how could he be completely unharmed? Seeing Zixing slowly approaching him, he said, "You want to save those monster gene carriers? They're carriers, you know. Even a little agitation can turn them into rampaging monsters that cause disasters. Killing them is basically doing the world a favor, and putting them to good use is nothing less than a public service. I'm telling you, you better scram. You have no idea who you just pissed off." He didn't even bother listening, just walked over and stomped his foot right on the loudmouth's face, saying, "Kidnapping is kidnapping. What the hell does that have to do with justice? You're just garbage." That Electro-Man guy screamed, "What the hell do you know? There are good people in this world and there are bad people. You kidnap people. What do you even know?" Zixing asked. "How about I help you call up that little Salvation Society of yours, huh?" The guy immediately started denying everything. "What Salvation Society? I don't know anything about that. It wasn't me." He shot back, pressing his foot down even harder. "You guys are waiting for the right moment to mess with their location data, then implant it into the necks of people with the monster gene, making them pose as monsters. So after the city is declared monster-infested, your guys can kill them and get away with it. And then you sell them off to the Fan family's secret research facility." Hearing that, the guy on the ground screamed, "How the hell do you know so much? Who the hell are you?" But he couldn't care less and just kept grilling him. "How many people have you kidnapped? How many innocent people have you hurt?" Electro-Man tried to act tough. "Like hell I'd keep track of something like that. Besides, what I'm doing is protecting the public from vermin. Trying to comfort those things only slows down their monster transformation. You gotta wipe them all out to get rid of the problem for good." Zixing's eyes blazed with fury. He growled, repeating himself. "Shut your mouth. I ask the questions. You answer them." Memories from his past life flashed through his mind, just as I thought. The Salvation Society was established about 3 years ago. On the surface, it was an organization that helped people with the monster gene connect and share their feelings. In just half a year, they were holding massive support group gatherings for people with the monster gene all over the country. Somehow, they figured out a way to force the monster gene carriers to transform, and then they slaughtered every last one of them. It wasn't until they were exposed that everyone found out they'd been secretly logging data on people with the monster gene and human trafficking. They sold them to the Fan family to be used in all kinds of experiments in exchange for life origin fluid and research data. But by that time, the Fan family had already shredded all the evidence. Nobody could find a single lead. All I know is that some high-level leader from the Salvation Society who got caught mentioned something about a transport route. Besides using them for experiments, the Fan family needed people with the monster gene for another reason, to turn them into food for the Earth Dragon. Zixing didn't mess around and asked him straight up, "How many secret research bases does the Fan family have?" The guy immediately answered, "Just one." Knowing the guy was lying, Zixing slammed his foot down harder, making him scream in pain. "Stop! Stop stomping on me! I only know about one! No, wait, I got it wrong! I know about two!" He growled. "You lie to me one more time, and you can guess where your head is going to end up." The guy was in so much pain he had no choice but to talk. "Don't stomp anymore! Please, don't! My head's going to freaking explode." "I'll talk, for real this time. There are tons of research bases called monster factories that create monsters all across the country. I swear I don't know the exact number. I really don't." He pressed on. "How many are there around this city?" The guy blurted out, "One. I swear I only know about that one. I can take you there." Zixing then asked, And do you know what kind of monster is underground? But this time, he didn't get the answer he was looking for. The guy just stammered, "There's a monster. Underground? No way, that's impossible." He finally let the guy go and said coolly, "Looks like a nobody like you doesn't get to hear any of the good stuff. Let's go, take me to the monster factory." The guy scrambled up, pretending to go along with it, but was secretly planning a sneak attack on Zijing. "I'll take you there, all right?" He channeled power into his hand, creating a ball of electricity, and screamed, "I'll take you to meet the rest of those monster gene freaks. Didn't expect my hand to still work, did ya? I'm gonna smash your damn head in. You saw my face, so there's no way I'm letting you walk away from this." Zijing turned and casually blocked his electric hand, saying, "We're not too far from that car, you know. I bet you can scream pretty loud. Go on, scream your lungs out. I'm afraid your buddies might not be able to hear you." Electroman was totally freaking out, thinking, even if he was ready for it, how the hell did he just catch my thunder palm with his bare left hand like that? He didn't even use his blue flame power. No way. What's up with his arm? Just then, the mask on his face fell off. Zijing looked at the guy and gave him a wicked grin. "I'd rather trust one of the runaways to lead me than a piece of trash like you." Seeing his half-monster face, Electroman was completely stunned. Shit, turns out he's a monster. So in the end, I still couldn't get away from this freak with skin like steel. The amount of electricity I'm putting out is completely useless against this monster. His last words were nothing but a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the entire forest, reaching all the way to the parked car. Inside the car, a guy named Falcon was still trying to drug the people with the monster gene. "Impressive. You love your son so much you've managed to resist this long. If your monster gene wasn't so potent and valuable, I would have snapped your neck already. Just pass out. Or else, you might just transform." Suddenly, he saw Zijing casually strolling out of the forest, and he immediately panicked. Wait, Electroman got taken out that fast? Damn it. For this bastard to kill Electroman that quickly, he's no joke. Time for plan B, run like hell. He tossed the vial, kicked the car door open, and bolted. Saving his own ass came first. If this transport got exposed, it wasn't his problem. The man who had just been saved stuck his head out the car door, gasping for breath. When he saw Zijing, he rushed to say, "Thank you. You saved us." He looked over at the group and told the man, "You people are already dead. The tracking data on your necks has already been changed. Officially, you've all transformed into monsters and been killed." Seeing the dumbfounded look on his face, Zijing added, "Still don't get it? Here's some sincere advice from the guy who just tried to kill me. You're better off if no one finds out you're still alive, so don't go back to the city." With that said, he zipped away. That man hurriedly called out after him, "But my son is still in the city. What the hell am I supposed to do?" Zisheng quickly chased after the Falcon who was trying to escape, knowing damn well the guy was running back to his base. The Superhuman Academy was built on an island right next to Nam Nguyen City, which used to be called Nam Sa City. But 20 years ago, monsters and superhumans just popped up out of nowhere all over the world. The superhumans were weak, and the monsters were savage as hell. It took 5 whole years and humanity had to pay a heavy price just to wipe out all the monsters and get society stable again. But ever since then, Nam Sa City turned into a total ghost town. Later, the superhumans from Nam Nguyen City built a new city there, which included the Superhuman Academy, a gene research base, a physical training facility. Basically, they've got all kinds of stuff here. A little while later, this dude Falcon finally shows up. He glances around and makes a comment. This place is the ruined part of Nam Sa City that never got rebuilt, and it's where the Fan family is secretly breeding monsters. Sounds crazy, right? But he finally made it to the monster factory. Falcon walks up to the factory door. The entire path is lined with chained-up monsters, all screaming their heads off. A camera outside immediately swivels and points right at him. Seeing this, he just speaks up, "It's me, not an enemy attack." "But damn, your monster factory's first line of defense is already this much of a pain." A voice responds from the camera. "Anyone who barges in gets spotted immediately. Even a superhuman using stealth can't escape the monster's sense of smell." However, seeing Falcon return alone, the person inside sounds suspicious. "Hold on, where's Diane Man? Where are the goods this time? Did something happen?" Falcon snaps back defensively. "I was about to ask you the same damn thing. Did you guys leak some info, or what? Someone came and messed things up. I'm pretty sure Diane Man is toast. Lucky for me, I smelled trouble and bailed. Time is precious, so hurry up and open the door. I need to ask the big boss what the hell is going on." The voice from the camera still sounds doubtful. "Damn it, you didn't have anyone tailing you, did you?" He yells back, annoyed. "Bullshit. I'm a 3-star wind-type superhuman. Who the hell can keep up with me? Unless that bastard has the nose of a bloodhound. Besides, even if he did follow me here, you think he could get past this first line of defense? He'd just be monster food." With that, the gate starts to rise. But in those few short seconds, the camera picked up something blurry. One of the security guys inside panics. Just now, I think I saw a black shadow zip past the first defense line. The other guy yawns and replies, "No way, man. The monsters didn't even make a sound. Go check the other cameras." But another guy just nonchalantly yawns and talks. If there really was an intruder, they'd probably use the air vents. He walks confidently through the main gate, right past the monsters, not even trying to be stealthy. He thinks to himself, just as I thought. Even with this monster network, these level 1 freaks won't recognize me. As long as I have monster genes in me, they'll just think I'm one of them. Just like that, he confidently walks up to a wall, sizing it up. There are a ton of blind spots here the cameras can't see. He flashes a confident grin. Now I just gotta punch a hole in the wall and I'm in. The scene cuts to the dissection room inside. An annoyed voice asks, "Still no new shipment?" Suddenly, the person lying on the operating table starts screaming like a maniac. Seeing this, the big boss snaps, "What's this? You haven't slit this guy's throat yet? What the hell kind of work are you doing?" The person standing next to him quickly bows his head. "Sorry, he was lying so still, I just assumed." The big boss cuts him off. Extracted monster genes will dissipate in a very short amount of time. If you want to deliver the monster genes to the level 2 lab in perfect condition, you have to do some prep work. He firmly grips a scalpel, looking at the test subject, and continues, "That means extracting the monster genes while they're still alive. You can't let them die. Because their bodies are the very containers for the genes. Even if they lose all their limbs, they can't mutate into a monster. But if they make noise, it's a huge pain in the ass." As he spoke, the big boss demonstrated for everyone to see. When processing the materials, you have to be extremely serious and careful. Don't cause trouble for the other researchers. At that moment, the man on the operating table speaks up. "Please, what are you doing to me?" Even with the scalpel right at his throat, the man still managed to plead, "Please, can you spare my wife?" The monster gene count in her body is extremely low. Logically, it's very, very unlikely for her to mutate. "I'm begging you, please let her go." Hearing this, the big boss instinctively glances behind him. The man follows his gaze, then flinches, realizing something. He stares intently at some labeled boxes, silent for a moment. One of them contains a head he knows all too well. His voice trembles, My wife." Then he roars in absolute fury, You animals! I'll kill every last one of you. You won't die in peace. You'll be damned for all eternity for what you've done." The big boss just says, completely unfazed, "See what I mean? If the other researchers hear stuff like this, they'll get distracted. That makes the research more likely to fail. What if it's an important experiment? Then you become a sinner holding back the progress of humanity." With that said, he gets back to work. "All right, remember to be careful." Click! He stops what he's doing and asks, "Huh? Power outage?" It wasn't just his lab. It seemed like the entire factory had lost power. The big boss orders, "Investigate why the backup power hasn't kicked in." A moment later, someone reports, "Big boss, it looks like someone cut the main power line. The entire monster factory is dark." While they're all panicking, Falcon storms in, demanding answers. "Big boss, did you guys leak information or what? We were ambushed. What are you just standing around for? And why are the lights out in here?" The boss furiously points right in his face and says, "You useless piece of trash. You only know how to screw things up. You were followed. The one who ambushed you is the same one who cut the power." This startles Falcon. "Huh? But the first line of defense?" The big boss turns and yells, "Get security, level 1 alert." He quickly pulls out his phone to contact someone, thinking to himself, "A mysterious intruder has infiltrated the monster factory. I have to report this to the higher-ups immediately." As soon as the call connects, he hurriedly says, "Monster Factory number 3 has a situation," but he doesn't get to finish. The big boss suddenly screams, "He's right here." Falcon chimes in, "He followed me all the way here? This guy's got a death wish." The guards run up just then. "Boss, we need our orders." The big boss immediately snaps, "Go find that bastard who broke in." The guards barely acknowledge the order before they're suddenly dragged away by something. A dark figure slowly emerges, sneering, "The stench of your bodies and your souls. It's all rotten as shit." Xingcun walks in and is like, "Damn, tonight's dinner looks gross." The boss man immediately asks, "Are you here for these monster gene freaks?" What an idiot. Sure, these monster gene types are a menace to society, but we can make them useful. He grits his teeth and snaps, "You don't know, Jack, and you still barge in here to get in our way. Fine, I'll just turn you into raw material too. Those other guards are a total waste of food, completely useless." Hearing all that, Xingcun just stays silent, not even bothering to say anything or pay them any mind. Suddenly, 2 dudes claiming to be real superpowered guards charge in. Li Ying, hungry for a fight, steps up and unleashes a move, shouting, "Me too! I have to get revenge for Dingman." Watching from inside, the boss man keeps wondering, who the hell is this guy? He's the Purifier, the one backed by the Academy's director. So damn arrogant, daring to barge into the monster factory all by himself to cause trouble. Even though he doesn't know who the intruder is, he's still super confident in his team's strength. My side has an early-stage 3-star wind-type superhuman, 2 mid-stage 3-star special guards, and they've got that secret drug. The more he thinks about it, the more sinister the boss's expression gets. Even if he's a 4-star superhuman, he'll have to bow to me. I'm gonna extract his entire superhuman gene sequence. Li Ying swings his arm, unleashing Dragon Fist, and swirling gusts of wind immediately form around his hand. Jin Mao joins in, launching his Crimson Flame Rod. Du Yan attacks at the same time, doubling the attack's damage. All 3 attacks slam right into Zijing. He's totally unfazed. This just gets the other guys more hyped up. Whoa, he took that? Guess you've got some skills. It's a blue flame. He's a fire-type superhuman. They start bragging smugly. You probably have no idea we have a whole lab dedicated to researching fire. Using fire against us? That's like trying to teach a pro. You're a total amateur. Just as they're getting all pumped up, the 2 fire dudes suddenly feel something's off. Jin Mao loses all his confidence and asks in confusion, "My Crimson Flame Rod?" Du Yan agrees, "Yeah, something's not right." Now it's Li Ying's turn to get confused. "Hey, what I used was Dragon Fist Wind." Faced with this, all 3 of them have the same question. It's like their superpowers were just swallowed up by his blue flame. Jin Mao, even while struggling to hang on, can't believe it. Elements getting swallowed? What kind of crap is that? Du Yan says. He must know some kind of self-detonating elemental diagram technique. This has to be the power of his element self-detonating, right? Zijing shouts, sending Li Ying flying into a wall, but he still manages to gasp out, "I know exactly what this move is." He glares at him and says, "That's a 100-day injury right there. You superhuman gene types really don't know when to quit, do you?" Seeing Zijing charge at him, the guy flips him the bird and taunts, "If you can land 2 hits in a row, I'll admit you're tough." The words are barely out of his mouth when our boy's fist smashes the dude's face in, splattering blood all over the wall. The sight completely freaks out the 2 fire-type guards. They stare at Li Ying's mangled face and start stammering. That Wind guy. One half of his body looks like it got crushed by a truck. Du Yan can barely believe his one remaining eye. Despite that, they're still underestimating their opponent. Looks like he's actually got some skills. He can use a high-intensity move like that back-to-back, but the weakness is super obvious. It's only a short-range attack. Du Yan says, as long as we keep our distance from him and don't let him get close, we've got the upper hand. Feeling pretty confident in their plan, the 2 start slinging fire, launching their attacks right at Zijing. Crimson Flame Rod, Fire Arrow Double Skill! 2 pillars of fire immediately come swirling right at him. The boss man stands there, watching everything. He's basically figured out Zijing's strength, but he only dares to think to himself, "No, they're all wrong. It's true that you have to cultivate the elemental diagram to become a 3-star superhuman, but that doesn't mean every 3-star superhuman uses an elemental diagram. I've studied the fan family's flames countless times, so I understand superhuman fire powers very well." Looking from the red flame to the blue flame, the boss confidently concludes he's not using an elemental diagram at all. What he's using is simply the fire element and his own physical strength. Back in the fight, the red flames are now completely engulfed by the blue ones, making the 2 dudes even more confused. Our flames. Did his power just break through ours again? His elemental diagram is way stronger than I thought. We can't win from this distance. Zijing is done toying with them. He dashes forward in the blink of an eye, appearing right in their faces. The 2 of them immediately scream, "He's here! Quick, take the Crimson Fire Seed!" As they speak, they shove something into their mouths. Du Yan curses, "Damn it, after this power-up, I'm gonna be stuck in bed for half a month." This scene makes the boss even more anxious. The Crimson Fire Seed is the Monster Factory's trump card. It's a drug the fan family developed based on the eternal flame they discovered deep underground. It can temporarily level up fire-type superhumans, helping a 3-star break through to the 4-star level. Full of fighting spirit, the 2 guards roar. Destructive power is fully charged. The boss thinks that with such a massive power-up, it should be more than enough to deal with this trespassing rat. But he still has his doubts. Pumped from the level up, Jin Mao rushes forward. "Come on, try and break my 4-star Crimson Flame Rod." Zijing doesn't hesitate to answer with his fist. At that moment, the boss has a nagging thought. But if I'm not seeing things wrong, then the flame this intruder has is exactly like the one the fan family dreams of getting their hands on. They've been endlessly researching it, hoping to capture and control it, thinking it could help them break through to 90% of their superhuman gene potential. The eternal flame from deep underground. Jin Mao's fate ends up being pretty much the same as the Win guys. Du Yan freezes up completely, watching his partner get beaten to a pulp. You'll never break through our flames. The second the words left his mouth, he too was smashed to bits right in front of the boss. Just then, the guy spoke up. I get it now. Seeing Xingcun get closer, he immediately continued. Your superhuman gene must be crazy, crazy high. That's why the flame mutated. Genes over 90% will show physical enhancement traits and even devourment traits. The big boss stated with certainty that the thing Xingcun possessed was identical to the undying flame from beneath the earth. Hearing this, the big boss eagerly replied, No problem. As long as you join us, I'll take you there. You should know, we're from the Fan family. A superhuman gene as strong as yours will definitely be valued by the Fan family. If you can decipher the undying flame, you could make a huge contribution to the world. We don't have to be at each other's throats like this. Join us, and we can all become great men. He tried his best to persuade our boy. Just then, the trembling assistant timidly ran out to close the door. Zixing didn't give a damn about that nonsense and said bluntly, But I want every single one of you dead. But the big boss kept trying to sweet-talk him. Those guards dying is no big deal. We have the researchers here. It's not a problem at all. Don't you worry. The Fan family couldn't care less about some small fry employees. Zixing repeated himself. I said everyone dies. That means everyone dies, including the researchers. Not a single one will be spared. He revealed, I've already released all the monsters here, but I also sealed the emergency exits, so these monsters can only come in here to feed. Then, Zixing got right up in the big boss's face and asked coldly, You force humans into becoming monsters, and the monsters eat you. Seems pretty fair, don't you think? The boss stammered in reply. No, that's not. Damn it, you're a human too. You're a superhuman. Then he screamed out in terror. Those bastards with monster genes were the scum of society to begin with. Using them for research to improve the potential of superhumans was the last useful thing they could contribute. Are you insane? What do you get out of helping them? Zixing gently placed his monstrous hand on the chest of the poor man lying on the operating table and said, Avenge your people. It's the most natural thing in the world. Then, that hand slowly moved up to the man's face as he continued, Brother, rest in peace. I will destroy the Fan family. This promise allowed the man to close his eyes in peace. But these words made the big boss scream in utter confusion. Are you nuts? We superhumans are your people? Zixing grabbed him tightly by the neck and lifted him high into the air. He asked in a cold voice, Now, tell me the location of the undying flame, or else you'll regret not being allowed to die, you hear me? While the monsters were rampaging, the big boss managed to choke out, Okay, I'll talk. Let me think, he stammered, slowly forcing out each word. The underground flame is at. But Xingcun immediately cut him off. The abandoned factory in the southwest. The boss asked in shock, How did you know? He said bluntly, I also know you're lying to stall for time, but there's some truth mixed in, for example. It's supposed to be hot, but it's actually cold. Judging by your expression, I'm guessing I'm right. I know more about Qingju City than you think. The Fan family must know what's happened here, right? His words left the big boss speechless. Zixing continued his questioning. You're stalling for time because you're waiting for backup. Actually, I'm waiting for your backup too. What a coincidence, huh? Without letting the big boss answer, Zixing continued. Coming here for a rescue isn't exactly something to brag about, so you can't make a big scene, which means the backup is definitely a 4-star superhuman, right? Hearing this, the man asked in a panic, What the hell are you planning to do? Seeing his panicked and terrified face, Zixing asked mockingly, Why don't you take a guess? The big boss, now choked to the point of tears, struggled to ask each question. What kind of elemental astrolabe do you cultivate? Why don't the monsters eat you? His terrified expression made Zixing laugh. Look at you, acting like you've seen a ghost. Haven't you already figured it out? It's exactly what you're thinking. I don't know anything about some elemental astrolabe. Wasting no more time, he crushed the guy's throat and quickly absorbed everything. After dealing with that piece of trash boss, Xingcun sniffed the air and thought to himself, I can smell a powerful superhuman gene. It's spreading from top to bottom. He began to assess the situation. The monster factory is currently crawling with monsters. The enemy won't just recklessly charge in here. Besides, there's only one exit. As soon as I step out, I'll definitely run into him, and all he has to do is lie in wait for me out there. At this thought, he broke into a very smug smile and then happily skipped and bounced all over the place, and I can loot the place freely. After rummaging around for a bit, he stood in front of a cabinet full of blue tubes. Ida, jackpot! A whole fridge full of life origin liquid. Where the hell did the Fan family get all this? The purity is even higher than what the school gives us. The Fan family really is filthy rich. I knew I picked the right target. The more Xingcun looked at the pile of life origin liquid, the more excited he got. Awesome! My own reserves are probably only enough for Xiao Yu for 3 days. Now that I've found an extra supply, it'd be a crime not to take it. Glancing to the side, he saw 3 yellow pills in a box. There are also 3 pills here, exactly like the ones those 2 guards took. Fire seed power, I'll take it all. After looting a ton of spoils, Xingcun went over to the mob of monsters and announced, "All right, now it's your turn. Eat up, fill your bellies for lunch." At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. He remembered his past life, the thrill of monsters sieging a city. With that thought, Xingcun took off his mask and said cheerfully, "Hello, my 500 brothers. I've come to see you all off. Right into my stomach." And just like that, the entire horde of monsters was devoured. Model. After getting everything sorted, Xingcun lugged the huge container outside. He'd eaten his fill, so now it was time to bring home the leftovers. Just then, his dog-like nose kicked into gear. He sniffed the air and thought to himself, "He's here." Xingcun froze when he heard a voice in front of him. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Nice work, letting these monsters eat every single researcher in the factory." A weirdo with purple hair suddenly appeared in front of him. He had a totally smug attitude. "Gotta say, I'm impressed. You got to witness such a massive feast firsthand." He sneered. The power of this guy, Temp 4, was immense. It was so strong that the ground beneath Xingcun's feet began to crack and shatter. He shouted, "I'm still not satisfied, so you're gonna have to be my entertainment." Standing in the middle of the energy surge, Xingcun stared at the guy with a dead serious look and said, "Never thought a 4-star superhuman would show up here." Xingcun knew all about this freak. He was supposed to be a guy the news reported as dead, an Earth-type superhuman. After reaching 4 stars, he had awakened a gravity superpower, using it to torture and murder women. He had 13 victims in total. He'd been sentenced to death a long time ago by the Cub SZ extermination squad in District 3, and they still picked up trash like you to use. Seeing that his opponent knew so much about him, the guy got even more arrogant. As he spoke, he waved his hand, making the rocks at his feet suddenly fly into the air. "So, do you get what kind of situation you're in now? Running into me is the start of your worst nightmare." Then, the rocks gathered into a huge mass right above Xingcun's head. He continued, "Since you know who I am, you must also know that for the next few hours, you'll be crushed by my gravity until every tendon in your arms and legs snaps." This Temp 4 guy was like a total psycho, showing nothing but contempt for his opponent. "You're gonna scream just like those women did, tears and snot running down your face. You'll crawl over and beg me. Beg me to let you die just a little bit faster." He unleashed his ultimate move to crush Xingcun, sending the giant boulder smashing down right where he stood. From beneath the rock and rubble, the light of a blue flame suddenly flared up while Temp 4 was still running his mouth. "Make sure you scream nice and loud for me, okay?" But in just a few short seconds, the blue flame had erupted. He looked at the fire and said, "A blue flame, able to block my Earth prison under a level 1 gravity field. No wonder you dared to come to this monster factory all by yourself. You're basically a 3-star superhuman, huh? Not bad. Now this is getting interesting." With that, Temp 4 began to use his superhuman abilities to push back. Life element, heavy Earth star chart, level 2 gravity, roar. Pinned beneath the rocks, Xingcun thought to himself, "Damn, even with the Overlord's flame, I still can't break through his power. A 4-star is way stronger than a 3-star. I wonder how many more levels of gravity he has. Might as well try to bait him and see." With that thought, he looked through a crack and started taunting the guy, "You freak, why don't you save some of that energy? You'll need it to run away later. It'd be a real shame if you died too quickly." Hearing this, Temp 4 got even more worked up and said, "Yes, that's it. The more you run your mouth, the more I love it." He said that, but just as he was enjoying himself, something made him freeze for a few seconds. At that moment, deep underground, a powerful blue light began to radiate. It was Xingcun, who had activated his skill. He unleashed his full level 3 monster aura, pushing his left arm's mutation to its absolute limit. His left arm began to glow before he suddenly shot up from the ground. Temp 4, meanwhile, stood there stunned, wondering, "That aura is insane. What the hell is happening behind me?" But this guy was no slouch. He knew Xingcun would attack from behind, so he used his level 3 gravity shield skill to defend. Instantly, a solid stone shield rose up, blocking Xingcun's charging attack. He used a skill, commanding a tentacle to appear. Right away, from the palm of Xingcun's monster hand, a small mouth filled with countless sharp teeth emerged. It then detached itself and shot straight forward, clamping right onto Temp 4's back. At this point, he was still feeling pretty cocky. "What, are you trying to scratch an itch for me? 'Cause I can't feel a thing. Trying to create an illusion to find a chance to run?" He kept attacking, a sinister smile on his face as he said, Under the pressure of my gravity, don't even think about escaping. Just then, Xingcun also retracted his monster arm and backed up a few meters to watch. Seeing this, Temp 4 laughed mockingly. Why'd you suddenly pull back your aura? Giving up already? I'm not even worked up yet. How boring. Xingcun nodded his head repeatedly while thinking to himself, as if, I'm just trying to use 1% of my metal-type superhuman power to cover my entire body. I'm using all my strength to stop even a single trace of my monster power from leaking out. Suddenly, the earth began to shake violently, and Temp 4 wondered in confusion. An earthquake? The floor began to crack open. He watched and said, looks like something's trying to claw its way up from underground. As for Xingcun, he was praying to every god he could think of. Earth Dragon, you can't see me, just see him. That's all you need to do. My tentacle is biting him, so now he's covered in my scent. Temp 4's face filled with worry as he said, something's about to come out of the ground. He immediately used his skill's power, Heart of Gravity Field, Earthen Fortress, to try and control the force. Temp 4 was thrown to the side. He yelled in anger, I can't stop it! I'm about to collapse. I haven't even dealt with that little brat yet, and now what the hell is this thing? Landing on a nearby rail, Temp 4 wondered with annoyance. How did it show up here? Just then, he recognized the monster before him, the Earth Dragon. No wonder it could break through my defense. Not only that, he became even more panicked when he realized another important detail. Weird. It looks like it's targeting me. Don't tell me it came here specifically for me. No sooner had he finished his thought than the Earth Dragon's massive tail swung towards him. After that, it opened its massive, crater-like mouth and chased after Temp 4. As he ran, he was furious and confused. Damn it, how is this even possible? This isn't right. That brat told me to save my energy so I could run. Could it be him? But how the hell did he do it? Meanwhile, Xiao Tin was like, perfect, just letting those two powerhouses tear each other apart while he made a run for it. Carrying a crate of loot away, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, looks like I'm safe for tonight. After getting some distance, Xiao Tin looked back at the place and muttered, the rest is up to you, old geezers. But he also didn't forget to make a vow, you cleansers. Step by step, I will expose this cancerous tumor of the apocalypse a year from now and lay it bare for you all to destroy. Just then, a team of superhumans led by Guan Kui showed up at the building. One of them spoke up, targets approaching, 500 meters out. Hey, Shangguan Kui, did you call in another squad? Come on, give us the scoop. Guan Kui shot back confidently, just your squad is enough to catch the Earth Dragon. Let's go. Get ready to set the trap. Tonight, you guys will earn your glory. He flinched dramatically, then mumbled to himself. Holy crap, lady. That's an Earth Dragon. Even 4-star superhumans avoid that thing. You planning to 1v1 it or something? But then, he quickly ordered the whole team to get ready, and they all snapped into position. Yes, Captain. Captain Song's eyes were filled with pure determination. This is it! We're 300 meters from the target. He started calculating and counting down the distance, 206 meters, 150 meters, 88 meters, 12 meters. The distance was closing fast. The second the Earth Dragon was in the right spot, the team began setting up their formation. 4 of the girls unleashed their strongest skills, Stone Bloom Petrifying Trap. Guan Kui then declared with total certainty, last time, there were too many people getting in the way, so it escaped. Pissed me the hell off. The higher-ups ordered me to protect Qingzhou City, and if this Earth Dragon isn't dead, I can't even go find my boyfriend in peace, so this time I'm sending it straight to hell. Suddenly, Song Dan yelled out, wait, there's someone in front of the Earth Dragon. Guan Kui gave a quick order. He immediately used sound waves to scan the area and reported back. Isn't that the criminal who tortured and murdered 13 women and was sentenced to death? What the hell is he doing here? Hearing that, Shangguan Kui completely lost it. A death row inmate who tortured and murdered 13 women? Then I'll just kill them both, she charged, aiming her attack at the Earth Dragon. Blow after blow, she hacked relentlessly at the giant monster. Seeing this, Zanzi thought some saviors had arrived and wondered, are they here to save me? But he quickly realized things weren't what he thought. His face went pale and he stammered, no, it's another group that wants to kill me too. Zanzi quickly used a skill to protect himself. Heavy shield, 4th layer, 5th layer, absolute defense. The massive Earth Dragon was getting shredded by Shangguan Kui, and it roared in agony. The force of the impact was so strong it sent Zanzi flying. The Earth Dragon just kept screaming in pain. Like a warrior, Shangguan Kui leaped up, grabbed a pipe, and slammed it into the monster with a look of pure rage, decisively striking again. Eat another one of my blades. Basically, the Earth Dragon was completely pinned down by Guan Kui. Seeing this, Zanzi was overjoyed. So lucky. I ran into a bunch of people who want to kill both me and this thing. I'll take this chance to slip away. Otherwise, who knows when I'd ever escape that damn Earth Dragon's pursuit. But as he was trying to escape, a thought jolted him. What the hell is going on tonight? If I don't complete the mission, I'm gonna have a hard time explaining myself to that old dog Fan Zhenyi. While he was debating whether to stay or go, a massive jaw suddenly erupted from the ground beneath him and snapped him up. Before he could even process what was happening, Zanzi was swallowed whole by the Earth Dragon. What the hell is this? Another Earth Dragon? Over on her side, Guan Kui looked over, annoyed, and said, "There's still another one." At the same time, the Earth Dragon at her feet also burst out, screaming its head off. This got Guan Kui thinking, what the hell are these things? What do they even eat? Are they the heterozygous evolved creatures the experts were talking about? Even though she'd torn it to shreds, its fighting power was still insane. Guan Kui wondered, why are two of them showing up here now? How many Earth Dragons are there in total? And another thing, just how long is it? It seems like no one's ever seen its tail. She turned to her team and said, "You guys guard it from above. Don't let it get away. I'm going to slice it all the way to the end." With that, she leaped straight into the mouth of the Earth Dragon in front of her. The sight made Songdan jump and scream, "Shangguan Kui, don't just jump into the Earth Dragon's mouth like that. Its teeth are super strong." Guan Kui's eyes were blazing as she shot back. "Then let's see if it can even bite me." Guan Kui used her dragon transformation skill and charged straight down the monster's throat. The whole team freaked out when they saw it. No one could believe their eyes. A few of them started murmuring, "Is this really a 4-star superhuman? It looks like Shangguan Kui's water dragon has come back to life too. Is she about to hit the 5-star mark? Our country is about to have a 5-star superhuman. Shangguan Kui is a total badass." The Earth Dragon was butchered by Guan Kui's Dragon Slash. Everyone on the team cheered. "We did it! Shangguan Kui is the absolute best." She thought excitedly, "I've completely severed its life source. There's no way it can regenerate like last time. Let's see just how long you really are." Then she started counting the length she measured. 10 meters, 20 meters, then 50 meters, and then 100 meters. But there was still no sign of it stopping. This made Guan Kui super curious. How is that possible? Can monster genes really make a normal animal mutate to be hundreds of meters long? Even though she really wanted to keep going, she knew she couldn't, so she had to stop. "My power can't probe any further. Going down there myself is way too dangerous. I'll just have to give up." Her teammates saw this and showered her with praise. "I can't believe we actually did it. We're the first people in the country to kill an Earth Dragon. Shangguan Kui, did you hit 5 stars, or are you still a 4-star? But even then, she was still bewildered, asking herself, "The Earth Dragon. Is it really just a monster? Did I really kill it?" The scene shifts to the Fan family's Undying Flame research base. Old man Fan Zhenyi was staring at a giant cabbage while asking about things outside. "Report on the situation at the monster factory." His assistant immediately replied, "The monster factory in the abandoned zone has been completely destroyed. No research personnel survived. The members of the Liberation Society in charge of transport are also all dead. The assassin is missing. According to intelligence, he was eaten by an Earth Dragon. The monster factory has been exposed, but the emergency response was carried out very successfully. We followed your instructions and reported to Cleanser headquarters that it was just a normal monster research facility. Most of the high-level leaders in the Cleanser Society are speaking up for us. Right now, they're still hashing out how to punish us for building that monster research lab without telling them. If you ask me, the worst we'll get is a slap on the wrist." Old man Fan Zhenyi asked, "Who's the one behind it this time?" The assistant showed the old man a text message and said, "This was sent by the manager of the monster factory right when the incident happened." After hearing that, the old man pondered for a bit. The blue nether flame has the ability to devour everything. It must be someone with a high-level, fire-type super gene, something close to the undying flame. As the old man was talking, the young master below cut in. "That's the key to unlocking the eternal flower, the key to obtaining the undying flame." He spoke while using the fire in his hand to affect the cabbage-like plant in front of him. "The heavens are seriously smiling on us. 3 generations of our fan family have all inherited fire-based superpowers, all to research the strongest fire-type celestial chart, all to seize the eternal flower." That young master even emphasized, "Isn't the first phase of the artificial superhuman experiment already done? We just need to extract this blue flame super gene." As the eldest son carrying the highest grade super gene of the fan family, I'm damn sure I can use this key. "I'll unlock the eternal flame and make our fan family the #1 flame clan," the assistant said frantically. "We have to find that flame now, but the world is so huge." But the old man seemed totally chill and replied, "We're just looking for one superhuman. Piece of cake." Then he gave an order. "Report to the Purifier headquarters. Tell them our monster laboratory was destroyed by the blue flame they're hunting and that it stole our valuable research." It's highly likely he's also the bastard who lured the Earth Dragon here. The assistant immediately obeyed and left. As for the young master, he gently caressed the plant in front of him like a precious treasure and whispered, "Eternal flower, I will make you bloom. I will take that flame of yours." Not only was this flower bud massive, right now, 5,000 meters below the Undying Flame research base, its roots stretched all the way down here, and it looked like they were plunged into the body of a giant monster with blood-red eyes. The Earth Dragon that had swallowed Tansy earlier now presented itself before the big boss Earth Dragon. It slowly opened its mouth, and a shadowy figure faintly appeared inside. Then, it spat that scumbag out. He looked around in confusion. What the hell? Where am I? Tansy cluelessly glanced around and noted, "It's all sticky and stinks, kinda like blood." He quickly realized he was standing before the jaws of a giant monster. The guy screamed in terror. "What the hell is this thing? No, how can a monster this huge exist in the world? What level is it?" The Earth Dragon Lord stared at the prey before it and growled angrily. Wrong. Tansy froze, completely bewildered about what this monster was going to do to him next. And without making the guy wait long, the Earth Dragon breathed out a blue flame, burning him to ashes. Once Tansy was completely vaporized, the piece of flesh that Xingcun had planted on him fell out. The Earth Dragon stared intently at it. It opened its mouth, snatched it, and ate it, then declared, "We have to catch him. Memorize his scent." As its sharp jaws clamped shut, they let out a piercing sound and a flash of light. The scene changes to Xingcun's location. He's now back at the dorm. As soon as he got back, Xingcun hurriedly hid the loot he'd just acquired while Xiao Yu watched, completely baffled. Gotta hide all these resources. I'll use them when the time is right. He thought to himself, the owner of that tentacle must have figured out the person it was chasing wasn't me. It probably got the thing I left on that other guy. Xiao Yu ran out to greet him. "You're back?" Xingcun handed her a box. "Bought you a late-night snack. High-grade life energy source. I tried it. One of these tubes is equal to 5 or 6 of the ones from school." He was a little worried. "At this rate, it's going to track me down by scent. What will it do then? Send some crazy strong monster to find me? Or will it keep using Earth Dragons to scout? If it keeps using Earth Dragons, that's fine. That way, I can try to drag this out for another year before everything blows up." As he thought this, Xingcun watched his friends back, silently hoping things would take a turn for the better. Even so, he couldn't shake the thought from his head. But if it attacks me proactively, it won't give me time to get stronger. That would definitely grab the attention of the purifiers. It'll stir the hornet's nest. If the apocalypse is a fatal tumor, then the more obvious the symptoms, the better. While Xingcun was racking his brain with all these calculations, something was happening back at the Undying Flame research base. The eternal flower bud began to move. One of its petals slowly peeled away. Then, the other petals started to separate as well. A researcher on the team saw this phenomenon and immediately shouted, "Everyone, look over there! The eternal flower is blooming!" Hearing the shout, his colleague also ran over curiously. "For real?" The first guy said excitedly. "Director Fan just left. Tell them to get back here. We've had a huge breakthrough." As he was speaking, he was slashed by a strange force in the blink of an eye. The other two suffered the same fate, sliced in half by that mysterious thing. A scar-faced dude holding a knife rushed forward, aiming to stab someone standing nearby right in the neck. The moment the knife's tip touched him, the skin on the guy's neck instantly hardened, so much so that the knife couldn't pierce it. The girl in the pink dress standing next to him spoke up. "See? Told you I wasn't wrong. You can already manifest your own life element. You've already activated your indestructible body. The captain's unbeatable now." The captain smirked. "Stop messing around." He clapped his hands to gather everyone and said, "Finally, we've got intruders. No wonder the Fan family went all over gathering up dead men like us. We're the kind of people that even the purifiers are afraid to meet," he said excitedly. "Here, we have 3 4-star superhumans and 7 peak 3-star superhumans," A. Hong corrected. "Captain, you're mistaken. We currently have 6 4-star superhumans. The training speed here is insane. Give us a little more time and soon we'll all be 4-star superhumans." The group behind them laughed coldly and said to each other, "Let's go. Time to carry out the mission the Fan family gave us." The captain confidently led his crew forward. "I don't care who the intruders are. Even if they're the purifiers, kill them on sight. Make sure they check in, but don't check out." He began to assign directions for the whole team, Team A, with me. "We'll head inside and block their attacks." A. Hong said emotionally. "Man, I really miss the old days of plundering." Next up is Team B's mission. Directly take down the enemy's armed forces. Scarface chimed in, "Damn right. Life's so boring now my balls are about to rust." Meanwhile, Team C's mission was to control the staff and make sure none of them bolted. The squad in the back grunted in acknowledgement. The captain gave a special order to this dude named Arthur. "You, go invisible and scout things out for me." He got his orders and immediately vanished, taking point. As the whole team closed in on the base entrance, the captain warned them one last time. "We're here, don't get cocky. Anyone who can just break into a top-secret, heavily guarded research base like this is no joke." Then he smashed the main door down and went in. Every single one of them had a super smug grin on their face. "We'll burn your guts out and go on a total rampage." But just 3 seconds after they all stormed in, they were completely torched by the terrifying power of that blue flame. And Arthur, still invisible and standing off to the side, saw the whole damn thing happen. He was so freaked out he didn't dare to breathe, even clamping a hand over his mouth to stop himself from screaming. After witnessing everything, a shell-shocked Arthur recalled, "In the blink of an eye, everyone but me was wiped out." He collapsed to the ground in front of the Fan family members, trembling as he spoke. "I only survived because I was hiding my presence the whole time, and that's how I saw everything go down." Arthur was dead sure this wasn't some intruder, but a monster that morphed from an eternal flower petal. How messed up is that? It wasn't a person mutating into a monster, but that flower bud that hadn't even bloomed. He knelt there and kept talking. There were 4 of them. They can go invisible, and they can use the undying flame too. They killed Captain Kim then in a flash. Holy crap, these things are way stronger than an earth dragon. In the end, they left the research base, and I have no idea where the hell they went. Arthur screamed frantically, "Lord Fan, we screwed up big time. These monsters are going to kill tons of people. We have to notify the cleaners now." With a look of pure terror, Arthur continued, "We can't cover this up. Nobody can." Old man Tran Y didn't waste words. He just hit Arthur with a flame to shut him up for good. "I already said it, didn't I? Anyone who dares to blab to the outside world about what happened here dies." A death row inmate worried about other people's lives? That's hilarious. He didn't forget to tell his assistant, "Extract Hadi's super gene. Don't let it go to waste." The terrified assistant answered, "Understood, sir." On the other side, that guy the cheered uncle. "It's just like you said. The eternal flower is stable again, and it's cranking up the power of the super genes. Just touching it makes the super gene go through a major change. I'll learn the life element and hit 4 stars in no time. And finally, I'll get that undying flame." Old man Tran Y nodded back, "Good. But you better be careful until we finish the defensive barrier to secure this place. Don't touch it for now." At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. The eternal flower is a monster plant that causes genetic mutations. I figured that out a long time ago. I just never expected it could also turn into a monster that moves around. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that the monster can supercharge the super genes. One day, the Fan family will have a massive army of powerful supers. When that day comes, the Fan family will crush this world without breaking a sweat. Fan Tran Y stared at the eternal flowers with a wicked look in his eyes, thinking to himself, "And this treasure, it belongs to the Fan family, and the Fan family alone." Back at the school dorms, Xingcun was getting way too close to Xiao Yu. She asked, flustered, "Why are you staring at me like that? You want to eat me or something?" He shot back with a sly look, "Nah, I'm stuffed tonight. It's gonna take me like 10 days to digest this meal. By then, my monster gene will hit its level 3 limit. Before I can evolve to level 4, I need to get my super gene up to 3 stars. He laid it out for her. I have to use the super gene to keep the monster gene in check. It's the only way I can stay in my human form like this. But my super gene is way too weak, and from what I've heard, hitting 3 stars takes some special methods." An awkward silence fell between them. Xingcun reached his hand out towards Xiao Yu. He gently placed his hand on her cheek. Then, he softly caressed her beautiful face for a moment. His monster arm suddenly materialized, and without a word, Xingcun held his monster hand right in front of Xiao Yu's face. Then, a set of sharp teeth shot out from the palm, aimed right at Xiao Yu's neck. At the same time, he said, "All right, let's see if this works," she replied, a little nervous. "Hey, be gentle, okay?" The monster teeth sank into Xiao Yu's neck. Xingcun said, "It's okay, it'll just sting for a sec." The moment it bit her, all the super genes in Xiao Yu's body swarmed to the spot. In just a few short seconds, she felt more stable. "My super gene level. It dropped by a ton," Xingcun replied, totally stoked. He looked at her and continued, "From my experience refining electricity before, there's a device that will suck out all your super gene energy and refine it. So go ahead and absorb as much electricity as you want. The student handbook says the school covers all the costs when you have a breakthrough." Xiao Yu started absorbing the electricity. All you could hear was his voice urging her on, "Suck up more! The school's paying for tonight's electric bill, so go nuts." Elsewhere at the school, a secretary burst in, panicking. "Principal Jing Che, there's something wrong with the school's power grid. Sparks are flying everywhere. But contrary to her panic, the principal just smiled and nodded. Yeah, my power's out too. The sound of a clock ticked away in the silence. Tick, tock, tick, tock. A full minute went by like that. Secretary Yang was confused. She asked, Sir, aren't you going to give some orders? Old Jing just grinned and said, Relax. We just happen to have a genius with the biggest super gene reserve in the school's history. That kid's probably having her breakthrough right now. It's no big deal. Still, the speed of this breakthrough is a little surprising. Xiao Yu is even more of a genius than I ever imagined. Secretary Yang said worriedly, but at this rate, the electric bill is going to be insane. The principal casually took a sip of his tea and replied, Don't worry about it. Even if the bill hits the millions, it doesn't matter. New talent is priceless. Besides, if the costs get too high, the cleaner headquarters can foot the bill, right? Suddenly, a phone call came in. He turned to look at it and remarked, Good thing this is a dedicated phone line, otherwise we wouldn't be able to take emergency calls. Seeing the emblem on the caller ID, Jing Che knew it was a call from Cleaner HQ. He quickly answered, Jing Che speaking. As soon as the person on the other end spoke, Principal Jing shot up out of his chair. What? The entire city is out of power? All the power is being routed to the academy. It's fine, it's just our Xiao Yu having a breakthrough. Oh yeah, about the bill for this. What? I have to file a request form? The Nam Guyet Superhuman Academy is in Cleanertown, and Cleanertown is located in the special cleaner district of Nam Guyet City. Its residents live along both banks of the main river, and the town covers an area of 36.7 kilometers. The special cleaner district, while just an island, is super close to downtown Nam Guyet City. The city itself is 795.4 square kilometers. This is the third largest city in Huaxia, and it's totally packed. Daily residential power usage can hit 200 billion watts. Right now, the entire city's power supply is being funneled to the Nam Guyet Superhuman Academy, causing a total blackout downtown. All of that electricity is surging towards Xiao Yu's body, supplied by the entire power station. The amount of power she's frantically absorbing in 3 hours is equivalent to what the whole city uses. She just awakened not long ago, said the pink-haired woman at Cleaner HQ. I can't believe her body can already hold that much insane elemental energy. It's unreal. Kin Truk shot back, saying the higher the superhuman gene percentage, the purer their genes are. And the purer the genes, the more elemental energy they can stockpile. They're basically walking, talking batteries from birth, so no big shock there. More energy, purer energy, bigger chance of leveling up. Down the line, they'll hit fewer walls when training. He said it's the big secret every superhuman organization on the planet is trying to crack. They'll pull any stunt to force people to shatter their genetic limits. It's like a stairway to godhood, you can see, but good luck trying to climb it. While he was at it, Kin Truk asked what the electricity bill was for those 3 hours. The voice on the other end just casually dropped. 56,034,751 yuan. That number made old man Kin go white as a sheet. The guy on the phone heard him choking and asked all concerned, Director Kin, you all right there? He shot back. Yeah, I'm fine. Just caught a chill. But HQ sounded worried. Director Kin, you said yourself that, in theory, Xiao Yu shouldn't have any problems training. But what if something goes sideways? Like, right now she's not even a 1-star superhuman. She might not be able to handle all that elemental energy, which means that 50+ million you spent just went down the toilet. But Kin Truk just scoffed. Not a chance. This kid drained the entire class's life essence. Leveling up to a 1-star superhuman is going to be a cakewalk for her. And if it looked like it was all going to waste, you think she'd just let that happen? Nah, she's probably scrambling to find help right now. Just as he said that, Secretary Yang pops in. Director, Xiao Yu is here to see you. Old man Kin looked totally awkward and mumbled. Let her in. Xiao Yu and Xingcun walked in. The girl kept her head down, looking super guilty. Hello, Director. I'm really grateful for your help, and I'm also really sorry. Last night, after I finished training, I realized I used up a ton of electricity. I cost the school a massive amount of money. Kin Truk just forced a smile. Don't worry about it. It's the school's job to nurture talent. So, Xiao Yu, are you a 1-star superhuman now? Xiao Yu just looked at him blankly and said, no. Her answer felt like a knife twisting in the director's gut. Even though he was totally crushed, old man Kin still tried to play it cool. It's fine, fine. All right, let me show you how to lock down the power you absorbed. With your talent, this shouldn't be happening. Turns out, our girl Xiao Yu wasn't finished talking. She piped up, because I'm a 2-star superhuman now. Director Kin Truk flinched. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and shot to his feet. That fast? I figured it would take you at least 2 more weeks to hit 2-star. I knew you wouldn't struggle with training, but your superhuman gene count is off the charts. It should have taken you way longer to process all that elemental energy. Then he started using his own powers to check her out. Let's have a look. Instantly, a ton of branches sprouted up, surrounding Xiao Yu. She looked at them all, thinking to herself, when the hell did all these branches get here? Xiao Yu just stared, dumbfounded. They didn't make a sound, so she couldn't feel a thing. It was like they weren't a threat at all. But she had a gut feeling these branches were seriously dangerous. She reached out to touch one, her eyes full of curiosity and confusion. Director Kin's voice cut through the silence. I get it now. Your superhuman genes are in overdrive, so you're processing the elemental energy way faster. He then pulled back the branches, sat down, and went on. Genes going into overdrive like that usually happens for two reasons. One, you've been fighting monsters. Two, you've had a major emotional spike. Hearing this, Kin Truk suddenly went quiet, just staring intently at the young girl in front of him. Xingcun's voice, laced with a laugh, cut in. He walked up, playfully turned Xiao Yu's head toward him, and said, Director, we really just came to thank you and the Academy. And while we're here, we were hoping to get our hands on some of those elemental star map techniques. We want to hit 3-star. Mister, Kin just looked at him and said, 3-star is what it takes to graduate from this academy. You kids just got here and you're already trying to graduate? He let out a big laugh. Xiao Yu here. She's a different story. The academy already has the perfect star map ready for her. But you? No shot. To hit 2-star, your superhuman genes have to form a cocoon and evolve into elemental genes. And to get to 3-star, you have to use those elemental genes to build an elemental star map in the most scientific way possible. Kinda like the Fan family's Crimson Flame Hand technique. Once that's built, you can use pure elements to cook up your own powerful, one-of-a-kind techniques. But your genes are defective. Xingcun just grinned. How's that possible? Doesn't this school have that support armor thingy? The, artificial superhuman robot? He thought to himself, this tech is still buggy as hell. The creator god didn't even roll it out for humanity until the apocalypse was already in full swing. But it was completely useless for stopping the end of the world. Lucky for me, though, it's just what I need to break through to 2-star. Hin Truk looked curious. You even know about that? I guess it makes sense. If you keep up with the superhuman news feeds, you'd probably come across it. Then he muttered the name, the artificial superhuman robot. Yeah, it was registered after they had a breakthrough, but all the data on it got scrubbed almost immediately. Not because they were trying to hide it, but because the tech itself is a total mess. Mr. Kin explained, Look, the creator god can make the robot act as a substitute for superhuman genes, but it only works for people with a gene ratio under 40%. The power boost it gives is insane, but the most critical part is that it burns through an insane amount of energy. That's how it juices up people with low superhuman gene counts. The cost? It has to be converted into life essence. But Xingcun didn't back down. Then it's perfect for me. I've got plenty of life essence, and my classmates are more than happy to help me out. Mr. Kin paused, looking completely unconvinced. Don't act like you're speaking for everyone. Xingcun shot right back. What do you mean? You must be misunderstanding something, Director. After thinking for a second, Kin Truk dropped a line meant to shut him down. That thing chews through just as much electricity as Xiao Yu did tonight. Xingcun just shrugged. Well, can't be helped then. See ya, Director. Then he dragged Xiao Yu out of there. Xiao Qing, I feel like I can't hold all this electricity in my body. I'm just gonna release it all in a bit. We can just absorb it again tomorrow night, okay? It's okay, Lianda. If you can't hold it, then just let it go, she continued. And if we can't hold it tomorrow night, we'll just try again the night after. Xiao Qing nodded. Deal. As long as we don't give up, we'll definitely succeed. He quickly called out, You two, get back here. Then he said thoughtfully, Xiao Qing, I'll give you a chance. Don't you have a crew? The Academy is about to hold a supernova selection event. If your whole crew gets selected, I'll give you one of the custom superhuman mech suits that the Purifiers gave our Academy. Hearing that, Xiao Qing eagerly nodded his head like a madman. Thanks, Headmaster. I'll definitely help my whole crew get selected as new talents. Jingche didn't forget to add, Just a heads up, the application deadline is in 3 days. Xiao Qing bowed his head and acknowledged. After the two of them left, Secretary Yang walked over and said with a worried look, There's no way they can get selected as supernovas. The National Superhuman Competition is held once every 2 years, and all the superhuman academies across the country select their strongest teams to participate. They're just first-year students. Even with the genius girl Chao Yuan on their team, they can't possibly beat the other students. Besides, the other 2 members of their team haven't even awakened yet. But Jingche replied with extreme calm, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Secretary Yang asked, Is it just because of Chao Yuan's talent? Old man Jing replied, Nope. It's because of that other kid. Hearing this, the secretary was even more confused. That Xiao Qing kid? The headmaster said. At first, that old geezer Fan Zhen wanted to stop him from joining the academy, all because his 1% superhuman gene was basically useless. Secretary Yang nodded and replied, yes, and you gave him a chance to take that final assessment. To this day, nobody can figure out why his superhuman gene count is so low it's practically non-existent. Jingche cut her off, but he still passed that assessment in the end, didn't he? He continued, his superhuman gene is, you're right, pretty much useless. I also looked into his physical data from his high school days. I found some irregularities. This kid has a secret. My years of research experience are telling me he's not as simple as he looks. Secretary Yang asked curiously, Headmaster, aren't you a researcher of monster genes? You've always wanted to solve the problem of people mutating from monster genes. Now you're researching the physical data of superhumans too? Hearing his secretary's question, he suddenly grew pensive. In any case, I've already given him a mission that's nearly impossible to complete. If by some miracle he actually pulls it off, our school has nothing to lose. Then he stood up and gave an order. All right, you can get back to work. This power outage incident has made you work overtime until the crack of dawn. You've worked hard, Secretary Yang immediately replied. After the secretary left, Jingche made a phone call to someone. The person on the other end picked up and immediately said, What's up? Why are you calling me this late? He replied, Greetings, Bureau Chief Zhu of the Purifier Bureau. This is Jing Che. The other end asked, Old Jing, why are you being so formal all of a sudden? Jing Che growled, Just consider Xiao Qing's electric bill an expense I've already filed. If you don't approve it, I quit. His words left Bureau Chief Zhu completely speechless. The next morning, in the courtyard of the Nanyu Superhuman Academy, a crowd had gathered, and people were shouting, Lan Yan has a 90% chance of being selected. He's at the top of all the new students this year. We have to get rid of Lin Yan. He's not only buddy-buddy with our purifiers, but he also stole important data from the Fan family's lab. Everyone shouted in unison, That's right! In the headmaster's office, Ni Yang said with a smile, Hello, Headmaster Jing. Our school seems to be thriving as much as ever, huh? Jing Che replied cheerfully, Ni Yang, you brat. How long has it been since you came back to visit? And this is your first time back since graduating too, right, Lin Sai? Lin Sai replied politely, Yes, sir. Just like the vice captain said, the school hasn't changed a bit in 10 years. You guys must be short on funding. Ni Yang forced a laugh and shot back. Lin Si, you heard me wrong. For someone with negative infinity EQ, you should really just shut your damn mouth. He argued back. No way. You clearly said that if the Fan family took over the school, it would be ridiculously rich. He shoved his hand in Lin Si's face to shut him up. It's getting late. Let's get to the main topic. Jing Che closed his eyes and said slowly, If you have something to say, just say it. Ni Yang got serious and began his report. This time, besides coming to be judges for the supernova selection, we also have a mission to find Lan Yan. Old man Jing immediately frowned and demanded, Lan Yan? Why would the Purifier Bureau think Lan Yan is at our school? Ni Yang looked helplessly at Lin Si and said, You explain the situation. He stood up straight to give his report. Beside him, Ni Yang also listened intently. Yes, sir. At around 10:30 p.m. on June 25th, 2025, while I was eliminating a monster in the Shenxi commercial district, I saw Lan Yan. The memories of Xiao Qing's fighting style were still burned into Lin Si's mind. At the time, everything happened so fast that a monster managed to eat one of my arms. But then he showed up and helped me, but for some reason, he deliberately knocked me out. He tried his best to recall Xiao Qing's face and said, When I woke up, the monster was already dead, and I vaguely saw him absorbing the black smoke that the monster turned into after it died. It was really dark then, so I couldn't see his face clearly. But from what I could tell, he's a very young man. That's why the captain speculates that he's a recently awakened teenager with immense superhuman power, but his mind is still immature, which is why he's addicted to such thrilling activities. Ni Yang, sitting to the side, laced his fingers together and closed his eyes, then tiredly continued, Yeah, but if that were all, we wouldn't have gone this far, he recounted gravely. But his addiction just kept getting worse. Yesterday, the Fan family reported that Lan Yan appeared again and attacked a key experimental base of theirs. He stole the primordial life essence, leaving everyone inside the base dead. With a cold expression, Niang gave his assessment. He's getting more dangerous by the day. We have to catch him, no matter what. The first time he appeared was right here in the city, on the first day of the Academy's school year. Then he showed up again in the Purifier town, which is under the Academy's jurisdiction. He voiced his suspicion. Lin Si, still pissed off, added, We have to drag that bastard out. I'm gonna show him what it feels like to get his ass blown away. Lao Jing thought for a moment, then spoke up. The reason you guys are giving is a real stretch. Lao Jing took a sip of his coffee and continued his analysis. but from the looks on your faces, you seem dead certain he's here at the academy." Lin Shi looked over and explained, "Because after he knocked me out cold that day, I felt this really weird connection between us." He covered one eye to focus his senses, his voice firm. "I don't know what kind of weird-ass power he transferred to me when he slammed my head, but long story short, this feeling can't be wrong." Lin Shi recalled the moment he arrived at the academy and continued explaining, "Because I felt it the second I stepped onto campus. Blueface is really here, and I really want to know why I'm suddenly feeling this way." After a moment of silence, Niang's face grew serious as he said, "I don't care how. All that matters is that we catch Blueface. The Purge Bureau isn't just investigating the academy. We basically have to check out all the new freshmen this year." Lao Jing listened to his two students, then closed his eyes, lost in thought for a moment before agreeing. "Right now, all the freshmen are in a total mess at the elemental field. You two should go check it out." Everyone was gathered at the field when a loud voice echoed across it. "Here at the academy, there are many different elemental courses, along with a ton of other subjects. Normally, if you guys run into any trouble with your training, you can go find a specialized instructor to help you out. You can also come to this elemental field to train." Fu Liang was giving a lecture. "The ground here is designed with the 5-element cycle: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This design helps get the superhuman genes in your bodies fired up. For those who've awakened, your training speed will get a massive boost. For those who haven't, your chances of awakening are way higher." He adjusted his glasses with his hand and reminded them, "Make today's opportunity count. Whether or not you get to come back to this training field depends on how you perform today. I think you all should find a suitable opponent to practice with, because combat is." Fu Liang finished speaking, then turned to leave, calling out as he went, "Xiao Yu, Xingcun, come here for a sec." Du Huang's crew noticed Xiao Yu and Xingcun leaving. He shot a nasty smirk at Zhao Sheng. "Your masters are gone. Hey, you useless unawakened scrubs, how about we practice with you guys?" He replied calmly, "I'll be practicing with Xiao Tao. I'm afraid I might slip up and hurt you guys." Du Huang burst out laughing. "What the hell did I just hear? A pathetic, unawakened student. The only tough thing about you from head to toe is that mouth of yours, huh? Pride comes before a fall, you know. Since we're all classmates here, I guess we'll have to teach you a lesson in place of the instructors. You've got some nerve, running your mouths after stealing our resources. I suggest you spit it all back out. Or what, you think your masters are going to be around to protect you forever?" Meanwhile, Fu Liang scratched his head and said, "The dean actually agreed to you two's insane request, accepting that completely absurd mission from him. The dean also told me I have to help you guys out, so I'm your advisor now." "Ugh, fine, guess I drew the short straw. To be honest, neither of you even meet the qualifications to register for the Supernova event." He continued, looking at the two of them. "The absolute minimum requirement to register is that the team captain has to have at least a 3-star superhuman combat level. You guys should be thanking Shangguan Kui. If it weren't for him. Back in the day, Shangguan Kui was just a freshman, but he managed to join the sophomore team. On top of that, he used his 2-star superhuman strength to take down a 3-star superhuman examiner. After that, they had to change the rules." Fu Liang stood up, adjusted his glasses, and reminded them, "So, you could follow Shangguan Kui's example and try to join the sophomore team first. But Xingcun, your superhuman gene level is so low, you'd probably just get cut." Xingcun refused. "No thanks, sir. Our current team is just fine." The teacher gave his cold assessment. "Your current team. A bunch of lost causes." Suddenly, his face changed as he sensed something. "Whoa, what is this weird feeling?" Memories of the first hunt and Lin Shi started flooding back, and a sudden thought hit him. "It's that purger. The one whose arm I indirectly devoured. He's here?" Zixing thought for a moment, his resolve hardening. This is the resonance between superhuman genes that share the exact same origin, which means he can sense me too. I can't let him find me. Inside him, countless huge, powerful monster genes were surrounding a single, tiny, weak yellow superhuman gene. Xingcun came up with a plan. Use the monster genes to shroud his superhuman gene and block the resonance. Outside, Fu Liang was still trying to persuade his two students. "Xingcun, even though the dean gave you the myriad sword star chart, in theory, even someone with a low superhuman gene count can practice the techniques, but your natural talent is just too pathetic. Until you get the iron armor, you basically can't train with the star chart at all," he said bluntly. "Without the star chart, you can't channel elements or use any techniques. It's like trying to cook without any ingredients. Unless you can somehow sense someone else's elements and just crudely copy them." Fu Liang looked over at Xiao Yu and raised a hand to explain. "Xiao Yu, you'll be the temporary team captain. Let's just get you registered first and figure out the rest later. Show me what you've got, go all out." Hearing this, she perked up. "All out, sir? It might take me a little while to warm up, so just give me a sec, okay?" Seeing how cheerful Xiao Yu was, Fu Liang got a bad feeling. Why do you look so pumped? This feels dangerous. Just aim for the sky. Elsewhere, Du Huang was swinging his fist at Zhao Sheng, yelling with a sinister laugh. Even the king of the jungle lets his guard down sometimes. Your masters can't protect you forever. So what if you have 95% superhuman genes? Suddenly, a pillar of lightning shot straight up into the sky from where Xiao Yu was, making him freeze for a few seconds. The light from that pillar illuminated the entire massive field. The crowd quickly looked towards the source of the giant electrical column, the blinding light blurring their silhouettes. The pillar of lightning quickly discharged, shooting straight up into the sky. At that moment, the power in several buildings on campus went out. Seeing this, Du Huang's crew immediately dropped their thug act, walked over to Zhao Sheng, and started sucking up, smoothing his clothes. That was sick, totally epic. Brother Sheng, you're a total pro. Our resources are always ready for our master's pleasure, he thought, smirking to himself. Inside, the Zhao Sheng brothers' eyes were sparkling like stars. After she was done, Xiao Yu turned back to Fu Liang worriedly and asked, Sir, was that okay? He was stunned for a few seconds before replying, Yeah, that'll do. Fu Liang looked calm, but on the inside he was sweating bullets. Just as expected of the Demon Queen, always a bit of a slow starter. But to be this strong just based on elemental outbursts alone is insane. If she masters that star chart the headmaster gave her, she's probably going to become a walking nuke. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. Teacher Fu Liang! He looked back, startled and confused. Teacher Fu Liang rushed over to Secretary Yang. Next to them, Xingcun was still out of it with his eyes closed, which had Xiao Yu worried. What's wrong? Xingcun, what's happening to you? His eyes snapped open, and his cold voice rang out. The purifiers are here. A moment later, after talking it over with Secretary Yang, Fu Liang quickly called everyone over. Everyone, gather up! The freshmen were all curious. What's going on? What happened? The purifiers. Just then, Ni Yang, who was standing beside him, asked, Lin Sai, it's all on you this time. Found the guy yet? Lin Si's eyes narrowed as he cautiously replied, He's close, but I suddenly lost my read on him just now. Then, Lin Si activated his ability, his eyes glowing with yellow streaks of light as he searched. Lin Si's voice was confident as he said, No problem, I can find him. He shouted, Iron, come! Immediately, tons of iron bars flew up from the ground. The scene flashes back, rewinding time to 2 months ago at some building. Lin Si walked up and asked, What's the situation? Ching, he stood there, sizing up his uniform cloak. Is he a captain from another district here to help? She wondered. She quickly reported, Sir, the vice captain successfully lured the monster into that old building. It won't hurt any civilians, will it? After hearing that, Lin Si's face went cold. Tell the vice captain to pull back immediately. Ching, he was just baffled. But... He waved his hand, urging her on. Hurry up, all she could do was agree. Right. Ching, he picked up her walkie-talkie and said, Reporting to the vice captain, some captain from another district is telling you to get out of the building right now. Seeing that Ching he was done reporting, Lin Si activated his power. He slammed his hand on the ground, causing it to crack. Metallic elements quickly flew into the air at Lin Si's summons. Iron, come. Ching He, standing on the side, watched this scene with her jaw on the floor. Holy crap, where did all that iron come from? He's pulling it all to him. Lin Si quickly used the iron to attack the building. His attack was so powerful the entire building started to shake. She was horrified. He's even pulling the scrap iron from inside the building. How is that possible? It doesn't even look like he's using that much elemental power. Watching the building in front of her teeter, she could only think to herself, Damn, talk about working smart, not hard. At that moment, the walls of the building began to collapse. Ching He was seriously impressed. From the outside, you could see huge chunks of rock falling down. Ching He exclaimed, That building, it's coming down. Suddenly, the figure of Ni Yang appeared from inside, frantically pulling up his pants as he sprinted out of the building. He screamed in a rage, What asshole brought the building down? Ni Yang's face was twisted with fury as he roared, I was in there holding off the monster so the newbie could get some combat practice. I don't give a damn which district you're captain of. I'm gonna kill you. After getting out, Ni Yang glared at Lin Si, grinding his teeth. But Lin Si just kept his deadpan expression and introduced himself. I'm Lin Si, a graduate of the 2025 class from Manhwa Superhuman Academy. The other two just froze for a few seconds after hearing that. Ni Yang's eyes practically bulged out of his head. He was about to explode with rage as he yelled, Lin Si, you're the new guy assigned to our squad? Then why the hell are you wearing a captain's uniform? He calmly explained, It's not. This cloak of mine doesn't have a logo. It's just a normal one that I wear because it looks more badass. Ching He, standing beside him, was completely speechless. She could only close her eyes and mutter, "You gotta make a big impression on your first day, I guess." The scene shifts back to the academy in the present. Ni Yang, standing behind, winced as he saw Lin Si using his powers. "I'm telling you, you'd better not be screwing around. If you destroy this 5 elements field, you and I are going to be working for years to pay for it." Lin Si replied, still deadpan. "You worry too much, Vice Captain. There's a ton of metal buried under this 5 elements field, more than enough for me to use." His eyes flashed with determination as he gave the command. Golden pieces of metal quickly flew up from the ground, merging together to form a long, sharp-tipped spear. The freshman saw this and cried out in shock. "Up there, they're all metal swords. What's this purifier trying to do? Treat us like monsters and kill us?" But Xingcun and Xiao Yu, standing in the middle of it all, seemed pretty calm. He felt a bit annoyed. That guy can sense the metal element inside my body. He's using his own metal element to link up with all the students here. Those metal weapons immediately flew down towards Xingcun's position. Inside him, his small golden gene bulked up, getting huge and ready to throw down with the monster genes surrounding it. Zixing felt the changes in his body. His superhuman gene was stupidly acting up. He closed his eyes and calculated. The monster gene can suppress it, but Zixing frowned at the huge metal weapon hovering in the air, feeling helpless. Does this mean as long as this shorty is here, I can't use my superhuman gene? I can't dodge this forever. Then, suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Who's to say that just because he can sense me, that means I'm Lan Yan? Zixing whispered to Xiao Yu next to him. "In a bit, don't lose your cool. Just stay away from me for a moment. Trust me, it'll be fine." At the same time, he directed his monster gene to move to a different spot. With the superhuman gene no longer suppressed, Lin Si's senses immediately picked up on it. His eyes sharpened as he declared, "Lan Yan, I found you." The metal spears in front of him suddenly changed direction. When Xingcun saw all the metal weapons pointing at him, he immediately switched into his phenomenal actor mode. "What's going on?" he thought to himself. "Time to put these acting skills to the test. I'm just a normal freshman who doesn't know a thing." Lin Si wasn't falling for it and continued to control the metal weapons for a relentless attack. "Lan Yan, for ambushing a purifier in the mall plaza and destroying the Fan family's laboratory, I'm here on behalf of the purifiers to arrest you." Zhuo Sheng and Xiao Tao both yelled out in worry, "Boss!" Du Huang was surprised. "Xingcun? I've seen that arrest warrant. How could Xingcun be Xingcun?" Wu Xiong, standing at the front, also felt a bit of agreement, even though he hated the guy. "But isn't the wanted Xingcun supposed to be a fire-type super?" Hearing this, he quickly responded, shouting over and over, "Oh, right, I'm a metal type." Suddenly, the metal rod flying straight for Xingcun's face slowed down, then stopped right in its tracks. He casually dodged the continuous attacks from the metal rods, silently amazed. "I can feel it." Suddenly, the metal rod in Xingcun's vision started to blur, revealing the very lines that formed it, shocking him. Aren't they just a bunch of connected lines? If I can see them this clearly. He remembered what Fu Liang had said. "I'm going to make an example of someone to warn the others. Unless you can feel another person's element, you're just mimicking the motions." Xingcun lifted one foot, calculating in his head. He must have decided to use his super gene to control the metal fragments under the ground. Like this, right? Just using a little bit of the metal element. Xingcun's face turned cold, concentrating the metal fragments in his hand to create a weapon identical to Lin Si's. What did that guy just shout? "Iron, come!" What a freaking lame thing to yell. Man, kids who use hacks are on another level. He only needed one look to create a perfect copy of the Void Heavenly Star Sword, an exact replica of Lin Si's. But this copy was one Xingcun wasn't used to controlling, so it kept wobbling all over the place. He yelled, "Stay still!" Fu Liang, watching from the side, was so surprised he had to push up his glasses. Is this a move from the Myriad Sword star chart that can be used with just a little bit of the metal element? Did Xingcun really learn it just by watching Lin Si use it? But this wasn't the kind of move you could learn just by looking at it. He doesn't even have a star chart, so how could he possibly learn it? Yi Yang thoughtfully sized up Xingcun and tried to persuade Lin Si. "Lin Si, Xingcun uses blue flame. That guy is a metal type." Hearing that, he responded firmly, "My senses are never wrong." Lin Si waved his hand, controlling his own swords as his voice rang out. "Who says you have to be a fire type just to use fire?" Lin Si swung his arm forcefully in various directions, making the metal sword start to move while reaffirming his point. If you know a few tricks, metal can create fire too. He used his ultimate speed. Instantly, the metal rods began to spin rapidly in a circle, moving so fast they sparked. The bodies of the metal rods were now glowing red hot. He called out the name of this ultimate move, Melting Hammer. Fu Liang stared in astonishment at this fiery display, marveling. He's already mastered Myriad Sword's Return to One, and he can even make every single sword ignite at the same time? After graduating, Lin Si's control and technique have improved so much. The teacher suddenly grew pensive, his mind filled with doubts. It's true that metal can create fire. Fu Liang looked at Xingcun, who was still standing frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the heated metal rods in the sky. Is Xingcun really Xingcun? Was his identity as a freshman super just a disguise? Meanwhile, Xingcun's eyes were shining brighter than car headlights as he eagerly watched Lin Si's skill, admiring it in his heart. Holy crap, flaming lightning swords. I totally want to learn that. Over on Lin Si's side, his face was as taut as a guitar string as he roared, Xingcun, prepare to die! He controlled the metal rods to charge forward, and the metal fragments under his feet turned into sharp, gleaming spikes, striking at Xingcun. Suddenly, a voice rang out, that's enough. At the same time, the entire area that had been covered in blazing metal rods was enveloped by a sheet of water. Then, all the metal rods were stopped, unable to move. Yi Yang was stunned by this power. Such a strong water element. The myriad swords returned to one has been broken. All the students present, including Xingcun who stood amidst the thousands of swords, were completely unharmed. Shangguan Kui stood protectively in front of Xingcun and said with displeasure, I thought you guys were just here to be judges for the supernova selection. Her eyes narrowed, showing her dissatisfaction as she continued to question them. You're all former students of this school, so you should know. The Nanyu Superhuman Academy is under my Shangguan Kui's protection. If you're going to bully the students of my school like this, then don't blame me for not respecting our old school ties. She gripped the iron pipe in her hand, radiating killing intent as she shooed them away. Go be a referee for some academy strength assessment and stop causing trouble at my place. Lin Si, still fearless, provoked her. Senior Shangguan Kui, he is Xingcun. Get out of my way. Hearing this, Yi Yang gently reminded him, Hey, Lin Si, you'd better speak to Junior Shangguan with a bit more respect. Shangguan Kui's expression turned murderous as she laughed coldly. You? She created a water dragon as a threat. You're telling a lady like me to get out of the way? Then today, I'll teach a snot-nosed little brat like you a lesson. She flicked her hand and gave him a cold look. Lin Si, feeling uneasy, immediately said, I want to go back to HQ. Yi Yang, standing beside him, could only stand still and laugh bitterly in his heart. He got scared that fast this time. He looked at the approaching water dragon and commented, Her life element. That dragon is like it has a soul. Is Shangguan Kui about to reach the legendary 5-star superhuman level? This junior is seriously making people envious. I'm afraid just one hit from her would be enough to send a peak 3-star senior like me straight to the next life. Seeing that Lin Si had stopped, Yi Yang let out a sigh of relief. That's more like it. Let's go back to HQ first and discuss this further. But Lin Si dropped a bombshell, requesting HQ to dispatch another 17 or 18 colleagues here to help deal with her. After he said that, Shangguan Kui's water dragon opened its massive mouth, ready to lunge and tear them apart. Suddenly, an image of old Jing Teng gently instructing her appeared in her mind. Kui, know when to stop. That hot temper of yours will only put you at a disadvantage in your relationships. Your love life will also. Shangguan Kui grew impatient. Keep talking. My love life will what? And with that, she retracted her water dragon and stepped forward to press the issue. If he's the blue flame, disguised by using metal to create fire, then why didn't you realize it right away? Shangguan Kui then presented evidence of his innocence, stating that on the night the Pan family's lab was destroyed by Xingcun, I was monitoring the school. At that time, no one left the academy. Xingcun's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He never expected this would accidentally become his alibi. On the other side, Yi Yang heard the reason, slung an arm around Lin Si's shoulder, and said goodbye to her. If that's the case, then I guess we really were mistaken. Let's go, Lin Si. Time to go prepare for the supernova selection. Once the two of them were gone, the training ground finally quieted down. Xingcun walked up and asked, Senior Shangguan, our school is so huge, and you have to watch over all the students. That must be so tough on you. She let out a huge yawn, puffed out her chest, and said, No way, who's got the time to babysit everyone every single day? But suddenly, she nudged Xingcun with her elbow and said with a grin, Based on my man-judging skills, you're not a bad guy. Over on the side, Xiao Yu saw this and got a little jealous, letting out a few fake coughs. But right away, Guan Kui rushed over to greet her. Junior Xiao Yu, I've got high hopes for you. Hurry up and train to 4 or 5 stars. When you do, we'll go slash up all the scumbag men in the world together. After that, Guan Kui quickly left, leaving the two of them there. Xingcun spoke first. Let's go. We need to study properly. But just then, Zhao Sheng came over and whispered to them. I heard that all the guys Shangguan Kui likes are total scumbags, so her ability to judge men is actually pretty crap. After hearing this, Xiao Yu nudged him with her elbow, implying something. So doesn't that mean she judged you correctly? Xingcun's eyes lit up, menacingly threatening. Who are you trying to diss, huh? Bring Xiao Tao to Xiao Yu's dorm tonight, and I'll open your eyes for you, he replied fearfully. Okay, boss. Fu Liang glanced over, thinking to himself, that crappy little squad of theirs might actually have a shot in the supernova selection. They've got two unawakened members with 39 and 41% potential, plus Xiao Yu's natural talent and a hard-working dark horse like Xingcun. The scene shifts to the supernova selection registration point. The teacher's thoughts continued. They might not win the whole thing, but they could definitely pass the first round. I could win a pretty penny off my colleagues with this one. Inside, the teachers were gossiping. Teacher Chu, the team you're mentoring is definitely going to win first place this time, right? No way. That kid on your team is about to hit level 4. The other members aren't so great. We have a secret weapon? You think I'm just going to spill it? Hey, have you guys heard? The principal made Fu Liang mentor a team of freshmen to compete against our teams. Freshmen? They don't even meet the minimum registration requirements. Suddenly, the door swung open and Fu Liang walked in. He gave a gentle but cunning smile and said, Hey everyone, I'm here to register my little brats. Fu Liang pushed up his glasses and said with a smirk, The weather's great today. Anyone up for a bet? The scene changes to the boys' dorm, where an angry voice rings out, Zhao Sheng, you lucky son of a bitch! Du Huang stood in front of Zhao Sheng and yelled, Young Master Pan wants to recruit you and your sister for the Pan family's 4th team. Do you have any idea how much he's offering you? That guy continued with a smug look. 1,000 vials of life force fluid per year. That's more than double the total amount that punk Xingcun stole from us. You and your sister could use almost 2 vials a day. I'm so freaking jealous. This is insane news for you. Du Huang continued contemptuously. So good that someone like you could never even dream of it, right? You've really hit the jackpot. When Zhao Sheng didn't say anything, he thought he'd agreed and pushed harder. Young Master Pan has a way to help you guys awaken. Zhao Sheng looked up and asked coldly, Awaken? His voice rang out, That's right, this is the luck of a lifetime for your family. I know your sister Xiao Tao has been held back once, and you've been held back twice. 2 whole years have gone by and you still can't awaken. A shell this tight. Even I feel bad for you. With your pathetic talent, it'd be a miracle if you awaken this year. Don't tell me you think your luck will hold for a 3rd year and you'll pass the final assessment next year. Right now, all you have to do is side with young Master Pan, and you and your sister will get the chance to awaken. Du Huang placed a hand on his shoulder with a disdainful, charitable air. Excited? The fate of your Zhao family is about to change. Zhao Sheng's expression remained calm, but his voice turned icy as he demanded, Get your filthy hand off me. Du Huang ignored him and continued with a smirk. Hey, don't tell me you're getting all high and mighty just because you found some protection, you little punk. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng's voice cut in. Listen up. He knocked Du Huang's hand off his shoulder and declared firmly, In life, I belong to my boss. In death, I'll be his ghost. Enraged, Du Huang grabbed him by the collar and yelled, Zhao Sheng, you stupid son of a bitch. You just have to learn things the hard way, don't you? He gritted his teeth, unable to persuade him, then said in a cold voice, Xingcun is going up against the Pan family. You don't need me to tell you how that ends. In the end, he'll lose everything and have no choice but to kneel at their feet. Du Huang's expression darkened as he continued to threaten him, and the most pitiful one will be you. Your stupidity made you lose your only chance to awaken, and on top of that, you'll get dragged down with him and face their revenge. But in response, he kicked Du Huang hard in the stomach, yelling at the same time, My boss is so strong, a shallow punk like you could never even imagine it. Hell, even I can't imagine it. If you've got the guts, then hit me. If I make a single sound, I lose. Du Huang was kicked onto the bed. He furiously shouted, Zhao Sheng, if you keep being this stubborn, there's no telling what might happen to you in your sleep. Are you ready to never have a peaceful night again? Unafraid, Zhao Sheng provoked him further. Then you better hope I don't wake up, because the moment I do, I'll fight you guys to the very end. Du Huang got so mad he activated his powers. A flash of golden lightning sparked in his eyes as he roared, You really are a mad dog. He slapped Zhao Sheng hard across the face and lectured him. From now on, I'll have to think of ways to mess with you every night. Just thinking about it is annoying. A piece of trash with your talent dares to act tough in front of me, and you're even trying to act like a loyal mutt protecting its master. Instead of feeling pain, he just laughed triumphantly and said, Without my boss, I would have been dead a long time ago. I'll spend the rest of my life repaying him. Zhao Sheng coolly walked outside and said, I've got urgent business tonight. If you can't kill me, then I'm out of here. When it comes to a real fight, you couldn't even beat me. We'll settle this score later. Hearing that, the guy just scoffed, assuming he was scared. What a coward, making up excuses to run away. Get lost, before I beat you to death right now. His screams echoed through the entire dorm. You're going to die, and your sister is going to die because of you. You ignorant piece of trash. The scene shifts. Niu Xiong glances at a corpse and says, Young Master Pan, that useless punk is nothing but Xingcun's loyal little dog. Trying to poach anyone from Xingcun's crew won't be easy. He just gave a slight smirk and said, It's fine. I have 1,000 ways to deal with them. I was planning to go easy at first, but they're forcing me to be cruel. The scene shifts to another dorm where, at that moment, Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao are standing outside, knocking and yelling, Boss, we're here. Suddenly, a hand shot out from inside, catching his attention, followed by a gust of wind that flashed by like lightning. Xingcun had already yanked the 2 dazed siblings into the room. A demonic look appeared on his face, his wicked voice echoing through the small room. Xiao Sheng, Xiao Tao, are you ready for some hell training? He dazedly agreed. Yeah. Xingcun crossed his arms and explained seriously. Next up is the hell training. He then continued giving instructions. Zhao Sheng. But then he suddenly asked in surprise, What the hell are you taking your sock off for? The question made Xiao Tao, who was next to him, look at her brother in horror. He held up the sock he'd just taken off and explained, I swear I won't peek, but I'm just scared I might open my eyes by accident. Then Zhao Sheng took the stinky sock and shoved it right in his sister's face, saying, Xiao Tao, give me your head so I can put this sock over it. She screamed in protest. Are you trying to murder your own sister? Xingcun clasped his hands, pretending not to see anything, as his calm voice cut in. All right, stop. Don't worry about closing your eyes. The second thing is way more important. I need you guys to trust me completely. Then Xingcun narrowed his eyes and said, seriously, entrust your lives to me. The brainless Zhao Sheng immediately agreed without a second thought. No problem, right? Xiao Tao. In contrast, Xiao Tao seemed much calmer. She asked him, Xingcun, you're Xingcun, aren't you? Hearing that, Zhao Sheng frowned from the side. Call him boss, Xiao Tao. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? But Xingcun admitted it bluntly. Yeah, that's me. After hearing that, his eyes lit up with admiration. Boss, you're so damn strong. Then Zhao Sheng turned to ask, Xiao Tao, how did you know? She frowned and explained. The holy emissary wouldn't have just come frantically running over here looking for Xingcun for no reason. So, when Senior Lin Shi called, Xiao Tao stated with certainty, Xingcun, based on my observations of you all this time, your over-the-top reaction back then was just an act. I've never seen you genuinely panic, not once. She then continued, recalling Xiao Yu's expression, and Xiao Yu's acting was even more refined, but I felt, based on the relationship between you two, there's no way Xiao Yu would just take that lying down. I've never seen her act like a total bystander like that. Zhao Sheng yelled in shock, Xiao Tao, are you really my sister? How are you so smart? Xiao Tao shot back a sarcastic remark at her idiot brother. A family with 2 stupid kids would be cursed for 18 generations. Xingcun's voice cut in. Xiao Tao, you can call me Xingcun, but don't you dare say my acting sucks. I am Xingcun, the bastard who destroyed the Pan family's lab. Do you still trust me? She calmly gave her opinion. Just like my brother said, if it wasn't for you, we would have died a long time ago. Although, thinking back on it now, I'm realizing that the final assessment, getting that kind of special treatment was probably because the Pan family was targeting you, right? Hearing his sister, Zhao Sheng nodded along from the side. That makes sense. With determined eyes, Xiao Tao looked at him and continued. But that just proves how criminal the Pan family is. Their lab is definitely researching some seriously messed up stuff. Besides, it's not like I have any other choice. She added, my blockhead brother chose to follow you, so he's definitely never going to change his mind. Hearing that, he ruffled her hair and teased, Xiao Tao, you should repay him with your body, you know. Xiao Tao snapped. Shut up, she then declared loudly. Even though your opponent is the powerful Pan family, Zhao Sheng and I will absolutely give everything we've got to help you. Xiao Tao shouted with determination, let's start the training. Whatever you tell us to do, we'll do it. Zhao Sheng agreed. Xiao Tao is right. Xingcun and Xiao Yu brought out 2 huge jugs of life fluid and said, then let's begin. Drink this. 1 bottle each. They agreed instantly. Okay. Zhao Sheng grabbed one, chugged it down, and said, I'm done. Next to him, Xiao Tao struggled to finish hers. Then she said, exhausted, I finished too. I'm so bloated. Xingcun smiled in reply. It'll absorb quickly. Xiao Tao asked, is this pure life fluid? He answered honestly, yep. I swiped it from the Pan family's lab. It's the good stuff. You two probably just drank half of all the pure life fluid our classmates voluntarily donated to us before. Zhao Sheng was moved to tears. B-boss. This is too much. What did we do to deserve this? Xiao Tao, on the other hand, looked more worried, thinking to herself, so this is why Xingcun told us to entrust our lives to him. Xiao Tao thought, we haven't awakened, yet we're drinking a massive amount of pure life fluid in such a short time. This will make our bodies accumulate an insane amount of life force. It could be fatal. A look of anxiety showed in her eyes. Xingcun must have learned this method from the Pan family's lab. Plus, he probably needs to use some kind of equipment too. He's not letting us see for a reason. Is it because this experimental equipment is too bizarre and untrustworthy? Xingcun had already moved behind them and, with a wave of his hand, told them, close your eyes now. Xiao Tao thought so too. Right, I have to close my eyes. But she was surprised when she felt a chop to the back of her neck. Before she truly blacked out, her thoughts jumbled. He knocked us out. Of course. This way, I don't have to worry about them waking up. It's way more effective than dealing with my moron brother's stupidity. Tu Tin gave an apologetic little laugh. Sorry guys, can't let you know I have monster genes just yet, so I can only awaken your superhuman genes in your dreams. Then his arm quickly mutated, growing larger as he muttered, hope you have a beautiful dream. Straight from hell. His targets were the two Zhao cousins lying on the ground. Tu Tin controlled the small mouths, stabbing them into the back of their necks, secretly thrilled. Xiao Ying and Hai Long's superhuman genes are reacting. Seeing this, Tu Tin calculated. But they don't have that many super genes. I can probably go a little deeper. Right now, inside their bodies, the milky white superhuman genes were just lazing around, not wanting to do anything. From above, a monster gene transferred by Tu Tin shot down, directly fusing with their superhuman gene sequence. Tu Tin looked down at them. They must be feeling the nightmare and the fear from the deepest corners of their very souls right about now. And now, their superhuman genes are exploding. The scene shifts to inside Xiao Tao's dream. She's in a pink pajama set, lying on a grassy field. Xiao Tao struggled to regain consciousness. Where am I? She looked at her blood-covered hands in horror. These clothes. Her expression turned weary, a wave of sadness washing over her. Ugh, this nightmare again. Suddenly, the small brown teddy bear started to twist and distort, growing to a massive size, catching Xiao Tao completely off guard. Her eyes widened in shock. She stared at the drooling teddy bear that was now bigger than a building. Xiao Tao screamed in terror. This dream. It's different from before. It's way more disgusting. The scene cuts to outside the dorms. Down below, Lindsay said resentfully, something's off. That guy is definitely shady. Ching. He came over, throwing an arm over his shoulder and trying to talk some sense into him. Lindsay, the captain was right to have me follow you. I caught you red-handed trying to peep on the junior girls showering. He retorted, annoyed. Tu Tin's room is giving off a vibe that's both weird and familiar. Lindsay stuck to his guns. He's definitely Xingcun. I'm going to expose him during these supernova tryouts. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled to life with an incoming call. Both of them got the message. Urgent announcement for all purifiers. Something big just went down. They picked up their phones to listen to the details. Ching He rushed off as the announcement continued. The supply station in the northern sector is under attack. All nearby purifiers. Report for backup immediately. Song Yin stared at the ruins in front of him and reported, North Relief Point, Qingchu Town. This building has almost completely collapsed. The smell of blood here is insane. No survivors in sight. From the looks of it, we're guessing it was a monster rampage, but there are no monsters in sight. He reported, HQ, our purifier team will begin the investigation immediately. Hopefully, we can find some survivors. HQ warned them to be careful. HQ isn't detecting any monster hordes in the vicinity. Song Yin reassured them. Don't worry, HQ. We're the elite squad that helped Shangguan Kui take down the Earth Dragon. No matter how scary the monster is, we can at least protect ourselves. He smiled confidently. Besides, I don't hear any monsters around here. Don't underestimate my superhuman hearing. Suddenly, Song Yin sensed something. He whipped his head around and yelled, Wait, there's movement in the distance. Did the monsters sense humans and come back? 1,000 meters. 800 meters. 400 meters. It's too fast. His whole squad immediately got into a defensive stance, ready to face the enemy. Dragon Trap, where's the enemy? Song Yin was horrified and confused. What the hell? I can hear the monster is just a few dozen meters away, so why can't I see anything? Suddenly, a blast of green fire shot towards his team. HQ heard the screams and urgently asked, Hey, report in, now. The earpiece was knocked to the ground, with the voice on the other end repeatedly asking, What's going on? A giant foot stomped on the earpiece, crushing it into silence, leaving only static. A girl on the team had been wrecked by the monster's attack. Song Yin panicked. Xiao Lan, Crap, there's some kind of invisible monster. He quickly gave orders to everyone. Set up the dragon trap formation everywhere. Protect yourselves first. Amai rushed forward to attack, throwing a punch straight ahead. But she couldn't hold out for long. The monster ripped her entire arm muscle to shreds, and fresh blood spurted out non-stop. Amai stared in horror as her arm was torn apart, unable to dodge. Her voice trembled. I can't fight it. And with that, Amai decided to go all out. She quickly unleashed her crystal dragon trap technique, using her own blood as the trigger. She controlled the blood from her arm to trap the monster. Blood cage! Song Yin said worriedly. Amai, you don't have to do this. We just need to hold on a little longer. HQ has already notified nearby purifiers to come rescue us. Amai faced Song Yin and smiled. Captain Song, the blood cage won't hold for long. Listen to me. This monster can turn invisible. It's at least a level 4. It's terrifying. Even though she was injured, she put on a brave smile to reassure everyone. We're not going to make it until backup arrives. And even if they get here, whoever comes will just die too. I'm done for. Amai weakly grabbed her severed arm and sadly told the other members, sorry everyone, but it looks like you'll have to come with me. We all practiced the same star chart. Her whole body began to crack from using the blood cage. Amai kept smiling, speaking softly to the team. Only when you all use your blood to form a cage with me can we protect the captain's life. Her body slowly turned into a red mist and dissipated into the air, her voice still echoing in the dark night. He was always the one protecting us. This time, we'll protect him. The girls on the team rushed forward to stop him. Captain, don't move. Just give up and let us tie you down. You can't fight back when all of us sisters team up on you. He screamed, Stop! I'm your captain. You have to listen to me. But the two of them used their powers to push him away, saying their last words, Captain Song, tell HQ about this monster so they can send a real master to kill it. Don't let our other colleagues walk to their deaths. All Song Yin could do was scream, No! He was thrown back, sliding across the ground, screaming helplessly in his mind, Damn it all. Song Min watched his two teammates fade into nothing just to stop the monster and cursed himself. If I was just a little stronger, I could have protected them. Gritting his teeth, he was about to dial a number on his phone when he realized something was next to him. Damn it! Song Min's whole body tensed up and he shot to his feet. It wasn't just one invisible monster. There were two, or maybe three. Their speed wasn't what it was before. That's why they were still behind him. His face filled with more despair than ever as he cursed like crazy in his head. Damn it, where the hell did all these monsters come from? This is so bad. The fallout from this is going to be huge. Song Min pulled himself together, gripping the phone in his hand. No more time, no safe place to be found. He had to warn everyone. Right now. But when he turned it on, Song Min figured out why. He bolted away from the stream of blood, calculating in his head, shit. This superhuman elemental power is too strong. It's messing with the signal. I have to get further away. Suddenly, a track of movement appeared underground, and Song Min sensed the danger, muttering to himself, I've been spotted. Come on, connect. Connect. Damn it. He clutched his phone, anxiously praying. Just connect. The crappy phone in his hand just let out a few beeps, along with a message. No available network found. Song Min didn't hesitate for another second and made the report right away. HQ, don't send any exterminators below 4-star here, because there are at least 3 level 4 invisible monsters. The shadow of a monster appeared behind him. After saying his piece, he felt a weight lift off him and smiled, satisfied. The message is out. A blue light flared in Song Min's eyes. He was determined to risk his life against this thing. Now I can finally go all out. The worst that can happen is death. The gene image inside his body appeared. Song Min's blood boiled as he shouted, I can feel this power. Just as he was about to fight to the death, a familiar, bright blue shield suddenly appeared in front of him. Song Min yelled out in joy. He quickly said, Send the message back to HQ. Just as I thought, the fastest one to arrive is always Shangguan Kui. Kui arrived, took in the disastrous scene, and said, Sorry, I'm late. Song Min warned her, Be careful, those monsters. She activated her superhuman gene, her eyes turning cold as she said, They're gone. They left in a real hurry. They probably ambushed you guys just looking for an easy meal, her voice continued. But whatever the reason, I'm sure these terrifying monsters have a much more important target. The scene cuts to Xingcun, who was currently mutating after adapting to his new superhuman powers. Humans always think they can control the monsters, that they'll control this world once again. They've had it way too easy and peaceful these past few years. Xingcun grabbed Zhao Sheng's hip with his mutated arm and said with a perverted smirk, If I don't shake things up a little, I'm afraid that in a year some sudden disaster will strike. Sheng, Tao Tao. Let me give you two a little stimulation. Xiao Yu watched this, a little freaked out. This whole scene was just too bizarre. She warned him, "Hey, you better control yourself. Don't you dare actually eat them." Xingcun looked at her and teased, "Don't worry. If I really can't hold back, the first person I'll eat alive is gonna be you. 'Cause you smell way more delicious than they do." Xiao Yu's eyes widened when she heard that, and she cursed, "Screw you!" Xingcun explained, "I wouldn't dare mix monster flesh and blood into your body. Your superhuman gene would go completely berserk. But their superhuman genes aren't that strong, so I can get away with using this extreme training method." After hearing that, she asked curiously, "What are they dreaming about?" Xingcun commented on each of them, "Xiao Tao's dream is totally normal. It's just the standard human reaction to fear. But Zhao Sheng's condition, that's a little weird." Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng was convulsing, mumbling something. Then he suddenly shot up, veins bulging on his face, his eyes flashing as he screamed, "I'm gonna kill you!" He was about to lash out again, but when he saw the two people in front of him just looking at him calmly, he snapped right out of the nightmare. Xingcun smiled, satisfied. "Congratulations on your awakening." Xiao Tao was just waking up too, and both of them groggily said, "Huh?" Their eyes flew wide open in utter amazement. At that moment, Xiao Tao's lips were sealed. She was speechless, while Zhao Sheng fell to his knees, bawling his eyes out. He slammed his forehead to the ground before him, declaring his resolve. Xingcun just waved his hand dismissively. "You're nowhere near strong enough to be my shield right now. You need to level up. I injected a little poison into you two. This stuff will keep your superhuman genes in a constant state of rampage." Xingcun described the state of their superhuman genes. It's like, just imagine this for a second. You're about to be eaten alive. Every single cell in your body goes on red alert. They'll protect themselves when they sense mortal danger. After hearing that, Xiao Tao immediately asked, "So, does that mean our superhuman genes are on a rampage?" He waved his hand. "Pretty much." Then, Xingcun opened the door and gave them instructions. "The supernova selection tryouts are in one more week. Within this month, you absolutely must level up to a 3-star superhuman. Judging by the current state of your genes, hitting 2-star won't be that hard. As for getting to 3-star, I'm guessing Xiao Yu will go ask the principal for a star map." Xiao Tao looked at him, shocked. "Ask the principal? But this is a star map we're talking about, and at a time like this." Xingcun didn't bother explaining any further. He walked out, closed the door, and called back inside. "One more thing. For the next few days, if you get thirsty, don't drink water. Drink the life essence solution." Zhao Sheng stared at his own hands and asked in a daze, "Xiao Tao, am I dreaming? Did we really awaken?" He could feel the superhuman genes in his body, like they were going wild. "In my 2 years at this school, I have never seen a case like this." He ruffled Xiao Tao's hair excitedly. "He told us to drink life essence solution like it's water. The boss is loyal and generous, and on top of that, I can tell he's insanely strong." "Xiao Tao, your big bro has a pretty good eye for people, am I right?" Xiao Tao asked worriedly. "That supernova selection thing Xingcun just mentioned, don't tell me you're planning on joining?" Zhao Sheng said naively, "We'll just do whatever the boss says. It's only the supernova selection, right? Besides, the boss is seriously amazing. He even managed to get us a spot in the supernova selection." Xiao Tao looked at him with concern. "Bro, I know you've been keeping a low profile since you had to repeat the year, but have you forgotten what you did the last time you were held back?" Zhao Sheng looked away, evasively. "Didn't I just beat up every single one of my classmates? What's the big deal?" Xiao Tao yelled, "Good, so you do remember. Let me tell you something about this year's supernova selection contest. We're going to be fighting them." Zhao Sheng thought to himself, "Good thing I awakened." The scene shifts to 1 week later. The supernova selection is beginning. Right now, Du Huang is holding a vial of life essence, chugging it down enthusiastically. Seeing this, a brown-haired guy curiously walks over and asks, "Hey, where'd you get that life essence?" Du Huang clicked his tongue and replied without a care, "Where else could it be from? It's Zhao Sheng's. That idiot hid the life essence in another pair of his leather shoes. I can even taste a faint funky smell while drinking it." The other guy asked again, "You stole it from him? Aren't you afraid of causing trouble?" Du Huang sneered in reply, "What the hell is there to be afraid of? He's nothing more than Xiao Yu's dog. He probably had to scrimp and save like crazy just to get this bottle of life essence. We're backed by the Fan family, so we're not even in the same league as them, even though dealing with him is the mission the Fan family gave us." After finishing the drink, he casually tossed the vial behind him and scoffed, "That bastard is as useless as he is hard to kill. After I beat him up last time, he hasn't even dared to return to the dorms. Who knows where the hell he's hiding now? Even if Xiao Yu is his master, she's just a little brat. You think it'd be hard for young Master Fan to crush her? Zhao Sheng hasn't even awakened. If I got serious, I'd probably send him straight to his grave." Walking past the door, Wu Yin chimed in, I think you'd better not underestimate Zhao Sheng. Du Huang looked contemptuous and sneered. Seeing Zhao Sheng get so much life essence, you're regretting betraying Xiao Yu now, aren't you? Planning to go lick their boots now? I've seen plenty of two-faced opportunists like you. It's fine, I can still rough you up a few times. Wu Yin just replied coldly. Go check the school's website, don't you guys know? Today is the supernova selection. Du Huang quickly pulled out his phone to check. Then he clicked his tongue and answered, Of course I know. It's a huge event. The school even set up a ton of cameras in the competition arena. Any student at the school can use a computer. Or you can watch the live stream on your phone with the school's Wi-Fi. You can also go to a classroom to watch it. I was just about to head over. He and the brown-haired guy suddenly shouted in excitement, It's already started? This is sick! And the host is freaking gorgeous. The guy next to him added, I know her. She was the captain of last season's Supernova team and the MVP. I can't believe the host is that hot-flying live streamer, the wind system superhuman who's been blowing up recently, 222. The host's voice rang out, I've just introduced you all to the most audacious team. Du Huang was curious. What's the most audacious team? The host floated in the air with a sweet voice. Now, Tutu will introduce you to the top 3 teams with the best chance of winning the championship. Barring any surprises, the champion this time will be one of these 3 teams. After that, Shizai's team appeared on the screen. The entire team consisted of fire system superhumans, and they are all 3-star superhumans who have completed over 50% of their star maps, making them the team with the strongest and most well-rounded power. Du Huang discussed as he watched, It's young master fan. On the side, Tutu added, the former captain was Xiao Yu. He has 86% superhuman genes. You heard that right, former captain, but according to the latest information, the captain of this team has changed. And the new captain is this year's most watched new student, Fan Shizai, the heir to the Fan family. It makes perfect sense. According to the displayed information, he was already a 3-star superhuman upon enrollment, with his star map 83% complete and his superhuman genes at 90%. Up above, an excited Tutu spoke into the livestream camera, a teenage genius with a bright future ahead of him. Let's all look forward to his performance. Not long after, she smiled brightly and continued. Next up is... Tutu moved to another area. A team was already standing below, the Deer Coat Tong team, all female warriors. She introduced them. Captain Zhang Ying is currently acknowledged by the entire school as the strongest fighter, with 85% superhuman genes. The Annihilator Sis uses her water system superpower to cultivate the 10,000 Sword Star, famous for shattering the leg of Xiao Yu, the captain of the Red Flame team in 2003, with a single strike. Will she be able to hold on to her title as the strongest in the school this time? Tutu continued to interact from above. Finally, a little something for our female viewers, Captain Xiao, his team, with bodies that will make you go, wow. Finally, Xiao, his team, the Divine Sword team, walked out. Rumor has it they possess treasures from a 4-star superhuman, the strongest sword and the strongest shield. Livestream viewers are all saying they are the true top contenders for this year's championship. She then flew higher to announce the rules. Okay, as the host of this season's Supernova selection competition, I declare that the first round has officially begun. The battle arena is a dense jungle. 16 teams will compete simultaneously. If a team captain loses their ability to fight, the entire team will be disqualified from continuing. The 6 winning teams will advance to the second round. Cut to Du Huang's group. The 3 walked while continuing their discussion. Holy crap, those 3 teams are terrifying. If they're that strong, then how insane is that most audacious team they introduced at the start? Yo, Wu Yin, did you watch the stream from the beginning? What's so audacious about them? Wu Yin explained with a weary tone, the entire team is made up of freshmen. They only have 4 members, and they're trying to compete for the championship against teams of sophomores and juniors, which is why Tututu called them the most audacious team. After hearing that, Du Huang couldn't hide his surprise. The whole team is freshmen? 4 members. Don't tell me. He immediately denied the thought. It's Xiao Yu's team. He became furious. How the hell is she qualified to enter this supernova selection competition? The brown-haired guy next to him chimed in, Xiao Yu has 95% superhuman genes. It's understandable that she'd have a breakthrough and become a captain, but Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiaotao are also on the team. Du Huang and the brown-haired guy spun around in shock, then asked in a flurry, no way. Absolutely no way. To participate, he leaned in and continued, Zhao Sheng's awakened. How did that happen so suddenly? So what if he's awakened? He had to repeat 2 years to finally awaken, but even with 39% superhuman genes, he'd still get his ass kicked by me. Who the hell hasn't awakened yet? Wu Yin said casually as he walked. It's true that Chu Thurn's superhuman gene percentage is low, and he was held back for 2 years. But because he was held back for 2 years, it means he's already been at this Superhuman Academy for 2 years. Even so, Du Hong stubbornly tried to argue, so what? So he knows all the subjects, Wu Yin replied, right? All the subjects related to superhumans, he's already desperately studied them all. He added, oh, right, there's something you probably don't know. Every single student from the year before him has to call him Big Bro Thurn when they see him. Elsewhere, a cocky-looking young man appeared and said, Big Bro Thurn, and you too, Teal Dao, long time no see. I never thought we'd run into each other at this year's Supernova selection. He was Ma Tu Long, a second year and a team captain. Seeing him, Chu Thurn's eyes went wide in shock, while Teal Dao could only cover her face to hide. Tu Long looked over at Chu Thurn and yelled aggressively, you guys, do you remember the day you left school? He strutted, slapping his chest belligerently. You practically beat up every single one of us, so when we saw you show up here, the other guys didn't hold back either. As long as we're not on the same team as the third years, every second-year team is here. Tu Long rubbed his neck, looking annoyed. You actually get to participate in the Supernova selection. Impressive. And your team's name is just awful to listen to. He cracked his knuckles and raised his voice. After thinking it over, we decided we had to find a chance to beat the crap out of you for revenge. One-on-one, taking turns. That's not too much to ask, right? Suddenly, Xingcun walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder and teased, Thurn, nice work. I didn't expect you to be even better at making enemies than I thought. He brazenly stepped forward, glancing over the group with a look of disdain. Is this it? Just this handful of guys? That's kind of pathetic, don't you think? They were furious when they heard that. Who the hell are you, you damn first year? This isn't your place to butt in. Meanwhile, in the faculty office, teacher Loi VM was mocking teacher Fo Luong. You're going to bet us that a team of first years can pass the first round? He continued with a sinister smile. There are 6 teams composed entirely of second years, a total of 30 people. Then he decisively pulled out a betting slip and announced loud and clear, I'm interested, 100 vials of life essence. Loi VM slammed the slip on the table as a power move. I bet they'll fail. Hard. Fo Luong was now sweating bullets but still trembling. On the other side, the others also chimed in with their bets. 50, 188, 200, 250, 300 vials of life essence. Loi VM sneered crudely. Fo Luong, you're not going to cheat when you lose in a bit, are you? He just lowered his head and replied, you play, you pay. Unexpectedly, a spark of curiosity lit up in his eyes. But what's the team name you came up with? Who even likes to mention the word apocalypse these days, and you call them Team Mars? Loi VM mocked. You mean they're implying the world's about to end and they're the saviors or something? Such cocky newbies, so damn arrogant. It's no wonder that girl Thotho called them the most rebellious team. Xingcun's face darkened at that moment, the corner of his lip twitching up as he thought to himself, the spark spreads, but I can't save this world on my own. He remembered, before the apocalypse comes, I have to make the sparks around me ignite. I have to make the sparks around me ignite. So, I need to add a little more fuel to the fire. Finally, Xingcun spoke up to challenge them. One-on-one? No way. You guys think way too highly of yourselves, he growled, beckoning at them provocatively. It's only fun if you all come at me at once. Ma Tu Long's whole crew went ballistic when they heard that. Tu Long's gang roared, this goddamn first year is so arrogant, let's get him. Wait, how can we all rush him at once? That's too dirty, he snarled, clenching his fists. We only came here this time to. Suddenly, Tu Long froze for a few seconds, then looked over and exclaimed, Big Bro Thurn. Chu Thurn shot forward and shouted loud and clear, come on, like the boss said, all of you, come at me together. He grinned excitedly. Let me see if you guys have improved at all this past month. Ma Tu Long's group panicked. Big Bro Thurn. Big Bro Thurn. He tried to stop him, but it was too late. Before he could do anything, Chu Thurn swiftly grabbed him and kneed him in the back. Chu Thurn didn't hesitate to launch a direct attack. Elbow to the side, a sorrowful farewell. He immediately took down his opponent in just a few hits, shocking everyone who was watching. Once he was down, Chu Thurn got into a ready stance and enthusiastically yelled, Come on, all of you! You don't have to hold back like before. This time, you can use your superhuman powers. As for Tu Long, who was lying on the ground foaming at the mouth, he unconsciously cried out, Big Bro Thurn. Scene change. In the office, a betting slip was presented and Fo Luong decisively snatched it. The other person's voice trembled. I'll raise. Wait, no, I won't raise. He quickly snatched the slip back and said coolly, Too late, let go. Another teacher looked at the screen and asked curiously, That Chu Thurn kid. Fo Luong, busy counting the stack of collected slips, said, I guess you teachers only care about superhuman powers, huh? If you were the martial arts instructors hired by the school, you wouldn't be making this bet with me. That kid, Xiao Yu, only has 39% superhuman genes, but he's incredibly hardworking. He was held back twice during the past 2 years of remedial classes. Except for superhuman powers, which he couldn't learn, in the eyes of the martial arts instructors, that kid is a genius, a prodigy. And after he learns something, he's super eager to teach others. Almost every student in his year was taught by him at some point. You could call him half a teacher. He was highly respected before the semester ended. He didn't know if he'd ever be able to return to the Superhuman Academy, so he coached the entire class. Except for the few kids who wanted nothing to do with close combat, every single one of the others hit the dirt. In that scene, Xiao Yu was the only one left standing. Loi Wiem couldn't stand it and cut him off. No matter how good he is at martial arts, it's just brawling with muscles. Compared to superhuman powers, it's like throwing an egg against a rock. A guy who couldn't awaken for 2 years has terrible potential. Even if he has awakened, how strong can he possibly be? On that team of theirs, besides Teal Nur, who has excellent genes, who else is any good? But Fo Luong was strangely calm as he made a suggestion. But he has awakened. How about we make another bet? Loi Wiem immediately replied with a sarcastic jab. You think they can pass the round just by beating that group of second years? This world's getting soft, so the students from each year are a different breed. His eyes flicked to the screen as he smirked. Sure, you've got your heaven-sent geniuses, but the rest? They're just a bunch of greenhouse flowers. And those delicate little flowers are nothing but kindling for the real powerhouses to ignite. All you're doing, teach, is making them burn out even faster. At the arena, Xiao Long was desperately trying to explain, Man, we're just here to congratulate you on coming back. And while we're at it, we wanted to see who this guy is that's got you calling him boss. Xingcun didn't even try to hide his disdain as he listened to the guy scream, You look like a total moron, practically begging for us to jump your whole crew. Xiao Long's brows furrowed in anger. Dude, there's a limit to how much you can flex. You guys are just a bunch of newbie espers. Pulling this crap is basically asking to get wrecked. A fiery rage boiled up inside, consuming him. If that's what the punk wants, then let's give it to him. Xiao Long and his whole crew behind him were seething with rage, their eyes locked on him, ready to burn it all down. Chew, sorry man, but we're about to absolutely demolish your squad. They all activated their super genes at once and yelled in unison, Let's go, you should just take over as captain. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, threatening, Hey, freshman, our powers could totally crush you, easy. Chu Sheng just casually raised a hand and shot back. Ma Xiao Long, you clueless idiot. My boss is way stronger than I am. He tried to shut it down. How the hell could I take the captain spot from my boss? Then, out of nowhere, a massive blast of wind power slammed right into Xiao Long's neck. Turns out it was Chen Xia who seized the opening to attack Xiao Long. The announcer immediately declared, As per the rules, Ma Xiao Long is temporarily unconscious. Captain Ma Xiao Long is down, and Vice Captain Ma Luxing has to leave the arena. He then looked down on Chen Xia, his eyes sharp with a smug grin. Your whole crew went all out for nothing. The captain's just a fragile little doll. Pathetic. He shot forward like a gale-force wind at the guys in front of him before they could even react, and declared, Next. Everyone was getting absolutely wrecked by Chen Xia. Tutu, the announcer, quickly reported, Captain Xia Xiaonian is defeated. The Fei Yang squad has been eliminated. The other teams could only stare in shock at the scene. He's way too fast. We can't even fight back. Up in the booth, the announcer Tutu was loving it, giving a play-by-play. The sophomore squad just got steamrolled by their fired-up opponent. That's Chen Xia, a fourth year. He uses wind-type powers, just like me. He's seriously fast. The elimination announcements just kept rolling in. Captain Luo Yin is defeated. The Chu Yue Piao squad has been eliminated. Captain Song Yu Chu is defeated. The Chu Chu Kang squad has been eliminated. Chen Xia blurred right past them. Captain Han Yu Wei is defeated. The Chu Wu Xing squad has been eliminated. After a bit, once Chen Xia was done cleaning house, he shifted his focus to Xingcun's crew. You're up, freshman. He charged in like a vicious tornado, ripping through the air. My favorite thing to do is put freshman bosses like you in their place. Meanwhile, he just stood there calmly, shielding the two girls on his team. At the same time, Xiao Long, sprawled out on the ground, managed to whisper, Chew, is this really the captain you picked? Even Tutu couldn't hide her shock at the sight. The infamous Huo Xing squad is in trouble. Captain Xingcun is under attack. But right at the critical moment, Xingcun casually sidestepped him in a split second, leaving Chen Xia stunned. He took advantage of the opening, raised 2 fingers, and started unleashing his super gene. The next second, the ground beneath them cracked, forming sharp shards of earth. They merged into a giant arrow that shot straight for Chen Xia. He couldn't believe it. Did that kid just channel his power into the ground with a single step? Before he could finish the thought, the arrow pierced straight through him at light speed, completely unopposed. In that instant, Chen Xia felt a sharp, clear pain before everything went black, blood erupting from his chest. Meanwhile, Xingcun just casually retracted his power, totally unfazed. What's this move called again? Star Sword something? Whatever, who cares? I'll just give it a name for now. Let's call it the Kidney Failure Star Sword. The announcer's excited voice rang out right after. Captain Xingcun has not been defeated. Chen Xia is unconscious. Chen Xia is the one who's been eliminated. Xingcun then looked up and calmly called out, "Hey, you guys can come out now. I'm not the one who needed the combat practice." With a cold smirk, he looked up and called out, "Get down here." The sophomores were pretty weak, but you guys should be a better warm-up. Tutu screamed into the mic again, totally hyped. This freshman, Xingcun, is unbelievably arrogant. The person he's challenging is none other than the Feng Sha squad. They're the team with the best shot at winning the championship, right after the Big Three. Getting called out like that, Chu Sha couldn't take it anymore and showed himself. He sneered, his brow furrowed. Freshmen are getting pretty damn cocky, huh? Xiao Long suddenly came to, weakly muttering. The Captain Chu picked. Is really this strong? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Sha charged in, unleashing his super gene and yelling, "All right, guys, let's kick this smart-mouth freshman off the stage as fast as we can." He had barely finished his sentence when Tutu chimed in. The Feng Sha squad's battle philosophy is simple. If you can land a cheap shot, you take it. If you can jump him, you jump him. Xingcun just stood there with the most provoking look on his face. Bring it. Come on, let's go. Chu Sha's team cursed under their breath. This damn freshman punk. Can't believe that kid actually beat Chen Xia. Then again, Chen Xia got way too cocky, running his mouth before he even attacked. Still, this Xingcun kid is definitely no joke. The speed he formed that sword with was insane. On top of that, he read the entire situation the second the fight began, letting him predict Chen Xia's moves perfectly. It's like his real-world combat experience is even better than ours. But how is that even possible? Is he just some kind of natural-born genius? Whatever, the captain said to rush him, so we rush. Just as Luo Yin was launching an attack, an arm shot out and grabbed him, stopping him cold. To his surprise, it was Qiu Sheng. He gripped Luo Yin's wrist tight and growled, "Luo Yin, the boss already said it. We're the ones who need the training." He shot back with just as much sarcasm. "Qiu Sheng, I know you're basically a glorified teaching assistant for the underclassmen, but I'm not one of those low-level newbies. You really think you, all by yourself, can stop me?" He poured his strength into his other arm, aimed right at Zhao Sheng, and attacked. Flood Dragon. But that guy wasn't about to back down and fired a counter right back. Flood Dragon. At that moment, their power was totally dead even. A blinding blue light flashed from the side. Then, Luo Yin said with total arrogance, "You've only got 39% superhuman genes. Who the hell gave you the guts to practice the Flood Dragon star chart like me and Shangguan Kuihei? No matter how you refine it, your little Flood Dragon is nothing but a worm." Zhao Sheng immediately shot back. "A Flood Dragon's power isn't about being big and long, you know." He smirked smugly, his voice dripping with challenge. "Bring it. I'm about to make you taste the despair that comes from a massive power gap." Suddenly, Zhao Sheng shot towards Luo Yin like a flash of light, unleashing an all-out attack. A blazing red light erupted from his hand. Seeing this, Luo Yin quickly fell back into a defensive stance, then yelled, "No way, you're using your own body's blood to replace the water element, making your superhuman genes refine your damn blood." He added through gritted teeth, "You forced a water flood dragon, which is supposed to live outside, to take up residence inside your body just to get an insane power boost that no one else has. Zhao Sheng, I'm done playing games with you." He glanced over and remarked, "Sure, doing that might make your flood dragon stronger, but you'll lose your ability to fight from a distance. Plus, if that flood dragon gets destroyed, you'll definitely get seriously messed up too." Zhao Sheng didn't give a damn and just flashed a wicked grin. Hey, hard work pays off. The next second, he attacked without hesitation. "My genes suck, so I've got to risk it all. Dragon Subduer." Meanwhile, somewhere else, a cocky Chinmu said, "Zhao Xiaotao, I noticed that your name isn't on the list of awakened first-year students in our department, which means you hadn't even awakened when you enrolled." Xiaotao took a defensive stance as she listened to the girl continue. "And it's only been 2 weeks since school started. You just awakened and you're already a 3-star superhuman." She looked at her skeptically. "Even if you've only just started the star chart, this is still pretty hard to believe. So how the hell did you do it?" Xiaotao just replied, "I get emotional pretty easily." Turns out, she had just remembered what Xingcun told her to say. "If anyone asks, just tell them that." Qin Mu, wrapped in vines, froze for a moment before sneering. "Is that so? Guess you're some kind of cultivation prodigy." Too bad your superhuman genes are below 50%, so you can only practice the vine star chart. Using her power, she made giant vines erupt from the ground. All you can ever do is flail around uselessly. You'll never accomplish anything. Instantly, the vines shot down from above at high speed, right at Xiao Tao. With her sharp senses, Xiao Tao nimbly dodged just in time. As she struggled to dodge every attack, the pink-haired girl commented, "Not bad reflexes." Suddenly, a red flower bud sprouted from one of the vines, and Chin Mu's voice echoed, "Managed to dodge, huh? Looks like you got pretty good at running away last year." A flower bloomed from that spot. She stared at it, completely shocked. "What is this? Why is there a red peach blossom? I have to cut this vine." The flower suddenly warped, its petals scattering. In a flash, she thought, she's only just started practicing the star chart. The petals began to retract in a strange way. This kind of vine is limp. It shouldn't even be able to flower, right? Unless, just as she thought that, the petals shot out to attack. She quickly dodged, as a horrifying realization dawned on her. These are blood peach blossoms, feeding on Xiao Tao's own blood. They swarmed her, out of control. The pink-haired girl screamed in a panic. Xiao Tao, are you insane? You think you have an infinite supply of blood? It's going to suck you dry. Xiao Tao was panting, drained of energy. She growled, "My brother was right." Meanwhile, Chu Jia was now facing Xingcun and taunting him. "Yo, freshman, you beat Chenling, so why are you still hiding behind a girl's skirt, or did you just get lucky beating him? No more talk. I'll give you a chance to be a real man." As he said this, a scheme was already forming in his mind. Winning is the only thing that matters. I just have to catch you off guard so number 4 can get a chance for a sneak attack from behind. Hearing the guy, Xingcun just smiled and replied, "Number 6, have you no shame saying something like that? Besides, whoever wants to be a real man can go for it. I'm not interested." Suddenly, number 4 rushed from behind for a sneak attack, but Xingcun saw her and struck first. A metal element sword shot up from the ground. She was so scared she froze, her eyes wide. Witnessing this, Chu Jia couldn't hide his surprise, thinking to himself, how is that possible? He didn't even turn his head and he still dodged the sneak attack. This guy's experience is unbelievable. Is he really just a first-year freshman? He sized him up. He was supposed to be some sheltered, straight-A student before coming here? No way. He looks like he has more real-world combat experience than anyone. Even we have to risk our lives for the Supernova title, but he's so chill, it's like he's just using this competition to train his own team members. He's just a first year. I've never even heard of any big shot with his name before, but his skill level is way beyond us third years. It's totally ridiculous. While Chu Jia was still trying to process everything, Xingcun calmly placed his hand on top of Xiao Yu's head. "Are you ready?" After confirming she was ready, he lifted his hand and ordered, "Then activate the star chart." Hearing that, Chu Jia laughed to himself. But then he suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed. Wait, that's not right. There are some star charts that actually need to be activated. Theoretically, there's a perfect star chart that only one person in history has ever successfully cultivated a foreign humanoid superhuman with 94% water system superhuman genes. They say once it's successfully activated, it's known as a domain, and it completely breaks all logic. Chu Jia stared at the small girl before him and was lost in thought again. That's right, this junior has 95% superhuman genes, the highest in human history, so she could actually be the one to cultivate that legendary star chart. The power inside Xiao Yu grew stronger and stronger, with purple lightning crackling around her. A purple energy sphere appeared, covered by a dense, interlocking web of light. Activate star chart, purple crystal. Right after, a massive wave of purple energy exploded with immense pressure, shaking the entire forest model. So Sa was left completely speechless, and Loun Tu was feeling the pressure just as much. Even the others who were fighting stopped in their tracks to stare. Meanwhile, the two MCs, who were all hyped up just a second ago, were now totally dumbfounded. The big shot families on the sidelines also turned to check out the drama. A moment later, Tio Inga appeared, surrounded by a savage aura and crackling purple lightning. A 3-star superhuman, magnetic star chart, completion rate, 1%. Just then, a tiny leaf drifted down and got zapped by a spark of her purple lightning. Everyone watched the electric current around Tiong'u and was like, damn, looks like her lightning automatically fries anything that gets close. What a simple world. Lao Tu chimed in, all cocky. Whatever. She's just a freshman who barely hit 3-star superhuman. She attacked in a flash, sending a storm of razor-sharp ice shards flying at Tiong'u. Ice type, 4-star chart, needle storm. But she just stood there, chill, with an energy shield surrounding her. Seeing that Tiong'u was already prepped, Lao Tu scoffed. A weak-ass passive shield like that might stop a few needles, but you think it can stop an endless barrage? And even if it could, What happened next was that Lao Tu's barrage of needles didn't even scratch Tiong'u. She snapped out of it, instantly teleporting behind Tiong'u for a sneak attack. How about this then? Lao Tu materialized a massive, sharp chunk of ice. Ice Piercer. But that attack didn't just fail to break through Tiong'u's defense, it backfired. A massive pillar of purple lightning shot right back out from the shield. Her eyes went wide with disbelief. No way. She shattered my Ice Piercer just like that? How much damn power is she packing in there? This is insane. Lao Tu collapsed to her knees, still staring at Tiong'u, confused. She's only been training for a few days. How the hell does her superhuman gene have this much insane power? Is this really the gap between someone with a 95% gene compatibility and the rest of us? Meanwhile, Tiong'u was totally calm. She glanced over in one direction and called out, Xingcun. She zipped over to him, then stumbled, mumbling, "Help me, I'm not gonna move anymore." Tiong'u just blankly raised her hand, and suddenly an uncontrolled blast of electricity shot out, catching even her by surprise. Thanks to his insane reflexes, he dodged the stray sparks. Seeing that, she forced a weak smile and said, "Whoops, guess I sprung a leak." Xingcun could only sigh and lecture her. "You really need to get a handle on your magnetic star chart," he added. "Focus. Master it, and use those two clowns over there as your sparring partners. And while you're at it, take down their captain too. That team is about to snatch our 6-team winning streak bonus." Hearing that, Tiong'u just mumbled an okay and went with it. Over on Sosa's side, a smirk crept onto the guy's face as he cracked his knuckles. He stepped forward, and Lao Tu asked, "Captain, how are we supposed to break her defense?" Sosa answered decisively, "We don't." Then, his eyes locked onto Xingcun. "All we have to do is take down their captain. So forget about this freshman with the OP genes. We just need to wreck her captain like we planned from the start." Lao Tu didn't hesitate and took the command. The two of them charged at Xingcun, moving like a flash of lightning. He wasn't fazed at all and just replied nonchalantly, "If you're coming after me, you'll just be warming the benches that much sooner." Soza figured he was all talk, stuck his hand out, and shouted arrogantly, "Yeah, right back at ya." After that jab, the dude slammed his hand on the ground. In less than a blink, the whole area was flooded with a mysterious blue light. Soza yelled, "Flying sand!" Lao Tu quickly added her own power, "Needle storm!" Thinking he had the upper hand, he smirked. "Little freshman, you just got here, you've barely even been to class. How about your senior teaches you a little lesson?" Soza let out a cold laugh and declared, "And that lesson is, don't be so damn cocky. I'm not even going to give you a chance. Maybe next time you'll learn to be a little more humble." The second he finished his sentence, he was blasted backward. Xingcun's voice was ice cold. "You're the one who needs more practice." Soza was completely floored by what just happened, yelling in shock, "What the? Damn it, what kind of power is this?" He got sent flying and went tumbling across the ground, screaming in pure rage, "How is this possible?" Soza barely got back on his feet when a blue vortex closed in on him. He saw a flickering figure reach out, making him panic. "Superhuman combo, Ice Storm." Xingcun's hand shot out and clamped over Sosa's mouth. His eyes bugged out as he demanded, "You dodged every single needle, and you could pinpoint my exact location inside the flying sand." Xingcun calmly explained, "Maybe you should thank yourselves. Pissing me off just unlocked my fighting instincts. But I can't let you guys get knocked out this fast." Sosa frantically looked around for help, only to see Tiong'u standing right behind him. Where the hell did these first-year monsters even come from? Cut to the teacher's office, where Loi Vim's face was grim as he muttered, "There's no way a first-year student should be like him. His superhuman gene compatibility is only 1%. I think we'd better run a background check on this kid, get a sample of his genes for analysis." Suddenly, Fa Lung shot to his feet. "Professor Loi Vim," he challenged him. "Even Principal Qin hasn't said a word about this, so why are regular teachers like us sticking our noses into it? Or what? Are you planning to run this by Vice Principal Fan first, since you two are so buddy-buddy?" That shut him up real quick. Just then, another teacher rushed over with his phone, an alert blaring from it. "There's a monster attack on Qingzhou City." The other teachers grabbed their phones as the monster alert went off. All superhumans in Qingzhou City at peak 3-star level or higher are to report to the scene immediately to provide support. With that, the professor hurried out the door, and everyone else followed right behind him without a second thought. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Secretary Yang speaks up. "Principal King, what's the deal with the supernova selection contest? Are we just calling it off?" King shoots back. HQ says no. "Yeah, some unexpected crap went down, but it looks like it's still under control minus the top-tier 3-star purifiers, of course. The purifiers who are still here are more than enough to keep this competition running like normal. The whole point of the supernova contest is to make the students level up. Those kids don't need to run and hide." Because one day, when a real catastrophe hits, they're all gonna have to hit the battlefield anyway. Over in a tunnel, Captain Songyin runs in, asking, "What's the sit rep?" Someone else quickly gives him the rundown. The invisible monster has been spotted. Who would have thought those high-level freaks that escaped would regroup and come back here to save it? We've already issued a code yellow, and all purifiers above top tier 3-star are heading this way for backup. Song Yin curses, pissed off. Damn it! If I'd just broken through to 4-star a little sooner, I could have been in on this mission. Tell me now, how many of those invisible monsters have been forced back into the tunnel? The guy next to him stammers, 3. The next second, he bolts into the tunnel. Shit. I only figured it out after I hit 4-star. I didn't just hear 3 invisible monsters back then, there were 4. You guys better watch your backs. That high-level beast outside was probably summoned by the invisible one. As he sprints, he thinks to himself, wait, there's only 1 monster left? Song Yin yells out, "Shangguan Kui, you guys really took out 3 invisible monsters? You're living up to the hype as Nanyue's 4 strongest, damn." Hearing this, Guan Kui just roars back, pissed. "Song Yin, are you deaf or something? We're barely holding on against 1 invisible monster here. The other 2 got away." Captain Song is totally floored. What? No, there were 4 invisible monsters in total, which means 3 of them are missing. His eyes flash with horror and confusion. One of them hasn't even shown its face. What the hell are these monsters trying to pull? While they're arguing, a blast of blue light suddenly erupts out of nowhere. A voice rings out, "Shangguan Kui, get over here and help. We gotta do this while those other 2 monsters aren't around." Song Yin adds, "Let's just kill this one first." Yeah, it's as strong as an earth dragon and can go invisible, but it can't heal itself. "We've got a shot." Guan Kui gets it instantly and orders, "Song Yin, use your power to track down the other 3 monsters. We can't afford to get jumped." He gives a quick, "Got it," then focuses on unleashing his power. Song Yin taps his earpiece, and sound waves start pulsing out. Skyfox star chart, life element, expand. The second he says the words, the image that appears is like ripples spreading across a still lake. The sensory sound waves travel further and further, covering the whole area, listening in on every single thing happening around them. Suddenly, images of the others fighting flash through his mind. He sees Guan Kui locked in a brutal fight with one of the invisible monsters. Song Yin's senses get sharper and deeper as the range expands. There are level 2 monsters coming from all sides. Level 3s are charging in, and there are even monsters that mutated from animals no idea what level they are. Far off in the distance, backup has arrived. A second later, Song Yin is straining, gritting his teeth and pouring everything he's got into it. He's found the hiding spot of those 3 invisible monsters. The sound waves pull back. With a dead serious look on his face, Song Yin scans every single area, then goes completely quiet. A moment later, Song Yin just collapses to his knees, screaming, "They're not there! How is that possible? Those 3 monsters aren't here!" His blood-curdling scream sounds like it could rip the sky in half. Just then, a creeping sense of dread fills his mind. Then where the hell could they be? Cut to the Nanyu Superhuman Academy. In the forest, the other teams are still locked in intense fights. Just then, a massive torrent of blue spiritual energy erupts like a waterfall. Flood Dragon. Looking at Zhao Sheng taking hit after hit but still looking defiant, Lu Yin clicks his tongue, thinking, this guy's a real tank. He's lost a ton of blood, taken a beating, and he's still completely clear-headed. Beating him is just a matter of time. But suddenly, it's like his focus wavers. On the other side, Zhao Sheng raises a hand to wipe his face. Lu Yin is confused. His superhuman gene has gotten so strong you can actually see it with the naked eye? What kind of messed up logic is that? He glances over at the squad. They look a little beat up, but their fighting spirit is still high. These guys are all clearly superhumans with barely any superhuman genes. So how the hell are they leveling up this fast? Right then, Lu Yin and Tan Mu share the same anxious feeling. If these guys keep improving at this speed, aren't they going to blow past high-level superhumans like us in no time? Meanwhile, somewhere else, the insane challenge match is still raging on, as 2 infinite power sources, one purple, one blue, smash into each other over and over. Chu Che is getting pissed, scowling and bitching non-stop. It's been half an hour and we're still not done? She's like a friggin' power generator. Is the juice in her body endless or what? But Xiao Yu looks totally chill, just moving her hands and feet, trying out different poses and getting a feel for her purple lightning. Her ice-cold gaze sweeps over her opponent, mercilessly detached. Watch carefully. This is what a real magnetic field looks like. Number 4 looks on, nervous, and timidly calls out, "Captain!" Chu Che snaps back, refusing to back down. "It's just some first-year brat. What are you so scared of?" Xiao Yu silently makes her move. One attack flows into the next as the purple magnetic field around her gets more and more dense, electrons spreading out. Xiao Yu decisively thrusts out her palm, crackling with stored-up electricity. Initial velocity. Her eyes are laser-focused as she looks straight ahead and whispers, "Accelerate, radiate." Instantly, Xiao Yu becomes a massive bolt of lightning, blasting through the forest. She closes the distance on Chuche and Tanmu at an insane speed. The guy is sweating bullets, thinking, no freaking way. Xiao Yu's lightning cannon suddenly stutters to a halt. She glances down as the stream of electricity on her hand slowly fizzles out, and she mutters, "Out of juice." She touches down lightly, thinking to herself, "I've still got plenty of juice left in me, but right now I can only keep the magnetic field moving. Can't shoot it out anymore. Touchdown." Seeing this, Chuche laughed his ass off like he'd hit the jackpot. Well, if that's how it is, then it's our turn now. At that exact moment, some kind of blur shot past like a gust of wind. Turns out, it was our main character, Xingcun. Before the guy could even lift a finger, Xingcun chopped Chuche on the back of the neck. Getting blindsided like that, he sneered. "This damn brat actually sucker punched me." After that, Chuche went limp and collapsed on the ground. Xingcun, looking totally smug, dropped a sick burn. "Even in a straight-up fight, you losers wouldn't last a second against me." Up above, MC Thu had been watching the whole thing. She commented, totally fascinated, "Now that is seriously impressive." Chuche, captain of the Windwheel Squad, has been taken down. She announced, "The Fire Planet Squad has just become the dark horse of this supernova selection contest." Cut to the scene, we're inside the main hall. A huge screen is live-streaming the match's progress. Round 1 of the supernova selection contest is over. Hearing this, a brown-haired dude turns to his buddy, "Yo, Zhao Sheng made it through. What was all that crap you were talking before? That loser was weak and totally useless? That you wanted to fight him, to beat him to a pulp?" The other guy denies it. "You definitely heard wrong." Then he whispers, all timid, "But, Wu En, you almost made it onto Xingcun's team, right? Could you, put in a good word with Zhao Sheng for me? Tell him I was just running my mouth." Elsewhere in the forest, we find Shizai. The air is tense, and he's pissed off, with his sights set on Xingcun. Thu, flying above, makes a quick announcement. Round 2 is about to begin. Only one team will come out on top in this supernova selection contest. Brute force isn't everything. Smarts, and even luck, are just as important. We've already hidden the grand prize for the winner somewhere in the arena. The first team to find it will be the champion. Of course, you can also just take down our staff decoys. Over here, a worried Xiao Yu anxiously asks, "Xingcun, we have to win first place this time, because you absolutely need to get that artificial superhuman gear set, but I'm completely out of juice, and it'll take a whole day to recharge naturally." She adds, "Right now, I could drain the entire city's power grid, but if I do a fresh charge, I'll have to refine it all over again. It'd take at least 2 hours to get rebooted." Just then, Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao walk up from behind, all covered in cuts and bruises, and call out, "Boss!" Xingcun glances over and casually replies, "Don't worry about it. You and Zhao Sheng's crew should just rest. Your part of the fight is over. Now, it's my turn." He calmly thinks to himself, "As far as I'm concerned, the moment we hit round 2, this contest was already over." At the same time, Shizai smirks, satisfied. Tanhuo steps up and presses him. "Shizai, are you really planning to go it alone?" The guy just strolls off, totally chill, giving a wave to say, "Yep, yeah. Let's split up. I'm gonna go try my luck. You guys go look for clues." After walking a bit, Shizai suddenly feels something. He starts using hand signals to secretly contact his teammates. Through some kind of signal, a super respectful voice comes through, "Young Master Wan." Then, he reports the location of the final prize. Flashback to 12 hours ago, Shizai is talking with the vice director, who asks a question. "Shizai, do you want to win the Supernova title this time?" He replies, "Of course. The Pan family is about to release the 6th life essence." Shizai closes his eyes, satisfied, and continues, "I need to become the Nam Nuyet Supernova and smoothly become one of the powerful elites." Chen Yi chimes in, "Not just that. Our Pan family is taking its first steps to the pinnacle of the world, to seize Nam Nuyet." He asks, confused, "Don't we need another 3 to 5 years before we're strong enough for that?" The old man points down below and says, "Not anymore. The Eternal Flower is letting us speed things up. When its 4 petals fall, a spatial rift will be revealed. Down below, a blue flame appears inside the Eternal Flower." The old man continues, "This place will become the most powerful training ground. Everyone's superhuman genes will be strengthened just like that, evolving at a crazy speed." He imagines the Pan family's future, filled with powerful elites, and declares happily, Our Pan family could gather 100 four-star superhumans. The vice director thinks of someone wreathed in blue flames and says, "What's more, your father, after continuously receiving the undying flame you've been channeling, has already become the first 5-star superhuman in all of Huaxia." He places a hand on his shoulder and instructs, "So, Shizai, go become the supernova. Be the MVP this time, and represent the school as its team captain, with your abilities, plus the undying flame." The old man glares at a mosquito buzzing in front of him and growls. "Once you seize power, a lot of the suspicion will die down, and we can quickly take control of Namnungyet." He snatches the mosquito out of the air and continues, "As for that stupid Xiao Yu and the nuisance Xingcun, don't even bother trying to win them over. Just find a chance and kill them." The vice director squeezes, and the mosquito bursts into a smear of blood. His voice is chillingly calm. "Take their genes for experiments." Hearing this, Shizai lets out a sinister grin, licks his lips, and replies, "You got it, uncle." Back to the competition, Shizai is walking through the forest, calculating. The prize is 300 meters down that way, basically a hop, skip, and a jump. But still, I am a young master of the Pan family. Hell, even a quarter of the contestants are secretly loyal to my Pan family. And the rules for this second stage of the Supernova contest were basically tailor-made for me. He gives a wicked smirk. Behind him, the red light of a camera on a tree trunk glows. Gotta put on a show for everyone watching. I'll just pretend to be digging around for clues here. But it's not just the supervisors. This forest is rigged with tons of livestream cameras. Shizai unleashes his power. Spirit flame. Deep crimson flames spread out through the area. As the flames slowly drift, he commands, "Expand." Once they've spread far enough, Shizai decides, "Probe." After doing his thing, he thinks with a satisfied smirk, "Covering a 30-meter radius is no problem. Of course, it's no problem. I just have to fake it a few times, and I'll conveniently find the prize." He strolls casually through the forest, picking his next spot. The next place is right here. Gotta take the long way around to the target. Suddenly, Shizai is shocked to see him walking over with a smile. He growls inwardly. "Xingcun?" He watches him casually approach and curses under his breath. He must have just gotten here. This punk is lucky as hell. Then Shizai reassures himself. But that's all it is. There's no way he could know the exact location of the prize. Zijing's eyes lit up and he bolted towards the prize. Seeing that, the prince totally freaked out. The prince's heart pounded as he watched him fly past. Was he running for the prize by coincidence? No way. The location is right. There's no way it's a coincidence like that. His eyes narrowed with worry. He knows the exact location of the prize. The prince was pissed. His eyes widened as he thought, "This bastard. He's screwing up my plans again." Suddenly, a wicked grin spread across his face, his mind filled with messed up thoughts. So he got lucky, but that's it. In this world, some lowlife can't change his fate just because he's lucky. An image of the guard standing with Lin Chi flashed in his mind, along with the thought, "The final guardian is protecting the prize there." That was intel the guard had given the prince. He giggled to himself, imagining what would happen. Not only can he secretly pass on information, but he can also launch a mental attack on superhumans without anyone knowing. He absolutely will not let Zijing get the first prize. He tilted his chin up smugly. "The only one getting that prize is me, Prince Fan." Meanwhile, Zijing was sniffing the air for something. All superhumans are tempting. They smell delicious to monsters. He stopped for a moment, thinking, "To me, the students in this forest are like little colored lights, and the purgers are like giant light bulbs. If I get to this supernova event, I'll have a feast for a lifetime. The last 2 purgers are protecting the prize." Zijing lowered his hand from his nose. The sweet smell of human flesh was making him drool. A scent this strong, finding them is a piece of cake. Too bad I can't eat them. Getting this prize will be enough to hit my goal. Zijing happily sat down and opened the hatch, ecstatic. Once I get this, my superhuman genes can level up to 3-star, and my monster genes can start breaking through to the 4th tier. As the hatch opened, he cheered, "I'm the first one." But Lin Chi was waiting nearby to ambush him. A flash of gold lit up his eyes as his voice dropped. "Just as I thought, it's Xingcun." His hands manipulated the metal. "Iron prison," Lin Chi yelled. Zijing was attacked but dodged it easily. "Hey," he said, "you've got the wrong guy." The guard below saw Lin Chi attack and got nervous. "Who is this? Is it young Master Fan?" The prince, hiding behind a tree, was also shocked when he heard. "This purger knows Zijing is Xingcun?" Lin Chi waved his hands, controlling several metal rods. "If you want the prize, you have to pass my final test," he declared. "I will expose your disguise." He drew a circle with his hand and commanded, "Return!" The metal rods quickly spun around and pointed straight at Zijing down below. A barrage of metal rods shot straight at him, flooding the area with color. When the light and dust settled, Zijing walked in without a single scratch. He even had the nerve to tease, "Hey, thanks for going easy on me." Lin Chi watched Zijing walk in so casually and got frustrated. Damn it, just as I observed before, I can sense him, and he can sense me. He knows my sword path. He's definitely Xingcun, but what's the point in me catching him? The prince, watching from above, got pissed when Lin Chi stopped attacking. He just let it go? What the hell is the connection between that purger and Zijing? He quickly sent his guard a command, watching Zijing happily walk forward. The guard calculated, all the peak 3-star and 4-star fighters left the academy because of the golden monster warning. My official status is 3-star, but my real power is 4-star. Right now, I'm the strongest fighter in the academy. The guard smirked. We're still on school grounds, so I can't go overboard. I just gotta stop him in his tracks until Prince Fan gets here. The second Zijing stepped into range, the guard unleashed his power. Ultimate technique. He felt it, but acted like nothing was happening. Then Zijing walked right past him and said, "Thanks for going easy on me, senior." The guard was stunned. What the hell? How? He didn't stop. The guard's face darkened as he tried to figure out what to do. This is bad. This supernova event is critical for Prince Fan. There can be no mistakes. Even if Lin Chi finds out, even if I have to shatter this guy's mind, I have to do it. The guard saw Lin Chi clutching his head, blaming himself. I couldn't beat him. Then, the man from the Fan family glanced back and used his psychic ability. His eyes flew wide open as he screamed in his mind, "Break!" But when he saw the monster inside Zijing, the guard was so scared he could have pissed himself. What is that? How is his spirit this damn strong? His mind was shattered by Zijing's spirit, and he collapsed to the ground in fear. It made Zijing jump. Hey, did he run away? My mental attack was just eaten. Zijing felt a bit helpless. Damn it, he thought. How am I supposed to stay low-key after this? His eyes shifted to a golden orb and he decided to just forget it. Whatever, I'll grab the prize first and figure it out later. Zijing smiled as he picked up the prize and examined it. This is a superhuman mechanical device created by humans. Mission accomplished. Time to start evolving. Suddenly, an immense pressure washed over him, making his eyes widen in shock. Zijing looked up towards the forest, feeling it in the wind. He quickly realized something was wrong. On the ground was a massive footprint from some kind of monster. Zijing assessed it. The aura of an underground monster. The target display is updated, so it was a success. He silently activated the prize in his hand. The orb slowly began to appear. A moment later, Zijing stared at the orb as it morphed into a gauntlet. Sorry, humanity, he thought. Saving the world isn't a one-man job, and it's sure as hell not my responsibility alone. So, your peace, starting from now, is over. Out in the forest, from the giant footprint pressed into the ground, the invisible monster had appeared. Many of the top fighters had already left the Southern Moon Superhuman Academy. Song Yin closed his eyes, sensing. I hear it. Those 3 invisible monsters left through this small path. The path led straight to the Superhuman Academy. Suddenly, his eyes shot open in panic. We thought the monsters were trapped in the tunnel. Plus, with all the other monster attacks, the Academy's top fighters were all sent here. Song Yin grew worried. This is bad. The supernova selection is happening at the Academy. All the new students are there. Right now, there's no one left at the school strong enough to protect the freshmen. If those 3 monsters actually get to the academy, everyone there will just be a meal on a plate. He remembered the blue flames humanity had faced before and thought of the worst-case scenario. Is this a coincidence? Or is it some kind of diversion tactic from the monsters? If it's the second one, we're totally screwed. Terrified, Song Yin covered his face, feeling a wave of despair. Monsters that can actually think. Humans have always underestimated their damn intelligence. He jumped to his feet and yelled, "Everyone, listen up. This is a trap. Those 3 invisible monsters. They might have already reached the academy. The students there are in danger. We have to form a team." Kim Kang, who was behind him, just laughed out loud. Scared you're gonna get wiped out, huh? You're giving those monsters way too much credit. Or are you just trying to use this as an excuse to bail? Song Yin tried to explain. No, that's not it. I really heard them. Suddenly he froze like he'd just sensed something. Whoosh! A blue flame shot right at him. The old guy reacted in a flash, lunging forward and batting the flame aside. Kim Kang chuckled mockingly. Just hit 4-star, huh? You better watch your back. Don't want some monster getting the jump on you. I won't be there to save your ass. The old guy sneered, crushing the pathetic flame in his hand. Monsters are nothing but failed mutations of human genes. They've lost all reason. Research shows that even an evolved 4-star monster is basically just an animal. Kim Kang continued to brag with a confident look. I fought in the battle to take down the world's strongest 5-star monster. That's the beast that took this eye from me. Its IQ wasn't even close to a normal human's. Lucky for us, monsters are seriously dumb. If there were really monsters as smart as you're making them out to be, you think humanity would have even survived this long? The old guy quickly ran off, saying, I say we don't need to overthink this. We should just send more people to wipe out all the monsters in this area. Song Yin watched the old guy leave, wanting to shout and stop him. But over here, Kim Kang was already itching for a fight. The old guy's voice was practically buzzing with excitement. Hell yeah, this 4-star invisible monster is a real piece of work. Anyone under 4 stars can't even touch it. The scene cuts to a forest, where a voice pipes up, sigh. I wonder what's happening back at the tunnel. It sucks I haven't hit peak 3-star yet. Otherwise, I'd totally go get a look and see what a monster tide is really like. The black-haired guy smacked the blue-haired kid on the head. Stop daydreaming and get back to watch duty. Our whole job here is to mask the battle energy from the supernova trials so it doesn't attract any monsters, remember? The blue-haired kid grumbled. The whole monster tide is focused over there. What are the chances of a monster even showing up here? Then he smirked confidently. I'm just messing around. Been a purifier for 5 years and I've only ever seen monsters on TV. Our country's got monster control on lock. Something like a monster tide is pretty much never gonna happen again. His black-haired buddy laughed back. And that's a bad thing? I wish monsters would just vanish from the world completely. But before he could even finish his sentence, a blue blur shot straight at the two of them. And just like that, the watchtower and the two of them were completely obliterated, leaving a scene of destruction and blood splattered everywhere. A student in another tower saw it and screamed, Watchtower G is down! They quickly got on the radio to announce, all purifiers, listen up! The southern sector is under attack! We can't see the enemy! Requesting all purifiers to protect the students competing in the arena. The monster just kept heading straight into the deep forest. They urgently broadcasted, all other units, converge on the south. Cut to MC Thotho, speaking into the live stream. Round 2 of the supernova trials is moving way faster than anyone expected. It's only been 5 minutes, and Captain Xingcun of Team Fiery Mars has already claimed the prize. Thotho enthusiastically commentated, which means for this year's supernova trials, Team Fiery Mars is suddenly. A voice crackled through her earpiece. All units, converge on the south. Kush, halt. She stared into the distance in shock, her mind racing in panic. An attack? Blue flames. Can't see the enemy. Weren't the high-level purifiers sent out specifically to deal with this exact type of invisible, blue flame monster? A coincidence? Thotho immediately activated her skill, subaural listen. She closed her eyes, sensing. Elsewhere, a group of students stared in horror at a cloud of dust kicking up in front of them, shouting warnings. Something invisible is headed this way! Watch out! But it was too late. The monster tore through everyone in its path. Severed limbs and shattered trees flew through the air, mixed with the flesh and blood of the students. After seeing what was happening, Thotho understood. Invisible monsters. The news said there were 3 of them. 3 4-star invisible monsters. Her expression turned grim as she thought, but didn't our people already head out to deal with them? So then? She quickly announced over the live stream, this is an emergency. I hereby declare that the competition is officially over. Thotho's voice boomed through every corner of the forest, reaching all the teams below. All students are ordered to evacuate this forest at top speed. Return to the academy for shelter, now, she commanded. All purifiers are to remain in the forest. Under no circumstances can we allow the invisible monsters to escape. Yizhang also stepped up to protect the students, yelling, all of you, get going, now! Thotho's voice was now aimed at the academy itself, a desperate plea. Headmaster Jing, please seal the forest. The scene cuts to an office, where Secretary Yang spoke urgently. Headmaster Jing, don't. Your power is already covering the entire forest, but if you seal it off now, it's possible every single purifier inside will be killed. She continued to plead. Thotho is too young, she's not experienced enough. You can't listen to her. Old Jing cut her off. No, she's absolutely right. Old Jing took off, adding, I don't know how purifiers in other countries do things. But here, under my watch, it doesn't matter how strong or how dangerous the monster is. We have to be the ones to stand our ground. He looked towards the forest, already scarred by battle, and muttered, if we let those invisible monsters escape this forest, it's not just our students who will be in danger. The civilians living outside the academy walls will be in danger too. Headmaster Jing unleashed his power, his voice booming. To all the instructors and purifiers still at the academy, we will surround this forest, even if it costs us our lives. Old Jing activated his power. Mokura. Myriad manifestations. Instantly, massive trees erupted from the ground, encircling the entire forest. Everyone stared in awe as the branches shot up from the ground. Other branches quickly began sweeping through the forest, searching for students. The branches even found their way to Xingcun, who was in the underground bunker that held the competition's prize. In a flash, all the students were yeeted out of the forest by the branches. Xingcun got tossed out too, but somehow old Jing launched him face first right into Xiao Yu's assets. She turned bright red and screamed, "You damn pervert!" Xingcun struggled to explain, "Whoa, it's not my fault. The headmaster's the one who threw me." After getting his balance back, he stood up to yell at the still wiggling branch. But then, Xingcun's eyes shot wide open. No freaking way. The entire forest was now surrounded by the old man's trees, making Xingcun sigh. This formation was insane. His eyes gradually turned cold. Why can't I sense how many exterminators are inside? Guess my level still isn't high enough. Elsewhere, a few students were buzzing with gossip. I heard all the school's top fighters went to the tunnel, but the monster from there ran all the way over here. Doesn't that mean the exterminators inside are totally screwed? Hearing them, Xingcun grew worried. All the high-level fighters were sent away. Everyone's always underestimating the monster's IQ. This is a fatal blow. I have to get into that forest, and fast. In another area, Chu Sa was yelling his head off. "Headmaster, you son of a bitch! Did you toss the wrong guy out or something? I'm strong as hell. Who are you looking down on, huh?" Then he threw a punch packed with power and rage. "I'm a goddamn future exterminator. I've been ready to fight since the day I joined this superhuman academy." Chusa gritted his teeth and slammed his fist into the trees enveloping the forest. "If I hadn't run into this, fine, whatever. But now that I'm here, I'm damn well gonna fight alongside them." Tan Mu placed a hand on the trees and said, "Captain, let me. I cultivate a type of stellar power similar to the headmaster's. He's guided me before, so I think I can open a small path inside." Chusa was antsy. "Then give it a shot." Her hands channeled a fresh stream of power into the trees, causing them to crack open slightly. Chusa silently watched with intense focus, waiting. He looked at his team and said, "You guys aren't strong enough yet. I'll go in alone. Don't get dragged into this." Hearing that, Tanmu frowned, annoyed. "Chusa, if you don't let me in, I'm not opening this path for you." Another member chimed in. "Chusa, if you don't let me in, you'd better believe I'm leaking all the study materials on your computer to the whole school." Lao Si demanded to join, but he shot her down. "What, me too? Your martial skills are crap. Go practice some more, then maybe I'll let you in." Zhenxia piped up, "I want to go too. Don't you dare try to take all the credit for yourself." He shot back, "You got taken down by Sun Hao in a heartbeat. Shut your damn mouth." Suddenly, senior sister Ye approached them with an offer. "Chusa, we'd like to borrow your entrance." He taunted her. "Team Ye, can't you open one yourselves? Girls shouldn't be so nosy." Her eyes flared with killing intent as she growled, "Who the hell do you think you're lecturing?" Chusa just laughed it off as if it was nothing, adding a little provocation. "Oh, if you're not afraid to die, then come on in." Just then, Xiao He's group came over. "Brother Chu, we'd like to borrow the entrance for a bit, too." Tan Mu's group also gathered around. "Us, too." Seeing how things turned out, he let out a small laugh. Chusa said with amusement, "As expected, my rivals all have some serious guts. I hope we can all walk out of here together when this is over." And with that, all of them headed inside. Elsewhere, Xingcun stood watching. His eyes narrowed as he thought, "I have to get in there too. I need to use this artificial superhuman gear to level up to a 3-star superhuman." But before that, Xingcun silently prayed for them. "I hope you guys try your best not to die." He turned to his team and said, "Stop asking questions. Go back. Now is not the time to go in there." As he left, Shizai was also observing. A guard called out to him from behind a corner wall, "Young Master Fan, over here." He said worriedly, "You really shouldn't be here. The mission to protect you is far more important than any exterminator's mission. The monster in the arena is terrifying. I don't think the headmaster's group can hold out for much longer. Young Master, please come with me." Suddenly, Shizai grabbed the guard's neck and slammed him against the wall, shocking him. "Young Master," Shizai's eyes flashed with a tyrannical glare. He conjured a flame in his hand and demanded, Why did you let Xingcun get the way he reward?" The guard stared at the thing in front of him and thought in terror, "What kind of flame is this? Just being close to it, I feel like I'm about to be devoured." Fan Shizai. Has he already mastered the life element and leveled up to a 4-star superhuman? He quickly explained, "Young Master, I was set up. I used all my strength, but it backfired on me. My head is still killing me. Just listen to me. That Xingcun kid is not normal." Shizai muttered, "Not normal. The exterminator who was with you called him the Blue Flame Master." The scene shifts to the dorms. Xingcun opened the door and gave instructions. "Sorry, you guys can't rest just yet. Stand guard outside for me, and don't let anyone in, no matter what," Jusheng declared confidently. "Don't worry, boss." As he entered the room, he calculated in his head. "Time is tight. I need to level up to a 3-star superhuman fast, then upgrade into a 4-star monster, and then head to the competition grounds." Xingcun touched the reward he had just obtained, making a plan. Use the artificial superhuman gear to fix the defect in my S gene. Looking at the shining bracelet, Xingcun noted to himself, when that artificial superhuman gear turned into a bracelet on my wrist, it lost its power. It's turned silver gray. Just starting it up for a second used up a whole vial of life essence. His expression soured as he realized, this thing is a serious energy hog. Xingcun walked over to the crate of life essence vials and thought, recharging this bracelet is actually pretty simple. I just have to drink the life essence. He opened a vial and chugged it down, thinking of a plan. Then, Xingcun's face was one of pure speechlessness. He felt the life essence in his body and concluded, I'll probably need to drink about 30 vials to have enough energy. Holy crap, the amount doesn't even matter. Images of the monster genes in Xingcun's body appeared, suppressing the superhuman gene. The real problem is, the superhuman gene in my body can't fight back against the monster gene at all. He gasped in horrified realization. Which means I can't even charge the bracelet. What the hell am I supposed to do now? The scene cuts to the forest, where Qiu was sitting on some trees, muttering to herself. The battlefield is completely covered. All signals are gone. Ugh, I can't even live stream. Guess I'll just record a video. She switched to video mode and continued her MC act for her audience. Hey everyone, it's your girl, Qiu. Right now, I'm about to face a super scary invisible monster. She glanced down at the forest below and said, there's a very real chance I won't live to see tomorrow, but I hope I can still live long enough to say goodbye to you guys. After observing for a moment, Tutu saw a commotion from a fight somewhere, and she screamed, over there! She looked at the screen and chuckled, I'll take you guys flying with me. Suddenly, a whooshing sound shot past her ear, and the phone she was using to record was smashed into 2 pieces. Tutu was also attacked by the monster, which sent her flying. Her body slammed hard onto the ground and bounced up in agony, but it didn't stop there. The force of the monster's attack was so great that Tutu's body continued to slam into several trees. She clutched her injured arm and struggled to speak. Cough, cough. If I hadn't put up that wind wall in time, I probably would have been turned into rabbit jerky. Now I can't even film anymore. Old Jing, from above, was using his ability to control the monster while warning her, hey Tutu, there are a total of 3 invisible monsters here. The one to watch out for is the flying one. I've already trapped it, but I can't hold it for much longer. She looked up in surprise, Dean. He continued, the others are trying to pin down one on the ground. I'm going to help them. There's still one more. I can't pinpoint its exact location. You have to find that one and control it. Even though I'm a 4-star superhuman, I'm busy trapping one and pinning down another at the same time. He laid out the worst-case scenario. The moment the last one breaks out of my Van Lavat, I won't be able to stop it. When that happens, everyone in the academy will be in grave danger. Tutu replied, I get it. I just have to pin it down? But that's going to be a hell of a challenge. Her expression darkened as she blamed herself. Ugh, I've already broken a few ribs. Haha, if I die in battle, the compensation money should be enough for my sibling to live on, right? Then, Tutu used her ability to fly up, her mind made up. Time to go all out. Aided by her wind-type superhuman gene, Tutu's entire body shot high up into the sky. She stretched out her slender arm and activated. Wind eye. Gales of wind at dizzying speeds were scouring the forest, and she grew anxious. I can't find that monster. This type of invisible monster. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, flashing with the green of the wind system, her expression a mix of shock. Tutu stared in horror at the brats who had just broken in, her heart sinking. The students got in here. This is bad. These damn competitive kids. This monster is way more terrifying than they think. The situation just got a whole lot worse. Tutu flew over and yelled, get out of here, now! Just a minute ago, you little punks were at each other's throats. Why the sudden teamwork now? So Sa led the group of students, with the other contestants trailing behind him. She tried to persuade them. This is no place for you guys. Inwardly, she was anxiously watching the movements nearby. Is that the invisible monster? I can't believe it showed up at a time like this. Her face changed the moment she sensed that aura. Even if my left arm wasn't injured, there's no way I could evacuate this many students in such a short amount of time. Damn it. Tutu used her ability to calculate her options. The only thing I can do is try to mess with all of its senses. Suddenly, So Sa and the others unleashed their skills before she could. Storm! Triple adamantine shield! He said through gritted teeth. No matter how much we fight, we still know what's really going on. When we decided to come in here, we were already 120% prepared. A pillar of rock shot up, blocking the monster. So Sa commanded, use everything you've got to deal with this monster. Tutu, her face filled with worry, screamed, don't! Because she herself had just experienced its immense power. In an instant, the body of the girl next to him and So-Sa's arm were blown into bits of flesh by the monster. He stared blankly in disbelief, thinking, the shield that's supposed to be the strongest in our class? He glanced at his own arm. Did I just lose an arm? Tutu quickly swooped in and flew him away, snapping at him. Have you snapped out of it yet? This isn't an enemy you guys can handle. Everyone, listen up and stay sharp. I'm gonna help you all get out of here. Despite his injury, So-Sa managed to say to her, it's fine, I've still got one arm left. So it wasn't an exaggeration. They really are that strong. Tutu set him down, and at that moment Thiohoa appeared and said, Senior, stop trying to tough it out. Facing a monster like this, even the strongest superhuman might not make it out alive. Thiohoa also offered his opinion. Let those of us with the most combat power support you. That way, we can at least bet on one last hand. Tam Muck agreed, because if you guys die, it's not like we'd be able to survive anyway. If we're students of this academy, we all carry the same weight on our shoulders. Senior Deep, while using her ability, looked at her and said, Senior Tutu, give the order. Lead us to fight these things to the death. Tutu closed her eyes, feeling helpless. You foolish kids. There's a good chance you're all going to die here today. Then she regained her composure and took command. Right now, we have to figure out a way to make it visible. The whole group then attacked the monster together. Their voices rang out in agreement, but it was immediately followed by splatters of blood everywhere. It seemed they had failed. The scene changes. Now, pools of blood were also splattering everywhere in front of the tunnel. Someone's voice roared, Hey, Thuong Quan Koi, are you crazy? A blue light flashed inside the tunnel as the voice continued impatiently, Don't just charge in like that. At that moment, Quan Koi was rushing headfirst into the tunnel alone, while Kim Kang's voice kept yelling, Our physical strength as superhumans is nowhere near a monster's, and to top it off, this one is invisible. Despite that, Quan Koi didn't give up and continued to push forward, a determined look in her eyes. Then she was attacked by the invisible monster. Kim Kang, outside, sensed it and screamed for her to come back. You're on a suicide mission! Quan Koi immediately took out her blood dragon mace and, ignoring her injured arm, smashed it hard into the creature. The old man grumbled, Thuong Quan Koi, get back here. How the hell did you survive long enough to become a 4-star superhuman by being so reckless? We have to use our superhuman powers to deal with it from a distance. She clutched her injured arm and teased, Old man Kim Kang, the older you get, the more you're afraid of dying, and the more stubborn you become. She looked at the monster before her and said, I trust Tong Dan. This is a monster's plot. Even if there's the slightest suspicion, we can't risk the students' lives. They're our future, but we can't just send half our forces back. If we do, this monster will break out and slaughter everyone here. Quan Kui's voice turned firm. We have to take this thing down as fast as possible, and then we go back. I'm gonna pump my blood into its body so it can't go invisible anymore. Once it's revealed, it's just another level 4 monster. Her face darkened, her voice dropping. That's the only way we can find its weakness based on its original form. Quan Kui froze, horrified by its grotesque appearance. What the hell did this thing evolve from? The invisible monster lunged, attacking her. Quan Kui dodged its attack as Song Yin's voice rang out urgently. I've read every single record on monsters, but I've never seen anything like this. I think it's more like a monster from ancient times. Jin Kang angrily blocked its tail and yelled, How can this thing be a triceratops? Damn it, Shangguan Kui! You and Song Yin, get back and save the students. It's visible now. The 3 of us 4-star superhumans are enough. We'll kill it, no matter the cost. The old guy, impaled by its tail, grunted in pain but stubbornly added, If that thing really is a mutated triceratops, then we're in deep trouble. It would prove that all of humanity's previous research on monsters is completely wrong. Maybe humanity has been totally underestimating these monsters all along. The scene shifts to Zijing's dorm, where he's standing in his room, muttering, Monster genes. If you've already devoured all my energy. Zijing unbuttoned his cuff, saying, Then you better not die. This so-called primal life essence is just energy refined from living beings to sustain life. He analyzed the life essence's components. After monsters devour humans, they digest it into life energy to evolve. The monster genes themselves already contain a massive amount of this life energy. Zijing watched the monster genes clinging to the vial of life essence, thinking, I can't stop them from snatching the primal life essence. He made one of the monster genes float up, but I can grab one of them. Zijing guided the monster gene into a metal ring, his voice echoing, and shove it into the mechanical superhuman gear. The monster gene was instantly crushed into a bloody pulp, converted into life energy. Outside, Zijing's arm had mutated as he grabbed the bracelet, pumping the energy inside and exclaiming with joy, Success! He looked at the pieces of equipment, comparing them. But It feels a little different than before. The bracelet quickly transformed into a pair of yellow robotic gauntlets. He grinned, whatever, as long as it works. Zijing examined the gauntlet's effects. It can convert superhuman genes so proficiently, and it can simulate them too. This will help me cultivate my star map, and I'm already super familiar with it now. He looked at the gauntlet with satisfaction, calculating, if I activate this artificial superhuman system, I'll have the power of a 3-star superhuman. Evolve. Zijing's gaze lowered, his voice ringing out. Next, let's center it around a 3-star superhuman. Zijing commanded, Evolve! The monster arm rapidly swelled. He continued, Accelerate evolution. The last of the gene power. As expected, my body's starting to lose control. It's bloating up. Horrifying bone wings sprouted from his body. Outside, the noise caught the attention of Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yu, who turned back toward the room. Zijing gritted his teeth, fighting for control. You guys are just genes. His voice boomed. Rebels must die. Inside his body, the monster genes exploded into pools of blood with wet pops. Zijing glared at his mutated arm and roared. So you better just shut up and evolve according to my will. Level 4 monster. The scene changes. Back in the forest, the students were struggling to fight the invisible monster. Many were already injured. It worked. Everyone's sacrifice finally paid off. Tutu looked at the distortion in front of her and shouted, The invisible monster is right there. Xiaohua was in a combat stance with his golden superhuman gene. Senior Ye was also watching intently. Tutu's voice rang out as a warning. So you guys only get one shot at this. Xiaohua charged forward, using his power to form a sword. Activating all his superhuman power, Star Map sword body, forget about what my hand can take. His eyes bulged terrifyingly, veins popping all over his body as if they were about to burst. Let's unleash the most powerful strike of my life. Suddenly, the veins in his arm ruptured. He swung the sword at the invisible monster's location, and the sheer force blew Xiaohua's own arm into bits of flesh. Beside him, Senior Ye raised her hand, controlling her power. Myriad swords, Star Map. Countless swords floated around her. Blood trickled from Senior Ye's eyes, ears, and mouth, but she unleashed her technique with a cold expression. Blood form. Her blood fused with the swords as they flew forward to attack. Heavenly Sword. Tutu watched their attacks in awe. Sword body. Blood sword. They're just students. But she was so tense she didn't dare to look away for even a second. This way, even if we all die, we can still help the principal pinpoint its exact location and trap it. Suddenly, Tutu's eyes widened in horror. What? The monster's body didn't have a single scratch, and it hadn't even revealed itself. She thought, it's completely unharmed? A loud crash echoed as dust and debris flew everywhere. She thought in terror, we're screwed. Even after we risked everything, we still couldn't stop it. Tutu felt a surge of anxiety. She scanned the area constantly, trying to pinpoint its location. Where the hell did this monster crawl out from? I can't believe humanity couldn't even detect it. This is terrifying. As the monster attacked, Tutu managed to leap away. She cursed inwardly. It's hilarious, really, to think that we actually believed we had the situation under control, that we didn't need to fear monsters anymore. She gritted her teeth, mustering all her strength and thinking, so this is the price of our arrogance. It's this damn high, I think. I can feel life being born from the wind element. A gust of wind formed from within Tutu's body. She told herself, it's too late for me, but maybe the students behind me still have a chance. If I can just self-destruct before I die. Her entire body was wrapped in the wind element. She was dead set on using the wind to blast the students behind her as far away as possible. Tutu's eyes slowly started to glow green. She was unleashing all of her power to give them a sliver of hope. Even if only one of them made it out alive, it would be enough. I'm sorry. This is all I can do. Just as she was ready to sacrifice herself, a chill ran down her spine. It felt like fate itself was dragging her into a dark abyss. Someone appeared, grabbed her by the hair, and yanked Tutu backward. She screamed in anger, "Let go! What the hell? Which bastard is pulling my hair?" Just then, Xiao Tin arrived to help, calmly telling her, "Chill. It's not time to throw your life away yet." Furious, Tutu backed away from him and demanded, "Who the hell are you, you asshole? Do you even know what you're doing?" She yelled, "We missed our chance. We're all screwed now." Tutu winced. Everyone's going to be ripped to shreds. Right then, the monster attacked again, setting off a huge explosion right in front of them. Tutu was stunned to find herself completely unharmed, wondering, did he block it? Xiao Tin was standing in front of her. He had just blocked that insane attack with his own monstrous hand. Tutu remembered, thinking, that invincible, invisible monster. Every one of its attacks totally wrecked us, but it never got a scratch. And now, he just blocked it? She looked at Xiao Tin, totally confused. What the hell is this power? Even a 4-star bone-forged diamond superhuman of the metal element could never take a direct hit from that invisible monster like he did. Then, he controlled flames that spread through the air to counterattack the monster. That's when she saw it. Blue flames. Tutu gasped. "You're Lan Yan?" He gave her a cold glare and asked, "You planning on turning me in?" Tutu's mind raced. It really is him, the one who destroyed the Fan family's lab and killed all 48 people in it. Her face filled with fear as she realized his identity. A wanted criminal. Seeing this, Xiao Tin coldly shooed her away. "If you don't want me to eat you, then take the others and get out of here." He turned back to fight the invisible monster and added, "Don't get in my way." At that moment, he forced the monster to reveal its true form, complete with razor-sharp teeth and spikes covering its body. The other students rushed over, terrified, and started asking her questions. "Senior Tho, the monster's visible now." "What the hell is that thing?" Tutu quickly answered, "I've never seen anything like it. I have no clue what it is, but I can feel that back when it was invisible. It was hiding its real strength. Now, it's unleashed everything. It's way more terrifying now that it's visible." She waved them away, shouting, "All of you, get out of here. You've done everything you could. If you stay, you'll just die for nothing." They reluctantly started to leave, telling her, "We'll get the ones who can't fight out of here first. Anyone who can still fight will come back to help." Tutu added, "Just so you know, that guy is Lan Yan, the wanted criminal." One of them replied, "Who gives a damn about Lan Yan? All I know is he's the guy who just saved us, and now he's fighting that monster all by himself." Meanwhile, he was still locked in an insane battle with the beast. The scene shifts. Chu Sheng is anxiously calling into a dorm room, "Boss." Xiao Yu, standing next to him, cuts him off. "Don't ask. Xiao Tin is resting in there, and no one is allowed to disturb him." Hearing this, he just replied, "Right." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the dark staircase. Just then, Shi Zai approached them. "Xiao Yu, what are you doing hanging around in front of your dorm?" "Oh, right. I'm looking for Xiao Tin. The school needs him for something. It seems he never actually stays in his own dorm, does he?" he added slyly. "Someone saw him come back to your dorm with you. So could you do me a favor and get him?" "Thanks." At that, Xiao Yu crossed her arms, glared at Shi Zai, and said coldly, "Xiao Tin is resting. What is it?" He scoffed mockingly. "He's still sleeping at a time like this?" The school has some issues with how the final prize in the supernova competition was won, so they have a few questions for the guy in question. Shi Zai warned. Otherwise, the school will consider disqualifying him and taking back the prize, the artificial superhuman gear. Xiao Yu glanced at the guard next to him, thinking, he's a purger. Then she said, "Wait for him to wake up. Come back and ask then." His expression turned serious, and he demanded without hesitation, "I'm asking you to cooperate. It's a student's duty to cooperate with the school." Then the guard spoke up in a gentler tone. "You guys don't need to be so tense. Of course, the school trusts its students 100%. We just need him to answer a couple of questions. That's all." He leaned one hand against the wall and continued. "And hey, if he's sleeping so soundly because he was injured during the competition, I'll be sure to report it to the school. A doctor will be here to treat him in no time. That's a lot better than him just hiding in a dorm room waiting to heal on his own, don't you think?" At the same time, Xiao Tao, who was hiding behind Chu Sheng, piped up suspiciously, "You say you're here on behalf of the school, but who are you? We've never seen you before." Xiao Yu narrowed her eyes. "If you have doubts about the results, then have the dean come here and say it to our faces. As for right now, who dares?" While Shi's eye was deep in thought, a group of people down in the courtyard suddenly started shouting to each other, "Hurry and help them! Someone's coming out of the dean's Mela Wanxiang. There are so many dead and injured. Everyone who went in is totally messed up." Someone yelled, "I heard Lanyan showed up in the competition forest." "Yeah, the Lanyan, the wanted criminal. Why the hell would a wanted criminal be there?" As soon as he heard that, the name flashed in Shi's eye's mind. Lanyan. He turned to her and said in a softer, more persuasive voice, "Xiao Yu, the dean is out there putting his life on the line for us. We really shouldn't be bothering him with this kind of administrative crap." Shi's eye frowned and pressed her. "You're supposed to be cooperating with us, but instead you're blocking the door. Don't you think your attitude is a little strange?" Xiao Yu met his gaze with a piercing stare and replied coldly, "So what?" Then, she began channeling a technique in her hands. Shi's eye wasn't about to be outdone. He channeled a surge of red energy and said arrogantly, "Fine. Then I guess I'll have to force my way in." Red-hot flames flared up around Shi's eye. He warned, "Xiao Yu, if I happen to hurt you by accident, don't blame me." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was unleashing these insane, crackling bolts of purple lightning as she fired back. Cut to the forest, where Qiu Tu's mind was racing. "Lanyan, who the hell is this guy? the one who stole the Fan family's research, a cold-blooded killer who slaughtered every single one of the unarmed researchers. She hid behind the huge trees, silently cursing that asshole who yanked her braid, like some wanted criminal. Then Xiao Yu rushed out, but she couldn't stop thinking. No matter what, he saved me and the other students. I can't just bail on him like this. She immediately unleashed her spiritual power, telling herself to help him with everything she had. At the very least, she could put out the monster's flames to buy him an opening. All of a sudden, Xiao Yu froze, her face going pale as she screamed, "Wind Forest Starblade!" Right in front of her was Xingcun, viciously slamming a massive attack straight into the monster. He bravely leaped into the air, completely stunning Xiao Yu. She thought, he dodged the monster's flames, and now he's ripping its face to shreds. Watching how brutally he attacked, Xiao Yu couldn't help but think in awe from behind. He's a peak 4-star transcendent. The destructive power is insane. He can even shoot out blue flames just like the monster, and his left arm is covered in some kind of black armor. How can the fire element condense into black armor? His fighting style is nothing like other transcendents. Her eyes widened in shock. He's actually fighting the monster head-on, up close. Not only that, he's savagely ripping the monster to pieces with his bare hands. This takes way more than just raw strength. A moment later, Xingcun noticed Xiao Yu and growled, "Why the hell are you still here? If you get in my way, I'll toss you out as bait." The monster immediately seized the chance to lunge forward and attack, but with their insane reflexes, they both dodged in time. Xiao Yu screamed in terror. "It's appeared! I won't get in the student's way. We'll protect ourselves," she grumbled under her breath. "That damn Lan Yan," then said to him, "Don't you dare underestimate me. I helped you set that trap." Just then, Xiao Yu suddenly unleashed her wind powers, catching Xingcun a little off guard. "Wind glide," she shouted, riding the wind as she charged forward. Instantly, he was unexpectedly yanked into the air by her technique, right in front of the monster. Once they got to a good height, she quickly reminded him, "It can't fly. We have the advantage in the air." Xingcun glanced at her and coldly replied, "You're quick, but I don't really remember you, so you'll probably kick the bucket soon enough." Xiao Yu snapped, "How dare you jinx me?" At that moment, the monster opened its massive mouth towards them. An idea flashed in his mind. "Use your wind to get me into the monster's mouth," she cried out in alarm. "Into its mouth?" Then she silently cursed. "This bastard is impossible to read." Xingcun urgently confirmed, "Yes, into its mouth, got it?" Xiao Yu used her power to shove them both aside, just barely dodging the monster's attack, and screamed furiously, "You damn wanted criminal!" Then Xiao Yu did as Xingcun said, using a powerful gust of wind to launch him at the monster while screaming, "Go to hell!" He flew straight for the beast's mouth, which was now glowing. But just as he was about to reach it, the monster unleashed a torrent of black flames. In the nick of time, Xiao Yu used her power to help Xingcun dodge in a split second. He actually praised her. "Hua Xiaoji," he yelled, diving into its mouth and piercing through its head at the speed of light, marveling, "Not bad. The power of the earth-slaying dragonfang has fused with my left arm bones and claws." In that instant, Xingcun violently tore the beast's body apart and said to himself, "This evolutionary path is definitely the right one. Even without going all out, I can still control my form and have enough power to punch right through the body of this level 4 monster." Watching this, Xiao Yu was completely stunned, thinking, he actually blew a giant hole right through the monster's head. This bastard's fighting style is so damn weird. I can't even tell what kind of star chart he's cultivating. The monster spewed some strange black blood from its mouth, and it actually looked like it was in pain. The monster's eyes bulged, glowing a ferocious orange yellow. It forced itself upright and let out a blood-curdling scream that felt like it could tear space itself apart. On another side of the fight, Xingcun was using his power to control massive branches, making them constrict the monster. A few seconds later, his eyes widened in disbelief as he yelled out, "It's going berserk." Right before Xingcun's eyes, the monster was completely losing it as more branches moved in, trying to restrain its rampage. It didn't last long. The monster furiously broke through, tearing everything apart to get free. Yi Yang instinctively threw an arm over his face as they both asked in shock, "What's going on?" "This is the pressure of a level 4 monster," they exclaimed worriedly. "The 3 invisible monsters here are all unleashing their pressure at the same time." At this point, Xiao Yu was also blasted away, screaming in pain. Only Xingcun remained completely calm. He just quietly looked up and muttered, "This isn't just pressure. These monsters, they have the power of the Monster King inside them." The corner of his mouth lifted into a smug grin. "This is perfect." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was plummeting from the sky, her head throbbing horribly like someone was splitting it open with a knife. No, it felt like there actually was a knife. This power, it felt like it was trying to rip apart the transcendent gene sequence inside my body. She was in a free fall, the intense pain spreading through her body, nearly making her black out. It's scrambling all of my transcendent genes. I can't use my powers? I have to figure out how to stabilize my genes, and fast. Thinking this, Xiu gritted her teeth and tried with all her might to release her spiritual energy. But it was totally useless. That's when she realized with horror, they won't stabilize. Panicking and not knowing what to do, she realized she wasn't about to land on the ground, but on the head of another monster. She was terrified as she saw its glowing red eyes right below her. Chi struggled to get free, but it was no use. She thought to herself, there's no escape, but before this thing eats me, I'm at least gonna gouge out one of its eyes. Before Chi could even fight back, the monster grabbed her arm in a death grip. And it didn't stop there. It snatched her other arm, squeezing like it was trying to crush her bones. Looking down, she saw even her legs weren't safe. She cursed internally, "You damn monster!" as it quickly and mercilessly snatched her other leg. All four of her limbs were pinned down, completely immobilized. How can someone as cute as Tutu be eaten alive? She thought. Anyone who dares to eat me, I'll self-destruct and splatter my guts all over your face. Tutu tried to use her power, but it was no use. Storm diagram. She gritted her teeth, bearing the pain. All I could do was think helplessly. I still can't get full control of the super gene in my body. No matter how hard I try, it's totally useless. Right at that moment, beneath the young girl's tiny body was the gaping, pitch-black mouth of a monster, filled with razor-sharp teeth. That moment made Xiu remember the darkest time of her life. Back then, in total despair, she had screamed at her little brother, "You're just dead weight. Get out of here." Her heart felt like it was being squeezed. She screamed in agony, "Stop wasting your time. You can't lift it." But the little kid just refused to give up. "Sis, I swear I'm gonna save you." Just then, a crazy fierce beast appeared behind Yang Yang. Xiu freaked out and yelled a warning. "There's a monster!" The little boy was so terrified. His eyes welled up with tears and he just couldn't stop crying. Xiu's face went pale. She screamed in total despair, "No!" And right as it was about to attack Yang Yang, their dad suddenly appeared and punched the monster right in the face. He roared in fury, "You won't lay a hand on them!" But the beast showed no mercy, sinking its teeth into his shoulder, making their father scream out in agony. Now, remembering that bloody scene made Xiu cry out emotionally, "Dad, I'm about to be eaten too. I'll be joining you soon. I miss you so, so much." Just as she was about to fall into the monster's mouth, the scene of Xijing swooping in to save her replayed itself, pulling her back from the brink of death, just like her father had all those years ago. She just stared at him, dazed, the terror still lingering in her eyes. Xijing held the monster's mouth open with one hand while untangling the vines for her with the other. After a moment, Xiu snapped out of her shock and screamed, "Damn it, what are you trying to prove? Just run, get out of here. Don't worry about me, or you're gonna get eaten too." He just shot her a cold glance and retorted, "Prove something? Worry about who? You?" Xiu was stunned, just staring at the guy in front of her, totally speechless. Without another word, Xijing's eyes scanned the monster as he remarked, "Meat this juicy and tender. Looks like a damn good meal." He looked over at it and said, "There's a difference between a state of constant attack and a state of constant eating, you know." He stared at the giant beast with a contemptuous look and said without hesitation, "Right now, I'm officially disrupting your food chain." The very next second, without even hesitating, Xijing straight up threw Xiu into the distance. She was still completely stunned, and all that could be heard was her scream echoing through the air, "You son of a bitch." Momentum carried her as she hit the ground, but the pure rage in her heart didn't die down one bit. "You detestable asshole!" To him, her words were completely meaningless. Xijing lightly touched the monster and sneered, "You're pretty big and tough, but it looks like I'm even tougher." This move of his successfully awakened the beast's fury. Seeing this, Xiu couldn't help but panic and shout a warning, "Hey, be careful!" But he didn't even flinch. Instead, he threatened the monster, "You're not getting away. I'll chew you up before I swallow." Xijing raised his monstrous arm and said, "Black teeth, bite wildly." In an instant, the thorny vines on its outer shell began to twist and deform, growing even larger. It was even gathering a ball of energy in its mouth. Over on her side, Xiu exclaimed in shock, "What kind of move is that?" She stared wide-eyed and kept marveling. Are his blue flames raging inside the monster's body? That's insane. After a moment, Xijing calmly tore off its tentacle and casually began absorbing it into his body. The look of delight on his face was unmistakable as each piece of flesh fused with his body. "Let's have a taste." Before he could even finish swallowing it, the beast's body suddenly vanished in a flash, catching Xijing by surprise. The thorn tentacle just shattered. His eyes scanned the remaining scattered pieces of flesh as he assessed, cut its losses and ran, Behind them were massive, tangled clumps of vines. Having just escaped, the monster immediately funneled all its power into a single tentacle and ferociously shot something at him in a counterattack. With no other choice, Zijing had to drop down, pressing himself to the ground to dodge the attack. Then he started calculating his next move. To absorb it completely, I have to defeat it first. If that's the plan, then all I need is to unleash my level 4 mutation ability. He had just turned around when he saw Shu-Tu rushing in to back him up. He asked, annoyed, "What are you doing back here? Are you trying to become bait and actually get eaten?" She replied naively, "I came to help you." Zijing coldly stuck his hand right in Shu-Tu's face, stopping her in her tracks. He scolded her in frustration. "Why are you so damn stubborn? Can't you just listen for once?" A painful memory from years ago flashed back. Her father, despite being critically injured, had forced a smile and patted Shu-Tu's head to comfort her. "Be a good girl and listen, okay? Go now. I'll come find you kids later." Seeing this, she could only agree to listen, but she still stood quietly behind him, watching. She called out a final reminder. "You better make it out alive, you hear?" She subconsciously called out, "Dad." Zijing, who was already walking away, was startled and glanced back to reply, "I know." Hearing his reply, her face couldn't hide a wave of embarrassed emotion mixed with gratitude. It wasn't long before she realized what she'd done. Shu-Tu's eyes went wide with shock, her face flushing red. She bit her lip, mortified for accidentally calling him Dad. The next thing you see is her muttering to herself in embarrassment, "You stupid jerk, I'm leaving right now." And just like that, Shu-Tu didn't dare to linger for another second and turned to bolt, absolutely dying of embarrassment. Watching her retreating figure, Zijing added a warning. "That's right. If those other guys are stubborn enough to come back, make sure you stop them." From a distance, she yelled back in a fluster, "I know." Once she got a safe distance away, all she could do was cover her face and wail from the shame. "This is so humiliating. Everyone." Shu-Tu looked up with her, cheeks flushed red, and shyly confessed, "I think your girl Shu-Tu has fallen in love." Remembering that moment, the guard had urged, "Young Master Pan, we need to get out of here too. Jingche's Myriadwood prison isn't going to hold for much longer. The moment that monster inside breaks out, everyone from the academy is going to be dead meat." Hearing that, he just smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "Wait a little longer, I have to confirm something." Back in the present, Pan Shizai was plotting in his head. The Pan family needs Xingcun's super gene chain. If that chain can crack the principles of his gene, it'll help me break my own super gene past its current 90% limit. It makes superhumans higher quality, but whatever, I don't really care. Having superhuman genes over 90% ain't that big a deal. I got Lam Diep all on my own. That guy acted all formal, holding out his hand and then spouting some cryptic crap. "Yeah, your talent is great, but you've been a superhuman for way too short a time. You burned through all your energy during the competition, so in this short amount of time, it doesn't matter how talented you are, you're not going to recover much. Having no energy is your biggest weakness right now, so just give up." Just then, Zhao Sheng, who couldn't hold it in anymore, stepped up and didn't hesitate to start dissing him. "You've been standing there with one hand behind your back acting all high and mighty this whole time. My Zhao family isn't that easy to fool." Tete didn't even flinch at Zhao Sheng's words. Instead, he controlled the flames with his hand, Crimson Flame Hand. The flame was right in Zhao Sheng's face, but he didn't give a damn. Instead, he yelled back, "You call yourself a man, clinging to someone and not letting go? Have you no shame?" He waved his hand smugly and said, "Since when did bottom feeders like you get the right to yell in my face?" Instantly, the flame took the shape of a giant arm under his control and slammed right into the two Zhao brothers, sending them flying backward. Fan Tete roared, "Crimson Flame." As soon as he finished, the arm began to threaten them both with its immense power. After showing off, not only did he not retract the magic, he aggressively controlled the fiery hand, making it spread wide as if it wanted to swallow everything whole. Tete kept trying to sway Xiao Yu. "I know you can absorb the lightning element from the air. You can even cause a blackout in the entire city of Nam Weert. But right now, this whole area is filled with my fire element. Your lightning element is practically non-existent here. Right now, you're as weak as a puddle of water. You can't absorb a thing." Faced with that barrage of words, Xiao Yu seemed to hesitate for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he mercilessly shoved the arm towards Xiao Yu. "So how are you going to stop me?" he sneered. "I suggest you don't even try to fight back. I really don't want to hurt you, but if you stay close to the Crimson Flame Hand for too long, you're going to get burned." Tete was gaining the upper hand. He got closer to the door and said, "Right now, you can't absorb any lightning element, so you don't have enough power to push back my Crimson Flame Hand." At the crucial moment, Xiao Yu suddenly unleashed a bolt of electricity, pushing back his flame with one hand. He was forced to stop. When he turned to look, he saw his flame had been easily broken through by Xiao Yu. Tete was stunned, wondering to himself, how is this possible? he asked doubtfully. You can still absorb the lightning element from outside? Without a word, Xiao Yu unleashed even more electricity. She replied coldly. I can still make contact with the air sometimes. By then, pushing back Theitei's magic was nothing to her. As long as I can touch even a little bit of the lightning element, it'll gather and flow into me. Elsewhere, at the cleanser headquarters, the people inside suddenly flew into a panic. The Superhuman Academy is starting to absorb a massive amount of electricity again. The city of Thanchao is having a blackout. Theitei suddenly remembered the vice director Fan's previous warning. Theitei, in the future, we must help the Fan family break through to over 90% superhuman genes. The more superhuman genes, the higher the quality will be. While he was distracted, Xiao Yu swiftly charged forward and unleashed her power. Purple crystal, activate. However, the old man's words still echoed in Theitei's ears. This kind of quality transformation is something a normal person can't even imagine. In front of them, even an extremely strong superhuman is nothing but an inferior being. And that was exactly what Xiao Yu was doing right now, as she pierced right through his crimson flame hand. His face darkened. He raised a hand to block the pressure coming from Xiao Yu, gritting his teeth and muttering in a rage. You inferior piece of trash. In an instant, the two of them clashed without a shred of hesitation. On one side, a blazing inferno, on the other, a storm of lightning. Suddenly, they both broke apart at the same time, the aftershock of their power slowly fading into nothingness. Xiao Yu was stunned, unable to hide her surprise. Just those few minutes must have cost at least hundreds of thousands in electricity bills. I need a move that uses less power. Maybe I should try referencing his crimson flame hand? She raised her finger, creating a small ball of lightning on the tip. Like this. Purple crystal satellite. He thought, her purple crystal is the masterpiece of Huasha's top researchers, yet she dares to just modify it on a whim and still keep it under control. 1. Her star chart is at least 50% complete. 2. Her familiarity with the lightning element is beyond what any normal person could possibly imagine. Theitei asked himself, does that mean she looks down on me? A genius who's been praised by everyone since I was a kid has become an inferior being in her eyes? It's just talent. Once again, memories from the research lab flooded his mind. Vice Director Fan once said, Theitei, according to my research, the only way to increase the number of superhuman genes is to fuse the eternal flame into them. The probability of breaking through to a number higher than 90% is massive. At that point, you could synergize with the eternal flame, maybe even communicate with it, but doing so is way too dangerous. Wait until your father is ready, then give the eternal flame you've refined to him. He'll level up to a 5-star superhuman and will be able to withstand this risk better than we can. After hearing that, Theitei just gave a faint smile. Snapping out of the memory, Xiao Yu suddenly screamed, Satellite, explode! His belief in the old man's words grew even stronger. If I can fuse the eternal flame into my superhuman genes right now, I can break through to over 90%. The more Fan Theitei thought about it, the more he became lost in his desire to break through. Just then, a flash of green light appeared. The atmosphere grew silent, and a strange pressure began to bear down from above. He whipped around to look outside, his heart pounding. It seemed Xiao Yu also sensed something was wrong. In contrast, Xiao Tao and Zhao Sheng couldn't handle it at all and could only clutch their heads in a panic. They screamed in terror. The monsters are rampaging. That means Jing Che's myriad forms of the wood luo has been broken. Zhao Sheng's guard sent a telepathic message. Young Master Fan, we have to go now. There's no need to get tangled up with them anymore. They're not going to make it out alive anyway. The very next second, he bolted out too. Then, the two of them quickly turned their backs and left the place. Model. Down below, as soon as she got out of the forest, Tutu quickly did what Xingcun told her and yelled, Don't you guys go in there. You'll just get in the way and be a burden to everyone. An indescribable unease rose in her heart. She could only look back at the forest and pray for him silently. That damn Lin Ye, you better be careful. Scene change. A fiery battle is raging in the forest. Over at Jingzhan's position, he was still struggling to hold the beast back. Looking at the snapping vines, he muttered wearily, I can't contain it anymore. In a flash, Lin Qi dove down, rapidly closing in on the monster. The three invisible monsters have merged. After observing for a moment, Jingzhan suddenly realized the monster had gotten stronger, the aura it was giving off. It was just like something that had appeared before. The one and only time it showed up, it forced all the elite superhumans to risk their lives just to barely win. It's a level 5 monster. A colossal fused beast with immense power that's a real threat to the Academy. Just as he was about to go all out, a voice from the distance stopped him in his tracks. Lin Qi, the mission is aborted. Get back here, now, Lin Qi. He ignored the warning and charged forward anyway. It's too late. I'm gonna kill this thing and buy everyone some time. Suddenly, the one confronting Lin Qi was none other than our boy, Xingcun. He whispered in his ear, "It's not too late, little bro." Right after that, all eyes were on Lin Qi as he was sent flying backward by a brutal blow. Seeing this, the headmaster called out Lin Qi's name and asked, "Who the hell is that guy?" But Lin Qi still had enough strength to mumble, "Lin Ye." Hearing that, the headmaster couldn't help but yell in shock, "What? The wanted criminal we're hunting is saving us? How is that possible?" Meanwhile, Xingcun was pissed, thinking to himself, "I was wondering where you ran off to, so you snuck over here to fuse and evolve, huh?" As he attacked, he analyzed it internally. It's slowly evolving into a level 5 monster. A level 5 needs to absorb a massive amount of flesh and blood. There's no way these things have eaten their fill yet, which means these three bastards are burning through the king's power that I just injected into them. The Earth Dragon's massive maw snapped down again, but luckily, Xingcun jumped out of the way just in time. Everyone around them tried to use earth cages to stop the monster, but the layer of rock and soil couldn't hold it back. Just then, Jie Yang rushed over and grabbed Xingcun. "But you definitely can't fight it either. It's so strong, it's not even in the same league as us." To that thing, the earth cage is nothing more than a piece of paper. While Xingcun was still trying to figure out what this guy wanted, he heard him continue, "That Lin Qi kid has been watching way too much anime. He just learned how to play the noble sacrifice card, and now you're gonna copy him? But you still ran in there to save Lin Qi in a crisis like this, which shows you're a good person. We're temporarily dropping the warrant for your arrest. In the face of a disaster, we're all on the same team, so let's join forces and get through this nightmare together." After listening to him go on, Xingcun replied with a blank face, "Dude, you're seriously delusional." Just then, the monster charged again. Instantly, countless massive tree trunks shot out to block its attack. A few people shouted, "The monster's been blocked, it's Headmaster Jing's trees." They looked up to see Xingcun exerting himself, using his withered wood's second spring power. The branches grew endlessly, swelling in size in an instant and wrapping around the giant earth dragon. Everyone shouted excitedly, "He got it! The headmaster's not over the hill yet. He still got it." However, Xingcun's expression was anything but stable. No matter how strong he was about to lose his grip on the beast. The monster thrashed violently within the trees, and he immediately yelled, "Shangguan Kui, I know you're back! Stop watching and make your move!" Kui was already behind the monster. She launched her attack and replied, "Don't rush me, Headmaster. I was just waiting for the right moment to strike." Her eyes were intensely focused on the fused monster. A powerful water dragon strike slashed out, flying straight into the screaming monster. The monster and the trees surrounding it were all sliced apart. The crowd cheered again. "A direct hit! We finally managed to hurt it!" Old Jing exclaimed in surprise. "Shangguan Kui has gotten even stronger. With her and Lin Ye, we have enough power to fight back." From above, he quickly ordered everyone into formation. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Shangguan Kui and Lin Ye will lead the charge. The rest of you, listen up. You must focus on protecting yourselves. Your temporary objective is to strike deep into its body. The rest of us, myself included, will be in charge of clearing any obstacles for those two. And when the critical moment comes, I'm sure you all know what to do, right?" The crowd responded in unison. "Yes, sir," Jie Yang added fiercely. "We use our own bodies to protect our comrades." The tentacles with their sharp teeth were already lunging forward. Everyone looked at each other and yelled as one, "It's coming! Let's go!" But then Xingcun stepped forward and clamped his monstrous hand down on Shangguan Kui's shoulder. Startled, she spun around and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" He said coldly, "You guys are so used to being in charge, you think you can just order me around like that, huh?" Only then did Shangguan Kui notice the huge hand on her shoulder and think, "His arm, its power is terrifying. I can't break free easily." Then, he forcefully threw her back, tossing her aside. Facing one of the sharp-toothed maws, Xingcun said bluntly, "You people can't stand against the king's power. All it has to do is roar once, and you won't even be able to use your superhuman abilities." His actions left the entire group stunned. Xingcun lunged at the monster and said coldly, "Don't get in my way. Now watch closely." As he spoke, his monster arm shoved straight down the creature's throat as he thought to himself, "I wasn't planning on putting on such a big show, but thinking about it, if I want to stop the demon oath, then it can't just be me who gets stronger. Everyone else has to level up too." One of his eyes blazed with a brilliant blue light. "Let me show you all what the true power of a monster feels like." As he finished speaking, his left sleeve ripped apart, his resolve set. Seeing the power radiating from Xingcun, everyone screamed. "The aura he's giving off. It's absolutely terrifying," Huan Kui asked, stunned. "His attacks are even stronger than the monsters? What kind of freaky power is that?" Jingzi was just as surprised as his students, his voice faltering. "You could say, it's exactly like a level 4 humanoid monster. Just then, Xingcun's left arm had completely transformed into a monstrous form, its appearance terrifyingly huge. Facing this new form, the massive maw spoke. Traitors are not allowed to exist. With that, he raised his enormous hand and unleashed the Overlord's flame. The two tentacles once again plunged down as the blue fire erupted, blazing intensely. Unable to do anything to Xingcun, the monster roared in fury, and he didn't hesitate any longer, flying up to attack. A single punch landed straight on its head as Xingcun unleashed his flame burst. The blue flame instantly exploded from inside the monster's head, creating a massive shockwave. Watching this scene, everyone was dazed, thinking to themselves, his hand just pierced right through the monster's head. But when they saw the monster's condition, that thought immediately changed. No, wait. This monster, it's regenerating at an insane speed, just like an earth dragon, but its power and defense are way stronger. A tail suddenly whipped towards him, and Xingcun was hit, making everyone scream and worry. Lan Yan! Then came a massive explosion as he crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Quang Koi asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Xingcun jumped back up and replied, "Its offense and defense are both insane. The most important thing is its regeneration. When the king's power is strong enough, it can recover incredibly fast," Xingcun continued, blocking a tentacle with his hand. If something like this is already considered strong, then there are way more monsters out there even stronger than this one. The number is far beyond what any of you can imagine. Hearing this, Jingji asked in bewilderment, "Do monsters like that really exist?" And his answer, "A lot of them," made the old man freeze, dumbstruck with worry. Quang Koi yelled again, "Lan Yan, talking about this stuff now is useless. Let's work together again. Maybe we can find a sliver of hope." Xingcun coldly replied, "Not necessary." A glint of undying blue fire flashed in his eyes as he declared, "Now, I will show all of you how to defeat these monsters. Remember this. If you want to protect this world, in the future, you'll all have to become stronger than I am right now." Hearing him, Quan Koi couldn't believe it and yelled, "What?" Xingcun didn't care, unleashing his blue flames as he shouted, "Try your best to learn what is known as a domain." As he finished speaking, his arm blazed with a powerful, undying blue flame. The entire group, from young to old, stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in shock, "A domain?" Xingcun didn't say another word, silently deploying his power while thinking to himself, "Burn the monster genes. By relying on my dual-system soul, I can temporarily use the ultimate move of the dual-system monster overlord. Domain, devouring maw prison." His blue light spread out in all directions, and Quan Koi could only stare, completely captivated. The group was still in a daze when they were enveloped by Xingcun's domain. They all cried out in alarm, "His domain!" Lin Shi reached out, lightly touching the air, and instinctively asked, "Can you guys feel it?" He looked at his hand and continued, "I feel like the metal element in the air has been completely devoured." Jing Zi had realized it too, and replied, "It's not just the metal element. All elements have been swallowed by his domain. Right now, the only thing left in this entire space is his fire element." He immediately warned them, "Everyone, try to control yourselves. If you let the elemental power inside your bodies burst out, it'll be devoured instantly." Lon, he overheard this and analyzed with a grim expression. So he becomes the absolute ruler within his domain? Inside his territory, I have absolutely no way to fight back. The only option is to run as far away as possible. Quang Koi smirked and shot back, "You're wrong, there's nowhere for you to run." She asserted, "The moment his domain enveloped us, we were already inside his mouth." And at that moment, Xingcun's domain had completely surrounded the monster. Seeing the monster roaring as if it was scared and not attacking, Ni Yang blurted out, "This monster, is it actually trying to run away?" Someone else chimed in with an explanation. "It can't escape this domain. The edge of the domain is like a set of teeth. Anything that gets near the edge gets chewed to pieces." Watching the monster struggle, Xingcun continued to burn it with his blue flames and declared, "Don't even think about escaping, three-headed monster." Seeing the domain shrink, crushing the monster, the crowd exclaimed in awe, "The monster is being bitten." The flames grew stronger and stronger, fiercely incinerating the three-headed fusion monster. It was like a hellish sea of fire was swallowing a beast whole. Ni Yang watched intently and said, "So strong. I wonder what Lan Yan's domain is called. Hey, maybe I'll call it the demon-swallowing flame prison." Hearing this, Headmaster Jing shot him a look and said, "Ni Yang, you were such a slacker in school, and now you're a vice captain and you still haven't changed one bit. Stop gawking and shut up and watch. This is an opportunity that not everyone gets." He nodded his head repeatedly, saying, "Yes, sir." Jingji analyzed internally, Lan Yan's domain is incredibly deadly. The enemy won't even realize it before its jaws have already snapped shut on them. No matter how fast the monster regenerates, it can't possibly be faster than the speed at which it's being burned. He looked at Xingcun and thought, but it seems that's really the case. Old Jing then wistfully recalled 20 years ago, the final moments when humanity's elite superhumans fought against the monsters. It was also the moment when a 5-star monster killed the 5 strongest superhuman experts. At the time, he and the others were too far away to see clearly, but Old Jing remembered distinctly that Monster's domain and Lan Yan's domain now were almost identical. It was both powerful and domineering, along with the image of Xingcun's left hand looking like it wanted to devour everything. Inside, Xingcun was screaming nonstop, "I'm starving to death. The monster genes still aren't strong enough, and the devouring maw prison is draining too much energy." He thought to himself, if I don't eat something to fill my stomach, these little humans are going to have a hard time surviving. Xingcun turned his attention to the level 5 monster, mustering his strength and roaring in a monstrous voice. The monster was being devoured rapidly, and it screamed, unwilling to accept its fate. "Impossible! You're clearly only level 4. How can you use the domain of a peak level 5 monster?" Xingcun taunted, "Why don't you guess?" The monster gradually lost consciousness. Even as it died, it was filled with resentment, trying to scream, "No, the power bestowed by the king." It used its last moments to roar in fury. "It will absolutely not fall into your hands." The second he said that, the monster totally disintegrated and became a snack for his left hand. Zijing roared right back, and the moment he was done, he slammed his hand down, making the devouring flame blaze up even crazier. His domain instantly shrank as a pillar of fire shot straight into the sky, completely swallowing the monster in the dead of night. That insane pillar of blue fire shot straight up into the heavens, making Old Jing's crew and everyone else freeze in their tracks, just staring in shock. From the Academy's viewpoint, that column of blue flame was huge and ridiculously high. Xiao Yu's group just stared dumbfounded from their dorm. A bunch of students nearby saw it and stammered out, Is that the blue flame?" A good ways off, that rich brat from the Fan family was on the road and screamed when he saw it. "Stop the car!" He frantically kicked the door open and jumped out to get a better look. Staring at the distant fading flame, the young master muttered with a frown, "Damn, that aura is terrifying. If I could have just felt a piece of it, I might have had some kind of breakthrough in my training." His lackey got out of the car and chimed in. "I bet there are barely any students left who can even sense an aura like that anymore. From now on, the Superhuman Academy is going to have to rely on Headmaster Fan to rebuild. Young master, let's head home." The young master's face darkened as he plotted in his head, then he just grunted. Meanwhile, back with Xingcun, he was in his human form again, clutching his stomach and groaning. First, he was starving to death, and now, he was stuffed to the point of birth. Then he calmed down, took a deep breath to let it pass. Gotta wait a bit for the food to digest. Xingcun was thinking to himself. Right after his lunch break, the ground beneath him started cracking open in huge chunks as a bright light flashed. From underground, an electro-dragon spirit shot up right in front of Xingcun. He looked at the freaks in front of him and thought, 3 electro-dragons. Using their powers back-to-back like this means they've sensed me. But Xingcun wasn't scared at all. He even flipped them the bird as a challenge. "But I've already eaten my fill, you idiots. You want to die? If you've got the guts, then come and get me." The electro-dragon was pissed off. It opened its mouth and let out a massive roar, making the ground shake like crazy. But before Xiao Ting could even make a move, Quan Kui had already charged into battle using her water dragon scythe skill. She hacked away at the monster before her without a shred of mercy. And that's not all. At that very moment, branches shot out from behind him. With just a glance, Xiao Ting knew this was the myriad wood technique. Jingche showed up too, using his reaching heaven skill to protect him from the Electro Dragon's attack. Yi Yang and Lindsay also showed up to help. "It's coming. We're only 3 stars, so we're not that strong, but we still have to give it our all." Lindsay launched a starburn attack and yelled. Seeing this, Xingcun made a quick calculation in his head and grinned. Shangguan Kui, the director, and Chushi all together. That should be strong enough, right? My performance of saving the world's finest seeds wasn't for nothing. After all, while he was lost in thought, countless tentacles with tiny teeth suddenly shot up from under his feet, wrapping around him. Xingcun got pissed and swung his arm, slicing them all to pieces. Trying to sneak attack me? This isn't the Electro Dragon, it's that invisible monster. It's not completely dead yet, but what good are these tiny-ass tentacles gonna do? Suddenly, Xingcun panicked. Crap, this is bad. It's a direct monster network connection. He was pulled into a space completely cut off from the outside world, and everything around him felt like the surface of water. In this place was a giant jaw filled with sharp, blood-soaked teeth. Xingcun was sure this was the king's spirit. A few streaks of yellow light shot towards him, making him super curious. After using all his senses to analyze that thing, Xingcun realized something. He spoke directly to this flashy thing. You're just salty because you lost. Trying to use the king's power to sneak attack me again? Xingcun stated firmly. Anything that's gone into my stomach is staying there. There's no way I'm spitting it back out. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the dark space around them. King's authority! Along with the voice, black smoke started to spread out. It formed the face of a giant monster in front of Xingcun and said, That is not something a puny human like you can handle. As it spoke, its red eyes burned even brighter. Hand it over now, and I will permit you to return to the king's embrace once more. Done with the pleasantries, it switched to threats. If you don't hand it over, you will die. Xingcun stared right at the smoke and said, So this power is called King's Authority, huh? If you lost the King's authority that the king gave you, you'd be pretty damn scared, wouldn't you? He even loudly revealed its identity, Flame Demon God, one of the 5 great demon gods under the king. Hearing this, it flinched and asked, You, impossible, how could you know that? At the same time, the Flame Demon God shot out tons of smoke tendrils, stabbing right into his body. Xingcun wasn't worried at all. He thought to himself, Because in my past life, I was one of the 4 lords under you. Of course I know everything. He slowly took off the disguise on his face, his voice full of defiance. Of course I know. You must be getting antsy, huh? I'm about to destroy your king's authority right now. Xingcun widened his eyes and puffed out his cheeks, taunting, Let's see you try and take it back. The flame demon god was furious and attacked Xingcun relentlessly. If you refuse to return to the king's embrace, then just eat. I will crush the weak soul of this pathetic human. The flame demon god roared, I will grind you to dust. It blasted a wave of energy straight at Xingcun. He shot back loudly, You call me weak? I have the souls of 2 lifetimes. With that, he immediately swallowed all the energy streams around him. The flame demon god was completely stunned and didn't say another word. Xingcun also realized that the monster network had been shattered. Watching the demon face slowly crumble before him, he thought to himself, After absorbing the king's authority, do I become a lord? Meanwhile, back in the forest, the 3 electro dragons had also vanished. Guan Kui looked at the remaining wisps of smoke and asked, Did the electro dragons run away? Where's Xingcun? Jingche said, He's gone. He thought for a moment, then continued, Even though he's a wanted man, he really did save our lives this time. Saved the entire academy. Yi Yang and a few others ran over and said, Director, Xingcun said there are a lot more monsters like this. Jingche immediately replied, It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Between what happened today and Xingcun's theory, it's time to let the whole world know. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xingcun ran back to Xiao Yu's dorm. His mind was racing. A new queen ant is one that's born from the colony after the old queen dies. But I'm a new queen that appeared before the old one died. He took off his torn shirt, looked at his body, and confirmed, I now have independent power. I am the new king of monsters. On the surface, it might not look like the monster's power has changed much, but in reality, a world-shattering change has occurred. He put on a clean set of clothes. Xingcun walked out. His friends were already waiting for him outside. Looking at everyone, Xingcun got excited and thought, Soon, I'll be able to form a monster army that belongs only to me. When Chu Sheng saw him come out, he said immediately, Big bro, I don't know if we were just seeing things, but a minute ago, me and Xiao Tao both felt something really weird. The 2 siblings looked really confused. It was like something was coming back to life inside our bodies, a lot like something had just awakened. Xingcun walked over and patted Chu Sheng on the shoulder to calm him down. Don't worry about it, he said. That's the world's seed of hope, and it's awakened. That's what he said out loud, but in his mind, he had a different thought. But it could also be that the world's seed of despair has awakened. At the Fan family home, that punk Shize was burying his face in the eternal flower bud, whining, I'm sorry, uncle. I couldn't pass the supernova selection. I've brought shame to our family. He grumbled, I should have figured out a way to kill that bastard Xingcun ages ago. Old man Zhen Yi walked over and placed a hand on his grandson's shoulder to comfort him. Stop blaming yourself, he said. Who would have guessed he could withstand the mental onslaught of a level 4 psychic superhuman? That's absolutely not something a newly enrolled superhuman freshman should be able to do. On top of that, there's a high chance Xingcun is actually Xingcun. It's just unbelievable. Right after, he turned to the 2 people standing there and asked, What about you? Did you notice anything special about Xingcun? After all, you're the one who got closest to him. Being put on the spot, Xiaolan looked super nervous, his face slick with sweat. He said, Special? There wasn't anything that special, really. He was all covered up, so I couldn't see his face, but his blue flame, it was seriously powerful. His voice was rushed and frantic, unbelievably strong and cold. Yeah, that's it. It's a flame that could burn through anything. At this point, Xiaolon couldn't keep his cool anymore and shouted, "If you all could have seen it!" He suddenly realized he'd gone too far, thinking to himself, "What the hell am I saying? Doesn't that sound like I'm dissing young Master Fan for dropping out of the academy too early and missing his chance to fight Xingcun?" Xiaolon immediately lowered his voice. I mean, you'd realize Xingcun is so strong he's not even on the same level as us. The aura he gives off is super weird. I've never felt that kind of aura from anyone before." After hearing this, Shizei shot him a razor-sharp glare. Noticing the look, Xiaolon got scared and thought to himself, "Crap, I'm screwed." He instantly changed his tune. As for Xingcun, the possibility that he's a first-year freshman is frankly terrifying to me. Of course, for Xingcun to be that strong, it's also possible he knows how to hide his true abilities. Old man Zhenyi had heard enough and gave an order. "I get it. You, go get ready." His words startled Xiaolon, who didn't understand. The old man explained, "We just got a report that they've found Xingcun's whereabouts. You're to join the team sent to capture him." Then, Fan Zhenyi turned back to his grandson. "Shizei, for now, stop thinking about all this Xingcun crap. Hurry up and absorb all the undying flame from the eternal flower. We need to help your father level up to a 5-star superhuman first." Seeing that Shizei wasn't saying anything and was just focused on the flower bud, he continued, "Only then can our fan family regain control of the situation, which has been thrown into chaos by the appearance of that invisible monster." Only then did Shizei reply firmly, "I'll definitely do everything I can to help." He thought to himself, the real reason they want Dad to hurry up and reach 5-star superhuman is so he can fight against the eternal flower monster, just like Xingcun did. When it comes down to it, the family is terrified. The eternal flower might speed up a superhuman's training, but it can also turn into a horrifying monster. As he absorbed the flame, he calculated in his head, it can grant someone the undying flame, but it can also incinerate them to ash in a split second. Suddenly, this threw Shizei into a bit of a panic. "What? The gate to the eternal flower that opened last time is closed now? I can't get any more of the undying flame." He cursed in frustration. "Damn it, at a critical moment like this, Dad needs the undying flame, the family needs the undying flame, and I need the undying flame." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in his ear. "Do you want to take my flame?" Shizei stared blankly at the flower bud, thinking, the eternal flower is talking to me? Is it because I've absorbed so much of the undying flame that I can communicate with it now? The bud continued, "If you want to take my flame, you must provide me with someone who carries monster genes." The scene changes to Xiao Yu's dorm room. She was halfway through a shower when she suddenly realized she forgot to bring her clothes with her. Xiao Yu peeked her head out and saw Xingcun just sitting there like a lump, and she hesitated, thinking, "But that guy Xingcun is out there. How am I supposed to go get them?" Xingcun stretched out and announced, "I'm officially informing you that half of this dorm room now belongs to me." Then he muttered to himself, "Is this the only sovereign right I have right now? That's it? Lame." From inside, Xiao Yu's voice called out, "I forgot to bring my clothes in." Xingcun couldn't care less and gave a lazy reply. "Then just come out and get them yourself. Back when you used to shower at my place, you'd run around buck naked like a slippery eel." Hearing that, our girl Yu was mortified, cursing him in her head. This freaking idiot. Then she yelled out loud, "That was when we were little kids. You perv! Get me my clothes, you piece of trash." He immediately started whining, "What a pain in the ass." Despite what he said, he still used his little tentacles to bring her some clothes. "Wear my stuff for now. Your clothes are buried in your suitcase, and I'm too lazy to look for them." Xiao Yu put on the t-shirt he gave her and walked out, annoyed, thinking to herself, "Is Xingcun doing this on purpose? This is so not comfortable." She saw him sitting there, muttering to himself like a total psycho, which just made her even more pissed. And this bastard isn't even paying any attention to me. Overcome with curiosity, Xiao Yu walked closer and asked, "Hey, you jerk, what are you doing?" The moment he heard her, Xingcun turned to look at her with a sickly, sweet, pleading face. "Hey, Xiao Yu, I want to transfer my genes into your body." Hearing this, Xiao Yu freaked out and screamed, "Huh? Huh? Wait, what the hell are you talking about?" Afraid his dear friend didn't hear him clearly, he pushed Xiao Yu against the wall and repeated, "Transfer my genes to you." It seems our girl Yu might have gotten the wrong idea about what Mr. Xing meant. Her face turned bright red as she stammered, "You, if you keep talking crazy like that, you and I are through." Xingcun, completely oblivious to the misunderstanding, pushed even harder. "Stop screwing around. It'll only sting a little, like an ant bite." Then, Xingcun reached out to grab Xiao Yu, his voice getting creepier by the second. "Just bear with it. It'll be quick." This made her absolutely lose it. She started cussing him out while shooting electricity straight at him. "Do you not understand human language? I told you if you keep this up." A powerful bolt of electricity shot out from Xiao Yu, lighting up the entire dorm room. Luckily, Xingcun was fast enough to escape outside. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking, looks like Xiao Yu totally misunderstood something. I almost got zapped into a crispy critter. Only then did Xiao Ting calm down and reflect. Yeah, fair enough. I was way too hot-headed and reckless back there, because he could clearly feel that his current ability could grant kingship to a creature in exchange for monstrous power. But Xiao Ting had absolutely no idea how that creature would transform. Would it be life-threatening? The guy thought of a different plan. He had to catch another guinea pig to test it on first, see if it would turn into freaking Godzilla or something. As he was lost in thought, the phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed. A text from Xiao Yu. Stop messing around outside. I'm about to lock up and go to sleep. Get back here now. He thought to himself, I don't know if it's because I've been reborn and see things differently, but I feel like Xiao Yu isn't the same as she used to be. Xiao Ting stared blankly at the screen. In his past life, she just wanted him to go hang out with other girls. Then she'd secretly go snitch on him and ruin his good time, taking pleasure in it. He replied, I'm out looking for a rat to experiment on. Her response was a string of question marks. The scene shifts to a nearby forest, where one lucky rat had been chosen by him to be granted power. It transformed instantly, its eyes glowed red, its muscles bulged, and its teeth became sharper. Xiao Ting looked at the rat's state and thought, if nothing changes, this rat won't be able to handle my power. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the rat exploded. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. A glint appeared in his eyes. Xiao Ting immediately launched an attack. Staring into the empty space before him, he called out, Who's there? From within the forest, a dark figure slowly emerged and spoke, Hello, Xingcun. The dark figure stared at him with blood-red eyes. Xiao Ting stared back at the entity with a suspicious gaze, saying nothing. The person finally revealed their face. It was Headmaster Qin. He walked over and said, Xiao Ting, I know you are Xingcun, he said calmly. Don't be tense. I mean you no harm. I came to find you because Xiao Ting cut him off playing dumb, Xingcun. You mean Lam Diep? What's that? Then he quickly looked for a way to bolt. My dear headmaster, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way, sir. I'm in a hurry to go recharge my batteries, so goodbye. Old man Qin roared in anger. Get back here. Xiao Ting silently stopped in his tracks. Old man Qin said, You should know that if I don't approve it, you will never have the chance to enter the Superhuman Gene Academy. It doesn't even matter if you're Xingcun or not. Can't you just chat with this old man for a bit? Tell you what, I'll give you some essence of life as a thank you gift. Xiao Ting turned back with a seriously sly look on his face. Esteemed headmaster, I'm really not Xingcun, but I would be deeply honored to have a chat with you. Old man Qin waved his hand for him to sit down, and at the same time, he mentioned the night Xiao Yu lost control of her superhuman powers. I've had my eye on you since then. The most superhuman genes in history and the least superhuman genes in history appearing at the same time. Xiao Ting sat on a tree stump and continued to listen. What made me notice you wasn't your extremely low 1% of superhuman genes. It was your health checkup report. Your muscle density is 2.45 times greater than others your age, and your metabolic rate is up to 4,244, 3 times that of a normal man. He replied cockily. I knew I was a stud, but I didn't realize I was that much of a stud. Headmaster Qin waved his hand dismissively and continued, Although I am the headmaster of the academy, I myself have been researching a certain project. He controlled a tree and asked, How's this for a massage? He smugly commented, The left shoulder is decent. A little harder. Old man Qin was at a loss for words, but could only comply. Fine, fine, fine. You really have no sense of shame, do you? He continued. I've always been researching monster genes and those who carry them. They're not the same as superhuman wielders. They are a group of people with extremely mysterious genetic mutations. It's just that when they awaken, their sanity is devoured by the monster genes, and they completely turn into monsters. Research shows that unawakened superhuman wielders have better mental fortitude and greater strength than ordinary people. Monster gene carriers actually exhibit similar traits. Their muscles are stronger than normal people, their metabolism is faster, and the most obvious sign is that they're just really strong. The more monster genes they have, the more obvious the signs become. Hearing this, Xiao Ting felt a sense of dread. But when he heard Old Man Qin talk about his stats, he grew even more worried. From your health report, it's clear that you are a monster gene carrier, but somehow, you also carry superhuman genes. Headmaster Qin stated plainly. That's why I overruled the decision to revoke your admission to the academy and gave you a chance to take the final assessment. I've never run a gene test on you, but I can guess that you definitely have monster genes in you. He then suggested, So, you can come with me now and we can run a makeup test. Xiao Ting stood up and refused immediately. That would be such a waste of resources. Headmaster, I've got something to do, so I'll be heading back first. As for that essence of life you promised to give me, just have someone bring it to my house tomorrow. Headmaster Qin got straight to the point. The essence of life is right here. The trees in the academy were all created by my superhuman power on the night the Fan family's secret lab was destroyed. I noticed that Xingcun appeared twice in the nearby area. I saw him bury a lot of things in the ground. I suppose that must be the essence of life, right? Completely busted, Xiao Ting trembled as he asked, "Are you a grave robber?" Seeing his reaction, Old Man Qin said, "You don't need to be so tense. You risked exposing yourself to save the academy, so I believe you are an upright person. I hold no ill will towards you. And from what I know about the Fan family, you destroying their lab wasn't exactly a bad thing." Then the guy tries to persuade him, like, "I know you don't want anyone to find out you've got the monster gene. In this world, people with monster genes are under some seriously tight control, and you're even more special than the rest. There's a high chance you'll be forced into being a lab rat. And you know damn well I've been helping you out ever since that day at the Five Elements Arena. I was the one who told Headmaster Shangguan Kui to help you cover up the fact that you snuck out the night the Pan family's lab was destroyed." Old Jing added that he also told Lin Ye to head to the outskirts of Nanyue tonight to create a fake sighting of him during that time. Even if the Purifiers investigate our academy, they won't come after you. From now on, I'll do everything I can to help you too. After a moment of silence, Jing Che continued, 5% of the world's population carries the monster gene. They can't resolve the monster gene issue like you can, so naturally, they've been tagged with tracking chips and are under constant surveillance. Some are terrified they'll turn into actual monsters, and they're also scared of losing their minds and transforming at any moment. They're just monitored like that, constantly living in fear and being discriminated against, only able to live out their miserable days in agony. His voice grew more earnest and sincere. "I desperately want to know how you managed to control the monster gene, because I want to help these 5% of people get back the normal lives they deserve." After hearing all that, Xingcun still flat out denied it. "But sorry, I'm not Lin Ye. Thanks, Headmaster, for thinking I'm important enough to discuss this kind of scientific research with me. I'm seriously flattered and touched." "Well, I'm out of here," he shouted. "If the monster gene can't be controlled, this world will never, ever know peace. No matter how strong our superpowers get, it won't be enough." Those words made Xingcun stop in his tracks. He said, "Maybe Lin Ye knows how to help them control the monster gene." Xingcun turned back to the headmaster, his eyes serious, and continued, "But from humanity's perspective, this isn't a good thing. What if it just makes humans even more terrified?" This question startled Jing Che, who asked back, "Saving them will make humanity afraid? Could it be?" Xingcun turned back and asked another question, "Headmaster, what do you think monsters are?" Old Jing replied, "The Purifiers think they're superpowered beings like us, just ones who've lost their minds. But I've always thought that monsters are a race we just don't fully understand yet." His fist clenched unconsciously as he went on. "That's right. The headmaster is the most clear-headed person in the world. All of humanity is like an ant colony, and Lin Ye just happens to be the king of a different ant colony." "So," Headmaster Jing replied, "if you want to save an ant from one colony, the only way is to kick it over to another colony." Xingcun added, "One ant might not scare people, but what about 100 ants, 10,000 ants, or a number equal to 5% of the human population? Sooner or later, Lin Ye will become the king of the monster gene colony." Faced with his attitude, Jing Che thought to himself, just how terrifying is a power like that? Is this what Xingcun is worried about? He sighed and said, "If you save them, humanity will fear and shun them, but if you don't, they'll turn into mindless monsters." Old Jing looked troubled. "This really puts you in a tough spot. I can't blame you," he then affirmed. "But no matter what you choose, as the headmaster, I will support and help you." It was as if Xingcun was just waiting for those words. He asked again, "You for real?" Before Headmaster Jing could even answer, Xingcun leaped forward and hugged him, saying cheerfully, "My dearest Headmaster Jing, since you put it that way, can you make decisions for the Monster Gene Academy too?" It seemed Lin Ye was very interested in stealing the Monster King's subordinates. Old Jing asked, bewildered. "So, you agree?" Xingcun thought to himself. "Right now, I can grant kingship to one person in exchange for power. But if I don't grant kingship and just activate the monster gene carriers, letting them grow strong naturally, then their numbers will be countless." That very night, at the Pan family's base, Shizai's men secretly tied up a group of people and brought them there. The guy asked curiously, "Young master, where is this? Why did you suddenly tell me to bring these monster gene carriers here?" Shizai snapped irritably, "Shut your mouth." This guy from the Pan family thought to himself, "This place is a storage room in the darkest corner of the 13th floor, beneath the undying flame. It's also where I'm supposed to meet the Eternal Flower." Right on cue, the Eternal Flower appeared as scheduled. The subordinate screamed, his words a jumbled mess. This is, He was so scared he fell to the ground, stammering, "This is the eternal flower." The blue flame swept over and consumed all the people who'd been brought there. But it didn't seem satisfied at all, continuously screaming, "Not enough, not enough, not enough." Then, it chose a corpse and possessed it, standing before Shizai and complaining, "Unacceptably weak. They fundamentally can't handle my power." It demanded, "I need someone who can fight for me, not just a pile of weak flesh." The subordinate was frozen stiff, watching everything unfold, completely speechless. The flame demon god looked at Shizai, its eyes glowing red within the blue flames, and demanded, "Lead me to a monster gene carrier who can withstand my power, and I will grant you power far greater than what you have now." He looked as if he was hypnotized. He immediately agreed. "Yes, Lord Flame Demon God." At this point, the subordinate couldn't believe his eyes. His mind was in chaos. What the hell did I just see? Is young Master Pan making a deal with a monster? His eyes, filled with fear and bloodshot, darted toward Shizai. It was late at night when Xingcun finally decided to go back to the dorms. As soon as he tiptoed to the door, Xiao Yu yelled at him, "Look what time it is! You're just crawling back now?" She stood in the middle of the room with a whip, asking annoyedly, "Where the hell were you wandering around this time?" He hesitated and said, "If I said I was just talking with the headmaster, would you believe me?" Xingcun wondered, "Why does this feel exactly like sneaking home after drinking with your buddies, only to get caught red-handed by your wife?" Xiao Yu swung the whip, hitting him repeatedly. Xingcun yelped, "I was just a little late. It's not like I deserve to be tortured, right?" She shot back, "You bastard. Just stand still and let me beat the crap out of you first to blow off some steam. We'll talk after I'm done hitting you." Hearing that, he was startled and asked, "Wait, what did you say?" Her face was flushed as she said shyly, "Ever since we were kids, no matter how much of a jerk you were, you never asked for anything unreasonable from me. It's because of the monster gene that you're forced to act like this now, right? Knowing you, if you won't talk, I guess I'll just have to beat it out of you." Model. Ingu pulled down her collar and hesitantly said, "Hey, go on." Without waiting any longer, Tin shot out a tentacle and bit down on Ingu's neck, sending a shiver down her spine. Ingu asked her friend, "What is this?" Tin retracted his small jaw and said, "What do you think?" "I'm transferring monster genes to you, of course." "Just as I thought. Your transcendent gene really can't fuse with my royal monster gene. So that means Zhao Sheng and Zhao Tao won't work either. Does it have to be someone who already has monster genes?" Yu completely ignored what he was saying. She just stormed off without a word. Seeing this, Tin asked, "Piranha, you going to bed?" She blushed, climbed into bed, and replied, "I'm sleepy. Looks like our girl Ingo is going full introvert mode this time." She thought to herself, flustered, "What the hell did I misunderstand? Someone save me. I just want to hide under the covers and sleep until the world ends." It seems like he's not such a scumbag lately. Can bad boys really change their ways? The next morning, still in Nanyue's dorm, as soon as she woke up, Ingu saw Tin staring intently at his phone. She came up behind him and asked curiously, "Who's she?" He answered, "This is Headmaster Jingquan's granddaughter." In the photo was a cute girl with long white hair. She's a first year at the Monster Gene Academy next door. Besides Tin, this girl has the highest concentration of monster genes in all of Wuxia, with up to 92% monster genes in her body. Her name is Geng Xiaoni. Cut to Than Tru City's first hospital. A person was struggling to reach a button on a vending machine. However, just then, another person walked up. But instead of helping, this jerk started mocking Yang Yang. "How long are you going to keep trying, huh? If your limbs don't work, you should just stay at home. Do you have any idea how annoying you are? You're a total waste of society's resources. I'm in a hurry." As he spoke, he shoved the wheelchair aside. Yang Yang cried out in alarm. "What do you think you're doing?" Ding pushed the boy aside and said, "Get lost." The boy shouted again, "That's my drink." The bald dude bent down, picked up the can, and clicked his tongue. "Chill out, I'm not robbing you," he said, fiddling with a few coins in his hand. Then he tossed them towards Yang Yang. His attitude was absolutely disgusting. "Here, I'm paying you back." The coins fell to the ground. He clearly knew Yang Yang couldn't pick them up but did it on purpose anyway. This made the kid turn red with anger. He gritted his teeth and yelled back, "You bastard! Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm gonna kill you!" Someone immediately ran over to stop him. "Calm down, it's just a small thing. Besides, he paid you back, didn't he? Don't be so sensitive. Getting all worked up isn't good for you." Yang Yang refused to listen and shouted, "Get out of my way!" The guy immediately grabbed the kid's wheelchair, holding it in place. Veins popped on Yang Yang's face from anger as he cursed in frustration. "Damn it!" The staff member tried to calm the kid down again. All right, let's just drop it. My job is to take you guys to the monster gene threat level test, so I can't have you causing trouble." Hearing that, Ding scoffed. "A threat level test for monster genes? Only people with 80% or more monster genes need to take that test. Anyone who fails the test has to wear a safety collar. No wonder you're so hot-headed. Turns out you're a monster. As he was leaving, he added a few more nasty words. You're all just a bunch of parasites wasting society's resources. Well, I'm out of here. Wouldn't want to get eaten by a monster. That'd be my luck. But just as he was about to leave, a spark suddenly zipped past his face. Something slammed into the wall behind him with a powerful impact, stunning the bald guy. He slowly turned his head to look and stammered. What kind of coin was that? He turned around just in time to see Xiao Ni rushing at him at lightning speed, making his face go pale with fear. The staff member yelled in alarm. Gong Xiao Ni, stop! What do you think you're doing? You're the class president. You're supposed to be an example for everyone. You can't just go around causing trouble like this. Xiao Ni shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Oh, chill out. It's no big deal. Everyone needs to relax. I'm not going to fight him. I'm just paying him back. Seeing her, Yang was also surprised and stammered, Class prez. But Xiao Ni wasn't done yet. She grabbed another coin and lunged forward again. Xiao Ni's fist flew towards Ah Ding's face at an incredible speed. It zipped right past him and slammed into the wall as she said, Hey bro, here's your 3 yuan back. Xiao Ni violently embedded the 3 coins into the wall and added, Oh, right. The last yuan rolled over to your friend's feet. You want me to pick it up and give it back to you like before, or are you going to crawl over there and get it yourself? Ah Ding was scared green and immediately said, No, I'll crawl over and get it myself. It's all my fault. I was ignorant and shameless. Please, spare me. I'll crawl over there right now. Xiao Ni casually snatched the drink back. This is Yang's drink. Let it go. Now. I'm pretty strong, you know. I'm just worried I might accidentally crush you. She didn't hesitate to let him know who she was. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a monster gene carrier. The one with the most monster genes in all of Wuxia, Gong Xiao Ni. I've always wanted to know what a piece of trash like you tastes like. If I turn into a monster, you'll be in big trouble. So you better try to get stronger, Kay. That guy, Ah Ding, started shaking all over and immediately replied, I'm sorry, I'll try to be a good person. Xiao Ni went over to her friend and said cheerfully, Let's go, or we'll be late for the test. Yang, hurry up, stop dawdling. The staff member could only plead in desperation. Please, I'm begging you guys, don't cause any more trouble. As his friend pushed his wheelchair, Yang said gloomily, Hey, class prez. People with monster genes like us have to keep our emotions stable to reduce the chances of being taken over by the monster. But I can't keep my emotions stable. No matter what I do, I can't calm down. I don't think I'm going to pass the threat level test. I'm probably going to get fitted with a safety collar today. After this, I won't be able to hide the fact that I'm a monster gene carrier anymore. Everywhere I go, people will be on guard around me. And if I lose control of my emotions, the safety collar will immediately inject poison straight into my body until I'm dead. In stark contrast to his gloomy and self-deprecating attitude, Xiao Ni was very cheerful. She pinched Yang's cheeks tightly and teased. Well, isn't that just great? She kept rubbing his face and teasing him, saying that this way he could do whatever he wanted. Total freedom, right? Yang's face turned beet red as he replied, Class prez, stop rubbing my head. When you do that, it makes me. Xiao Ni burst out laughing. Yang, you're such a dork. Got your heart fluttering, has it? He snapped back angrily. In your dreams. Just then the elevator arrived. Xiao Ni kept cheerfully teasing her friend. Don't be so down. You gotta stay in a good mood if you don't want to end up bedridden. Yang's face went bright red again. Class prez, can you please stop talking like that? Xiao Ni said, totally amused. Let me see. Are you actually getting embarrassed? Cutting over to Xingcun. Before leaving, he turned to Xiao Ni and said, You should head to class. The director already got me the day off. I have to go meet the person with the most monster genes in all of Wuxia. Immediately, Xiao Yu slung an arm over Xingcun's shoulders and said, I want to go too. This made him feel both surprised and a little scared. What? Go? You want to go? Back at the hospital, in the elevator, suddenly, Xiao Ni asked, Did you guys feel anything? I think the temperature went up a little bit just now. Someone answered. No way, she wondered. Was I just imagining it? That guy asked. Class prez, we have that danger level test later. You're not nervous? Let us take a guess. This time around, do you think the 4 of us with monster genes won't have to wear those safety collars like last time? At this point, the elevator had brought the group down to their floor. The whole way, Xiao Yu was sulking, huddled in a corner and muttering, White hair, white fur, purple eyes. Figures she's exactly your type, you damn player. Xingcun kind of overheard and turned to ask, What did you say? Xiao Yu answered irritably, I said this Qingju city is a real backwater. We've been waiting this long and the bus to hospital number 1 still isn't here. He quickly explained, Superhumans attract monsters. That's why any place with a lot of superhumans should have as few civilians as possible. But still, this is weird. That bus should have been here half an hour ago. Just as he said it, the bus arrived. Xiao Yu saw it and pointed it out. There it is. However, Xingcun sniffed the air, sensing that something was wrong. The driver was a guy wearing a gas mask, talking to someone as he drove, reporting in. I have eyes on the target. It's him, standing at the bus stop waiting for the bus to hospital number 1. Xiao Yu shot up in a panic and asked, Xingcun, is that bus out of control? He stepped in front of his best friend to shield her and said, there's a 4-star superhuman on that bus. Xingcun quickly activated his superhuman gene tiger claw gauntlets. Then he casually sliced off a piece of metal from the bus stop sign to use as a weapon. He enlarged the piece of metal and slashed hard at the bus that was hurtling toward them. The vehicle was instantly sliced in two, and the 4-star expert inside was completely stunned, wondering to himself, I didn't detect any sign of such terrifying metal-based superhuman power. The two halves of the bus slid past the two teens. The driver was still reeling internally. He's probably just a 3-star superhuman, but how is this even possible? The guy sized him up. His aura is completely ordinary. How did he condense such a huge amount of iron with just a tiny bit of metal-type superhuman power and make it this strong? Thinking this, the masked man proactively jumped out of the bus. One of his arms erupted in scorching red flames as he charged toward Xingcun, thinking to himself, figures I couldn't just hope the bus would be enough to kill him. Looks like this is going to take some real effort. Thanks to the help of the eternal transformation technique these past few days, my strength has skyrocketed. Now's a good time to put it into practice. The next second, he executed his special skill. A massive amount of red fire erupted, spreading everywhere. Just as he was expecting a perfect result, he suddenly noticed a streak of light flash past, then screamed internally in a panic, My flame! It's been sliced apart! In the blink of an eye, a beam of light launched by Xingcun pierced through his head. Blood began to pour out, streaming down. Even in death, the man couldn't believe it, asking himself, this is supposed to be a superhuman? Xingcun looked back at his gauntlet and marveled, artificial superhuman equipment. This gauntlet is like a cheat code. It contains 9% of the superhuman genes I've refined. Although it can't compare to the superhuman genes my own body produces, I guess it's better than nothing. Once I accumulate 10% superhuman genes, I can start building the first stellar core reaction. Not bad at all. It's enough to display some real superhuman power. After dealing with the masked man, he immediately called up Old Man Kang. Hello, my dearest director. I kinda accidentally killed someone, but you could tell just by looking at him that he was no good. Hearing this, Director Kang flew into a rage and yelled, What? We've barely started working together and you've already gone and committed murder? Xingcun's tone became more serious. You need to come over and pick up the body for me. Also, remember to tell them to take me to hospital number 1 while they're at it. I think something's about to go down there, Old Kang immediately agreed. At that moment, Xiao Yu leaned in and whispered in his ear, Hey, you flirt. A scumbag street assassin who hunts down innocent people like this guy can probably be turned into genes, Xingcun replied. I've still got a large amount of genes I haven't finished digesting, so I'm not worried about that. He's probably just a sacrificial lamb for the Fan family. If we hand him over to the director, who knows what he might be able to find out. However, at this moment, he felt extremely uneasy about not having reached the hospital yet. Xingcun remembered that at this same time in his past life, he was also there. He had listened to the lies of that demoness in Shaoni and had happily and obediently volunteered to let her conduct the danger level test. On that day, besides failing the danger level test, nothing else major happened, but today he had a very bad feeling about this. Cutting to the hospital, a nurse holding an evaluation form sat across from Xiaoni and said with a sigh, Miss Xiaoni, your current strength is at least 3 times greater than that of a normal person. This is highly unusual, which means the monster genes have started to have a massive impact on your body. The nurse's face was sorrowful. Even though your mental and emotional states don't show any problems yet, I'm very sorry. As a gene safety inspector, I have a responsibility to the human race. Therefore, I cannot let you pass the safety test. And so, the fail box on her evaluation was checked. She then replied cheekily, It's kinda like a condom and little tadpoles, right? My pouch just isn't complete yet. It's just holding a few too many tadpoles, that's all. That shouldn't be a problem, right? The nurse immediately interjected, Too many will definitely become a problem. Xiao Ni gently pulled down her collar to look at her necklace and said confidently, As long as it doesn't spill out, you can't get pregnant. I have it under perfect control. Standing around in the hallway, her phone started to vibrate. The second she answered, Xiao Ni grinned and said, Grandpa, speak of the devil. I was just thinking about you. On the other end of the line, Qin Chuk started asking questions. Xiaoni, you sound cheerful as always. So, did you pass that danger assessment test or what? She shrugged and replied, of course not. Old man Qin let out a long sigh. You really wear your heart on your sleeve, kid. But just trust your grandpa. I promise you'll be fine. He also took the chance to tell her something. Someone's gonna come find you in a bit. You have to listen to him, okay? Because he can help you shackle your monster genes. For now, there's only one spot available. Hearing that, Xiao Ni exclaimed, damn, for real? Who's this badass that's so awesome? Hearing his granddaughter talk like that, Qin Chuk immediately warned her, watch your language. The point is, you need to cooperate. While they were talking, she saw Yang Yang sitting there and asked, but wait, Grandpa, there's only one spot? Why so stingy? Don't worry, there'll be more later. Gong Chao Yuan, what are you planning to do? She smiled and replied, well, there'll be more later, won't there? And right now, someone needs this spot way more than I do. As Chao Yuan said this, her gaze went straight to her miserable friend, Yang Yang, who was just sitting there looking like a sad lump. Once again, the old man Qin started yelling frantically, Gong Chao Yuan, your situation is extremely dangerous right now. You need this spot more than anyone. I'm ordering you to use it first. She shot back just as quickly. Don't worry, Grandpa. My self-control is stronger than anyone's. Over on his end, Qin Chuk couldn't stay calm and sit down anymore. He shot up from his seat and said, you have the highest concentration of monster genes. It could happen at any moment. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to face my daughter who's already gone? Xiao Ni said gently, Grandpa, my dad always said I'm a lot like you. If you were in my shoes today, I know you'd do the exact same thing and give this spot to someone who needs it more, without a second thought. Your granddaughter can't just go and ruin the amazing reputation you've built your entire life. But old man Qin was still dead set against it. Gong Xiao Ni, this time, no matter what, you have to. He trailed off, and her grandpa could only sigh. He lowered his head and said, but I don't get to make the final call on this. Xingcun. Xiao Ni is an absolute angel. Please, I'm begging you, choose her. Back at the hospital, Yang Yang was getting pretty pissed off. What the hell are you all doing? If you guys want to stare, then just do it openly. He pulled his collar aside to reveal the ring and yelled, damn it! Just because I'm wearing this stupid collar, you all think I'm a monster now? That I'm gonna kill you humans or something? His two friends next to him immediately tried to calm him down. Yang Yang, chill out, calm down, don't get so worked up. He just kept screaming. Like hell I'm gonna turn into a monster. Like hell I'm gonna surrender to this world. Suddenly, a phone rang. It was his older sister calling. Yang Yang immediately put a finger to his lips, shushing everyone to be quiet. Then, he answered the phone in a calm, soft voice. Sis, of course I'm fine. I passed the danger assessment test. I already made plans to see a movie with my friends, so you don't need to come over. However, Choo Choo was already at the hospital gates. After hanging up, she went back to her live stream. My friends, wasn't that flight over here a total thrill? Besides all of you. The person I was just on the phone with is the person I love most in this world. Okay, that's all for today's live stream. Bye-bye. With her level of charm, wherever the gorgeous Choo Choo flew, she'd attract a crowd of fans, turning every head. But right at that moment, something strange started happening at the hospital. The tiles and ground of the hospital courtyard began to crack and shatter, as if hit by some unseen force from below. As Choo Choo flew over, she heard a massive commotion. A horrifying scene unfolded before her eyes. The ground was shaking, doors were shattering to pieces. It was just like an earthquake. Choo Choo wondered, what's going on? Why did I just get flung upwards like that? But she quickly realized, no, that's not it. The entire hospital is sinking. Suddenly, Choo Choo jolted, remembering her little brother. Oh no, Yang Yang! The ground trembled. As Choo Choo hovered in the air, she suddenly looked up at the ceiling, where massive chunks of rock were starting to crumble and fall. She spoke in a voice filled with anxiety, but also complete astonishment. The hospital! Another huge boulder wobbled, looking like it was about to drop. Choo Choo continued. The cliff face is collapsing too. More and more rocks fell from the ceiling, coming down in huge slabs. Choo Choo looked up as the situation grew more and more critical. Her voice was still laced with shock as she said, the hospital's about to be buried. Suddenly, she heard cries for help from those trapped below. Help me! She glanced down and saw there were still 5 people. Seeing this, Choo Choo immediately used her magic, shouting out loud. A gust of green wind appeared. As she hovered in the air, she used her power to stop the falling boulders, preventing them from crushing a couple hiding on the hospital staircase. The wind snaked its way over to a brown-haired man, stopping the rocks from crashing down on him. Next, the green gust moved swiftly toward a red-haired girl, making the boulder above her head stop instantly. Finally, it reached a black-haired young man, the wind lifting the boulders and halting their fall. With that done, Chu gathered all the boulders from all over. Once again, she yelled, "Whirl!" They all came crashing down, and shards of glass from the windows flew everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. The people nearby quickly jumped out, following Chu's lead. The boulders were now piled up outside, and everyone was finally safe. The man from the couple tried to comfort the woman. "We're saved." Hearing this, Chu looked over in their direction. The woman was trembling uncontrollably. Despite the man's best efforts to calm her, his own face filled with panic. He placed his hands on her shoulders. "Don't be scared. You absolutely can't panic. The Eliminators will protect us." Hearing that, Chu immediately turned toward them and spoke. "Model, get out of here. You're on your own now. I gotta be somewhere else." The guy from the couple holds his girlfriend tight. Meanwhile, the brown-haired dude asks Tho, "Where you headed?" "We'll go with you. It'll be safer." Tho just sits there looking totally awkward and says, "I have to go to the 18th floor." The brown-haired dude totally freezes. He's like, "The 18th floor of Qingzhou City's #1 hospital, the Monster Gene Diagnostics Ward. That's where they send people with monster genes who start showing weird symptoms." The brown-haired guy starts yelling, his face twisted in fear. "No, you can't go in there. What's the point of going in now anyway?" Anyone would be freaking out in a situation like this. Everyone in there has got to be a monster by now, for sure. Tho shot him down instantly with a super firm voice. "You're wrong. My Yang can control it." Tho was too busy to notice that the chip on the neck of the girl from the couple was starting to glow red. The people around them caught on instantly and started running for it. That noise was coming from the tracking chip they implant in monster gene carriers. This chick, she's one of them. She's about to turn. The brown-haired guy immediately starts ordering Tho around. "Kill her, now. You're a purifier. Getting rid of monsters is your job." She scowls, clearly pissed off, and snaps back. "I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'll step in if she loses control and actually turns into a monster." The guy from the couple just keeps trying to comfort his girlfriend. "Yang, don't be scared, don't be scared. Nothing's gonna happen to us. Baby, try to hold it back, okay? Don't give up." But now, gnarly veins were popping out on her neck. Yang starts to change. Her eyes begin to glow, and her face and body twist and contort, ripping her shirt to shreds. She opens her massive mouth, which is now just full of razor-sharp teeth. And the guy next to her, he's starting to change too. "No. Please, no." Seeing this, everyone around them immediately starts backing the hell away. Then Tho just says, "Sorry," and with that, she takes out the couple. Blood goes flying everywhere. The brown-haired guy keeps talking, still looking at her with total terror in his eyes. "Chief Purifier, you see what just happened, right? They were just regular monster gene carriers, and even they turned. Forget about the people on the 18th floor. They're all carriers with abnormal genes. No miracle is gonna happen, so there's no reason for you to go there." Tho looks pissed and cuts him off. "Shut up. I'm going no matter what. I'm sure someone is still lucky enough to be okay. The hospital will have purifiers protecting it, so follow me. I'll find them. They'll get you guys out of here. Don't worry, rescue is coming soon. You're definitely gonna be okay." The rescue squad's car speeds down the road. Xingcun is in the back seat on a call, complaining to the guy on the other end. "You're the freaking headmaster of Manhwa Superhuman Academy, and this piece of junk is your official ride? It's gonna be dark by the time we even get to #1 hospital." The headmaster on the other end of the line chimes in, "This is no time to be bitching about stuff like that. I just got intel that the hospital has collapsed into a sinkhole." Xingcun is taken aback. "Who?" The headmaster replies and continues, "The Purifier headquarters is investigating the cause. Right now, all they know is that it was a massive sinkhole. The hospital hasn't completely collapsed, and the ground and rock underneath haven't cracked yet, but the whole situation is hanging by a thread. According to the life sign detectors, the number of casualties at the hospital isn't too high. For now. Other than a few monster gene carriers who actually transformed, there are no signs of monster activity." Hearing this, both Xiao Yu up front and Xiao Su, who's driving, turn back to look at him, worried. The blue car keeps speeding down the road as the headmaster continues. Purifier HQ is ordering a Purifier squad to dive into the water system to get inside the hospital and rescue people. "Xingcun, I need you to take this mission. Go save Xiao Nia and the other students from the Monster Academy. I'm sure Xiao Nia and her friends can hold out until you get there." Xingcun's face gets dead serious. He thinks it over. In his past life, this hospital sinkhole thing definitely never happened. Plus, there was that ambush on him earlier. Something shady is definitely going on here. After thinking it through, he immediately replies to the headmaster, "Got it. But you have to send Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiaotao from my squad over here, right now. Also, there's one more person I need to borrow from you." The headmaster replies, "Who?" Meanwhile, at some restaurant, Xiao Tao signals for her brother to stop eating. "Bro, hey bro, this is bad. She looks at her brother with a super serious face and says, "I'm feeling really weird right now. No matter how much I eat, I still don't feel full. I just scarfed down 30 dumplings. 30 of them. If this keeps up, I'm gonna turn into Xiao the Blob or something." When her brother doesn't answer, she asks him, a little awkwardly, how many have you eaten?" Zhao Cheng is already stuffing his face so much his cheeks are puffed out and his eyes are bugging. He manages to say through a mouthful of food, "Xiao Tao, if we keep this up, we're gonna go broke." But it's so weird. Even though I'm stuffed to the gills, my stomach still feels totally empty. She just shrugs, letting her arms hang limp and says, "Bro, a little while ago, the superhuman gene inside me went totally berserk and got way stronger. So I drank a vial of that life essence fluid, and it actually chilled out this crazy hunger by a lot." He repeats what she said. Zhao Cheng's eyes turn red, and he says with a rage that makes Xiao Tao jump, "Now I remember, that thief who stole one of my life essence vials." He turns to leave and says, "I'm gonna go get it back." She's surprised and tries to stop him. "Whoa, hold on a sec." Xiao Tao tries to reason with her brother. "It's not just our appetites that got bigger. Our strength has gone way up too. So you gotta be careful. Don't go and accidentally kill the guy, okay?" Seeing that her brother wasn't listening to a word she said, Zhao Tao only has time to yell out, "Bro!" Just then, Wu Yin steps in front of Zhao Cheng, blocking his path. "Brother Zhao, wait, there's something I need to tell you." He looks up at Zhao Cheng, totally serious, and says, "You need to leave Xingcun's team. Just listen to me." With his eyes glowing red, Zhao Cheng shoves him aside. "Get out of my way. I'm starving right now, so don't piss me off." Wu An kept talking, thin. "Look, even though we got the supernova title, it doesn't mean we actually have the power of one. We only awakened because Xingcun gave us a ton of life essence, right? And even though Xingcun meant well, Zhao Sheng completely ignored him, just staring daggers at the gray-haired guy. The guy finally noticed Zhao Sheng's glare and thought, "Why the hell is that dude staring at me like that?" Meanwhile, Wu An kept going. "But he's already started a public beef with the Fan family, and now that we're against them," he continued. "At the end of the day, we're just regular people. Even though we've awakened, we're no match for someone who's naturally gifted and has powerful people backing them up." Just then, the gray-haired guy walked up to Zhao Sheng and taunted, "A bottom feeder with only 39% superhuman genes. What the hell you think you're doing to my guy?" Meanwhile, Wu An went on. "Wu Xiong is backed by young Master Fan, so he has a ton of life essence too. He's already started condensing his astral chart. He's the real chosen one. You'll never be on his level." Zhao Sheng looked down at the gray-haired guy and said, "So, you gonna pay me back the life essence for your underling?" Hearing that, the guy shot back, "This dude's got a screw loose. Sure, I'll give it to you, but you got the guts to actually take it?" The guy gave him a look that was just begging for a punch, dangling a vial of blue essence in his hands. Wu An looked at him in a panic and said, "Zhao Sheng, come on, man. We've been classmates for years. I'm only warning you for your own good." But Zhao Sheng didn't give a damn and just powered up, swinging at the gray-haired guy. The guy used his own power to create a water sphere shield and taunted, "Why don't you try breaking through this little water shield of mine first, then we can talk." This time, Wu An shouted, "This is the real world, not some sci-fi flick or anime. Don't go picking fights with the powerful, because no miracle is gonna magically appear to save us." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Sheng, with a shocked look on his own face, punched straight through the shield and clocked the guy, sending him crashing to the floor with a bruised face. Seeing this, Wu An could only mumble, "Right, he doesn't care." Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng's eyes widened as he stared at his fist, thinking, "Damn, since when was I this strong? Good thing I pulled that punch, or I might have actually killed him." The guy lay there, sprawled on the ground, in total disbelief that he'd just been wrecked by Zhao Sheng. He screamed, "Impossible!" But Wu An just kept on. "Even if you win one little fight, it doesn't mean you can get into their clique. You'll just end up as cannon fodder." Suddenly, Guan Koi appeared at the door of the diner, calling out, "Zhao Sheng, Zhao Xiao Tao." She said, "Knew I'd find you here. Let's roll. Xingcun has a mission for us." Zhao Sheng, who had just taken back the 2 vials of essence, said her name, Shangguan Koi. Wu An, standing beside them, could only stare, his jaw on the floor. Wu An was completely frozen, thinking to himself. The people around them were just as stunned. Shangguan Koi, the strongest superhuman of the year, the Academy's golden girl, a true prodigy, and she came looking for the Zhao siblings on her own? The color drained from his face, his expression sank, his eyes wide with horror as he thought, "Shit, I backed the wrong horse. A regular guy like me can only hope to survive. You people, you'll never make it. You're doomed to fail. You'll just end up as sacrifices, nothing but a pile of pathetic trash." Up on the 18th floor of the hospital, Xiao Ni stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao, why are you always so tense? He flinched back, looking at her with fear. Seeing this, Xiao Ni just smiled at him. Chill out. You don't always have to look like you're ready for a fight. We're not going to turn into monsters that easily, you know. Captain Xiao scowled, still wary. You people are ticking time bombs, he said. I can't let my own carelessness put everyone here at risk. He went on, his face grim. Even if the monster genes inside them are dormant, once they're bitten by a monster, they'll turn into one no matter what. Captain Xiao continued. There are doctors and nurses here. Yeah, they get hazard pay for working in a dangerous place, but they're vital to our society. Their lives are precious, not like you people carrying monster genes. At that, Xiao Ni's smile vanished, her face turning serious. Captain Xiao looked straight at Xiao Ni and said, if I had to make a choice for the good of humanity, I'd choose to be the demon. Xiao Ni looked at the captain, raising an eyebrow. You're a real bastard, she said, before letting out a sigh. Then she turned around, pulled aside her collar to reveal a choker with a chip attached, and excitedly showed it off to Yang Yang. She said, Yang Yang, look, I got one of these chokers too. Now we look totally badass. Later on the subway, you can just go ahead and get your kicks. I'll be right there cheering you on. He blushed, embarrassed. Oh, class president, Yang Yang asked, surprised. But get my kicks how? Xiao Ni pinched his cheek, laughing as she said, Ah, what's there to be shy about? That's what makes it exciting. We still have people who love us, right? So as long as the world isn't ending, we just have to try and keep ourselves in check. Suddenly, the gravity on the 18th floor, where everyone was gathered, went haywire. Xiao Ni didn't even get to finish what she was saying. Because ever since we enrolled, the only lesson has been about self-control. Startled, she asked, Huh? Is this an earthquake? What is this feeling of weightlessness? Why is this happening? The words had barely left her mouth when a huge slab of rock came crashing down, tearing a massive hole in the ceiling. You've got to be kidding me. Is the sky actually falling for real? Rocks of all sizes rained down, and the floor began to tremble violently. Yang Yang and Xiao Ni were both completely terrified. Both she and Yang Yang were floating helplessly in midair. As debris rained down, Xiao Ni lost control, screaming as she began to black out. Suddenly, a faint light flickers on in the darkness, the emergency lights. Xiao Ni and Captain Xiao power up, and two flickering flames appear in his hands. Seeing this, Xiao Ni asks, What the hell are you doing? He just scowls and snaps back. With a disaster this big, you people are a threat. Especially you, Xiao Ni. Other people might not know, but I do. Once you turn into a monster, the poison in that so-called safety collar is basically useless. Xiao Ni pushes through the pain, her voice steady. Everyone, chill, I'm here. Then she activates her own semi-transformation state. She plants her hand on the floor and keeps going. Captain Xiao, we've had special training. We're not going to lose control that easily. You, on the other hand, are being totally unprofessional. Why do you keep pissing off the people with monster genes who are already on the edge? The guy on the right clutches his chest, trying to keep his cool. Breathe. Just breathe. Meanwhile, Yang Yang tries to calm down by thinking about his sister. I can't make her worry. But the guy on the left looks like he's about to lose it, and he gasps. I'm about to lose it. I'm someone help me. Xiao Ni calls out, That'll just make you lose yourself even faster. But just as she says that, a monster lunges out from behind and sinks its sharp fangs right into Captain Xiao's shoulder. Its claws tear right through his stomach. He's in total shock, thinking, how could I not notice? The low-level monster gene carriers. They turn faster. In the next second, Captain Xiao is torn to shreds by the monster. Someone screams, The captain's being eaten! Yang Yang is shaking, his hand hovering over his neck. He warns everyone, we need to get the hell out of here, now. He was a transcendent. Yang Yang points straight at the glass partition where the nurses are standing and says, Get to the nurses' station. The glass door and the partition are bulletproof, and the nurses have guns to protect themselves. The two nurses jump, aiming their guns with terrified looks on their faces as they stare at the group. One of the guys shoots the idea down, like hell, they're gonna let us in. He glances behind him and adds, Monsters are pouring in. We're totally trapped. Look, more monsters. We've got nowhere to run. There's a wall behind us. He looks at them all, terrified, and says, We're screwed. Even if we manage to keep it together, we'll just get bitten and turn into monsters anyway. Xiao Ni furrows her brow and cuts him off. This place isn't safe. As she finishes, her eyes flash with a blue light. She powers up, balling her right hand into a fist. She smashes it into the ground, making the floor crack and sink. Then she says, Let's try going down. The others are totally stunned, only managing to stammer out, Class rep. But Xiao Ni cuts them off. Jump with me. The whole group jumps. Yang Yang, amazed, asks her, How did you do that? Xiaoni looks like she's enjoying the freefall, and she just grins and replies, "All you have to do is activate semi-transformation mode." She continues, her expression turning serious as she points the way. "It's like this. As long as you can stay in control even without the wolf collar, you won't get hit with any backlash." One of the guys immediately shoots back. "Xiaoni, you can't just do that. You might not be able to control it next time." But she just laughs it off and replies, Yeah, whatever. You just focus on finding a way out." Another guy chimes in, warning her. "Remember, if that safety collar gets triggered, the poison will kill you," she says, trying to calm them down. "I know already. Just hurry and follow me, and you guys better keep yourselves in check. Come on, real men don't say they can't do something, right?" Meanwhile, outside the hospital, an orange-haired nurse is meeting with the vice director. The director begins, "Hello, I am the vice director of Qingchu City's #1 hospital. We were lucky to escape with our lives this time. Our hospital has collapsed underground and is now buried under tons of earth and rock. According to the recon specialists, we got lucky. The hospital's structure is solid, so it didn't totally collapse. There's a delicate balance between the debris and the building itself." Her expression grows grim, and the vice director continues, "If we risk digging out the earth and rock, it could trigger a real collapse. We have to do everything we can to rescue them without upsetting that balance. Thankfully, there's a pretty good water source down there." She says this while picturing the access route into the hospital. According to the experts' calculations, there are 2 underwater locations that provide access to the hospital. We'll use those as rescue points. So, this rescue mission will be assigned to 2 Qingchu squads. Each team will be led by a rock-type transcendent and a geological structure expert. The 2 teams will enter through the 2 points separately. The biggest threat the Qingchu squads will face is the possibility of monsters in the water, and of course, the monsters that the gene carriers inside the hospital have turned into. She lowers her gaze and adds, "Our hospital will keep account of everyone rescued and reward the 2 squads accordingly. For every person rescued, the reward is 10,000 yuan and 1 vial of life essence. We thank all squads for their support. There are only 2 slots available, so we ask the squad leaders of Qingchu to register as soon as possible." Hearing this, Tang Wei raises his hand and says, "The Doomsday Mars squad will register." The vice director replies, "Doomsday Mars? Never heard of them. So, you're Qingchu squad number 16. She gives a tight smile, trying to politely turn them down. "Thank you so much for stepping up, but we're extremely concerned for the safety of our colleagues and patients in the hospital. If possible, we were hoping more experienced squads would sign up." The nurse leans in and whispers to her, "Vice director, there are no others." The vice director asks her, "No others what?" The nurse whispers again, "They're the only ones who registered." Her eyes widen as she pushes up her glasses. The vice director's disappointment is obvious, and her mood just plummets. She says, "Has our hospital's reputation really gotten this bad? It's all my fault. This old woman just isn't competent enough." The nurse quickly steadies her, trying to console her. "Vice director, calm down. It's probably because the last monster tide injured them so badly. Even the elites from the Transcendent Academy are out of action. The ones who fought in that last beast tide still haven't recovered yet. Heck, even the 4-star general is barely hanging on." The vice principal gave another polite smile, looked at them, and said, "We're out of time. We have to launch the rescue mission now. Apocalypse." Xiao Wei corrected her, "Mars squad." She continued, "Ever since you kids showed up, I knew you were something special. You're the ones chosen for this mission. It must be tough splitting into 2 teams. Thanks. She immediately reassured her, "Don't worry. We're totally ready." After talking to the vice principal, Xiao Yu called the other line. "We've got the 2 coins." And 30 minutes ago, on the 2 roads leading to the academy, the sky was clear and blue, and the trees swayed in the wind. Guang Hui stood blocking the hospital entrance. She announced, "If you want to go on this mission, you'll have to get through me first." Seeing this, the man with glasses from another team replied, "Miss Guang Hui, there's no need for that. We'll head back. You must have your reasons for doing this." Over here, Zixing was making a scene in the street. He smiled and said, "The hospital collapsing like that? Something shady is definitely going on. For your own safety, I'm warning you all." But no one listened to him. They just ignored him and kept walking towards the hospital. Zixing scoffed and started to use his power. He thought, "I guess you guys did buy me some time before." Zixing's hand was covered by a golden glove, which shot out a beam of blue electricity. He continued to think to himself, "So I can't just stand by and watch you all walk to your deaths. I'm a good guy, you know?" That beam shot out long iron oars that slammed into the side of a tall building. An incredibly blinding light appeared, blocking the crowd from moving forward. Zixing stopped using his power, smiled politely, and said, "Were you listening to me? Why are you so desperate to steal my mission?" This isn't about your safety, so let's all rush in together. I have to repay you, right? The crowd now glared murderously at Zixing. One of them said, "Is this guy that supernova everyone's been talking about?" He looks so damn smug. The large man in the red mask spoke up. "This blondie is looking for a new way to die." Another young man added, "I wonder how much he cheated to snag that supernova title." The gray-haired woman glanced at him and said, "Acting all cocky like that, you're gonna get slapped down hard." Standing in the battlefield of his own iron ores, Zixing waved his hands dismissively and laughed. Just kidding, just kidding. You seniors are all so scary. We can't fight like this in the academy." He waved his hand, creating a circle on the ground, then said, "Doesn't our academy have a traditional way of settling disputes? Basically, everyone draws a small circle at their feet. Anyone who steps out of the circle loses." Zixing's face flashed with a dangerous look. He smirked and continued, "Of course, since I'm the one blocking your way, you can all jump me at once. I won't tell anyone. No one will say you ganged up on me." Seeing this, the orange-haired boy spoke up, covering his eyes with his hands. "That guy is begging for a beatdown. I seriously can't hold back anymore." Yihan also spoke up. "Dealing with this guy really doesn't need to be a big deal, so let's just do a proper circle fight." Zhang Ying said threateningly, "The last person who played the circle game with me couldn't even keep their pants on." Yehan stepped forward, channeling his power. An orange light glowed from his hands as he stared at him with a serious face. "Don't worry, we won't gang up on you. Let me be the one to test your skills, junior brother." His scarred arm gripped the hilt of his sword, and he continued, "I have some experience I can share with you, Junior. You practice the myriad sword star chart. Right now, you need to focus your superpower, condensing a massive amount of damage into your sword." As Yehan spoke, he swung his sword, creating a circle at his feet as beams of light formed from it and wrapped around his body. The young man continued, "A bigger sword isn't always better. If your sword is too big, every time you control it, it'll drain a huge amount of your superpower." His hand gripped the hilt tightly as the young man said, "You have to find a balance." He looked at him with a serious expression, his glowing sword still in hand. "Be careful. There's nothing my sword can't break." Zixing smiled politely and said, "Thanks for the advice, senior brother." He began to use magic through his glove and continued, "But this is the only move I know. I haven't had a chance to learn any others." With that, he created 2 giant golden swords made of iron. He said, "Whoa, there's a lot of superpower in the air right now." One sword fell. Zixing effortlessly caught it, lifting it with both hands. The sword's immense weight caused the ground around the area to crack. The young man was shocked, thinking, "It cracked the whole ground." Yihan's eyes went wide. He continued to think. When he caught that sword, he didn't use any superpower. He just used his raw physical strength to lift it. The gray-haired girl was also completely stunned. "Is this guy a monster?" The orange-haired boy and everyone around him were slack-jawed. Zixing just smirked triumphantly. He said, "You ready?" Yihan froze instantly, his face stunned as he tried to guess Zixing's attack. What kind of attack is he planning? Surely he wouldn't. Just swing that thing right at me? Is he treating a sword like a club? He thought, as Zixing swung the iron sword toward him. Both Zhang Ying and the orange-haired boy looked up, following the sword's path. The boy spoke with a troubled expression. "It's fine. The bigger it is, the less accurate it is. Yihan's sword can destroy it." As he finished speaking, Yehan charged straight at Zixing and unleashed his magic, shouting, "Body sword star chart, slash." Zixing knelt down. Yehan's sword was instantly shattered. He was completely shocked. It broke. Yehan looked up at Zixing's sword and thought, his sword still has a huge chunk left. He continued thinking. His reflexes are insane. He dropped down the instant the sword was struck, then immediately came back up, preserving the sword's integrity as much as possible. Tram-On raised an eyebrow, totally clueless about what was happening. The orange-haired kid went pale, staring in horror at the metal pipe in Zixing's hand. He thought, is that dude gonna swing at us too? Before he could even finish the thought, Zixing swung the pipe at all of them in a flash. All they could do was scream, their arms flailing everywhere. Xingcun glanced at them, his eyes twinkling. The whole crew hit the dirt with a thud. Xingcun then shot them a thumbs up, a smug, come-at-me look on his face. The whole gang started scrambling back to their feet. The orange-haired kid scowled and muttered, "We're not even hurt." But damn, that was humiliating. From a distance, Xingcun was still swinging the pipe around. The orange-haired kid spoke, his face a mask of total disbelief. "That dude's bat. It's seriously the best weapon in this game." The kid thought, how the hell can he swing it like that? Getting salty all over again, the guy decided he was going to go teach Xingcun a lesson. Hearing this, the orange-haired kid stared up at her, his eyes wide. And half an hour later, Xingcun was smugly recounting his epic win, laughing his head off. His eyes were still glued to his phone like he was checking something, thinking, the more I swing, the better it feels. Team wiped. The dust has settled. I'm out of here. He slid over to them and said, thanks for going easy on me, guys. Thanks for making time for me back there. I'll be sure to return the favor real soon. As he finished, they glared daggers at Xingcun. What's this punk up to now? Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the whole hospital. Attention all survivors within the hospital. I am the Purifier, Song Yin. To avoid upsetting the balance, this will be my one and only telepathic broadcast to all of you. The Purifiers have commenced their operation. We will establish extraction points at operating room number 4 on the 11th floor and the south side restroom on the 6th floor. Survivors who can guarantee their own safety may proceed to these 2 locations. If you're in danger, find a secure spot and wait for extraction. Trust us, we will get to you. In the room where Xiao Ni and her group were holed up, Lin Tao yelled, "This is awesome!" Xiao Ni quickly shot back, "Keep your voice down. You're gonna bring the monsters right to us. Want me to break something to get you to calm the hell down? Everyone just needs to stay calm. If we can just hold out, we'll win." They didn't notice Chen Fei shaking like a leaf in the corner of the room. He was trying to peek outside through a hole in the door. Xiao Ni just smirked and added, "All we have to do is wait here for rescue." She turned around and called out, "Chen Fei, you guys?" When no one answered, her eyes landed on Chen Fei. She looked over at him. He was trembling, clutching his chest. "They'll also wipe out the mutated monsters outside," he answered nervously, sweat pouring down his face. "But on the way here, besides the captain who brought us, why haven't we seen a single other purifier?" Still shaking uncontrollably, Chen Fei quickly concluded, "Something definitely went wrong here." Xiao Ni laughed, trying to calm him down. "You're overthinking it. They probably just got delayed." Abruptly, a loud crash from behind the door made Xiao Ni jump. Lin Tao shot to his feet. "A monster," he said to Xiao Ni. "Is it because I was being too loud earlier?" "No," she replied. "It's probably just passing by. I don't think it's found us." Meanwhile, Chen Fei was beginning to change. Bulging veins appeared on his neck, and his chip started flashing a warning red. Class rep." Lin Tao looked over at Chen Fei, trying to calm him down. "Chen Fei, get a grip. Yang Yang is high risk and wearing a safety bracelet, and even he's staying calm. Why can't you just hold on a little longer?" Xiao Ni added, "Chen Fei, don't give up. Can't you just hold on for a little longer?" Tears streamed down Chen Fei's face as he looked at them. "Class rep, everyone," he said. His body twisting as sharp fangs and claws began to emerge. He spoke again, his voice strained. "This damn fate. It was probably sealed from the very beginning. I can't fight it anymore." Now completely transformed, Chen Fei struggled to force out his final words. "Sorry. For all the trouble. Be stronger than I was. Keep fighting. And survive." The noise outside the door grew terrifyingly close. Xiao Ni shot a panicked look at the door. Lin Tao shouted a warning. "We're screwed. Chen Fei's monster gene is at 84%. He's about to turn into a level 2 monster," he said, his expression grim. "We have to get out of here." Xiao Ni immediately shot him down. "No way! There isn't just one monster out there." Suddenly, Yang Yang spoke up. I'll hold Chen Fei back." He continued, his face set with determination, as he stared right at the thing that was once Chen Fei. "Class rep, you figure out how to get Lin Tao out of here." Yang Yang scowled and yelled, "I'm already high risk, not to mention my legs are messed up. If you two stay here, you're dead. I want to live, and I'm damn sure I can risk it all to hold Chen Fei off." Suddenly, before Yang Yang could even finish, a brilliant blue light flashed through the room. "You should leave this to me." A massive flame erupted, blasting a hole through the floor and sending rubble flying. Yang Yang and Lin Tao stumbled back. Lin Tao stared in shock. The blue flames. Chen Fei's been torched. The flames died down just as quickly. "No," someone answered him. "I think he fell through the hole." Completely bewildered, they all stared down into the chasm the flames had left behind. What in the world is happening? They were all in shock. Peering down into the seemingly bottomless pit, one of them whispered, "We were so dead. Was that a purifier? Did they come to save us? They move that fast? So who the hell is down there?" Xiao Ni, Yang Yang, and Lin Tao all peered down into the hole. Lin Tao was the first to speak. "Monsters under level 4 don't have elemental abilities. Those flames were blue, which means that was either a level 4 or higher monster, or a superhuman." He turned to look at Xiao Ni, adding ominously, "And if a level 4 monster has appeared here, we would have been dead already, right?" "Yeah, right? So I guess that's got to be the rescue team." Lin Dao's eyes widened, but he started getting nervous thinking about the cleaners. Still, it's so quiet down there. If it was the cleaners, shouldn't there be at least some noise? Or maybe there's a reason they can't make any noise. Just like how we don't dare to talk loudly, scared of attracting the monsters outside, Ruong Ruong chimed in. But, Lin Dao continued, dangling his leg into the hole, about to jump. This is a great chance. Didn't that cleaner just use telepathy to tell us we could go to the 11th or 6th floor? And down from here is. Xiao Yi freaked out when she saw Lin Dao about to jump. She yelled to her friend, Yang Yang, grab him! Yang Yang immediately responded, his face just as panicked. Yeah! Yang Yang quickly grabbed Lin Dao, who had already jumped, holding him with one hand and grabbing his collar with the other. Yang Yang chewed him out. Have you got zero awareness of how crappy our luck is? The second we're in trouble, an escape route just magically appears? You think something that good would ever happen to us? Xiao Yi immediately added, we're the unluckiest people in the entire world. We buy instant noodles and get the pack with no seasoning. The condoms have holes. The only way this makes sense is if the exit is a trap. That's the kind of messed up crap that happens to us. Lin Dao, still scowling, argued back. No! A few days ago at the Superhuman Academy, wasn't there a superhuman who used blue fire? Maybe, Xiao Yi said, reaching down to grab Lin Dao. Maybe. It's true there was a superhuman who used blue fire. But that monster used blue fire too. It's not worth the risk. She continued to lecture him while grabbing his right shoulder and pulling him up. Remember, we've only survived this long by being patient. We have to stay cautious. Hearing that, after being pulled up, Lin Dao started to tremble. His voice shook. Zhen Fei turned into a monster right in front of me. I'm so scared. Lin Dao sobbed, letting all his fears pour out. I don't want to turn into a monster. I want to live. But for people like us, who have monster genes in our blood, even the gods hate us. No one's coming to save us. They'd rather see us all dead. Xiao Yi used her index finger to push the corners of his mouth up, forcing him to smile. She spoke, adding a little wink. Lin Dao, listen to me. What you need to do right now is focus on yourself. Don't worry about what other people think. By keeping a fake smile, we can trick our own brains. The brain can produce serotonin, which makes people feel happy. You'll instantly become more optimistic, and that's how we'll keep from turning into monsters, Lin Dao replied, his eyes still welling with tears. Suddenly, Ruong Ruong, who was standing near the door, spoke to Xiao Yi and Lin Dao. Hey guys, it's been real quiet outside for a while now. Maybe the monsters. As soon as he said that, he peeked through the crack in the door to check. Hordes of huge monsters were gathered right outside the room. Yang Yang quickly slammed the door shut, looking at the other two in terror. We can't go. There's no way out there. We were lucky they didn't spot us. Lin Dao spoke up. Class rep, what do? We can't go out, and we can't go down there. We're trapped here. Even though nobody wants to save us, the cleaners can't just ignore public opinion and do nothing. The hospital collapsing is a huge deal. Lin Dao frowned and continued. We haven't seen a single other cleaner so far. Where's the hospital security? The hallways have been weirdly silent. No sounds of fighting at all, just monsters. He proposed a theory but quickly dismissed it with an unnatural smile. Could it be that all the superhumans have also? Yang Yang, before all this happened. I think your sister came to the hospital, right? No, never mind, she'll be fine. Usually, when a girl says she's on her way, it means she just left the house. The whole time, Yang Yang just kept his head down. Xiao Yi immediately tried to comfort him. Yang Yang, calm down, calm down. Deep breaths, breathe out slowly. Remember our meditation sessions. Lin Dao looked at him in horror. Don't mutate. The safety collar will poison you to death. On the 4th floor, in the X-ray department, the people who were trapped downstairs moments ago finally reunited with the other survivors upstairs, overjoyed. We're saved. There are so many people here. The three of them rushed over to the other group of survivors. This is great. I feel so much safer seeing so many people. Tutu looked completely surprised. Huh? The rescue was surprisingly smooth. Is the danger over? A voice suddenly spoke up from somewhere. Well, if it isn't Captain 2, the brightest star among us, Nan Yu cleaners. Did you bring up the people from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors? You did a great job. I guess we don't need to go down there anymore. Must have been tough on you. A male and a female superhuman walked up to Tutu. The man with brown hair told her, the crisis at the hospital has been resolved. Now we just have to wait for our colleagues to come get us out. Tutu looked visibly troubled. Huh? All the victims on the other floors have been rescued? What about the other monsters? The brown-haired man laughed loudly and continued, just lucky, I guess. Ever since the monsters appeared at the academy, we were still here for a follow-up appointment, so we were able to react quickly and rescue the trapped people, along with the hospital's security force. We've eliminated. Tutu repeated his words. The hospital's security team? He laughed again and said, They've never dealt with an incident this serious before, so they're completely exhausted. They're resting over there. The security team was lying in a pile, all of them looking like they were asleep. Tutu was suspicious. She couldn't help but wonder, all of them are resting? He leaned down and looked at her. That's right. You're tired too, aren't you? It's okay with us here. You can rest for a bit, he thought to himself, trying to use his power on Tutu. A purple light glowed in his pupils. 4-star psychic type superhuman ability. Mental suggestion. Thoughts began to surface around Tutu. Everything has been resolved. You're so relieved. All your fatigue is washing away. You're very tired. Your eyelids are heavy. It's safe here. Close your eyes and rest for a bit. Tutu immediately snapped out of it, smiling as she spoke to the superhuman. I don't need a rest. That's right, everyone was saved. So the group of people there. The brown-haired man frowned, looking at her with a confused expression. He thought, hypnosis is useless against her. How could she break through to the 4-star superhuman level? The other blue-haired woman finally spoke up. The 18th floor. You can't go there. This whole hospital structure is special. All the departments related to the monster gene carriers are above the 16th floor in the west wing. That hospital tower you see in the middle? That's their designated zone. He continued. If an accident happens, the hospital's defense system will be activated. The special protective shields on the 15th floor will automatically seal off, but you don't need to worry about the staff inside. They know to get to their separate safe rooms and wait for rescue. Tutu's eyes widened as she asked the blue-haired woman, then what about the normal people, besides the medical staff? What about the patients who came for checkups? She replied, You mean the monster gene carriers? So sorry. She then asked, You want to go to the 18th floor? Tutu didn't answer, just turned and ran in another direction. She called back, The hallway is blocked. I'll try to find a way in from the outside. I'm leaving this to you guys. The two superhumans' faces darkened. They started showing their true colors, planning to use their powers to stop her. The blue-haired woman spoke. Well then, there's no other way. The hospital collapse must be officially announced as a major disaster, but with fortunately few casualties. She can't be allowed to interfere with the plan. Outside, the head of the rescue team scurried out to meet the vice director. Who told you to come here so early? Didn't I tell you it would take an hour to stabilize a collapsed structure with this much damage? She spoke, looking uncomfortable. No, you said at least 30 minutes would be enough. Our colleagues are buried under there and their lives are in danger. We have to save them as soon as possible. Hearing that, he immediately started yelling at the vice director. Are you crazy? Am I the rescue commander or are you? You think you know what's safe better than I do? How can you proceed without proper preparation? If something goes wrong, who's going to take responsibility? Besides, what are you so worked up about? The commander continued to yell at her. The Saints, with the help of the hospital's own security force, are more than enough to handle any problems. Plus, Intel says there are 3 Saints inside already. With them in there, nothing can possibly go wrong in that hospital. She tried to cut in and argue. Of course, but what if he shouted angrily, Damn it, all of you, stop getting in the way. Suddenly, Xingcun stepped forward beside the vice director, his face radiating killing intent. That bald head of yours is real shiny. The commander went, Huh? Who are you? He continued to threaten the commander with his terrifying expression. If anyone gets injured or dies in that hospital because of your snail-paced rescue, you planning on taking responsibility with that bald head of yours? Is that bald spot of yours even durable? If I chop it with a blade, will it split in 2 or just shatter into pieces? The commander glared resentfully at Xingcun and thought, where did this little punk who's acting all high and mighty come from? He's got some nerve, acting all crazy like an actor. I swear I'm gonna slap the hell out of this kid. Just then, the silhouette of a giant dog appeared from behind. He froze. Tin Tuan smirked and continued, What are you shaking for? Look at you. You look so scared you're about to start drooling. He growled loudly. Get lost. Let us inside now. At that moment, the commander, terrified as he was, still forced himself to speak. No. Quan Kui shot the commander a death glare as she walked past, saying loudly, Still running your mouth? I'll cut you down. He stammered. Shangguan Kui. Okay, please, everyone, come inside. 2 physical-type superhuman experts are waiting inside. The commander glanced nervously at the group that had just entered. He thought, What the hell is going on? Why did I just... Xingcun, who was entering with his group, suddenly stopped. Hey, that's right. Tin Tuan turned and asked the commander. That bastard fan is the one pulling the strings, isn't he? The commander replied. Huh? The commander looked up, giving him an awkward look, his guilt written all over his face. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Saving people is urgent, so hurry up and get inside to do your mission. Tin Tuan just smiled and said, Yeah, I get it now. He panicked, thinking frantically, What do you get? What the hell do you mean you get it? Damn it. From that moment on, the first mission of the Doomsday Starfire Squad began. Tutu quickly dashed away, disappearing behind a wall. The blue-haired man followed her, asking with fake concern, "Miss Tutu, are you planning to use the elevator shaft to get up there?" Power was still crackling in his hands, and behind him was the brown-haired man. He glanced at the brown-haired man, muttering nonstop, "Too bad that way's already blocked by rubble. We totally understand your anxiety." He walked over but couldn't find Tutu anywhere. The blue-haired guy asked in surprise, "Huh? Where'd she go?" Suddenly, Tutu appeared right above them. She spun around, ambushing the two superhumans below. She said, "In a place this quiet, I can hear even your slightest movements along the way. All that sneaky crap was obviously to set up an ambush on me." Tutu immediately wrapped a magical thread of wind around the brown-haired man's neck. She pulled him towards her, demanding, "What did you do to the security team? What the hell are you plotting?" He smirked deviously, and even though his neck was being restrained by Tutu, the man turned to face her. He unleashed his power, his eyes flashing a brilliant purple, aimed straight at Tutu. The moment she was hit by his magic, she felt a sharp pain, struggling as she thought, "Mental blast. It hurts so much. It's an attack on my nerves." This is the mental blast technique of a 4-star psychic-type superhuman. He'd been hiding his true strength all along. She continued to think, "So it's true. They really were planning to kill me the moment my guard was down." The attack made Tutu's eyes fly open, but luckily, she managed to dodge it in the end. The guy smirked and unleashed his next technique, Heavenly Sword Star Map. The blue-haired man continuously unleashed skills, aiming right at Tutu and making it hard for her to defend. "Splitting water arrow," Tutu thought. "Its destructive power is insane. If it just touches me, I'll definitely be blown to pieces." Tutu's expression turned grim as she thought. She's also a 4-star superhuman? Why are so many 4-star superhumans suddenly showing up? The brown-haired man unleashed another technique at Tutu, Mind Lock. Tutu couldn't react in time. Her eyes widened as she was immediately restrained. Just then, the blue-haired guy prepared to fire an attack at her, and he spoke. "To be honest, with a cute little girl like you, who wouldn't want to go easy on you? But you just had to do things the hard way. You're the one forcing us to poke a few holes in you, you know." The blue-haired woman unleashes her skill, all-piercing heavenly gaze. Her eyes flashed as she used her power, a twisted grin on her face. Crystal burst. With that, a beam of blue light shot out. The blast was insane, tearing through the ground and creating a deep crater that sent Tutu flying. The blue-haired woman couldn't stop praising herself while Tutu was still writhing in pain from the aftershock of that last hit. As expected of an upperclassman super rookie, her progress is lightning fast. To think she's already on the verge of the 4-star superhuman level in such a short time. By now, Tutu's arm was drenched in blood, her clothes were in tatters, and she was covered in scrapes. The woman continued speaking. She prepared to fire one last fatal shot at the girl. "Willing to sacrifice your arms just to save your own skin at the critical moment, huh? Your bones are completely shattered, aren't they? Without your arms, you can't fly anymore, can you?" The woman went on, her hand ready to strike. "I'm going to pierce right through your brain. I'll try to make the wound look like a monster tore your brain out. If you've got any family left, they'll get to be the relatives of a martyr." Tutu gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, and mumbled. Tutu gathered the last of her energy and shot forward. Seeing this, the brown-haired man sked at his partner. "Hey, what are you just standing there for? Don't let her get away. Get after her." The blue-haired woman stopped and said, "But that area was specially sealed off by young Master Fan." The brown-haired man shot back with a TSK. Well, who the hell blasted this hole for her to escape into? With that, he barked an order at her. "Go finish her off, quickly. If she gets in young Master Fan's way, we're all royally screwed." After saying that, the two of them went deeper into the crater. The woman started talking to the brown-haired man, something feels off. "Hey, do you have any idea what young Master Fan is really up to?" The man replied, I'm not sure either." Suddenly, the woman spotted some tree roots in the hole. "Whoa, what the heck is that supposed to be? Tree roots. So damn weird." The man looked ahead and said to the blue-haired woman, "Just ignore it. We need to find Tutu, and fast." She immediately shot back. "She's seriously wounded. She's probably already dead in some ditch by now. Alive, we need to see a person. Dead, we need to see a body," the brown-haired man continued, not noticing the roots behind them starting to converge and seal the crater's entrance. Over with Ma Xingxi's group, he was complaining to the others. "This whole setup is totally whack. Splitting into 2 teams?" He paused, then kept going. "There are 4 of us over here, and you even put Shangguan Kui, the strongest support out of the 5 of us, on this team too. Meanwhile, the other team just has some no-name captain." Xiao Yu shot him a look of disgust and said, "Yeah, that Suo Sha guy. He probably just wanted to get rid of us so he could play the hero and save the girl. and she's the director's granddaughter, no less. Did you see the way he was staring at her picture? And get this, the rescue captain on that team is a girl too. He snapped back. What? Xiao Yu just smirked. I bet you're gonna have to open the rescue path all by yourself now. He yelled, just use your power, this is my responsibility, and it's almost done. He roared, channeling his inner energy, condensed into a star chart. After shouting, he directed his power at the wall, creating a massive blast of light that punched right through it. Superhuman power, activate, mountain mover. He laughed heartily. Rescue path, complete. Beside him, Xiao Yu immediately clapped and cheered. You're amazing. Through the hole in the wall, the surviving victims appeared. He turned to them and said, everyone, stay calm. You're all saved now. Don't get worked up. Stay right there and wait for orders. Sun Essence Squad, get over here and help me block any monsters that might appear. He thought to himself, we've got plenty of people over here, plus Shangguan Kui. It feels pretty secure, but man, I'm really worried about that other team. Meanwhile, on the other side, the captain of Rescue Team 2 had opened another rescue path. She spoke to the people inside. The rescue path is clear, Sun Essence Squad. Someone burst into tears of joy. We're saved. The captain turned to talk to Xingcun, only to realize he wasn't there anymore. Get over here and help me. I need to make this rescue path wider, she yelled in frustration. Where the hell did he go? The captain crawled out, grumbling as she went. It was already ridiculous that I only had you on this side, and now you pull a disappearing act on me? One of the victims tried to calm her down. Captain of Rescue Team 2, you've been working hard. I can sense that there's no one with monster genes in here. No monsters will show up, so you can focus on the rescue. Hearing that, the captain scowled and turned to yell at him. What the hell are you doing crawling in there? And what's this about sensing things? Sense my ass. Focus on the rescue. Yeah, right. I'm totally reporting you for this. The surrounding victims were stunned to see Xingcun walk in, and they began to whisper among themselves. Who is this guy? I swear he wasn't here a minute ago. He walked over to where the guards were lying down and tried to wake one of them up. Xingcun took another guard's foot, shoved it under the sleeping guy's nose, and spoke. Hey, Mr. Guard, time to wake up. Come on, rise and shine. The guard finally came to, and Xingcun smirked. Time to get up and help with the rescue. The guy was still half asleep and replied, yeah, okay. And just like that, Xingcun vanished, leaving the guard all alone. He was confused for a second, but then decided to just shrug it off and wake up the others. Where'd that guy just go? Ah, screw it. Hey, everyone wake up. Meanwhile, Xingcun walked deeper inside, raising a hand to his chin as he thought. Gong Xiao Mi. She's probably on the 18th floor. He shoved his hands in his pockets and headed for the elevator. Its doors were completely sealed off by concrete and rubble. Xingcun kept muttering, then sniffed the air as if he caught a scent. There's no way to get up there using the elevator. Guess it has to be the stairs. Xingcun sprinted back to check it out. Wait, this isn't right. I can smell a super over here. He discovered a crater that had signs of a struggle. Xingcun smirked and said, this scent is kind of familiar. Let's go check it out. And with that, he headed straight into the pit. But there wasn't supposed to be any danger in the future. Did Fangia do something? A little further in, Xingcun found tree roots blocking his way. He was totally baffled. Huh? Xingcun kept moving forward, pushing the tangle of roots aside to go deeper. He had a confused look on his face. No way. Is it actually working with humans? What kind of messed up butterfly effect did my past actions lead to this time? Xingcun put a hand to his chin, staring at the roots in the pit, lost in thought. Just how big of a butterfly effect would it take for the great flame demon god to stoop to working with a plant? The thing that's supposed to be its natural counter, teaming up with a plant? You kidding me? Thinking about it, he burst out laughing. Xingcun continued, that's like your stomach trying to negotiate with a lobster during a midnight snack. How about we just steam that crab instead? God, that's hilarious. But catching this crab wasn't so easy. That damn root opened its hideous mouth and tried to snap at Xingcun. He was startled. Holy crap. Did it already sense me? All around him, countless man-eating plants began to appear. Xingcun muttered, the good news is, I don't have to waste my time looking for Fangia's lab to find the Flame Demon King hiding underground. The Flame Demon King has decided to show himself. Xingcun leaped up to dodge the attack from the carnivorous plants and kept talking, and the bad news. He gave a strained laugh, a hint of fear on his face as he thought about the Flame Demon God. The Flame Demon God is a monster that lurks deep underground. Without level 5 power, it's totally impossible to defeat him. I'm afraid that even as a level 5 monster lord in my past life, I might not have been able to pull it off. Xingcun thought of Xiao Yu, Zhuo Sheng, and Xiao Tao, and said, at first I just figured it was chilling in some freaky lab of Fangia's. I could have waited until I evolved. Waited for Xiao Yu to reach super level 5. He complained, annoyed as he ran. But now the flame demon god is right here in my face, giving me zero time to power up. The man-eating plants lunged at him. Xingcun kept talking as he ran. And it's even working with Fanjia, causing all that chaos outside. No, that's not it. The flame demon god teaming up with a plant is already super weird. He dodged another carnivorous plant that was lunging at him as he spoke. The speed of these tails is actually really fast, but compared to its terrifying body, they're way too weak. Suddenly, he stopped, and the plants rushed him. Xingcun waved his hand to ready his power, as he finally came to a conclusion. It definitely hasn't fully recovered yet. It doesn't dare use its full power, and it's also afraid its base will be discovered by this world. A smug grin spread across Xingcun's face. As he spoke, he unleashed his magic. Xingcun continued, flicking his hand repeatedly to create sharp magical slashes that cut into the plants. You monsters still aren't strong enough to take on the whole world. If you had that kind of power, you wouldn't have had to wait. The plants began to strengthen, preparing to transform. They revealed their true forms, shedding their plant-like disguises. Xingcun said, "You're clearly here, but you didn't even bother to eat those helpless weaklings. You even let a delicious meal like those superpowered guards get away when they were served right to you. You must be plotting something bigger." Pulsing red veins appeared on the body of the tentacle as it sprouted more and more tendrils. Down below, Xingcun just laughed arrogantly. "Kinda interesting. You got some powerful monster genes in you, huh?" As he spoke, Xingcun also began to transform, a mask materializing over half of his face. Superpowered abilities alone won't be enough to actually hurt you. Xingcun got serious and continued. "I have completely transformed." His hair turned a deep blue. 2 red horns sprouted from his head. "Then let's see you handle my level 4 monster form, now that I have royal authority. Black armor, blue leaf." His body was completely transformed. His left hand morphed into a monster's, with a set of long, sharp claws. The arm turned a deep blue. "Left arm," Xingcun yelled. He continued to shout, "Biform camouflage, chromatic aberration." Xingcun swung his monster arm, creating fiery projectiles that shot straight toward the monster. The eye behind his mask glowed blood red. Aberration. Dark form transformation. Xingcun's attack hit the monster. A blast of light erupted from his hand, knocking the monster back and sending it to the ground. Xingcun laughed again and warned, "In your current state, there's no way you can stop me." He was immediately caught off guard. He flung his arm out, landing a strike right on the monster's mouth. "Trying to press your advantage?" To think the great flame demon god would resort to cheap tricks like stalling for time. With that, Xingcun punched through the nearby wall, quickly getting away from the monster. "I'm done playing with you. I can't let it grab me. I have to figure out a way to avoid touching so many of these tails at once," and charged straight up to the 18th floor. He used his power to punch through countless walls, blasting through one after another. Xingcun kept punching, but suddenly felt nothing but empty air. On the other side of the wall, the green-haired woman slammed a fist into Tutu's stomach with a satisfied look, pinning her against the base of the wall. "You had an easy way out, but you just had to come knocking on death's door. What was the point of charging up to the 18th floor, huh? A little brother doesn't have to be blood-related, you know, and I just so happen to specialize in handling pretty boys." She was in so much pain that she collapsed to the ground, covered in scratches, her clothes in tatters. The woman angrily grabbed Tutu's face with her massive hand. "Before you die, you better repent," she continued. "You should be glad you're a super. Monster sympathizers who only drag other people down should just be left to rot. In the end, he just led you to your death." The brown-haired man couldn't stay calm anymore. He urged her, "Hurry up and finish her so we can go." "I think I hear something strange." The woman just laughed, ignoring her teammate's words. "Do you regret it yet?" Tutu spat in her face with a look of pure disgust. "Putui." The bitch flew into a rage and squeezed Tutu's head hard, making her grimace. "Your precious friends?" "Yeah, I abandoned people like that a long time ago. That's the difference between you and me, and that's why you're going to die by my hand." And just as the witch was about to cast the spell to finish Tutu off, that sound got closer and closer, making the woman pause in surprise for a moment. "Hmm?" Xingcun suddenly smashed through the wall right where Tutu was and jumped in. He said, "Yo, this smell, it's really familiar." He grabbed Tutu and smacked Ataxan's hand away. Xingcun said with a mocking tone, "Oh ho, looks like I found some transportation to get me to the 18th floor faster." That a chick was instantly shocked. "He's so strong," she screamed. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" Xingcun glanced over at her out of the corner of his eye. "Are you the one who beat up my ride?" The calm expression was completely gone from her face now. Ataxan didn't hesitate to unleash her ultimate move on Xingcun. Damn it, another transcendent just barging into the common area. A blue light shot straight at him. Crystal burst, amethyst core. Humph. Tin held Tutu with one arm and raised the other, deflecting a Toxon's attack and sending it off course. Looks like that little domain demonstration I put on last time really helped you out. It's a real shame you're using it for such worthless crap. Tin's monstrous hand grabbed a Toxan's hair. She could barely get the words out. How is this possible? My crystal burst was deflected by his freaky left arm. He used that same arm to set her on fire while she was still talking. And what's more, he said, the domain last time. So he was the one. She screamed in agony. Xingcun shot back. A place I shouldn't barge into? This daddy goes wherever the hell he wants. On the contrary, you're the ones who chose the wrong path. Go get reincarnated. The brown-haired man standing there was also terrified, stunned by what he had just witnessed. Xingcun gave a wicked grin, thinking this was a perfect chance to replenish his power pretending to burn her, but in reality, he was draining her dry. Just then, the man recognized Xingcun. He asked suspiciously, "The Fan family is working with monsters, betraying all of humanity. I'm telling you, it's not too late to turn back. Come back to the light. Now tell me, what are they plotting? I can let you leave here safely." The man powered up, purple sparks crackling from his hands. Mental burst. The man instantly bolted, saying, "Are you kidding me? Like I'd ever dare to betray the Fan family." Suddenly, the color drained from his face. The monster from before appeared out of nowhere, lunging straight for him. "What kind of monster is this?" Xingcun said. "Idiot. You guys are just a bunch of worthless losers working with monsters. Unleashing transcendent power is a hell of a temptation. You really think those monsters weren't keeping an eye on you?" Xingcun said as he lifted Tutu out of the crater. "Time to bounce. Let's bounce." He pinched her cheek to wake her up. "Tutu, wake up, wake up. Good little bunny, open the door now." Tutu's eyes opened. Blushing and wide-eyed with surprise, she stared right at him and said, "It seems like every time I'm in danger, you just fall from the sky to save me, don't you? If it's you, I can open the door and let you in." Xingcun dropped Tutu instantly. He exclaimed, "Holy crap, what the hell are you even talking about? Minus 100 karma points." He thought to himself, "Don't you dare try to tempt me. I'm a reformed wolf." With that thought out of the way, he continued, "Oh, right. I have something important I need your help with." Tutu replied by puffing out her cheeks in a pout. "I need a favor from you too." Xingcun looked down at Tutu, who was still on the ground, and pleaded, "I need you to use that trick from last time, the one that made me fly, to get to the 18th floor." She gave a bright smirk, her cheeks flushed, and said, "No problem. But both of my arms are broken. I can only use my legs to cast Wind Glide. I'm not as good with it, so there's no way I can lift both of us at once. Unless you carry me." Xingcun looked at her with an exasperated expression and replied, "I'm starting to suspect you have ulterior motives." Suddenly, the monster lunged again. Tutu quickly jumped onto Xingcun and shouted, "The monster's here! Piggyback me! Quick!" Xingcun was so surprised he only managed to say, "Hey!" Tutu's soft chest pressed against his back. She gave a mischievous smirk. Xingcun just glanced back at her with a look of despair. "What is this feeling? I'm seriously this close to calling the cops." Xingcun gave her a piggyback, his hands holding her thighs to keep her secure. At the same time, Tutu channeled her power, pushing them up into the air as she yelled, "Go!" Tutu asked Xingcun, "We just keep flying straight up, right?" He immediately replied, "Yep. I'll clear out any obstacles in our way." The floor of a room above them began to crack from Xingcun's power. He smashed through the ceiling and carried Tutu up to dodge the monster, which was chasing them relentlessly. Debris flew everywhere from the hole. Tutu said, "They have this type of monster on the upper floors too." Xingcun glanced over at her with a serious expression. She was clearly pushing herself to her limit. He thought, the two of them continued to use their powers, coordinating perfectly to escape the monster. Xingcun thought to himself, this allows her to find the most optimal path in an instant. He turned his head to look at the exhausted Tutu on his back. "You've used up a lot of energy, haven't you?" She was panting, struggling to answer him. "Earlier. Running from those two. I already used up way too much of my transcendent power. But it's okay." Tutu's eyes opened, her face filled with determination. She said, "I can't collapse. Not until I've saved my little brother." Tin looked at her and said, "Let me give you a little energy boost." Tutu looked up at him, confused. "Ah." Suddenly, her face turned beet red, her eyes wide with shock as Tutu let out a scream. "Hey." Tin's hand touched Tutu's thigh. She immediately thought to herself, blushing furiously, "He's squeezing my thigh. What a pervert." Tin looked down at her thigh, thinking as he transferred a small amount of monster genes into Tutu. To stimulate her transcendent genes, Tutu was completely astonished, her face getting redder and redder. Tutu thought, "My heart is pounding like a drum, my blood pressure is skyrocketing." Even the superhuman genes coursing through my body feel like they're boiling over. I'm overflowing with power. Thotho fired up her powers again, rocketing the two of them upwards and leaving a streak of green light. She thought to herself. So this is how much I like him. Elsewhere, the flame demon god spoke up. That's right. Just as you wished, the traitor has walked right into my hands. Thete knelt respectfully before him and said, It was all thanks to your intel, Lord Flame Demon God. It was the only way I could lock onto my target. But who would have guessed that Lamdirm isn't a superhuman? He's a monster. He continued, I kept connecting the dots back to Tinthe's crew. After I found out he'd secretly swiped the scepter, I figured he'd most likely go looking for someone with strong monster genes. That's how I more or less figured out his real identity. A little more proof, and I decided to set this trap. The flame demon god walked up to Thete and pointed right at his head. Success calls for a reward. I will awaken the piece of my power that lies inside of you. With that, he touched Thete's head and cast his spell, and a stream of blue fire appeared. Thete was surging with energy as the blue and orange flames inside him began to fuse. The flame demon god ordered him, Go on, like you said, go be the bait. Thete immediately obeyed, a wicked look on his face. There, he added, as Thete stood up straight. He held out one hand. Continue. On the other side, a bunch of freaky plants appeared to cause trouble. The flame demon god laughed, his mask revealing its true hideous form pitch black with blood-red eyes. He spoke, It's all on you. You are my very first subordinate. I expect you'll also evolve into my first monster lord subordinate, he said, hands clasped behind his back. Just then, Thete vanished in a flash. I really can't wait to see what comes of this. The flame demon god continued with a calculating look. After all, this whole drama from the very beginning was directed by me. Dung Dung was horrified, his eyes wide. Holy crap. He told Lum Dao and Tiongyi, It's not just monsters outside anymore. There are these weird-ass plants too, and unless I'm seeing things, those plants are moving. It's like they're trying to block our escape. Lum Dao was peering down into a pit, calling out, Class rep, get over here and look. There's something weird down in this hole. When Tiongyi didn't seem to care, he yelled again, Class rep. But she was already getting ready to smash through the last wall in the room. She told the other two, We can't get out through the entrance or this pit. With that, she smashed the wall. We're getting out through here. Lum Dao freaked out and yelled, Class rep, what the hell are you doing? Dung Dung was just as shocked. Tiongyi immediately calmed them down. It's fine. I've played the nice girl for long enough. She looked outside. Tentacles were everywhere. Tiongyi jumped back instantly and stammered, What is this? Lum Dao, what did you say was in that pit? Seeing this, Lum Dao was completely panicked. He answered, These. Plants. She shot Lum Dao a look of utter disbelief. You naive little punk, you call these things plants? These are obviously tentacles that'll drag you straight to hell. Dung Dung cut them off. Guys, we're completely surrounded by tentacles. Lum Dao chimed in. When the hell did so many of them show up? I swear they weren't here before. Dung Dung backed up to the door, panting in fear. The monsters are still blocking the exit. Don't tell me they were just waiting for these tentacles to box us in. Suddenly, Thete appeared out of nowhere, surrounded by the tentacles. Lum Dao shouted, Who's there? He recognized him immediately, the third son of the Fan family. Tiongyi said, confused, Fan Thete. Lum Dao was surprised and started praising him. Just what you'd expect from the heir of a major family. You're here to save us, right? Thank you so much, man. We really appreciate it. He laughed out loud. Whoa, slow down. Don't be so quick with the thanks. Save who exactly? Lum Dao asked, stunned. What's that supposed to mean? You're from the Superhuman Academy, and a legit holy messenger. You're supposed to save people in trouble. Thete's expression twisted into a wicked grin as he spoke again, raising a hand toward Lum Dao to cast a spell. You know, you've got a point. I am a legit holy messenger. But you guys? Can you even be called people? Nah, you're just freaks hiding among humans, the real deal monsters that could devour someone at any second. He continued in a scornful tone, Who in their right mind would waste their energy saving monsters? Lum Dao, in total shock, denied it. We're not. Before he could finish, Thete snapped his fingers and his magic blasted him. Monster, he yelled. Lum Dao was sent flying, and Tiongyi rushed over, shouting his name. Lum Dao! Thete smirked again. Not so fast, he said. He cast another spell, and the tentacles shot out, wrapping tightly around Tiongyi and Dung Dung. He declared, None of you are getting out of here. He sneered and added, Not only are you real monsters, but you'll probably make a tasty meal, huh? He had no idea that Xingcun, in his Lamdirm form, was rocketing up from below with Thotho on his back, and smashing right through the floor, sending shattered rock and dirt flying everywhere. Hearing the commotion, Thete immediately spun around. He said, So you've come. He gave Xingcun and Thotho a contemptuous sly smile. I finally get it. Why I lost to a nobody like you. So, you've awakened, have you? On Xingcun's back, Thotho's face was a mask of pure shock. She thought, looking down at him, Fonte te knows lamb deerm? Since when? Is there some kind of intel that even the holy messengers are clueless about? Thete's right eye began to glow blue as he spoke. Well, now I've awakened too. He grinned smugly and launched his monster-like hand straight at Xingcun. Now this makes for a fair fight. Thotho shuddered. What kind of superhuman power is that? Her mind raced as it hit her. It's like a monster's power. Thotho yelped again as Xingcun suddenly threw her off his back. Hey! He used his power to toss her to the side. Xingcun shouted, Go figure out how to save them. Thotho grumbled but agreed, tossing me around again. Fine. She went flying towards Dung Dung and Lum Dao, who were still tied up by the tentacles. Dung Dung cried out in surprise, Sis! Thotho turned to him with a big smile. Yang Yang, are you okay? Oh, that's great, Lin Tao yelled. Sister Tutu saved us. Hearing that, Tutu immediately looked in that direction. She suddenly froze from the aftershock of the fight between Shi-Chi and Xingcun, and Tutu turned back down. She thought, just the echo from a clash can be that loud? She looked up in surprise. She thought, is that a fight between superhumans? A tentacle wrapped tightly around Yang Yang, its disgusting mouth reared up, about to swallow him whole. Yang Yang looked at Tutu with a desperate expression and yelled for his sister's help. Sis, there's something wrong with this tentacle! At the same time, Lin Tao was also nearly swallowed by the monster. Ding angrily grabbed the mouth of a tentacle. Trying to bite me? I'll crush its head. Tutu frowned, thinking, this is bad. Green rays of light shot out from around her. I have to stop all the tentacles at once, but without hurting the kids. The only way is to enter the 4-star superhuman rank and use the life element. But I've only just reached the threshold of a 4-star superhuman. Logically speaking, it should be absolutely impossible. She continued to think. In an instant, Tutu's face flushed red, her pink pupils turning into heart shapes. But right now, I feel like I can actually do it. As she thought this, she pictured the boy with the glowing eyes. The memory of him still made her heart pound. It felt like the superhuman genes throughout her body were awakening. Tutu unleashed her power. She did a flip in midair, thinking with sheer determination, this is the power of love. The rhythm of love. The wind element in my entire body is surging. Wind prison of love. Tens of thousands of vortexes appeared, defeating the tentacles. Tutu shouted, this move is called the love cyclone. To the side, Ding-A was still holding a tentacle, looking at Tutu with an incredibly impressed expression. Ding's eyes lit up. A level 8 gale. Shi-Chi sneered and spoke up. No wonder I lost to you before. Turns out you were just lucky. Lucky enough to get power from a monster. His monstrous arm rose in front of him. The palm of his hand cracked open, revealing a mouth lined with sharp teeth. Inside its mouth was a blue core. Shi-Chi continued. Now I have one too. A monster has granted me power, and your monster isn't in the same league. He smirked and thrust that hand straight at Xingcun, his voice rising. The monster on his hand opened its mouth wide, swallowing the glowing blue core in one gulp. This is the flame demon god, something humans have never seen, a being without equal, something you couldn't even dream of. He gave Xingcun a wicked grin and announced his technique, Roaring Flame. Xingcun was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, the ultimate move of a level 4 monster's power. Shi-Chi aimed the magic at Xingcun. A blinding blue flame appeared, engulfing Xingcun's body, burning him to a crisp. With that done, he spoke, adjusting his tie with a smug look. Someone with your status could never understand the inside story of the siege on the level 5 monster 20 years ago. That level 5 monster used this very move to kill a total of 17 4-star superhumans, and this is just the first attack. Shi-Chi continued. And you? What kind of power could the monster that blessed you possibly pass on to such a tiny, weak little body? Or is it the skill to change hair color like some hack stylist at a salon? Just then, Xingcun staggered, pushing himself up with his hands. Shi-Chi's arm split in two, he said with contempt. Pathetically weak. Shi-Chi's 2 hands reached out to grab Xingcun. He continued, now that you've walked into this trap, death is your only way out. I actually admire you a bit, so I can give you a chance, Shi-Chi said, as Xingcun was still trying to fight back. I'll help you shed that weak monster's power, and you can come serve under the Flame Demon God. And if you're worried that our past unpleasantness might affect things, don't be. As the heir of the Fan family, I am very generous. Shi-Chi sneered and continued, just hand over the sovereignty of the Flame Demon God, and we can pretend none of this ever happened. You should feel lucky I'm showing you this kindness. His eyes glowed blue as he began to channel magic through his arm. He declared, "Naturally, this will lead everyone to the pinnacle, to truly become the masters of their own lives." He smiled calmly, but his mind was racing with questions. He took a roaring flame head-on, and he's fine? Did he use an equivalent power to counter the roaring flame? How could he possess that much power? At the very least, he shouldn't have been able to block it so easily. Could it be that the similar properties of our flames gave him a higher resistance? As he continuously dodged the attacks and punched back, Xingcun spoke. "That's just dragging humanity down to hell, one step at a time." Shi-Chi stared at Xingcun's arm, thinking, what's up with his mutated arm? Shi-Chi glanced at him, his mind still racing. That black bone spike. How could it slice through my monster arm so easily? Xingcun now spoke. A hunter can never cooperate with his prey. Xingcun rushed towards him, berating him without pause. "You're a slave to monsters. You're helping monsters." Xingcun punched Shi-Chi hard in the shoulder. He said, "The human world will be eternally damned because of you." Unfazed, Shi-Chi shot back. "Who the hell are you to lecture me?" "Of course I know that. I knew it from the moment I was granted the monster's power." Shi-Chi furiously unleashed all of his power. Streams of red and black energy swirled around his body. Shi-Chi screamed, "And I also understood with perfect clarity that humanity can't fight back. We're screwed. The world is going to end. But as long as I can crush the majority of humans under my heel, what's so bad about being a monster's slave? If the monsters want to eat people, wouldn't it be great if I helped them build a human farm?" He continued, straining to raise his massive hand toward Xingcun. "That way, human society will continue to exist for the sole purpose of serving me and the monsters. I'm saving the world. I really thought you'd understand how I feel and help the monsters with me. That's why I gave you a chance to surrender." Model. He quickly jumped back. Xingcun shot back at him. "After all that crap you just spouted, aren't you the one serving the monsters?" Shi-Chi froze at Xingcun's words. He continued with a calm expression. "No, I don't like stooping to that level." But inside, Xingcun was thinking, "Wait, you can use monster power with just your mind like that?" Too bad his monster power was so pathetic. Xingcun leaps up and grabs Shi-Pai by the shoulder. He stammers, "No way." "You!" He continues. "So I figured it out. The monster power in your body is fading away, the superhuman gene. You're going to die." Grabbing Shi-Pai's hand, he says, "I can remove the monster gene from your body, the one that doesn't belong to you. As a fellow human, I'll give you a chance to turn back." He grinds his teeth. "Screw off. You want me to live a normal, mortal life? I don't want it." He places his hand on his shoulder again. Shi-Pai struggles to break free. He yells, "No! You're sucking out my monster gene!" This time, he completely loses control. Shi-Pai screams as Xingcun drains his monster gene. "Damn you! I was going to give you a chance to live, to join me, but you had to do things the hard way." The other tentacles merge together, forming a giant monster, its mouth gaping wide open. He says to Xingcun, "In that case, just die. It's what I've been hoping for." He glances at the hideous thing, his panic showing clearly. Shi-Pai roars, almost insane with rage. "A fish like you has taken the bait completely." 1 hour earlier, Shi-Pai held up photos of everyone. The primary objective of this operation is to secure a body for the master. He was determined. This mission absolutely cannot fail. Immediately after, the photos burst into flames. Begin preparations for the second target, Xingcun. He shares his theory. "My men discovered Xingcun heading towards Qingzhou City's first hospital, but they all died strangely, which proves that there's a high chance Xingcun is actually Lan Yan." Then he says to the demon god, "Master, you can start fishing now." He thinks to himself, "Just to collapse the hospital, the flame demon god sent me several meters underground. But a hospital this big, it's hard to imagine how to bring it down in such a short time. Besides, his current body is still incredibly weak. It can barely handle the flame demon god's power. So how did he do it?" After he channels his power, the other arm immediately bursts into flames. Shi-Pai scoffs internally at the body. "Just a light wave of the hand, and this vessel can't even handle my power." He looks up. One arm can only create a small black orb. The flame demon god must have another move up his sleeve. He'll have to sacrifice at least one more arm for it. Instantly, the small hole emits a powerful light, like a miniature sky. Shi-Pai is stunned. Just one tiny black orb created such a massive hole. Is this just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the flame demon god's true power? If this body were strong enough to withstand the flame demon god, wouldn't he be able to use this move without a second thought? Seeing the rubble fall, he panics. "This is bad. The hole is too big. The hospital's about to collapse." Shi-Pai sees her about to do something and can't help but speak up, Master Flame Demon God. He knows those are the monster gene carriers the Flame Demon God had asked him to bring. The Flame Demon God points at the crowd. "I grant you an abnormal evolution." Immediately, The kneeling people below scream in agony as tentacles violently burst out of them. Shipai stares at the horrific scene before him, utterly shocked. What? He's terrified. She directly mutated these monster gene carriers into tentacles. To have them burrow into the rock walls and stop the hospital from collapsing further, it's so terrifying it gives you goosebumps. At this thought, Shipai's face turns pale. Back in the present, Shipai thinks back and smirks cunningly. Humanity has no chance of defeating the monsters anymore. Only I can ensure humanity's survival. Now, go die. With that, he immediately attacks him. His eyes are now filled with hatred, as if Xingcun had wronged his entire family in a past life. From within the tentacles, Xingcun's voice rings out, "Are you some kind of narcissist with a personality disorder?" He bursts out of the formation, confronting the monster. "You'd just surrender before even fighting. Go back 80 years, and you'd just be a traitor that everyone wanted to kill." Immediately, the grotesque monsters open their maws towards him. Shipai screams, "Survive being eaten first, then you can run your mouth." Instantly, the monsters surround Xingcun and begin to tear at him. Then, those eyes light up. His arm seems to be coated in a layer of power, an aura enveloping him. A circle of power appears, shielding Xingcun and blocking the bites. He lunges forward, viciously grabbing Shipai's face and asking sarcastically, "Your fishing skills are a bit off, huh?" Xingcun can't help but ask him, "Sacrificing your life for a monster? Are you a pig-headed idiot?" He looks at him and smirks smugly. "You know nothing about the Master Demon God's power. As long as I'm useful, the Master would never let me die." Hearing this, he's left speechless. You're a lost cause. But what happens next surprises him. The circle Xingcun created begins to crack, and a black dot appears beneath his feet. Xingcun looks on in surprise. He broke through the barrier. Soon he notices the strange dot too. Xingcun wonders, "What is that?" Outside, the dot resembles a solar eclipse. The entire sky turns blood red. This is hellfire. When the monsters attacked the city last century, all of Nanyuan gathered its forces and launched a counterattack, a single, unified counterattack. But they were instantly defeated by this thing. Along with their flesh, humanity's faith was crushed. The world had truly reached its apocalypse. Mankind called it hellfire. It's appearing here again? Shipai is incredibly smug. This is the Master Demon, God's true power, the power that drives humanity to despair. He uses his tentacles to bind his arms and legs. Whether it's you or those cronies you brought with you, you'll all disappear from this world, reduced to a pile of ash. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng's group is still fighting that other monster. The monster is fighting with incredible strength, like it's on steroids. It relentlessly pummels its opponent. Shipai's voice seems to echo from every corner. "No one can stop me from ensuring humanity's survival." At the same time, the vines are sliced apart. Zhao Cheng is gravely injured, spitting out fresh blood. He still couldn't break free from Shichi's grip, but Xingcun kept his eyes locked on that black dot. He decided to go for it, to strike the black dot directly and stop it from swallowing everything. The black blade instantly dodged aside. Xingcun did some quick mental math. After I absorbed the sovereign's power, I have my black blade now. The hellfire isn't that fast, he thought, as the sword in his hand sliced through that weird thing. But Xingcun realized, even with the black blade, I can't stop it. And it didn't even flinch. He got super smug seeing that reaction. "I told you," he sneered, "humans can't beat monsters." His eye glowed. "Your stupidity made you choose the wrong path. A path that leads straight to your death." Just then, a thread-thin stream of yellow light wrapped around Xingcun's hand as he spoke slowly to the guy. "No." His hand started to mutate. Xingcun sneered at him. "You seriously underestimate humans. You have absolutely no clue that monsters can fear people too." He reached his hand toward that black circle and declared, "Monsters are about to learn to fear the superhumans." Right after that, Xingcun slammed himself into the wall, shocking Shichi. "So you're not even going to try to escape? Guess that wall isn't as tough as your talk. Go on, give it a shot. Monsters fearing superhumans? Nice act, but anyone can see through it. You're not getting out of this. These tentacles will squeeze you tight." Xingcun replied with a fierce tone, "Yeah. Well, let me just set the record straight. Who said I was trying to escape? I'm just getting focused. Monster power and superhuman power. Theoretically, they come from the same root. The only reason monsters can push us around now is because they got a head start by a few thousand, maybe even a few billion years." Shichi couldn't help but think, those invisible monsters from before. They're kind of like Triceratops. Even the experts are still arguing about them. But then he shot back, "So what if superhumans have unlimited potential? It's got nothing to do with you." Suddenly, Shichi realized something and whipped around. He stared at the kid, confused. "That fire element on Xingcun, that's not right. A little context for you. The blue flame on Xingcun isn't like a normal superhuman's fire element, it seems like it's alive. From the get-go, the blue flame's fire element was bloodthirsty and savage, filled with this primal hunger. It's a type of living element that's basically uncontrollable. But now, the fire element's insane rampage seems to have stabilized. It's like a part of his own superhuman metal element is taking command of the monster's fire element. But the tentacles controlled by the flame demon god were getting weirdly chaotic, and they started moving faster. Wait, is the monster actually scared of a superhuman? No, that can't be right. If that's true, then everything I've done, it's all been for nothing. Meanwhile, A is busy evacuating everyone one by one. Don't push, stay calm. Everyone is going to get out of this hospital. Guangqui is here protecting us, so there's nothing to worry about. He glances over at Guangqui, who's just sitting there, looking like she couldn't care less. A quickly went over to her. They stood somewhere out of sight, and she said with a bored sigh, "Hey, you look so frail. I bet you can't even have kids." Whoops, did I say that out loud? My standard for having kids is, hey, no, that's not it. What I mean is, you. Why are you even here? The monsters are about to bust through the stairs and rush us. Guangqui glanced at the low-level monsters and casually replied, "Aren't those three still down there?" Started to panic. "Are you kidding me? We've been on this kind of mission before. Those monsters are from the rift in the Forbidden Zone. There are way more of them than we thought. There could even be a few level 2 monsters mixed in. They're just a bunch of students who just got their powers. They've never even fought a monster before." A, getting more and more stressed, kept going, "Look, I know you haven't put a team together in years, but if you're trying to train new members, and you're hoping they'll level up fast, the enemy you're throwing them at is something even the freaking Heavenly King couldn't take on." Just then, a monster lunged forward. A jumped back, startled. "Oh crap, they're here! Kids, fall back! Damn it! You guys were never taught how to handle this," he yelled as he ran over. "The monster's at least 10 times stronger than us. We're element specialist superhumans, so whatever you do, do not engage in a direct fight. Damn it." He immediately powered up. "My superhuman gene is too low, only 39%. There's only one way to do this." And with that, he lunged at the monster. Using his blood flood dragon technique, his style was all about getting up close and personal for a direct assault. A watched the monster zipping through the air, terrified. What the hell kind of fighting style is that for a superhuman? But a second later, a totally freaked out and yelled, "Whoa, the monster's hitting back with its blood vines," or urgently warned, "Watch out, it's a level 2 monster. It's way stronger and a hell of a lot faster." Just then, Xiao Yu's face went dead serious. She pointed at the monster and coldly said one thing, "Down." Instantly, this insane wave of power blasted from her fingertip and slammed into the monster. Seeing this, A was shaking on the inside. His jaw just dropped in total disbelief. A turn to Guangqui. "Are you telling me they're really just rookies? I almost had a freaking heart attack. This is way beyond just being a fast learner. Are they some kind of secret weapon the Academy's been training for years? Do they chug life essence instead of water every day, or what? Even if they did, their bodies shouldn't be able to take it. Man, you really are something else, Guangqui. The new teammates you picked are seriously next level." She just shrugged. "They're not my teammates, and I'm not looking to start a new squad. I'm only here because their captain got the principal to talk me into playing bodyguard." A was floored. "You, the strongest person in all of Huaxia, acting as a bodyguard? Who the hell has that much clout?" Guangqui quickly replied, "No, you've got it wrong." Just then, a huge shockwave hit, and A yelled, "They've been pushed back!" Model. Then he came running over frantically. "You guys are still way too green for this. Be careful." Facing this situation, Anne channeled his inner energy, and a barrier of sharp rocks appeared. He quickly reassured them, "Don't worry, you guys just rest for a bit while I hold it back. My specialty isn't fighting monsters, but when it comes to laying foundations, stabilizing structures, and protecting people, you can bet I'm an expert." The smile on Anne's face froze. This monster still had a shred of humanity left. Could it be that it hadn't completely mutated yet? The recurrent system isn't like level 2, nor is it like level 3. It's an evolutionary path for monsters outside the energy system. No way. No matter what system it belonged to, and hadn't even finished his thought when his white barrier was shattered by a light tap from the monster. And couldn't help but cry out. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, what the hell is going on? Could it be a special evolved individual outside the 5 evolutionary systems? At the same time, his voice rang out again. Earth crystallization. The moment he spoke, a barrier of ice instantly formed, locking the monster's arm in place, and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I've pushed past my limits this time. I've used most of my supernatural power, and my body's about to give out, and shouted, my earth crystallization. Couldn't even block a single hit. Anne's eyes were fixed on it, his body trembling nonstop. It's still evolving. Just then, Shangguan Kui immediately struck with her water snake technique. Instantly, her small snake wrapped around him. Anne was startled. Thanks, Shangguan Kui. Wait, no, Chief Shangguan, save the students first. This monster might even evolve to level 4. But she remained calm. My mission here isn't to protect them, and couldn't help but ask, huh? Didn't you just say? Shangguan Kui continued nonchalantly, I came to protect you guys. Anne's jaw dropped in confusion. What? So you're not gonna fight the monster? Are you just lazy? Hey, what about those students then? Suddenly, while he was talking, he glanced over and was completely stunned. Another voice rang out. Oh, the power's back? The power's on. Stop staring and get out of here. Shangguan Kui explained flatly. Someone once said that there's no need to worry about the safety of his squad, especially Xiao Yu. For now, no monster can threaten her life, even if a hidden one appears. If a monster does appear that threatens Xiao Yu's life, I have to prevent her from losing control and accidentally killing the people around her. So, I'm here to protect you all. And blurted out in shock, holy crap! Speaking of Xiao Yu, Shangguan Kui continued, I'm also very interested to see this so-called superhuman that even monsters fear that he mentioned, and stared at her blankly. You're afraid a new superhuman will lose control and accidentally kill people? What do you think she is? A freaking nuke. No matter how talented she is, she's still just a new superhuman. Where would she even get that much supernatural power in her body? Just as he finished speaking, a massive wave of power swept through the area, and was so scared he started to run. This kind of power was just a restraining force outside the main area? Shangguan Kui spoke up. Get going. Get everyone out of here as fast as you can. The lights kept flickering on and off, making him break out in a cold sweat. This is terrifying. Why do I feel like the hospital is starting a self-destruct sequence? It's like a countdown to kill everyone. Shangguan Kui's face darkened as she asked, Isn't this supposed to be a suppression zone? Why is this happening? Seeing Xiao Tao and Zhao Sheng get blown away together, Shangguan Kui was startled. Even its teammates got sent flying. Let me see what's really going on here. As she finished speaking, she sent her snake to investigate the situation. Seeing Xiao Yu now, Shangguan Kui clicked her tongue. This kid isn't like an atomic bomb. She is a genuine atomic bomb. Her mind kept screaming, prevent Xiao Yu from losing control and accidentally killing the people around her. Damn right, that statement wasn't wrong at all. Looking over at Xiao Tao, who was complaining, I almost got fried to a crisp. Sis-in-law is seriously badass. Shangguan Kui thought to herself. Those two were definitely affected just now. Even if it was just the aftershock, there's no way they're uninjured. The principal said the person to trust is Xingcun. But even if it is Xingcun, how did he make two people who were practically on the verge of flunking out of the academy so strong in such a short time? Over here, Zhao Sheng made up his mind. We're still way behind the big boss and sis-in-law. We've got to try harder. Shangguan Kui was still baffled. Their growth rate is even faster than mine was back then. It makes absolutely no sense. Looking at the monster, she silently assessed it. Xiao Yu's suppression zone can eliminate all lightning elements. It attacks any object that enters the zone. When the monster pulled its hand back, its fingers were burned to the point where white bone was showing. Shangguan Kui couldn't help but be impressed. That's some seriously OP effectiveness. She made another assessment. There's still something inside the monster's body causing it to constantly evolve. Once it evolves to the level of that invisible monster from the other day, it'll be able to destroy Xiao Yu's suppression zone. At the same time, Xiao Yu's condition isn't looking good. The zone is at risk of collapsing, and once it does, it'll explode just like an atomic bomb. She found it interesting. Repels all other fields, huh? Let's see if my water system field can seep into every nook and cranny. As she spoke, she quickly raised her hand and pushed it through the power barrier. The moment Shangguan Kui got inside, she asked in surprise, Xiao Yu, have your superhuman genes gone insane? Why are they so volatile? She exclaimed in surprise. Senior Shangguan Kui. After her shock faded, she said happily, Senior Shangguan Kui, you're just as reliable as Xiao Qing said. With Senior Shangguan Kui protecting me, I can go all out. The superhuman genes are out of control. Maybe it's because of my mood. She couldn't help but scowl in annoyance. Was this kid just waiting here for me, expecting me to follow you guys around and clean up your messes? Despite her words, she still looked up to observe. What's up with that monster? It's already evolved to level 4. Xiao Yu was silent. She immediately channeled her power, faced the monster, and shouted, Compress! Shangguan Kui screamed in alarm. If you keep compressing it like that, are you trying to destroy this whole place? Pull it back, now. Xiao Yu got nervous when she heard that. Crap, I can't pull it back. Shangguan Kui frowned, spinning the artifact in her hand, wondering what the hell Xiao Qing had done behind her back. Then, she launched an attack. Screw it, I can't just stand here and watch you bury all the survivors underground. That tube started merging with Xiao Yu's power, basically turning into a giant straw. Quan Shangguan Kui then quickly held it out in front of Xiao Yu. Hurry up and suck this thing back into your stomach for me. She couldn't help but be shocked. Huh? Swallow it? Quan Shangguan Kui explained. That's your transcendent gene. Hurry and suck all your transcendent power back in. Immediately, Xiao Yu did as she was told. Her cheeks puffed up. As Quan Shangguan Kui unleashed her power, she thought to herself, just 10% of my power probably won't destroy the ground's balance, right? Her tube slowly extended outwards. The monster outside was still staring intently at her. Right after, a burst of light erupted, the force sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Quan Shangguan Kui glanced at Xiao Yu, thinking it seemed like she was okay. Then she said to her junior, your transcendent gene level is really high, so this makes sense. Quan Shangguan Kui then explained, a transcendence elements aren't your typical elements. Every time you attack, you have to use them all up, just like an atomic bomb. You can think of them like kids. Imagine every single element is a child. They go out and play until they're tired, then they come home. They'll also grow up, getting stronger and stronger, and step by step, they'll turn into life elements. You just have to make this happen. Once you complete the star chart, you'll naturally level up and become a 4-star transcendent. Got it? Xiao Yu looked a bit clueless. Quan Shangguan Kui couldn't help but get annoyed. Even Lin Shi understood that, and you still don't get it? You're such a lost cause. And to think you're a genius with a 95% transcendent gene. Let me break it down for you. Xiao Yu then launched into a lecture. So I just have to recall the elements, right? According to Newton's law of universal gravitation, the gravitational force exerted by the Earth on a satellite is inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the satellite to the Earth's center. When the centrifugal force generated by the satellite's velocity balances with the Earth's gravitational pull, then, suddenly, she froze, staring in terror at the monster. What's powering that thing? It's evolving again. Quan Shangguan Kui watched, feeling a bit tense. This killing intent. It's aimed at Xiao Yu. She stepped forward and said, so this is a monster that fears transcendence. You're terrified of Xiao Yu getting stronger, aren't you? A glint suddenly appeared in Quan Shangguan Kui's eyes. She gave the monster a cold look. However, you should be more afraid of my growth. Deep beneath the academy, an aggressive voice yelled out, you're not getting away! To Shi-Chi's astonishment, his tentacles suddenly snapped. He couldn't understand why the power he'd always been so proud of was failing. Looking over, Shi-Chi wondered, is this the power of a star chart? Xiao Qing spoke up, the Hellfire technique is just a monster's trick to distract everyone. The real goal is to eliminate any transcendence with potential. He shouted in fury, you monkey! Hellfire has never appeared before. You think you can just say whatever you want and be right? He replied nonchalantly, believe it or not, but inside, he was thinking. In my past life, Hellfire appeared for the first time, but in this life, it's because of me. At this, Xiao Qing shouted, then bring it on. He summoned his powerful inner energy. Let's see if I can use a transcendence method to activate a monster's power and break through this Hellfire. Monster Element Star Chart, 99% Monster Gene, Myriad Sword Star Chart, Fire Star. Right after that, he aimed for that round hole and attacked. He recalled what Shi-Chi's uncle once said. What is a star chart? It's a battle formation. It's about condensing scattered energy into a single rope, a technique that helps you unleash your power more forcefully. Back then, he had asked, can monsters use star charts? His uncle had replied in surprise. Monsters? His uncle had explained, theoretically, monsters from level 4 and up who can use elements should be able to use them too. It's just that no one knows what that would actually be like. But it doesn't matter if it's a monster gene or a transcendent gene. What determines a star chart's power is the total gene count. A star chart with a transcendent or monster gene count over 90% might see an improvement. Back in the present, he thought, the monster gene that the great demon god gave me is only 10%. Looking at the power erupting from the kid, he couldn't help but wonder, Xiao Qing, just how much monster gene percentage do you have? Meanwhile, he was silently calculating, my transcendent gene has finally managed to force the monster gene into the shape of a star chart. But before, a transcendent sword was made of metal. Now, the monster's sword is basically a bomb waiting to explode. As soon as he finished his thought, he struck with all his might. And just like that, the Starfire sword erupted, charging straight for the black hole. His power was like a raging storm, relentlessly boring deeper, but it seemed like it still couldn't break through. Seeing this, Shi-Chi couldn't help but say with a smug sneer, you're biting off more than you can chew. He hadn't even finished speaking when suddenly a blast of power swept past, shutting him up instantly. As he was sent flying, watching everything explode, Shi-Chi was horrified. What is this? What's going on? He looked in terror at his mutating arm, the aftershock from the collision of the two powers. Over here, Quan Shangguan Kui was also channeling her inner energy, wielding her weapon to unleash the Serpent Dragon Star chart. A blue aura radiated from her as she followed up with a water dragon's tongue attack, giving the monster no chance to recover. Faced with her overwhelming pressure, the monster roared non-stop, baring its sharp fangs at Quan Shangguan Kui. But right in the middle of the intense fight, rocks and dirt suddenly came crashing down. Quan Shangguan Kui's face darkened as she said to herself, I made sure to control my power so I wouldn't destroy the building. This definitely wasn't my fault, right? Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from below. Who the hell is fighting so recklessly up there? Damn it, are you guys trying to bury us alive or what? Meanwhile, up top, Lin Si's still busy evacuating people. Move it, get out of here! Back with our boy, Shi-Chi is totally freaking out inside. How the hell is Xingcun this strong? Just the shockwave from their clash caused insane destruction. Good thing the flame demon god's tentacles were propping up all the rubble. Seeing how much rock those tentacles were holding back, he knew that without them, the whole underground hospital would have caved in by now. Watching that fiery orb shrink, he starts to panic a little. My hellfire, is it losing? But then it expands again, and Shi-Chi is ecstatic. What the hell was I thinking? Like hellfire could ever be put out. It was just compressed, that's all. Getting all cocky, Shi-Chi yells, what was that nonsense about monsters fearing the transcendent? Such a damn poser. You think you can defy destiny just by spouting some made-up crap? I gave you a way out, you idiot, but you insisted on running straight to your death. Now you can go cry about it in hell, but Xingcun just calmly says, Myriad Sword Star Chart. Shi-Chi is clueless for a sec, and just stares blankly. The what? He continues. For a transcendent, the more monster genes you have, the more swords you can manifest. So, take a guess. How many more swords do you think I can create? But it looks like this dude still doesn't buy it, just scoffing with contempt. More of your damn lies. Even if you are using monster genes, there's no way you can manifest more. But seeing how smug the guy is, Xingcun just smirks. Then he yells, Firestar! And just like that, hundreds of light beams, each a sword tip, viciously fly straight at that fiery hole. Seeing this spectacle, Shi-Chi can't help but wonder, just how many damn monster genes does this Xingcun guy have? He starts sweating, trying to figure it out. Wait, did the flame demon god only give me 10% monster genes because I already have 90% transcendent genes, maxing out my 100% human gene capacity? If his transcendent genes are only 1%, does that mean? No way. If that's true, then he's a real monster. Shi-Chi's face instantly pales at the thought. Meanwhile, on the surface, a massive tremor from the fight below shakes everything. Everyone's shaken up and worried. Was that an earthquake? Something bad must be happening down there. The vice director gets anxious. Supervisor, you have to send more people to help. But that jackass just yells back. Vice director! I'm the one in charge of this rescue mission. I have plenty of rescue experience. This is just a simple mission. Nothing's gonna go wrong. That was just a normal aftershock. Sending more people would be a waste of the nation's resources. Turns out, this asshole has his own agenda. I have to do whatever I can to buy young Master Pan more time. He just keeps yelling in the vice director's face, I need you to calm down and stay out of this. But then the shaking gets even worse, and everyone starts freaking out. Holy crap, is this a huge earthquake? That jerk yells again. Just then, the crowd spots a figure emerging from the dust and someone screams. Look, someone's coming out. Hey, supervisor, you still think you can stay calm now? All you eliminators, hurry up, help get that person out of there. Shi-Chi crawls out looking like a walking corpse. 99% monster genes, so that was his God-given talent all along. How pathetic. That's why I lost, to some random nobody with no power or status. He remembers how cocky he was just a moment ago. So what? I still have the Lord Demon God's hellfire, but the second he said it, that portal of his just shattered into pieces. He just stared blankly at our boy. You're one lucky bastard, you know that? Your pathetic life finally gets a lucky break. Then he just starts laughing like a psycho. But for us, the Pan family, Lady Luck has been on my side since the day I was born. And now I've got the Lord Demon God backing me up. You think you can actually beat me? Bring it on! But right after he says that, he looks around all confused. Huh? Where'd he go? The Flame Demon God was already standing right behind Shi-Chi. Our boy was already booking it, thinking to himself, what an idiot. Who the hell would fight you head on? If I don't bounce now, when will I? Escaping that hellfire took half my life force. And now you expect me to take on the damn Flame Demon God? I'm not a complete moron. My only goal here is to get the people with monster genes out of this mess. After wasting all that breath, he finally made an opening to escape, eventually reaching a huge cavern. The moment he steps in, Tutu jumps. Xingcun, you're back. Xingcun can't help but praise her. Good girl. Tutu. He reaches out and caresses her cheek, which leaves her totally stunned. She's thinking, he's praising me and touching my face. Is he rewarding me? But what he's actually doing is feeling for the vein on her neck to transfer his monster genes. The monster genes invade her system directly. Bloodline power, activate. Xingcun immediately asks her, what's the max number of people you can fly up with? Tutu is shocked. Wait a sec. I don't know how, but my hand. I think it's healed. Right now, I can feel the transcendent genes in my body surging. My heart's racing. I feel like I can carry all of us up, he says urgently. That's perfect. We need to leave. Now. Hop on. Tutu makes a confused noise, and Xingcun is like, what's up? What's wrong? Tutu thinks to herself, my hand is actually all better. I don't need a piggyback ride anymore. But she keeps her mouth shut. Nothing. Let's go. Back with the flame demon god, he gives an order. The traitor's power is spent. It's time to end this little game. Instantly, the collars on the Yang Yang sisters' necks start to glow. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng nervously stammers to his sister, Xiao Tao. Is the skin of a level 4 monster like really hard? She just freezes. Bro, did you even bother to listen during class? 20 years ago, back when that level 5 monster was still level 4, it invaded Nabat City, the most populated city in Tianzhu back then. The footage clearly shows how desperate the military was. It was one single level 4 monster against 3 whole divisions. 300 rocket cannons fired all at once, but it just shrugged it off like nothing, charged into Nabat, and started eating people without a second thought. By the time the military decided to just nuke the whole city with missiles, that thing had already evolved into a level 5 monster. It wasn't even scared of the missiles anymore. Qi Sheng just listens, completely dumbfounded. Damn, she's terrifyingly strong. He couldn't help but marvel as he looked at the monster. Shangguan Kui is even more badass than a freaking rocket launcher. Xiao Tao was ecstatic. She was so lucky to witness senior sister Shangguan fight. It made her feel totally safe. People even whisper that guys take one look at her and run for the hills. Zhu Cheng was baffled. I mean, she's gorgeous, strong, and a total badass at everything. Xiao Tao couldn't take it and snapped. Are you stupid or something? It's because she's too perfect, duh. There's no man alive who's good enough for senior sister Shangguan, so you can only blame all the guys in this world for being so damn useless. Meanwhile, Shangguan Kui eyed the monster. Feeling it yet? I'm your biggest threat here. Stay the hell away from my junior sister, or I'll snap your neck and twist your head right off. At that, the monster's eyes suddenly flared a fiery red as it glared ferociously at Shangguan Kui. A second later, the monster opened its maw and charged right at her. Kui's expression turned vicious, annoyed. She raised her weapon. You bastard, you dare ignore me, still trying to get past me to attack Xiao Yu? Do you think I'm just air? A wicked grin spread across her face. Junior sister Xiao Yu, go find another monster to practice on. Because right now, I'm gonna slice this thing to ribbons. As she spoke, the straw in her hand began to spin violently. A wave of power shot straight at it, like 1,000 knives at once, and the monster froze on the spot. Its eyes flashed with aggression as the monster scowled, staring ahead. It immediately bared its sharp teeth as a wave of internal energy surged from within. The Xiao siblings couldn't help but squeeze their eyes shut. Zhu Cheng knew just from the sound that this was the monster's pressure. Faced with its power, Kui stood there casually, totally unfazed. Meanwhile, the energy gathering in the monster's mouth grew larger and larger. It was about to unleash a fatal blow. Red veins began to pop all over its body as it readied its attack. It finally spoke, its deep, harsh voice booming, "Flame burst roar!" And yet, Kui showed no fear. On the contrary, she grabbed her weapon and launched herself forward with total arrogance. That pink straw jammed right into the monster's mouth, stopping it from spewing out its power. Kui smirked and asked, "Trying to breathe fire? I've already seen this move in a video. Not a chance." Her small figure stood defiantly before the ferocious beast. "I've plugged your mouth. Now go on, blow." Watching her fearlessly own the monster like that, Zhu Cheng was stunned. Guess there was a reason for those rumors after all. She looked down at the dying monster, bored. Still not blown to bits? And these tentacles again. Guess I should give it a little more juice. Let me just chop them all up. But suddenly, the sheer number of them caught her off guard. This is an insane amount. It was like they had regenerated, glaring at her aggressively. Kui was a little startled. What a pain in the ass. Suddenly, from behind her, a chubby pufferfish shot upwards. Kui couldn't help but be surprised. A fish? What the hell? Like a rocket, it shot straight through the massive monster. Satellite number 1. Done. Just like that, the fish flew past. Turns out this was Xiao Yu's doing. She said, "The attack power of the lightning element really is terrifyingly strong. Hurry and finish it off before this monster can recover." Kui glanced over. "But your move looks kinda childish, you know." Xiao Yu's face darkened as she warned, No, senior sister Shangguan, we have to be extremely careful. Kui was surprised. Who? Xiao Yu continued. I can feel it. All the lightning elements underground have been completely devoured. There's a monster here. An extremely terrifying one. At that moment, Dun Dun screamed, Xiao Yu, watch out! Seeing the ground crack open, Kui couldn't help but groan. Why does bad shit always happen all at once? Cut to Xingcun. As he carried Tutu on his back, he thought, it's like how a car needs gas, using monster genes to stimulate her transcendent genes, keeping them in a constant state of agitation. At that moment, she couldn't help but blush, thinking, Xingcun's hand is in such a sensitive spot. I can't control my heart. It's pounding like crazy. Go! Everyone was forcibly yanked into the air by Tutu, sending the whole group into a panic. Xingcun calculated in his head. This building is collapsing non-stop, but the direction of the collapse seems to be guiding us back the way we came. At this point, he immediately said, Tutu, forget the collapse. Just keep moving forward. I'll clear the way. She quickly gave a hum of agreement. Just then, Yang Yang, who was behind them, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He clenched his teeth but couldn't stop a cry from escaping. Tutu whipped around, worried. Yang Yang, what's wrong? Then she looked over at Xiaoni, who was in the same state. Tutu got nervous. You guys, are the safety collars about to lose control? It's okay, we're almost out. We're all safe, just calm down, don't worry. At that moment, Xingcun's other eye suddenly lit up, as if he'd sensed something. Xingcun quickly spoke up. There's something wrong with the safety collars on your necks. These collars are filled with the flame demon god's monster genes. Xiaoni's face twisted in pain. Seeing her expression, he felt a wave of despair. This game, was I doomed to lose from the very beginning? Just then, strange tentacles began to sprout from Xiaoni and Yang Yang's necks. She screamed in agony. Xingcun panicked internally. No, these are the people carrying my monster genes. He immediately tried to reassure them. I can save them, trust me. Then he quickly said, Tutu, get out of here now. And she, on his back, also sensed the danger and frantically replied, Right, right. Tutu then yelled, channeling her power, Wind Umbrella. But just then, his group was suddenly trapped by a massive wave of power. Xingcun said, Of course we couldn't escape. What is happening? Tutu was shocked. You? What the hell are her genes? Why is her head a blue flame? Xingcun replied, She's a monster that no one in this world can defeat. Hearing this, Tutu was horrified. She's a monster? I've never seen a monster that looks like this. Except for her head, the rest of her body is obviously identical to a human's. Every single gene in my body, from head to toe, is trembling uncontrollably. It was like the primal fear of a mouse seeing a cat. Couldn't fight back, couldn't run, couldn't even breathe. It's so hard to breathe. Xingcun spoke up, Chill out. If you keep shaking, you're gonna make us fall for real. That's when Tutu snapped out of it and screamed. He continued, All right, I'm okay now. So, we've got to take her down, right? She looked behind her. My little brother and the others were still there. Just then, the flame demon god glared daggers at them, his voice dripping with malice. The game is over. I'm finally about to get a body that can handle my power. Over here, Thutho screamed in panic. Yang Yang, he continued, gloating. This whole disguised as a human method is seriously genius. This way, I can secretly devour all the superhumans to recharge my power. Seeing his attitude, Thutho couldn't help but wonder, who is Lam Diem talking to? Right after that, Xingcun immediately yanked them toward him. He challenged, Sorry, but you're not getting a chance to eat these two. Xingcun's move seemed to catch him off guard. For a moment, the flame demon didn't react. Xingcun stared at him and continued, Flame demon god, you've been buried underground for a long time, haven't you? The monster gene has been around for years now. You really think humanity hasn't made any progress in all that time? He remembered the director, someone who, despite hardships and failures, had relentlessly pursued his research. His main goal was to save those who carried the monster gene. In 25 years of research, they developed a vaccine. This vaccine could stop the monster gene from eating away at the human brain. In 20 years of research, they developed a vaccine. Sure, it only works for less than a second and is completely worthless for humans who've already turned into monsters. But that's more than enough. Even if your monster gene invades and corrupts their brains first, the vaccine's interference will make sure they stay on my side and fight with me. Hearing this, the flame demon god couldn't help but sneer, looking at him and letting out a cold snort. Then, suddenly, the flame demon god's right leg began to glow weirdly. Thutho stared at the scene before her. After a pause, Thutho took a closer look. Then she gasped and yelled out, He's transforming! Flames raged across the sky. The flame demon god's voice boomed once more, heaven-devouring flame purgatory. Blazing maw. As soon as he finished speaking, a set of sharp teeth like a shark's jaw materialized from the flames and snapped open towards Tunye. Once again, they were getting sucked in. Thutho was terrified for her brother, screaming at him, "Yang, Yang!" Xingcun quickly said to her, "Thutho, back me up. Try not to let me get distracted." Thutho was dead serious. Right after that, Xingcun began to channel his inner energy, which made the flame demon god look surprised. "What are they?" His eyes were now blazing, like an erupting volcano. "Mine." Meanwhile, Tuang was gritting her teeth, her body slowly slipping out of her control as if something was gnawing away at it, her consciousness fading. Is this what it feels like to mutate into a monster? So I couldn't escape this day after all? All the prejudiced voices from her past suddenly screamed in her head. She remembered her grandpa's words. "My little one, you're so strong you'll definitely wait for me, right? No matter what, you can't give up. I will definitely save you." At the time, she had just given a half-hearted reply. Yeah, don't worry." He had continued to worry endlessly. "You have to stay positive and cheerful, okay?" Tuning his mind was screaming now. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I can't wait any longer." Just then, a hand viciously grabbed onto that tentacle and ripped it clean off. Xingcun was back in his normal human form. Tuanye stared blankly, wondering to herself, "Is that Lamdium? The person Grandpa said could save me." The set of sharp teeth opened wide again as the flame demon god roared in fury. "Traitor, you're nothing but a pathetic human. What gives you the right to steal what's mine?" His eyes were filled with scorn as he looked back at the demon. "This." He now stood defiantly in front of the other two, shielding them. Xingcun continued to speak into his mind. "Flame demon god, have you forgotten? You couldn't destroy my soul in my last life either." He paused. "Besides, the human soul is a lot more resilient and tougher than you imagine." He called him out directly. "Flame demon god, you're scared too, aren't you? Scared that you'll be exposed in front of all humanity because your true king isn't strong enough to awaken yet. You don't dare, and you can't declare an all-out war on humanity before your king awakens, right? Because what if humans fight back, and the king can't gather enough power to awaken? And what if the king actually wakes up, only for someone to ruin his plans? That's why you need a cover to hide your true identity, pretending to be human so you can eat superhumans." His words hit a nerve. The demon raged. "Traitor, I'll grind you into paste." Just then, Xingcun spoke up. "I can temporarily protect everyone from its claws, but I'm sorry. I can only save one of you two, because I can only transfer my power to one person." Hearing this, Yang, standing behind him, asked in a daze, "One person? Does that mean one of us still has a chance to live? Even though I don't understand how you're doing this. But that's amazing. Let the class president take the power. She's the most suitable." It turned out Xingcun had separated his soul from his body. He was still carrying Thu Tho on his back, and she yelled words of encouragement to her brother. Yang, hang in there. Lam Diem will definitely save you." But over here, the flame demon god had already started to move, its eyes wide as it stared him down. Those tentacles were now aiming straight for Thu Tho. She gasped in surprise. "Tentacles!" She immediately launched an attack at it, her mind made up. I absolutely cannot let it distract Lam Diem, but things didn't go as she expected. Instead of attacking her, the tentacle shot straight toward Lam Dao, who was standing there in a daze. Thu Tho was shocked. "You've got to be kidding me." Instantly, Lam Dao transformed into a grotesque monster with a horn on his head. Thu Tho looked over, startled. How can this be? At that moment, a shred of his consciousness remained. Tears streamed down Lam Dao's face as he screamed, "Don't you dare turn me into a monster." Seeing the sight before her, she was heartbroken, tears spilling from her eyes. "Lam Dao," he immediately yelled out, "Sister Thu Tho, I'm leaving the class president and Yang to you." He then started striking his own tentacles, causing blood to gush out. Thu Tho was in indescribable pain, but she could only watch helplessly. No. Of course, the flame demon god was not pleased. She was furious. "I wasted my power on him, that ungrateful insect." Meanwhile, the Te was eager to prove his worth. He glanced at Tutu and said, "My lord, I'll go kill her." The moment he finished speaking, he quickly raised his hand as a powerful inner energy flared up. Crimson Flame Hand. His hand was engulfed in red fire. Tutu couldn't help but scream in rage. "The Te, so you were the one hiding in the shadows all along. Why the hell would you sell your soul to a monster?" He sneered contemptuously. "Why play dumb? You should have figured it out ages ago. That thing you've been carrying this whole time is a monster too." Tutu blocked his attack with a seal and retorted, "No, he's human, but you're the piece of scum who helped this monster cause this disaster, sacrificing your own people to them. You're the real monster here." Hearing her curse him out, he was obviously so angry he gritted his teeth. The Te, refusing to back down, shot back. "Guess that head of yours is just for decoration if you can't think for yourself. Trash like you just holds back human progress. Let's see how you cut through my flames this time. Transcendent Crimson Flame Hand. Over in the other place, Xiao Ni puffed her cheeks and yelled. Says who? But weirdly, when she hit him, Yang Yang's head went all soft like a noodle. Xingcun started to explain. Right now, we're in a place like a mindscape. Your mental strengths are pretty much equal, so all you can do is provoke each other. Xingcun snapped his fingers and asked at the same time, do you two want to make a deal with me? Yang Yang yelled nervously, wait a sec. Right after that, he passed out. Xingcun found it annoying, thinking, guess I'll just put this idiot to sleep first. Xiaoni watched, totally impressed. You just snapped your fingers and Yang Yang couldn't take it. You're so OP? Xingcun kept a straight face but made a teasing remark to lighten the mood. Sounds like something you'd say about the bedroom. Xiaoni grinned brightly. See? We're totally on the same wavelength. This is what they call hitting it off right away. Bro, we were seriously destined to meet. You risked your life to come save us. You're a real one. You said you can only give power to one of us. So what happens to the other one? Is there any way to save him? Xingcun answered honestly. I can help him keep his consciousness after he turns into a monster. Though without any power Druru, he'll just be a low-tier monster. Xiao Ni asked again, someone who's turned into a monster. They can never turn back into a human, right? Xingcun continued. Maybe someday I'll find a way to change him back. She continued to ask, can we even beat the flame demon god? He was just as honest. If we fight her now, there's no way we'll win. But we can risk everything and make a run for it. If we're really pushed into a corner, I still have one more ace up my sleeve. She asked yet another question. What happens if the flame demon god finds someone else with monster genes who can handle her power? Xingcun replied. Then no one will be able to stop her. Our only option is to find a way to power up, and fast. Xiao Ni then said, so what if she doesn't find anyone? Xingcun answered patiently. Then I guess she'll get a taste of what it's like to be destroyed by humans. Finally, it dawned on Xiao Ni. Oh, hey, I still don't even know your name. He casually replied. My name's Xingcun, she continued. Thanks, Xingcun. You must have worked your ass off to get as strong as you are now, right? He didn't act proud about it. It's all right, I guess I'm just naturally gifted. Xiao Ni pointed at him and rambled on. Xingcun, if the flame demon god really decides to go to war with humanity, maybe superhumans will have a chance to survive, but regular people will definitely die. Xingcun started to lose his patience. Here we go again. Cue the righteous hero speech. Xiao Ni said cheerfully, even if he's still self-aware, having to live the rest of his life as a monster, that's just too cruel. So, do you want to hear my proposal? You've been through too much. You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders alone. Give half of that pressure to me, he thought to himself. Right. Of course she'd make this choice. Because in her past life, she was a little sun. Even if the world turned its back on her, she'd still be willing to light the way for everyone. Back on the battlefield, Tutu was already being squeezed and was struggling badly. The Tay spoke. You damn Tutu, both of your eyes are bleeding. But Tutu was determined. I absolutely cannot let Lam Diem be disturbed. Right after that, of course, her power was no match for that guy. A massive explosion went off, and Tutu couldn't help but start crying. The Tay smugly transformed those tentacles into a sharp drill. He looked at her with contempt. Well then, game over. At that moment, Tutu was helpless, sweating, bleeding from all her orifices, and staring at him in absolute terror. Suddenly, a familiar hand violently grabbed onto the tentacles. The Tay looked over at Yang Yang, completely shocked. What the hell is this insane power? You again? His legs quickly mutated into a different form, and Yang Yang launched himself forward with a direct kick. Just like that, the T was sent flying like a soccer ball as Yang Yang yelled, Don't you dare bully my sister! The moment she saw her brother was safe, she couldn't help but cry out happily. Yang Yang! With tears streaming down his face, he looked to the other side and yelled, Damn you, Lam Diem! And you idiot class president, Xiao Ni! He roared in absolute despair. Hearing her brother say that, Tutu's eyes froze. Don't tell me Xiao Ni? Immediately, the flame demon god shot tentacles from her head straight towards Xiao Ni. She couldn't help but gloat. Looks like I'm still the winner in this little game. Yang Yang's rage turned into recklessness. He couldn't stop himself from getting ready to launch, screaming, Monster! His legs began to gather energy for the push-off, glowing with a constant blue fire. And just like that, he shot off like a rocket, heading straight for Xiao Ni. Tears streamed down his face, but it looked like he was too late. That body was already an empty shell, with only a piece of tattered clothing left behind. A powerful hand grabbed his face tightly. In a way, you're a knight too. It's just that the king you serve is too weak, and you are pathetically weak yourself. She had now completely taken over Xiao Ni's body. The flame demon god looked down on Yang Yang and mocked him. Being a knight just like you. It's absolutely humiliating. Just destroy it. He stared blankly as his classmate was restrained, completely helpless. But for some reason, that bitch still hadn't made her move. Then, as if he were a rag doll, she casually tossed him aside. Yang Yang was sent flying out of sight. She switched targets, pointing a finger. I now have a body with infinite energy. Traitor, your time is up. Hell's binding shackles. Worried about her brother, Thutho immediately screamed, Yang Yang! Xiao Tin reassured her. Chill out. An attack like that won't kill him, she grumbled, cursing under her breath. That idiot just got my power and immediately rushed in to take a beating. So what now? Xiao Tin replied calmly. We wait. Thutho asked again in surprise. Wait? He remembered his earlier conversation with Xiao Ni. Her plan sounds like it has a decent shot at working, but one slip-up and you're dead meat. She quickly replied, Quit wasting time. That will only get more people killed. I have the strongest monster gene. It would be perfect if I can use it on the battlefield. If I fail, then I'll need you to get everyone out of here. The Hellfire attack was unleashed. The monster couldn't help but gloat, letting out a huge, joyful laugh over her new body. The Flame Demon God immediately saw through it. Let me guess. The original owner's consciousness is still in there. What are you scheming? Hearing this, Xiao Tin was a bit startled. He probably didn't think she'd figure that out. From her fingertip, another black circle appeared. What a childish game. A person's consciousness is stored in the brain. Then, she opened her mouth wide and casually swallowed the thing whole like it was a tasty snack. The Flame Demon God thought, if the brain explodes, the consciousness goes with it. At that moment, cracks began to appear all over Xiao Ni's body. Instantly, Xiao Ni's head exploded. He never thought she'd be that insane and screamed in utter shock, no! Right after, Xiao Tin quickly shot out a blast of power, myriad sword monster, astral chart, starfire. A powerful blast shot straight toward her. Thutho was stunned. Gruesome tentacles immediately sprouted from the body in a bizarre display. It seemed he wanted to destroy the body directly to preserve what was left of Xiao Ni's dignity. Xiao Tin explained to Thutho, that body. It doesn't belong to Gong Xiao Ni anymore. Two mutated arms quickly grew from her back. She gloated. A weak brain and a fragile human consciousness are unworthy of this vessel. My genes will create a new head. Let's see what other tricks you pea-brained humans can come up with. She then instantly appeared right in front of him. Traitor, with the energy you have left, I doubt you can even run. Xiao Tin was shocked. So fast. Even if Gong Xiaoni's body was strong, it still had its limits for the Flame Demon God. She couldn't reach the peak state she had during the apocalypse in his past life, but this speed, he couldn't even track her movements. But he quickly composed himself. Xiao Tin used his astral sword to parry her attack. Right after, she said, No monster dreams of becoming the new king. Give me back my crown and all the monster genes you're carrying. Looking at his hand, Xiao Tin thought to himself, she can wield such terrifying power. She's got to be a level 6 monster. Seriously, she's unbeatable in this world. This isn't going to be easy. I'll have to give up some of my power. With that, he quickly yelled, Thutho, get back. He decisively let go of the arm she had grabbed. Thutho looked on, worried. Your arm, Xiao Tin reassured her. It's fine. As long as my heart is intact, my limbs can grow back. The Flame Demon God then devoured his severed arm. She laughed smugly. A little bit of flesh and blood power like that isn't even an appetizer for me. Xiao Tin said to Thutho, We have to find a way out of here. She worried. Can we even escape? At that moment, a massive explosion erupted before the monster, separating the two sides. The Flame Demon God said slyly, Supernatural snacks. You killed my monster general, so now you'll pay with your bodies. Thutho was shocked to see who it was on the other side, Shengguan Kui and that super rookie Xiao Yu. He immediately flinched and pushed Thutho away. She was confused. Huh? Xingcun, don't you need me to help you fly anymore? Xiao Tin quickly collected himself. Don't worry, you don't have to help me. I can use my flame jet skill to hover for a bit. You take Yang Yang and go to Shengguan Kui. Thutho immediately complied. Got it. But Xiao Yu had seen that dazzling display, and her face darkened as she glared at him with cold eyes. She furiously charged right at him. Thutho saw it and immediately knew. Xingcun, is that super rookie Xiao Yu trying to kill you or something? As strong as he was, facing Xiao Yu still made him scream internally. She's terrifying. Hearing her question, he coughed and said, She's just bringing me some energy, you idiot. Now go save your brother. Thutho replied. All right then. I'll remove the wind seal on you too. You better be careful. Xiao Tin quickly answered. Okay. But his next move completely surprised the Flame Demon God. Xiao Tin looked at the monster before him and yelled, You ate my arm, so I guess I'll have to eat this thing of yours. Then, the formation from Quan Kui's dragon astral chart shot over. The monster couldn't help but scream in shock. What? Quan Kui attacked with his water-sealing seeth while demanding, Xingcun, how did Gong Xiaoni turn into this? When this is over, you better give me a clear explanation. He replied nonchalantly, you got it. At the same time, Xiao Tin took the opportunity to swallow those tentacles. Xiao Tin glared at her, risking it all to absorb the energy inside it. Inside the monster's soul world, Xiao Tin saw a student. You're Chen Fei Xia, the flame demon god's monster general, so it was you. Seeing that Xiao Tin knew his name, Chen Fei asked curiously, you know me? Xiao Ting said flatly, you're Gong Xiaoni's classmate, he thought to himself, and my classmate from my past life too. Sorry for turning you into a monster ahead of schedule in this life. Chen Fei was surprised. Wait, haven't I already turned into a monster? Then how come I'm still conscious? Oh, right. What is it? Zixing just smiled calmly and was like, 'cause I need you. Hearing this, Chen Fei was totally shocked. Zixing said earnestly, if you don't want to, maybe, I can find a way to get your human body back later. Chen Fei was stunned. Get my human body back? He stared blankly at Zixing. You mean, I can keep on living? But as a monster? Then he just straight up refused. Thanks, but no thanks. Being self-aware but stuck as a monster, just thinking about it is terrifying. It's even worse than before. People will despise me, hate me even more. He sounded really bummed out as he went on. I can't hang out in crowded places. My hands are way too big, so I can't even play video games. Ever since my mom died, my dad doesn't even want to see me anymore. Ever since they found out I'm 84% monster genes, all my relatives and friends have probably seen me as a total freak and have wanted me dead for a long time. Before, I only got through it because the class president and everyone else were there for me. But now that I'm a monster, I can't even go to school with them anymore. I can't handle that. He paused for a sec, then added, right now, I can feel it. The class president is in danger. Then, Chen Fei held out his hand and hesitantly told Xingcun, so, just eat me. Chen Fei's body started to fade away, and he couldn't hold back his tears. Please, save my class president and kill every last one of these damn monsters in the world. Xingcun bumped his fist against Chen Fei's hand, like they were sealing a pact. Xingcun then said, you got it. Then he quickly snapped back to reality. A massive surge of power blasted straight towards the flame demon god. Looks like eating Chen Fei gave him a serious power-up. She taunted him. Is that all you got? You're gonna attack me, the flame demon god, with this pathetic little flame? The flame demon god asked scornfully, with a stupid attack like this, are you trying to just hand over your power to me or something? But suddenly, the arm on her back started acting weird, which totally startled the flame demon god. At the same time, another arm sprouted out, but this one was a freaky red color. The flame demon god couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is this? Xiao Yan was dead serious. I'm about to be the one who gets in the flame demon god's way. But of course, he quickly tried to stop her. Chill out, the failure rate is way too high, and besides, your grandpa will literally kill me. What am I supposed to tell him? I promised him I'd bring you home. Xiao Yan shot back. Can I even go home? Even if I do, I'll just turn into a monster, right? Grandpa will definitely understand. He won't blame you. This is something only I can do. She pointed at Lin Tao, who was passed out on the floor, and asked, you really think we can rely on this idiot? And there's still Lin Tao. Even though he's a monster now, you said there's still a chance to turn him back into a human. She smiled brightly at that. I'm the class president. I'd never abandon him. Xingcun, promise me. You'll get stronger. Fast. Do everything you can to save this world. And bring me home, okay? Finally, he agreed. Yeah, I'll do everything I can. Xingcun instructed her. Listen up. I can't give you my power, but I can help you resist the flame demon god's control. Your body's about to be taken over by her, but your consciousness won't be corrupted. You have to figure out a way to hide your consciousness deep inside the monster's gene sequence. Don't let that bitch kill you. Also, you have to find a way to accept the power I'm transferring to you. Only by surviving can you become the flame demon god's worst nightmare. She'd quickly agreed to his plan back then, which is why that arm just sprouted out now. That arm viciously slammed a fist right into the flame demon god's face. She just smirked and said, such a pain. Right after, another one of her arms grabbed the wrist of the hand, punching her. Then she ripped the arm clean off, blood spraying everywhere. The flame demon god said in disgust, get the hell out of this body. Immediately, she spun towards where Xingcun was and screamed, traitor! But surprise, surprise, no one was there. She looked around, but she was all alone. Of course, he knew he was outmatched, so he'd already booked it. She couldn't believe it and muttered to herself, he ran away? Meanwhile, outside, an argument was breaking out. We were sent by headquarters to investigate the unusual earthquake at the hospital. The rescue team leader suggested reporting the current situation. The general commander spoke up. Most of the survivors in the hospital have been evacuated, but Shangguan Kui, Captain Zhao of the Spark team, and 2 others are still trapped underground. Everyone was pissed. So what the hell are you guys still doing here? Why haven't you sent a rescue team? The guy stammered. But this situation? Just then, some figures emerged from the ruins. A police officer shouted, Shangguan Kui and Captain Zhao of the Spark team, they're all out safely. The guy was shocked, thinking to himself, no way, how? The general commander immediately went up to her and asked, Shangguan Kui, what's the situation in there? Just take your time and tell us. She grabbed him by the collar and yelled, get me headquarters on the line, now. I have something urgent to report. Startled, the guy immediately complied. Yes, ma'am. Zixing looked at the girl in front of him. Xiao Tao, take Zhao Sheng to the hospital director to collect the mission reward. Try to be polite. This caught her off guard. Huh? Me? Zixing added. Well, I can't exactly trust your idiot brother with it, can I? Xiao Tao didn't argue. Okay. Then, he said flatly, Dukutu, take Du Yangyang back to the academy first. I'll have the director treat him secretly. Got it? Let's go find the director and have a chat. Next thing you know, he was in the director's office explaining everything. After rambling for a bit, he finally laid out the whole situation for Jing Che. So that's what happened. Even though he was heartbroken, the old man tried to stay calm, his wrinkled face lost in thought. Seeing him like that, he felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. I couldn't bring Gong Xiaoyan back with me. Hearing this, Jing Che clenched his fists, like he was trying to hold back the crushing grief inside. But then he immediately relaxed his hands and let out a long sigh, as if accepting this outcome. Jing Che finally spoke up. I know my granddaughter better than anyone. The more dangerous things get, the more likely she is to give her chance of survival to someone else. She's just like her parents. My son and daughter-in-law were also killed by monsters just trying to save someone else. How could that silly kid possibly be any different? So I don't blame you kids. From now on, if you need my help, just say the word. I'll do everything I can. I just hope you can bring that good-hearted kid back home. Hearing this, Xingcun's and Xiao Yu's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly answered, yes, we definitely will. Seeing him like that, the dean was startled. Whoa, hang on a sec. Don't get too crazy with your requests, all right? You gotta consider what an old man like me can handle. Xingcun, you greedy bastard. Dean will try to keep it in check. The dean continued gravely. But even if you kids are a lot like me, you're nowhere near the Fan family's level. The Fan family grew way too fast. Their businesses are massive, and they're one of the top suppliers of life essence fluid in all of Wuxia. Xiao Yu chimed in, Dean, can't you use your connections to get help from someone higher up? All we need is for the Eliminator headquarters to make a move. The dean explained, a while back, we caught a monster that looked like an ancient triceratops, and we hoped the Eliminators across the country would launch a large-scale search for its origin point. But the case went nowhere, as if a lot of people were secretly blocking the investigation. There are too many vested interests at play here. It's not as simple as it seems on the surface, Xingcun thought. The apocalypse in his past life wasn't just caused by monsters. Some humans had a hand in it too. Jing Che tapped his fingers on the table, frustrated. We absolutely cannot pressure the Huo Yan family because we don't want to alert the mysterious force behind them. That's why we can only secretly and carefully contact trustworthy people, slowly building a comprehensive plan. As he said this, he clenched his fist. For now, let's not even think about getting outside help. He asked him seriously, Xingcun, based on your knowledge of the monsters, what will they do? Do you have a plan? Xingcun's eyes darted to the side. If the flame demon god can't completely drain Gong Xiaoni right now, then maybe it can after it absorbs more energy. Realizing he'd let that slip, he quickly coughed a few times. Actually, the goal for the entire monster race is the same. Having been reborn, Xingcun knew what it was. It was to supply energy to their king. They eat normal people, they eat superhumans, and the more superhuman genes a person has, the more energy they possess. Coming up is the National Supernova Tournament. To the Flame Demon God, this tournament is nothing less than a grand feast. As he said this, he was already calculating in his head. In his past life, the disaster of Xingcun had already occurred. All the young geniuses died during that supernova tournament. The news reported it as a monster rampage, but the specific details were unclear. Jing Che couldn't help but wonder, what about you then? Do you need to grow at an accelerated rate? How do you plan to do that? Xingcun continued, for now, don't worry about me. When it comes to growth, a superhuman's development is always linked to elemental stimulation. For example, Shangguan Kui. If you tossed her into the deep sea, her growth rate would definitely be incredibly fast. When she was a 3-star superhuman, she actually did that. She almost became food for the sea monsters too. Right now, even the river water in Qingchu City can no longer stimulate Shangguan Kui. But I'm not talking about her. Haven't you realized? We have the superhuman with the easiest growth potential right here beside us. Xiao Yu, Miss Yuran, me? She asked. He continued to explain. That's right. At this, a cunning look appeared on Xingcun's face. Furthermore, Dean. Jingche slapped his thigh. Wipe that greedy look off your face. He continued speaking, ignoring the Dean's stunned expression. The National Supernova Tournament is held in Xincheng. The entire country participates, and the biggest thing there is the nuclear power plant. At this thought, he couldn't help but tremble all over as sweat quickly beaded on his skin. Wait. Stop right there. The cunning look was still clear on his face. Dean Jing, don't you want to witness the country's first ever 5-star superhuman with your own eyes? A thunder god, trained by your very own hands? At this point, Jing Che spoke up. What you're asking for, this old man absolutely cannot do. Jing Che then instructed his secretary, Xiao Su, give a copy of the original purple crystal star chart to Xingcun. She was bewildered. The original purple crystal chart? The one that's hypothesized to be an incredibly perfect star chart, constructed from a person's most perfect superhuman gene sequence? The dean lifted his teacup slowly. Yes, that's the one. It's meaningless to anyone else. According to him, this original could help Xiao Yu better understand the purple crystal. Xiao Su asked again. Is that really necessary? Jing Che continued. Whatever he needs, we just have to try our best to support him. She was alarmed, huh? What about the nuclear power plant? He waved his hand. Go and prepare it for him. The application will take quite a while. Xiao Su didn't say anything more. Yes, Dean Jing. Immediately after, Xiao Su went out and closed the door. Jing Che immediately took out his phone to make a call. But the moment the person on the other end saw his number, they hung up immediately, not even showing him a shred of respect. Jing Che didn't give up. Old Chen, it's me, Jing. Before he could say anything else, the other person hastily hung up. One after another, whoever he called would immediately hang up and refuse to help. It seemed like everyone was afraid of getting involved with the Fan family. Finally, one person answered the phone, but he immediately started yelling, Jing Che, from the moment you stole Xiumin from me, you and I became mortal enemies. Do you have no shame calling me now? What the hell do you want? That year, my poor Xiumin chose you, only to be overworked to an early grave. And now you still dare to call me repeatedly? What are you scheming now? After that, Jing Che tossed aside his shame and said, It's like this. My student needs a massive amount of electrical power. It just so happens you manage the nuclear power plant in Xin City. I want this kid to participate in the supernova tournament in your city. Help me charge her up. When necessary, temporarily cut the power to the residential areas. This concerns all of humanity. The voice on the other end continued to shout with an ear-splitting yell. You psycho! Then they abruptly hung up. Jing Che continued to call. He remained incredibly patient in order to help Xingcun, hoping the boy could bring his granddaughter back, but there wasn't a single shred of hope. Yet another person answered, There's no way we're cutting off the residents' power. I'll report to the Eliminator headquarters that your Southern Region Superhuman Academy wants to cooperate. 1 billion. No haggling. Jing Che was in a difficult position. My academy doesn't have that much money. The person on the other end was merciless. Goodbye. He hurriedly spoke again. Oh, please don't. All right, let's just decide on that. I'll figure out a way to solve the other matters later. Right after that, the other person quickly hung up. He held his phone, rubbing his aching temples as he spoke to himself with a headache. I don't know how many more phone calls I'll have to make to resolve this. After that, he dialed another number, muttering, That kid Xingcun really knows how to torture this old man. Jing Che called him and instructed, Xingcun, you kids don't have much time left. I'm begging you. You absolutely must rescue Xiaoni. Over here, a booming voice echoed, followed by the sharp crack of a slap. Fan Shizai, our fan family is at its most critical moment. I'm about to become a 5-star transcendent. If I can secure the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Purifiers, do you have any idea what that means? What we need right now is prime energy, so we're not looked down on by others, but take a look at what the hell you've done. Not only did you fail to win the Supernova title, but you even dared to go behind my back and cause that whole mess at the hospital. I've told you so many times, it doesn't matter what you do. What matters is that you clean your hands of it afterwards. Look at this fine mess you've made. How many more times does the family have to clean up after you? You son of a bitch, are you thinking with your dick? And on top of that, you brought Jing Che's granddaughter here. God damn it, I don't know what kind of black magic you've fallen under. He was beaten by his own father until his mouth was filled with blood, and Fan Shizai, filled with rage, smashed the large doors open. He finally talked back. Everything I do, and everything you do, is for the family's future. Qian Tian gestured at his son, cursing him without restraint. Bullshit. If it was for the family, you should have just listened to me and done your job, obediently using the eternal flower to refine the immortal flame. helping me become the first 5-star transcendent in Huaxia. That is the most important thing for our fan family right now, not running around causing trouble. Fan Han was beaten to a pulp but was still defiant. My great father, without me, you would never have gotten the immortal flame, and of course, you wouldn't be able to become a 5-star transcendent either. Then he slowly stood up, looking at his father with contempt. So forgive me for being blunt, but that makes you nothing but a useless piece of trash. Qian Thian couldn't believe what his son was doing. He glared and asked, "You traitorous son, what did you just say?" His uncle, standing nearby, was terrified. Fan Shizai, apologize to your father, now. He showed no sign of fear. What are we supposed to do with useless people? I seem to recall you showing me an example many years ago. Hearing this, Qian Thian was stunned. He couldn't believe his son had changed so much in such a short time. Remembering the past, a woman being held captive spoke desperately to the little boy in front of her, who was Fan Shizai as a child. "Sweetheart, let's go. Let's leave this place." The boy was confused at the time. "Who are you? Why did you just barge into my room?" "I have to go to the gene research lab for a test now." The poor woman explained in agony, "I'm your mother. The Fan family forced me to have their children. You're the only one who survived." He was shocked at the time. "Mother?" she continued patiently. "Because my transcendent genes are so strong, I was forced to have gifted children with Fan Chen Tian by any means necessary. I can't take it anymore. Now, you're all I have left. Come on, let's leave together. Let's get out of this hell." Just then, a ferocious gaze appeared from behind them. The man said coldly, "You've gone crazy. You've become useless." Fan Chen Tian channeled his inner energy. Useless things must be turned to ash. In the next moment, the woman's body was incinerated, and all that remained before the young Fan Shizai's eyes was her scream. The image of that day has haunted him to this very moment. Fan Shizai could never forget the scene he witnessed all those years ago. Back in the present, Qian Tian spoke again. "You ungrateful brat. If you're going to be so defiant to the bitter end, then I'll just rip the immortal flame right out of your body. We'll just consider all the resources the Fan family wasted raising you all these years as having been fed to the dogs." His uncle quickly tried to mediate. "Brother, calm down. Fan Shizai is just being foolish for a moment," he said coldly. "Foolish? I think you're the foolish one. Is this how you normally teach the heir of our Fan family?" Burn off one of his arms as a warning. Immediately, a massive flame shot forward. Qian Thian ruthlessly used the scarlet flame hand to attack his son while yelling, "You rebellious son, get on your knees for me!" He gave a sly smirk, channeling his energy to block with his mutated hand. "I've done nothing wrong. Why should I kneel?" Qian Tian contemptuously flicked his fingers at him, but tentacles suddenly sprouted from his son's hand, attacking him at the same time. His other hand grabbed his uncle, leaving Qian Tian bewildered. "What is this?" His uncle was shocked. "Fan Shizai, what's wrong with your hand?" He smirked slyly. "You're the one who's clueless. You have no idea what this world is really like. My dear father, you want the immortal flame so badly, don't you? Then take it." At this point, the man's body was completely bound by those tentacles, unable to move at all. His uncle couldn't help but scream in shock. "Fan Shizai, what are you doing?" Qian Thian's face grew cold. "So, you had some kind of lucky encounter that made you this arrogant," he retorted. "But don't you forget I'm the transcendent closest to reaching 5 stars. At the same time, the flame demon instantly appeared before his father. Is this the offering for me?" Qian Thian thought in shock. So fast. Looking at the girl before him, he obviously didn't understand what was happening. A huge question formed in his mind. Jing Che's granddaughter? How could it be? Her hand shot out and dug straight into his heart, making him recoil in shock. Such incredible power. Looking at her hand, he silently deduced, "This isn't the kind of power a human should possess." Then Qian Thian declared, "You're not Jing Che's granddaughter." Fan Shizai introduced her. "She is the eternal flower. You all wanted so desperately for the Fan family's future." He was utterly surprised. "I can't believe it. The eternal flower." His uncle, standing beside them, pleaded urgently. "Fan Shizai, let Qian Thian go. He's your biological father." His face was cold as he looked at his father. "Is that so?" It seemed Fan Shizai was enjoying this moment. He chuckled softly and said, "Someone with genes like mine must taste delicious." Fresh blood sprayed out as his uncle screamed in terror. "No!" Fan Shizai's uncle had a sudden realization. Retracting the immortal flame ahead of schedule to preserve its power, asking the research staff for help. Tonight's events. "You planned all of this from the start, didn't you?" The old man was sweating bullets. He asked him, "The Tay, you're the freaking heir to the Fan family. Do you have any clue what you're doing?" But his face was totally chill, even covered in fresh blood as he answered, "Oh, I've never been more clear-headed." The old guy, completely helpless, asked, "Starting the celestial zenith, Using stimulants to upgrade the family's superhuman genes? I've always been suspicious, Uncle. I know where to look for info on your birth mother's family. The T's face was a total blank slate as he told the old man, Uncle, don't stress. Hearing that, the uncle totally flinched, probably because he couldn't even begin to guess what his nephew was thinking anymore. The arm that Xian had hit was starting to heal. He explained, I have nothing to do with that woman. Don't tell me you seriously thought I was doing all this for her, Uncle. How could I be? My dad had to die. Not just because he'd outlived his usefulness, but because he was going to be a rock in my path. With his old school way of doing things, he was bound to screw up the plans I have for the family. Uncle, you've raised me all these years, just like a real father. He gave the old man a look that was kind of threatening. I'm sure that once you know the whole story, you'll be on my side. The uncle flinched again. What? The T held out his hand and kept talking. Our fan family. We're going to become the masters of a human farm. Just say you're in, and we can continue our research on the limits of the human genome together. The old man was seriously freaked out. The Tay, this is insane. You're going to bring total ruin to the fan family. But even hearing that, he was completely unfazed. You're wrong, Uncle. I'm the fan family's one and only savior. If it weren't for me, our family would have been Monster Chow a long time ago. No matter how powerful a family is, once the great demon god decides to wipe it out. How long do you think that would take, Uncle? In the end, the old man had no choice but to give in to his nephew. The Tay couldn't help but look pleased. That's my dear uncle, all right? He continued. Starting tomorrow, we'll capture 1 3-star superhuman every day and offer them to the great flame demon god to eat. The old man was just, completely stunned. The flame demon god's face was pure greed as it let out a crafty laugh and said, 1 isn't enough. I want 3. He replied, I get it. If we can't find any from the outside, we'll just use people loyal to the fan family for now. We absolutely cannot let the great demon god go hungry. We'll just have to hold out until the supernova contest in Tan City. Then we'll take the great demon god there for a real feast. Scene change to the school's training grounds. In the future, all of you will have to fight monsters. But even a level 1 monster is 5 times stronger than a human. The students were all being forced to hold a horse stance, and for them, it looked so tough that their entire bodies were shaking. That voice continued. At the same time, the stronger your physical spirit, the higher the chance of awakening your superhuman genes. Every single one of you must complete your daily physical training. One of the guys couldn't take it and yelled out, pointing at Xingcun. But sir, how come those two get to just sit over there? They're even chilling and having snacks. Are we just like background characters or something? On what grounds? He was still pissed. Sir, just look at that punk's mouth. The teacher replied, they are this term's supernovas for our academy. They've been assigned a special instructor, so of course their curriculum is different from yours. They're just waiting for their squad's private teacher. The guy didn't look convinced. A private squad teacher? When it comes to training like this, the more the merrier, right? Our training efficiency is higher, so there's no need to be jealous of them. Just then, Quan Koi walked over from a distance with a big, cheerful smile. Hello, Teacher Thuong Quan. Thuong Quan Koi spoke up. You two can just call me senior sister. The students standing there couldn't believe their eyes and yelled out in shock, Thuong Quan Koi. The blonde dude totally lost it again. Damn it. I can let it slide with the girl genius, Xiao Yu, and I can even kinda get why that punk Xingcun is there, leeching off a woman. But on what freaking grounds are those two useless siblings, Triu Thin and Triu Tu Dao, there too? Sir, I want to report Triu Thin and Triu Tu Dao. They didn't come back to the dorms last night. Who knows what kind of shady stuff they were up to? The teacher explained with a sigh. For the past 2 days, their Mars Apocalypse squad has been on a mission. I think Triu Thin and Triu Tu Dao even went to collect their mission rewards. What? They're back. Hearing that, the other students turned to look. Just then, Tu Dao's siblings were walking up, laughing and looking super happy. Right away, Triu Thin looked over at him and shouted, Boss, mission complete. We had the vice principal exchange all the money for life essence liquid. Xingcun couldn't help but smile, pleased. Tu Dao, you did great. The blonde guy saw how much they had and just collapsed, whining bitterly. How the hell are Triu Thin's crew strong enough to pull so many crates at once? No, that's not the point. The point is, all those crates are filled with life essence liquid. Is that the same life essence liquid that we can barely get our hands on a single bottle of? Usually, 1 crate has 50 bottles. And it looked like there were 54 crates in total. So the total amount is. The teacher spoke up. All right, get your heads back in the game. Let's continue training. But the students started murmuring again. Sir, why can't we train on the 5 elements ground? It's easier to awaken our superhuman genes there. The teacher replied. The 5 elements ground is under renovation these days. Meanwhile, over at the 5 elements ground, Thuong Quan was explaining, "Until the supernova contest begins, this place belongs to you guys. Before we start the lesson," she said, looking at him, "Xingcun, tell me the specifics of your situation. Also, you need to pay my tuition fee first. The principal said the academy is broke these days, so you have to pay the fee yourself." Xingcun was speechless. That old geezer again. Thuong Quan Koi glanced at the two siblings, her mind racing, figuring she should be getting at least half a crate of that life essence liquid. So hungry, so hungry. If they keep chugging life essence liquid like that, aren't they gonna die from bloating? Xingcun answered cheerfully, "Nope, just the opposite. If they don't drink it, they'll die of starvation." Quan Koi was taken aback. "Huh?" Seeing her reaction, he added, "Senior sister, I'll give you something else. Something special. Consider it my payment for this mission. And don't worry, if it's you, the side effects won't be nearly as bad as theirs." He held out a small monster sprout in his hand. "As you can see, I can control monster genes. The blue flame I use isn't some superhuman ability. It's monster power. If you're worried, Senior, I get it. I can give you half of the life essence." At this, Kwang Koi relaxed a bit. So that was it. She tried touching the thing in his hand. "So you can control monster genes. How intriguing." But at that same moment, the little monster quickly bit down hard on her hand. Kwang Koi slowly sensed it. "His monster genes are invading my body, making my superhuman genes react. Let's see just what you've done." The monster gene is infiltrating my mysterious superhuman gene sequence, and besides the 91% superhuman genes, it also found the 9% that are normal. Kwang Koi could feel it inside her body, clinging on like a leech. "Holding it back," she said. "I have to use all my willpower to even barely accept the fact that there's a parasite inside my body." Tu Tin explained, "Actually, this is how monsters above Tier 2 devour people. Most of a person's energy comes from their superhuman gene sequence. Invading it directly like this can wipe a person out in the blink of an eye. Of course, my monster genes won't devour people like other monsters do. It just stimulates the superhuman genes, making them evolve faster." A chill ran down Kwang Koi's spine. "I can't believe I accepted such a twisted form of payment." Soon after, the three of them sat down together. Tu Tin explained everything and Kwang Koi immediately understood. "So that's how it is. Kung Tungye's body has been temporarily taken over by the flame-faced demon god. It's definitely going to recover its strength fast. The national supernova competition being held in Tan Thi is bound to become an all-you-can-eat buffet for the flame-faced demon god. We have to figure out how to get stronger before this feast begins. Xiao Yu's plan is Tu Tin and the nuclear power plant." Kwang Koi looked at him and continued, "As for you, Xingcun, I have an idea. It's worth a shot." He was surprised. "What idea?" Kwang Koi proposed her most audacious idea yet. "Eat me." Xiao Yu was startled. "Huh? Senior? Are you crazy? Going this far? Do you have a death wish or something?" She quickly explained, "No, you're both misunderstanding. The higher the grade of the monster gene, the more it stimulates the superhuman genes. That's why Xingcun's genes provide such a powerful stimulus for us superhuman users. And conversely, my superhuman genes could probably give Xingcun's monster genes a huge boost, too. Of course, I'm not going to be literally eaten by Xingcun. But what if it's just a few strands of hair, fingernails, or saliva that carry my superhuman aura?" Xiao Yu grinned slyly. "Well then, no need to trouble yourself, Senior. My genes are way more suitable for Xingcun to eat." He just stood there, looking dumbfounded. "Ah." Then her face darkened as she glared at Xingcun. "You scumbag. After seeing you pull those pathetic, energy-draining stunts at the hospital, I already knew you needed a serious power-up. Here, I'll let you eat something tasty." He couldn't help but flinch. "Piranha, what the hell are you plotting now?" As if wanting to get back at him, Xiao Yu quickly took off her shoe and stuck her foot out. "Come here and bite my toenails." Xingcun's face darkened in disgust. "Get your stinky foot away from me. Drinking fluids like saliva or whatever is already my absolute limit." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression went dark. Who knows what she was thinking, but she immediately asked, "Fluids, you say?" Xiao Yu immediately screamed, "You perverted scumbag. Shut your mouth, or I'll shove this foot towel in it." Xingcun panicked. "You stupid fish, stop," she then said. "Senior, help me hold him down." Kwang Koi immediately channeled her inner energy and struck, forcing Xingcun's mouth wide open. Xiao Yu lunged forward. "Open your mouth!" Xingcun looked at her desperately. "What are you trying to do?" Xingcun broke out in a cold sweat. "Stupid fish, don't take it this far." Suddenly, a metallic smell hit his nose. Xingcun froze, thinking to himself, "This is..." His whole body froze solid. Xingcun quickly realized that what he was drinking was blood. Xiao Yu said nonchalantly, "Drink up. If you dare waste a single drop, I'll get the foot towel. We grew up together. Our fates are tied." We share the good times and the bad. Seeing his dazed look, she added, I can do a lot for the two of us. Giving a little blood is nothing. Then she immediately started shouting again. You scumbag! You hear me? Listen here, Xingcun. But he jolted and grabbed her hand tightly. Dangerous. His overreaction startled her a bit. It's just a little blood. It's not that serious. A flood of painful memories rushed back, playing out in Xingcun's mind as if it had all happened just yesterday. Right after, his arm suddenly mutated. Terrified, Xingcun hugged her tightly. Xiao Yu grew anxious too. Xingcun, what's wrong with you? From a distance, Kuang Kui saw his strange behavior and shouted in alarm. Xingcun! Tudao's brothers were also overwhelmed by this wave of inner energy. Truong Thin was even thrown backward. He yelled in shock. Big bro! It seemed that he could no longer control his power as it surged violently within him. Elsewhere, the headmaster's heart suddenly skipped a beat. And it wasn't just him. Over in the stands, the other students felt it too. A commotion started. What is this? A monster's pressure? Back with them. Xiao Yu was bewildered. What are you doing? Xingcun hugged her tighter. In this life, I absolutely cannot let Xiao Yu get hurt. I will protect her no matter what. A feeling of happiness swelled inside her. Xiao Yu blushed and chided him. You're so cheesy. Touched, she wrapped her arms around him too. It was just a few drops of blood, after all. A moment later, Xiao Yu annoyedly pushed him away. You jerk! You were clearly the one who hugged me first. Xingcun was surprised. Huh? Why don't I remember anything? It must have been an unconscious reflex of my body. I'm all better now. Kuang Kui commented nonchalantly. Is that how scumbags talk? But if what you're saying is true, then either Xiao Yu's blood or her injuries give you a massive stimulus. Meanwhile, Xingcun grumbled. Stupid fish. What are you smiling at? I forbid it, Kuang Kui continued. You two could. He angrily cut her off. No way! Are you kidding me? Don't use Xiao Yu's blood to stimulate me. I don't have that kind of sick fetish. She held out her cut hand, waving it in front of him. Oh, I know what kind of taste you have. Suddenly, the moment Xingcun saw it, he yelled, Oh crap! Xiao Yu quickly backed away. You damn scumbag, don't tell me you want to eat me now, model. His eyes were bloodshot red. Xingcun was drooling all over the place, staring at her, hungry. Quan Shangguan Kui immediately used his internal energy to snap Xingcun out of it. He flinched and covered his face. Damn, Xiao Yu's super gene smells way too good. Quan Shangguan Kui forced a smile. Using Xiao Yu's blood to juice him up was a risky move, but now he'd have to fight his own hunger. For a second, he didn't get it. What did she mean? Quan Shangguan Kui explained. Aren't you guys trying to power up as fast as possible? For you guys, that means maxing out 100% of your star charts, like yesterday. Right now, we've got your monster gene and a massive supply of life essence. Back at the training grounds, the instructor was barking at them. Hey, hey, hey! Everybody on your feet now! Get back to training! If you don't push yourselves to the absolute limit, your super genes will never evolve. Those of you who haven't awakened yet need to work even harder. Get up! If you don't put in double the effort, you'll never catch up to people like Xingcun. Just then, a voice cut in. That's wrong, sir. I totally disagree with that. No matter how hard they try, they'll never catch up to some Nepo baby who got in through the back door. The instructor immediately recognized him. It was Vu Troc. He was originally on the team, but gave up his spot to fan the Troc during the supernova trials. And the rest of you. Are you the students who decided to work for the Fan family after graduation? I don't care what you want. Get out of here. Don't disrupt my class. Vu Troc got all smug. What's the problem? Am I not allowed to talk to the underclassmen? Or are you just scared the academy's dirty laundry will get aired out? The blondie was confused. Huh? Is there some dirty secret we don't know about? Vu Troc sneered. You guys still haven't heard? Figures. The kind of messed up drama where they let the director's secret son pull strings to get in while kicking out a real genius. Of course, they'd have to hide that from all the naive little students, right? The instructor couldn't help but yell in anger. Vu Troc, stop spouting nonsense and spreading false rumors. He shot back. Oh, rumors, huh? If he wasn't the director's secret kid, how could someone with practically zero super genes even get into the final competition? If he really had no connection to the director, how could he just waltz in with a 1% super gene and snag the #1 supernova spot this year? And in the end, the only reason he won was pure dumb luck. Because he found the artificial superhuman gear before anyone else. So where are they now, Teach? If you're too scared to say it, I'll say it for you. They're hogging the entire 5 elements field for themselves. The students started murmuring, What? Sir, is what he's saying true? The instructor replied. Yes, but there's a reason for everything. Vu Troc continued. We need to go set them straight. Convince them to give up their spots in the national supernova competition. Whoever's with me, let's go. The instructor quickly blocked them. Stop right there. I won't let you mess with academy business. Vutrock used his power to block the instructor. He let out a scornful laugh. You're just a teacher who babysits first years with the basics. You can't stop me. You have no idea. After I gave my spot to young Master Fan, he hooked me up with so many opportunities. Before the instructor could speak, Vutrock cut in again. And that's exactly why I have to go get justice for him. The scene cuts back to the others, with Quan Shengguan Kui explaining the star chart cultivation. Still don't get the star chart? The hardest part is getting the super gene in your body to root itself in the exact right spot and lining up the points of the star chart perfectly. If you're not careful, you'll plant it in the wrong place and cause internal damage. But someone with a monster gene has way better recovery than a normal superhuman. That's why, with the help of a massive amount of life essence, even seeing everyone looking so wrecked, Quan Shengguan Kui was totally unfazed. You just have to puke up a little blood, that's all. She turned to look behind her. Xingcun, can you handle it? But right then, he looked like a starving ghoul. Just then, Vutrock's crew burst in from behind. Xingcun, today, I'm gonna show you what happens to fakes who don't deserve their reputation. He turned around, drool dripping, his crimson eyes glowing as he said coldly, hungry. Rewind to that night. Vutrock got a phone call. Even young Master Fan wants to drop out of non-U Superhuman Academy? Is it because of that backdoor bastard Xingcun? I can rally the other students and we can report this to the director. I'll definitely get justice for you. On the other end of the line, the Troc replied, no need, I've got a better place to go. Rose Superhuman Academy. Vutrock, you should come here too, he replied. Rose? Isn't Nanyue always kicking their ass? Not a problem. As long as young Master Fan joins, I'm sure Rose will be different this year. Vutrock was ecstatic. If young Master Fan wants me to join, I'll join. The Troc started to reveal his true intentions. Do something for me. Vutrock replied slyly, anything for you, young Master Fan. He immediately tempted him. Get more people to join Rose. Back in the present, he looked at Quan Shengguan Kui's group and thought to himself, I know that even if I beat him to a pulp, it's already too late. I can't get young Master Fan's spot back in the Nationals anymore. So now, I just need to thrash this guy so badly that the other students see the Academy's dark side. After that, with the sweet rewards young Master Fan promised, I can definitely convince the other students to follow me to Rose. Xiao Yu gasped when she saw him walking towards that group. Quick, go pull Xingcun back. If he loses control and eats the other students, we're so screwed. Vutrock powered up his internal energy. Just as I thought. Xiao Tin, you've only been fooling everyone because other people have been covering for you. But today, you're gonna get exposed. He slammed his hand on the ground. I'll execute every last one of you. Wu Zhe was determined. Today, he was gonna make everyone see what you're really made of. Right after that, flames shot straight at Xiao Tin. Xiao Yu's crew was stunned. Zhao Sheng quickly tried to explain. Whoa, hold on. We're here to save you, man. Wu Zi just smirked. Senior sister Cheng Huan Kui. Us juniors are just having a little competition. You better not step in and help them. Unlike him, she couldn't have cared less. She just took her medicine and waved her hand, as if telling them to go at it. Wu Zhe stepped forward, saying, This is the only way you and I can have a fair fight. Just like that, he was right in front of him. Wu Zi sneered, Don't go crying that I'm picking on a little guy. After all, you're the so-called super rookie of Nanyue Academy. You're supposed to represent us at Nationals, right? So how could you possibly let someone like me beat you so easily? Am I right? But before he could even make a move, the kid unleashed the Mountain Lord Star Chart's Heavenly Fire Lotus. Xiao Tin calculated, I'm the team's defender, a fire-type superhuman who uses a defensive star chart. This move won't kill him, it'll just burn his clothes clean off, give him some nasty burns, and totally humiliate him. Wu Zi jumped back from the flames and screamed, Whoa! Inside, he was totally freaking out. What the hell just happened? How did that brat just break through my Heavenly Fire Lotus? During the Super Rookie tryouts, he beat everyone like it was a total cakewalk. Was it not that they underestimated him, but that this kid is actually the real deal? But right then, Wu Zi felt like something was off. Wait a sec, why does he look like he wants to tear me apart? Wu Zhe was getting pummeled into the ground. He crawled toward his teammates, begging, Hey, a little help here. But the next second, his teammates were suddenly sent flying. Wu Zhe couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at Xiao Qing in absolute horror. The guy who sent Fire Eye flying. Was that loser Zhao Sheng? And those vines? They're not normal at all. Immediately, Xiao Yu ran over and started slapping Xiao Tin across the face. You idiot, snap out of it? Wu Zi was completely bewildered. Are these guys for real? They just awakened their powers? I'm the one getting humiliated here. The mission young Master Pan gave me. I absolutely cannot fail. Just then, Xiao Tin yelped. I'm up, ow, ow, ow. But Wu Zhe was still running his mouth. You see that, huh? This is what happens when the headmaster hooks them up. They've hogged all the academy's essence for themselves. Look, that's a huge amount of life origin liquid. There's no way the headmaster would give them that much essence. If that's not favoritism, I don't know what is. This is why they've powered up like crazy. You all get it now? This entire academy is rotten to the core, the teacher yelled, cutting him off. Wu Zi, what the hell are you talking about? That's not how they're training. Wu Yin cut in, his face dark. But sir, that can't be right. Zhao Sheng used to be way weaker than me, but now he's at a level I've only ever dreamed of reaching. The teacher flinched. That's not it, Wu Yin. There's a reason for all this. They've really been working their butts off, but by now, he was blinded by ambition. Working hard? I work hard too. So why can they take down high-level fighters while I'm still stuck in the same damn place? Seeing Wu Yin so riled up, Wu Zhe knew this was his moment and couldn't help but grin. He immediately jumped in. That's right, they're the ones who stole the resources that should have gone to you. They stole your futures. The other students totally fell for it. The crowd erupted in anger. So that's what's been going on. Damn it. This academy is so messed up. It's dirty, it's not fair. I'm gonna report them. Are you kidding? With the kind of connections they have, what good would that do? Seeing how tense things were getting, Zhao Sheng started to look nervous. Boss, what do we do now? He whispered back casually. What's it got to do with us? Just let them be. Wu Zhe started his recruitment pitch. Hey everyone, you know why Pan Shizai left Nanyue Academy? This is why. He went over to Rose Superhuman Academy because of this crap. I've decided I'm leaving to follow young Master Pan too. Huh? Even someone from the Pan family? Young Master Pan said that if we go with him, he'll give each of us an extra 30 vials of life origin liquid every single month. That means we can use life origin liquid to train every single day. Just follow young Master Pan, and he'll give us all a new future. Someone in the crowd was convinced. Senior Wu Zhe, can I go with you to follow young Master Pan? Wu Zhe was thrilled. Of course, Xiao Tin had already turned to leave, but hearing this made him stop and think. Follow young Master Pan, Pan Shizai? Don't tell me he's just luring people over to be sacrificed to the flame demon god. With that thought, he turned back around and walked toward Wu Zi. The second he saw him, he asked smugly, What, did I strike a nerve? You feeling salty? Then he quickly whispered to his guys, You guys stop him for me. Young Master Pan will give you a bonus. They quickly agreed. Okay. Then Wu Zi turned to the students he'd manipulated. We've got nothing to say to people who cheated their way in. Everyone, follow me. I'll give you the details once we're outside. He was a little scared, thinking to himself, My mission to recruit people for Rose Academy is done. I just gotta get out of here. With a single move, Xiao Tin sent one of the guys flying like he weighed nothing. It looked like he was trying to stop this whole mess from happening. Seeing his buddy go down, another guy rushed in to help, but these guys were nowhere near his level. Xiao Tin quickly launched an attack that sent the entire group flying. Vutrox saw his aura and was totally floored. How the hell is he this strong? As the kid attacked, he immediately channeled his internal energy to block the blow with all his might. But that defensive barrier quickly started to crack. Vutrox couldn't believe his eyes. No way! Zitong then viciously shattered the shield with a single punch. Shards of it exploded everywhere. Zitong's face darkened as he thought, The blazing flame demon god is on the move. Was that bastard trying to recruit people for the anti-world order just now? He looked at the clueless students and thought, Is he trying to gather them up as spare rations? I can't let the blazing flame demon god get a full meal like this. I have to talk some sense into these guys. Right after, Zitong quickly spoke up. If you can get stronger just by chugging tons of life essence, then wouldn't the anti-world order, with its infinite supply of life essence, already be invincible? In that case, he should have been able to snatch what's in my hand. Vutrox yelled in a panic. Let go! Zitong ignored him and continued. Guys, don't let him fool you. Sweat beaded on Vutrox's forehead as he gave a sly grin and said, Who knows what kind of tricks you're pulling? No matter what you say, your speed is only this insane because you've been chugging huge amounts of life essence. Let go of me! The Superhuman Academy doesn't charge tuition. People always aim higher. Even if you've got powerful backers, you have no right to stop others from going to an academy with better perks. Seeing how blind this guy was, Zitong felt a bit helpless. I've said my piece. The rest is up to their own fate. But I still can't let the blazing flame demon god have such a feast. Right then, the little monster in his hand gave Vutrox a light bite. Zitong planned it out. I have to leave a little seed on these good classmates. He immediately let go. Vutrox flinched and screamed in pain. Ow! What the hell did you do? Zitong replied nonchalantly. Whoops, my bad. My nails are too long. Accidentally scratched you. Then, another idea popped into his head. He grinned slyly and said aloud, You're right, everyone's got their own ambitions. How about this? For any of you who've decided to leave the academy, I want to give you my sincerest blessing. Vutrock backed away, scared. What are you trying to pull? Zitong smiled brightly and replied, just a handshake. A proper goodbye. We're all civilized people here, right? He frowned on guard. He's definitely trying to convince everyone to stay. This guy is full of crap. Just in case, I can't let him drag this out. We need to leave. Fast. Vutrock immediately turned to the students. All right, guys, if you want to follow Young Master Fan and live the high life like me, then come with me. Miss this and you'll regret it. Okay, quick goodbyes, then we're out of here. Huh? Boss Xiong, sorry, I'm heading over to Rose. All their faces were just blank with confusion. He quickly went around shaking everyone's hand, just as he'd planned. Every single person yelped in pain. Zitong immediately laughed cheerfully and said, sorry, guess I don't know my own strength. Some of them couldn't help but get suspicious. Does he really need to hold on for that long? But he just kept on smiling. And so, Zitong shook one student's hand after another, chattering away and wishing them all the best. When he got to another student, Zitong couldn't help but speak up. Nguan, we were almost teammates. I'm telling you, man, don't go over there. The guy didn't dare to look him in the eye. Sorry. I'm just a normal person. I just want a future that's a little easier to fight for. Knowing he couldn't change his mind, Zitong gave up. Well then, I wish you luck. Nguan replied. Thanks. After it was all over, the teacher saw him looking so deep in thought and went to comfort him. We lost 30 students. I tried to talk to a bunch of them earlier, but you can't hold on to those who want to leave. You did great, son. Everyone's got their own path. Honestly, every year some academy from another city comes here to poach our talent. Every place needs superhumans after all. He shouted after them, well then, hope they live a little longer. Inside, Zitong sighed to himself. Man, implanting so many monster genes at once is such a pain in the back. The teacher heard him and misunderstood. Ah, Zitong, you're right about that. Time flew by. 1 week later, Zitong was on the phone with Jing Che, the director of Jinghe. Your move to drug all the students at the Monster Gene Academy these past few days. That was pretty messed up, old man, he continued. I was just following orders, turning every student in the Monster Gene Academy into one of my monster gene seeds. If they happen to mutate into monsters, at least they won't lose their minds. But when students actually start mutating into monsters, you'd better figure out how you're going to explain it to them. Jing Che replied, you just do your part. Oh, right. We've finished Du Yang Yang's health check. He's perfectly capable of taking your place in my experiments. Too bad I can't just cut you open. Zitong was a little surprised. Whoa, director, you're targeting me? The director quickly explained. I've already sent Du Yang Yang out for now. He's going to replace Lin Qi, disguising himself as your blue flame persona out in the world. He'll be a decoy to draw everyone's attention. Even though his talent with a sword is insane, with his pathetic power level not even at level 4, he probably won't be much help to you. Zitong replied, no, maybe he can pull off a miracle. Suddenly, in the middle of their conversation, his phone screen went black. Zitong shook the phone in his hand, wondering, dead battery? He looked around and finally noticed everything was pitch black. Zitong exclaimed, oh, sweet, power's out. Suddenly, the lights flickered back on. Zitong felt a chill as he looked around. Are these lights possessed or something? Zitong rushed back to his room. The moment he opened the door, he asked, is it done? She gave a faint mem. Then Xiao Yu started explaining. Just now, I placed all the superhuman genes into their exact positions. The complete violet crystal structure is finished. Unlike last time when I just built a rough blueprint of it, that version could barely even start up, and I could shut it down easily. Even if I didn't, it would have stopped on its own once the power ran out. But now, the complete violet crystal is a whole different beast. And the moment it's complete, it'll run on its own. The purple crystal's energy used to be at only 2%, but now it's using that 2% to automatically grow and multiply. It's even creating an uncontrollable pull, constantly absorbing electricity from the outside. After saying that, she looked at Xingcun with sympathy. Purple crystal, I think I'm starting to get how you feel. I'm starving. Pink electricity was still crackling from her hands. Xiao Yu felt so hungry she wanted to just drain all of Nanyua's power right then and there. An idea suddenly popped into her head. Hey, what if we go find a thunderstorm or something? But Ziyue quickly stopped her. Whoa, hold on. Don't underestimate the power of nature. If you really go face to face with lightning, it'd be a miracle if you didn't get fried. Not only that, you need to stay away from storm-prone areas. Right now, you're a walking lightning rod, you idiot, so don't even think about it. But I think we can totally use Nan Yue's electricity. Just then, a ghostly figure zipped past them. Ziyue immediately turned around. Huh? Director Jing? I was just on the phone with you. How'd you get over to my place so fast? Jing Che calmly said the electricity bill had suddenly skyrocketed. Then, just as quickly, Jing Che said, Follow me. I've already told Xiao Su to go wake up Zhao Sheng's group. Xingcun asked curiously, Where are you taking us? Jing Che gave his instructions. Don't bother packing. I'll have Xiao Su send your stuff over. If you can't bring it, just buy new things when you get there. I'm paying. Xingcun was confused. Luggage? Didn't you say we weren't going to Xingcheng until next week? At this, the director broke into a cold sweat, screaming internally, My reputation is on the line here. If you're going to cause trouble, go do it in Xincheng. That guy already promised me he'd supply all the electricity during the supernova tournament. Arriving a week early to be safe is perfectly reasonable. The director waved them away dismissively. I've already rented a car. If you guys got on a plane right now, it would probably fall out of the sky. And I had already booked your tickets and everything. Xingcun added, Report, Director. Xiao Yu's condition is really unstable right now. Look, one touch and you get shocked. Electrical devices nearby are flickering on and off. This car is probably going to get busted. Jingche covered his face in agony. It's fine. If it breaks, we'll buy a new one. I'm paying. Let's go, let's go. Xiao Yu grinned at him cheerfully. The director is so generous. Don't worry. I'll try my best to control it. I've been trying hard not to suck up any electricity on the way here. Jingche cut her off. No, absorb it with all you've got. We can't waste a single moment of getting stronger. This is a price I can barely afford to pay. On this trip, you kids will be facing monsters more terrifying than you've ever seen. Anything I can do, I'll do it with all my strength. I hope you kids can win this fight. Xingcun was full of confidence. Victory will definitely be ours. We'll bring Xiao Yu back with us. The scene shifts to the flame demon god. Ugh. Zhang Yin complained from within his fiery tub. The quality of today's food has gone down. Shichi hurriedly explained. My apologies, Lord Flame Demon God. The easy-to-catch lone knights near Nanyue are almost all gone, but rest assured, I've already prepared the death soldiers trained by the Fan family. They're ready for you to use at any time. I've also prepared quite a few newbie supers. After a bit more training, they'll be ready to eat. He stood up and continued. However, if the snacks here are all gone, then let's go to Xincheng. I can sense it. There's another king like me over there. I can have him take care of this minor annoyance for me first. Remembering the day they took over the hospital, Qiu had gathered all her courage to ask, Sir Xingcun, what can my brother and I do to repay you? You can repay me with your body. Can you tell me your real identity? I promise I'll keep it a secret. Xingcun chuckled lightly. You don't need to repay me. Duo Yang is your brother, and I can't really hide my identity from you anyway. Immediately after, his form began to change. Qiu was stunned. You're Junior Xingcun. She was shocked, thinking to herself that the wielder of such powerful blue flames was actually a junior 2 years below her. Soon after, she went to see Jing Che. Director, I'm now a 4-star superhuman. I'd like to request to be the senior leader for the Xinghuo squad for the supernova tournament in Xincheng, replacing senior Shangguan Kui. I can't be away from Nan Yue for too long. I'm the one who knows Xingcun's identity, which makes me the most suitable person. She also quickly announced to her fans, Everyone, Qiu is about to undertake an important mission, so I won't be able to stream for you all regularly. Back in the present, Qiu was focused on her phone, muttering to herself, Helping my fans isn't what's important. She smiled happily, her face blushing. Just thinking about seeing Xingcun makes my heart pound. Yep, I definitely like Xingcun the most. She couldn't help but sigh to herself. Calm down. Calm down. Before summer ends, you have to try and have a sweet, older woman, younger guy romance. Go, Qiu! From outside, a familiar voice called out, Brother, sister-in-law, please get in the car first. Hearing this, Qiu froze solid. Brother, sister-in-law. Huh? Is my love life over before it even started? Xingcun couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing her jaw hanging open, Xiao Yu reminded her, Senior, did you drop your chin? Qiu replied mechanically, I'm fine. Embarrassed, she quickly turned around and said, Junior Xingcun, everyone, don't worry. I'll definitely get you all to Xincheng safely and fulfill my duties as your leader. Xingcun spoke up. If you're our senior, you must have heard from the director how dangerous this trip is, right? We could all die. You don't have to risk your life with us. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks. No, I'm willing, even if it's like a moth to a flame. Because my body and soul and my brother's have belonged to you since that day. Xingcun was a bit flustered. You're being a little dramatic. That's probably not necessary. The car engine quickly started up. Qiu announced loudly, We're off. They were the only ones moving on the roads. Chu couldn't help but wonder, that's weird. Why aren't any of the other cars moving? Xingcun explained, it's because Xiao Yu is constantly absorbing the electricity from our surroundings, whether it's a gas-powered car or an electric one. Even the fresh electricity from a generator gets sucked dry in an instant, so they all stalled. Zhao Sheng was ecstatic, slapping his thigh and saying, awesome, we've got clear roads all the way. Ziyue chuckled wryly and reminded him, but we still need to be careful. Even though Xiao Yu is trying her best to control it and not absorb our car's electricity, she's only trying to control it. There's still a chance it could get drained. At that exact moment, the car suddenly lost control and smashed right into the guardrail. The car was hurtling through the air, making everyone inside totally freak out. We're about to fall off a cliff, Zixing screamed. So what are we supposed to do now? But Zixing was like super calm and just said, it's cool. Tutu's eyes were filled with confidence and grit. You guys don't need to worry. I'm the best person to handle this car. I'll get you all to Xincheng at top speed, guaranteed. And just like that, her wind power immediately lifted the car. Everyone couldn't help but be amazed. Whoa, we're flying! Are we seriously gonna fly like this all the way to Xincheng? This is so sick. That's over 700 kilometers. Are we just gonna find a path and land when we're stable or something? Meanwhile, at another location, an announcement came through. The monsters from the north have been successfully lured to the designated position. Reporting, monsters from the west. The monster count from the south is 20% higher than planned, and they're approaching the designated position. Monsters from the north, west, and south have all reached their designated positions. The isolation wall is starting to crack. The monster gathering mission is complete. Heli was pleased with the situation. Not bad. All extermination personnel, on my command, ensure your own safety and retreat. Instantly, the group below looked up with a buzz, then shouted in unison, Roger that! Heli slowly landed. Li Tianxing, to clear the way for the supernova competition in 1 week, all the supernovas in the country will gather here. This is going to attract a massive horde of monsters to the city. So now, we're luring them here to wipe them out first. You better not screw up the calculations. If you let this many monsters flood into Xincheng, your own father, the commander of the Xincheng exterminators, is going to have to take the fall for it. Tianxing replied casually, nah, don't worry about it. I'm one of the few people with the potential to become a top-tier level 5 transcendent. I got this. After a pause, he continued, the nuclear power plant is also ready to go. The entire city's power grid, plus my lightning of life. Even Shangguan Kui of the 5 couldn't block my next attack. Heli pouted, so cocky. This is going to be the strongest slash in the entire country, maybe even the whole world. She immediately perked up and raised her phone. In that case, I'm totally recording this for Tok Tok to get some views. Right then, Tianxing raised his hand to summon the awakening blade. Star chart, his expression dead serious. Blinding lightning immediately erupted. Sparks flew. Facing the monster horde, Tianxing quickly channeled his power, guiding electricity into his sword. In an instant, all the power from the plant was unleashed. Seeing this, Heli cheered with excitement. Here it comes! Here it comes! From a distance, she suddenly spotted something flying toward them. Heli couldn't help but yell, Yo, what is that? A car, Tianxing said. Where'd it come from? Help! Heli warned him. Don't you dare slash that car. There can't be people inside, right? At the same time, she suddenly realized something was wrong and repeated, Help? Tianxing was baffled. I lost power. With just my own strength, I can't slash through this many monsters. Heli was shocked too. What the hell are you talking about? How did you lose your power? We have the most powerful nuclear plant in the whole country here in Xincheng. Tianxing added, It's really gone. That car stole it all. She was astonished. Weren't you so sure of yourself? Who in the world can steal electricity better than you? Tianxing was still dumbfounded. I don't know. It just got jacked. The monsters were about to charge them. Heli cursed to herself. Ugh, we don't have time for this. Let's just take them on together. Right after that, the two of them flew up and charged straight at the monster horde. The creatures were immediately sliced in two, but the problem was, there wasn't enough electricity to wipe out a crowd that huge. Heli watched them charge forward anxiously. There's still a third of them left, hundreds of monsters. Tianxing, can you still use that move from before? He quickly replied, not without a power boost. Using it once drains way too much energy. Heli couldn't help but groan. Well, this is a mess. Even with the exterminators backing us up, some are bound to slip through the cracks and get into the city. Tianxing was pissed. Damn it. What the hell is in that car? No matter what, we absolutely cannot let a single monster get into Xincheng. Inside the car, Xiao Yu spoke up guiltily. Zixing replied nonchalantly. It's fine. It's just someone who wanted to borrow some electricity to fight monsters. He turned pale, thinking to himself. All this power from so many monsters and I can't even absorb it. It's all just turning to ash and seeping into the ground. The pain is so bad I can barely breathe. Xiao Yu asked, flustered. So what do we do? We've totally messed up the exterminator's plan. Zixing grinned and slapped her on the shoulder. It's cool. We've got our sister Tutu here on the bus. Tutu jumped. Huh? Me? Those two down there are the strongest transcendent in Xingcun, on the same level as Shengguan Kui. Zixing quickly encouraged her. Don't sell yourself short. You're super strong. Don't be scared. I'm rooting for you. In her head, Tutu was totally freaking out. Not again. My heart is beating like crazy. Meanwhile, Helai's crew was really struggling. There are too many monsters. If this keeps up, some are definitely going to slip past and get into the city. She quickly came up with an idea. Tianxing, let's burn our life force. For you, dude, I'm going all in. After this, you have to buy me sashimi for half a month. Tianxing grinned. Thanks, bro. Just then, the scene unfolding before her was unbelievable. Tianxing was nonchalant. It's normal. It'd be weird if they didn't have a seizure after absorbing that much electricity. He sounded a little annoyed. This is such a pain. Not only do I have to deal with monsters, but now I have to save people too. What was happening right in front of them was shocking. The monsters were all tossed into the air, sent flying in a chaotic circle. Tianxing recognized it instantly. Nan Yue's Wind Dragon star chart. Flood Dragon. It's Nan Yue's competition team. Helai was also bewildered. That's a wind-type transcendent, and clearly a 4-star at that. Where the hell did Nan Yue find a wind user this powerful? Tianxing added, that's weird. They absorbed so much electricity that it made the car fall, but that person isn't showing any signs of convulsing at all. At that moment, tears were just streaming down Tutu's face. My stupid little heart is going wild, but my chest feels so tight. Is this what heartbreak feels like? This sucks so much. Because of this, her fighting style was also a complete mess, with wind blasting chaotically all over the place. Su Jing quickly realized that her senior sister's emotions seemed a little off. Xiao Tao shrieked in a panic. Senior sister, the car the director rented for us is a pile of junk now. Over here, Zijing spoke up. Even better. Hit me up later. I'll be back in a flash. Xiao Yu was nonchalant. Got it. He thought to himself, I gotta go deep underground and try to soak up some of that insane power. This stuff is the good stuff. By now, Thutho's face was a mess of tears. The faster her heart beat, the more she wanted to cry. Her feet immediately started kicking wildly in the air, her emotions uncontrollably turning into sobs. The moment she lost control of herself, her power started leaking out, exploding from her body. The horde of monsters was relentlessly blasted, and finally came crashing down from the sky in a chaotic mess. Halai watched from the side, totally stunned. Damn, her electrical power and aura are raw as hell. She paused for a long moment. She's gotta be from Namenguyet, right? Come on, let's go meet Namenguyet's new heavy hitter. Tianhin added, for real, we've gotta check her out. The two of them chatted as they walked. Halai couldn't hide her curiosity, sucking up electricity like a freaking vortex. They're that nuclear power plant team Director Ho was talking about, aren't they? Tianhin replied, yup, that's them. He explained, Director Ho said some old dude dropped 1 billion to buy up all the surplus electricity from our Bin City nuclear power plant during the Supernova tournament. Director Ho told me to place this Namenguyet team as far from the plant as possible. His exact words were basically, if you've got the balls, go ahead and suck it all dry. Ha Lai was speechless. Seriously, their appetite for power is on a whole other level, and Director Ho is known for being such a chill guy. For him to act like this, I bet that guy totally backed him into a corner when they were younger, didn't he? Speaking of which, the one who needs to absorb a massive amount of electricity. Thutho quickly got her emotions in check and stepped forward. Li Tianhin, Ha Lai, you two senior purifiers, hello. Sorry to butt in while you were cleaning up the monsters. I'm the senior leading the team from Nam Inguyet Superhuman Academy, Thu Tutu. I brought my students to Bin City to compete in the Supernova tournament. Ha Lai replied cheerfully, wait, you're the team captain, Thu Tutu, who took 3rd place in the Supernova tournament 2 years ago? And you're already a 4-star superhuman? You're even playing in our league now. Damn, the new generation really is on another level. I bet you'll be Huaxia's first 5-star superhuman. Flustered by the praise, she blushed. No way, I just got lucky with a few opportunities. Ha Lai laughed happily, so humble. And hey, thanks for helping us take out those annoying monsters. All right, I'll take you to where you're staying. I'm dying to meet that genius who can straight up jack power from Bin City's own Thunder God. At that same moment, Xiao Yu's group walked over. Ha Lai continued, there they are, that's them. But wait, why are there only 3 of you? Is someone hurt? Let me see, With her eyes squeezed shut, Xiao Yu whined, "So scary. It's my first time seeing so many monsters." Su Jing watched her, completely bewildered. "What's wrong with my sis-in-law? She's talking all weird." "Did that bumpy car ride rattle her brain loose or something?" Xiao Tao added. Xiao Yu was seriously freaked out. She even lost control of her emotions and started sucking up electricity earlier. Seeing how unstable she was, Ha Lai immediately stepped forward to calm her down. "Hey, don't freak out. You're okay now." Xiao Yu still felt horrible. "It's no use. I can't stop shaking. I'm about to lose control again." And right after that, she finally lost it, and her power erupted from her. Tian Hin was shocked. Electricity. He was amazed. No star map activation. No weapon as a conduit. To be able to summon this much electrical power without even using her superhuman gene. It finally clicked for Ha Lai. I know who she is now. She's not a sophomore from the class of 23. She's a freshman who just enrolled this year. The rarest superhuman gene from the lab, the one that shatters the thunder treatment threshold for 95% of superhuman gene carriers. Xiao Yu, Ha Lai explained. She qualified for the supernova tournament not long after she enrolled. Tian Hin added, all that electricity just vanishes inside her body. Her energy demand is ridiculous. She's cultivating the legendary violet crystal. Ha Lai stepped forward. The violet crystal, huh? With such a violent way of absorbing electricity, she must have already finished forming it. That's some scary talent. After a pause, Ha Lai was internally amazed. She turned to Tian Hin and said, if that's the case, then as long as she's in Bin City, no amount of distance can stop her from absorbing power. Director Ho's plan totally backfired. In fact, keeping them far from the power plant is going to cost Director Ho even more, because when the electricity has to jump a longer distance, it'll invisibly fry every electronic device in its path. We have no choice but to find them another place to stay. She's Nam Nguyet's ace this year, isn't she? Looks like first place in the Supernova tournament is going to Nam Nguyet this year. Suddenly, a cough echoed from within the rubble. Xiao Yu finally calmed her emotions, a small smirk playing on her lips. She was finally calm. Xiao Yu then spoke up. I'm okay now, Tian Hin replied. As long as you've got it under control. Director Ho already gave us a heads up about your situation, since things got a little out of hand for a moment. His face went pale as he said, for the time being, you all will stay in my house that's closest to the power plant. Hearing this, Ha Lai's face darkened too. She couldn't stop herself from asking, who the hell is he? At that exact moment, Zi Jing walked up cheerfully and said, everyone had some urgent business, I just had to take a leak. Sorry, my bad for being late. Tian Hin stared at the smiling young man in front of him, internally shocked. What the hell is this? Am I hallucinating? Why am I feeling such an insane pressure from him? Thu Tho couldn't help but speak up when she saw their reactions. Seniors? She wondered to herself, why do they look like they've just seen a final boss? Thu Tho immediately stepped forward and said, Junior brother Zijing, hurry up and greet Senior Lai Tian Hin and Senior Ha Lai. They're two of the strongest badasses in all of Huaxia, on the same level as our senior sister Shangguan Kui. Seniors, this is the captain of the Radiant Sun Squad. He's leading Nam Nguyet's team in this supernova tournament. Zi Jing is a freshman, just like Xiao Yu. Hala finally relaxed, so that's how it is. Nam Nguyet is seriously stacked with talent this year. If everyone's here, then head back and get some rest. I'll take you guys to your rooms. Let's fly. Tian Hin waved his hand and spoke up. Come to think of it, your squad only has 4 people. The other standard 5-person squads are short 1 member. Xingcun chimed in. Oh yeah, there are only 4 of us, but I'm sure the last person will probably arrive with another squad. Tian Hin replied. All right, whatever, let's get going. Right after that, everyone quickly flew up together. He silently thought about this whole supernova competition. Bin City is protected by the Purifier's headquarters. Pictures of the Purifiers are plastered everywhere, and you can't even feel a hint of any weird monster aura on these streets. A city this heavily guarded, and in such a special state, how could the supernova starfall disaster even happen? Are the monsters hiding underground or something? But with security this tight, and after what went down in Nam Nguyet, there's no way the Purifier headquarters wouldn't send people to investigate Bin City. Or maybe, just like in Nam Nguyet, some high-ranking family has sided with the monsters. I have to figure out the reason, and fast. A moment later, everyone arrived at the villa. Tu Tin spoke up. Even though we got sidetracked a bit, I've already put you guys through a few rounds of combat training back in Tan City. I've got some stuff to do. While I'm gone, Senior Tho will be your sparring partner. Tutu noticed right away. Why were they all shaking like that? She screamed internally. On paper, I'm their senior squad leader, but really, I'm just an assistant for my dear Lam Dien. I wonder when I'll be able to just casually stand by my dear Lam Dien's side like this. Tu Tin then looked over at Xiao Yu. Dopey, you're up, she immediately replied. Got it. Right after, Xiao Yu closed her eyes tight, focusing on the flow of internal energy running through her body. A second later, she spoke again. Done. I've fried all the electronics in the area. Any surveillance cameras are toast, too. You guys can go all out with the fire. I'll absorb some of the electricity. Tutu was a little worried. Are we really just gonna trash someone else's villa like this? Tutin quickly explained. Don't worry, the headmaster already gave them a heads up. They've been mentally prepared for a while now. Then he turned back to Xiao Yu. Dopey. Get ready, Tutin continued, speaking to the two behind him. Meatball Zhao, Xiao Tao, you guys ready? Meatball Zhao spoke up. Big bro. Bring it on. I ain't afraid to die. Xiao Tao also stepped forward. I'm ready. Seeing Meatball Zhao's expression, Tutu couldn't help but laugh to herself. He really said he's not afraid to die? This team captain's style is so over the top. They look like they're about to face a final boss. Lam Dian's training must be absolutely brutal. Just then, Tutin grinned and held out a hand towards her. Senior Tho, watch closely. From now on, just keep up this intensity. They recover real fast. That same arm transformed into massive tentacles that shot straight towards Meatball Zhao with completely overwhelming power. Tutu couldn't help but be impressed. Whoa, that's seriously lethal. No wonder they had to fry the cameras. My dear Lam Dian has gotten even stronger. I love it. Tu Tin thought to himself. I've stored up more than enough monster gene energy, but I'm still missing something to become a level 5 monster. In my past life, I ate my way to the limit of a 5-star superhuman. Now that I think about it, it was that dude, Shangguan Kui, when he was about to die from resisting hellfire. That's when I naturally evolved into a level 5 monster. In this life, I'm on a totally different monster path. I have to find another way to evolve. He glanced at Xiao Yu behind him. Maybe I need to check out how state-based 5-star superhumans do it. Tu Tin felt a bit troubled. This was a territory that no one, in this life or the last, had ever truly touched. Just then, Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up. What's up? I've sensed the owner of this villa. Li Tianhin is right outside. He asked, what's that guy doing? Xiao Yu said, he's trying to fight me for control of the electricity here. Just then, his other arm quickly returned to normal. All right, Tutu, I'm leaving this to you. She was a little stunned. Huh? He thought, this is for all the new supernovas who died. The Starfall disaster in Tan City. It's highly likely that the disaster was caused by a major family that submitted to the monsters and went into hiding. Meanwhile, Tianhin was trying to draw the electricity, muttering to himself, I refuse to believe I can't beat a little girl at this. Draw electricity! But it was way harder than he thought, and it was starting to piss Tianhin off. For real? I actually can't win? He calculated in his head. According to the headmaster's report, the only family in Tan City capable of hiding everyone and the monsters would be Li Tianhin's Li family. Meanwhile, he was telling himself, calm down. Can't let anyone see I'm stressed. Gotta stay polite. Always gotta act mature. Tu Tin's face darkened. Damn, this idle baggage Li Tianhin carries is heavy. A guy this childish and naive, with such an immature mindset, he'd definitely have a hard time betraying humanity, right? Seeing him staring at the cat, his hand ready to move, Tu Tin was a bit startled. What's this guy trying to do? Suddenly, for some reason, the cat had a strong reaction, its whole body jolting. It let out a terrified meow. Tianhin thought, it's sleeping like a log, totally unaware. He then quickly flew up to catch it. You're safe now. Next up, he secretly extended the green light time so an old lady could cross the street without worry. He watched the guy's performance again. When he met his fans, he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling into a smile, and the fangirls screamed nonstop. Tu Tin's assessment. He's a star, but he's still down, to earth, even waiting in line to buy barbecue. He's really just a simple-minded dude who loves crafting an image. Suddenly, his mind went blank. Damn, they're huge, lady. Even though Tu Tin was invisible, he tried his best not to get corrupted. He covered his face with his hands. Can't let myself be completely seduced by such worldly things. Seeing him still sneaking glances at that girl, Zixing scoffed. Just as I thought. Tsk, tsk. What a shallow, simple-minded idiot. Even a blind person could play him for a fool. He frowned. Maybe he's clueless, and it's just the family behind him that wants to betray us. No, with Li Tianxing's status, if the Li family wanted to betray humanity, there's no way they'd leave him out of it. He'd at least have to be in the know. Or maybe the Li family isn't betraying humanity at all? Watching Li Tianxing mysteriously grab a bag of food and run off, he couldn't help but wonder, where the hell is he going? But what Xingcun never expected was for Li Tianxing's destination to be the border of Xin City. Xingcun muttered to himself, of course, the Xin City border is crawling with cleansers on guard duty. Security is even tighter than I thought, which makes it even more confusing. How the hell did the Starfall disaster even happen? Could the monsters be hiding in the river? But with current tech, hiding underwater would be way too easy to detect. Then Li Tianxing handed over the bag of food. Hey, Heli, your favorite barbecue. Miss Yu Ran bought it from my favorite spot. Heli's face instantly darkened. She realized it fast. Li Tianxing, you're being followed. His own face went pale in shock. I'm being followed? Since when? Heli launched an attack. Even he didn't notice. This person is definitely no pushover. Zixing quickly dodged. That Heli is a wind-type transcendent. Figures. Even invisibility can't fool her elemental wind sense. If Li Tianxing hadn't spotted me sooner, this would have been a much bigger pain in the ass. Well then, I guess I can basically rule out my suspicions about him, which means the Li family can be ruled out too. As for this Heli girl, she's from a normal family and got to where she is today through her own strength. Even if she wanted to betray us, she couldn't pull off something as big as the Starfall disaster, she said urgently. I'll block his escape route, even if he's invisible. The moment he makes a move, he's bound to make a sound. Li Tianxing was pissed. The second he slips up, I'll wipe him off the face of this planet. He stood there calmly. Today's goal is accomplished. Broke through their perimeter. Stirring the pot to make them beef up, their security isn't a bad outcome. Just then, an alarm started blaring. Heli's wind swept through the area but found nothing. She was startled. They installed a small-scale seismic warning system under Shin City. The alarm kept going. Li Tianxing analyzed. This means something big is approaching Shin City. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted, Senior Li, a convoy is entering Sin City on the other side. It might be the team from Rose. Li Tianxing was surprised. Why aren't they taking the military-guarded highway? The young man rushed his words. They notified us beforehand, said they had too many transcendents and were worried about attracting monsters, so they're spreading out the risk. Heli cut in, Li Tianxing, we can't worry about your stalker anymore. The situation over there is more urgent. At this alarm level, my guess is it's very likely an Earth Dragon. The Rose team is in immediate danger. We have to go save them. Li Tianxing couldn't help but get annoyed. It's just one damn thing after another. Heli let out a cold snort. I lost a lot of blood yesterday. Hope this isn't too much of a pain. Li Tianxing, let's figure out how to force that thing underground away from here. We have to protect the Rose team, and we absolutely cannot let it get into Shin City. After they left, Li Tianxing finally revealed himself. Rose. An earthquake from underground. Looks like they really are monitoring what's happening underground. Could the monster that caused the Starfall disaster be hiding down there? Isn't that Fan Shi-Chi and the Flame Demon God over there? Don't tell me they brought an Earth Dragon and other monsters up from underground and got caught. I really want to check it out. Although, based on my guess, the Flame Demon God will definitely lay low for now and wait for the supernova party. There probably won't be any conflict this time. But just in case. As his hand reached out, his face immediately began to warp. The Flame Demon God, who had appeared out of nowhere, spoke in a chilling voice. Don't be tense. I'll be gentle as I break you down into my nutrients. But Xingcun spoke calmly. Gong Xiaoni. He paused, then corrected himself. Flame Demon God. The Flame Demon God's hand viciously squeezed his neck. Xingcun struggled to breathe, the veins on his neck already bulging. Then, she decisively ripped a piece of skin from Xingcun's neck. Blood! A wave of pain shot through him. He grit his teeth, thinking, shit. Now that the Flame Demon God has a body, she can openly appear anywhere she wants. Plus, she can turn invisible. My invisibility ability came from an invisible monster she broke down. A second ago, if this monster body couldn't heal so fast, I would have been dead. Regeneration. He glared furiously at the woman before him, thinking, fight her? No fucking way. Then, the Flame Demon God arrogantly launched another attack. But yeah, that's absolutely impossible. She's way faster than me. 6th rank. Don't tell me she's already recovered to the 7th rank. This demoness's body is seriously insane. Thinking this, his face darkened. This situation was seriously hanging by a thread. Watching her charge at him like a maniac, he thought, my only chance of survival is to get someone else's attention. Even with Gong Xiaoni's body, the Flame Demon God is still different from a normal person. A close look would make anyone suspicious. Even if I don't make them suspicious, the commotion from a murder will definitely cause a panic. If she's exposed now, humans will be on high alert, and her king won't forgive her. She'll have no choice but to hold back for now. Just then, after taking another hit, his entire body was sent flying. Everything was going just as he predicted, just as I thought. She's intentionally forcing me into this secluded forest. She's even stopping me from making a sound, leaving some of her flame power in my throat. It'll take me some time to get rid of this power. I have to get the 2 cleansers outside the forest to notice something's wrong. The Flame Demon God was finally satisfied. No one will bother me while I eat here. Then she quickly used her man-eating flame prison. Her mouth quickly gaped open. Devouring flame command. I'm telling you, you can't use fire now. He raised his hand and finally felt how serious this was. I can't even light a spark? This is a huge pain. It seemed she knew his plan, as she couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. An arm immediately sprouted from her back. Xingcun thought to himself, gold elements all around me. Come to me. Answer the call of the Gold Element King, right here, right now. Instantly, golden sprouts erupted from the ground, clustering together. They fused together to form a giant sword. The flame demon god couldn't help but be impressed. Gotta admit, even I have no clue what kind of freak you're supposed to be. The bitch stared him down, sizing him up. Meanwhile, Li Tianqing noticed his partner acting weird and called out, "Ha Lai." She immediately said, "I think I feel something moving in that forest." Right away, Li Tianqing warned her, "Careful, watch your feet." The ground suddenly split open, with blue sparks erupting from the cracks. Li Tianqing flinched as he saw what was crawling out. For real? Electric dragons. And 2 of them. Guess I can't worry about the other disturbance now. He urgently gave orders. Ha Lai, I'll take them down. You get that vehicle to a safe spot. At that, Ha Lai tensed up too. She furrowed her brow and shot back. Right. Back with Xingcun, the flame demon god effortlessly shattered his attack. You grotesque freak, she sneered contemptuously. You're nothing but a reject, the trash of the monster world. Xingcun coughed a couple of times, his voice raspy as he retorted, Ever wonder what a reject might be hiding inside? He then immediately channeled his power and managed to slice off one of her arms. But the flame demon god didn't seem even a little bit scared. In fact, she just got cockier. Oh no, she drawled. I'm hurt. Just then, something strange appeared in the sky. She instantly recognized those golden streaks of light. Xingcun continued, That's my 4-star transcendent power. It condensed into a small, delicate sword of pure essence. Like an arrow, that thing shot straight for her. The flame demon god, obviously, wasn't just going to stand there and take it. She threw up her mutated arm to block the attack. Her voice rang out again. None of the transcendence in your world scare me. What good is this tiny piece of metal gonna do? In your human terms, this is just a death throw. It's just an appetizer for me. Xingcun was actually getting a little desperate now. He looked at her, then unleashed the full power of his mutated monster form. Immediately, his arm sprouted sharp thorns and lunged straight for her throat. In a flash, his whole arm was covered in a dense thicket of blue-green thorns. Watching him struggle so desperately, the flame demon god couldn't help but look down on him. A derisive smirk spread across her face. Idiot. Her other arm squeezed him hard. You want to be the new king? You were never worthy in the first place. After that, Xingcun's other arm was ripped clean off. The flame demon god sneered, trying to steal the crown from me. She looked down on him smugly, like a vanquished foe. Then the flame demon god demanded, Give it back. Even though he was losing badly, Xingcun just smirked. You really don't get how things work in the transcendent realm, do you? Hearing this, the flame demon god couldn't help but stare at him, surprised. Xingcun went on. The whole point of a 4-star transcendent life element is that the power remains even if it leaves the host's control. His voice was a deep rasp as he stared that monster down. The fire element isn't the only one that can regenerate. Xingcun then remembered. Lin Shi's crystal. Speed, vibration, incineration, thunder. That dumb fish had mocked his moves as being stupid. You bitch. Meanwhile, Li Tianqing was still fighting those 2 monsters that had crawled out of the ground. He used his lightning slash, and with a single clean cut, he sliced both of their bodies in half at the same time. Ha Lai couldn't help but be impressed. Li Tianqing. No wonder they say you're the guy in Bin City who's closest to becoming a 5-star transcendent. She glanced over in the other direction. Is that forest over there on fire? Was that caused by the disturbance I sensed before? Li Tianqing said grimly, Ha Lai, help me restrain them. Let's try to capture one of these electric dragons alive for the guys upstairs to research. She jumped, replying, got it. Over in the other part of the forest, the fire continued to spread, the flames getting bigger by the second. This commotion finally got the flame demon god's attention. She glanced around with a look of disdain. Looks like nobody gives a damn about you. This seemed to delight her, and she gave him a terrifying, twisted smile. Right after that, the flame demon god charged at him. Her 2 arms were poised to rip Xingcun to pieces, yet he showed no reaction. But then, another arm suddenly burst out of her back and slammed a brutal punch right into the flame demon god's face. It was only then that Xingcun spoke up. Let me give you some advice. You shouldn't just shove everything you find into your mouth. You ate a pretty big chunk of my left arm earlier, didn't you? Impressive. If you'd swallowed my whole arm in one go, I would have been screwed. But you only ate little pieces of me. It'd be a real shame not to give you a bit of an upset stomach. Sure, she's way stronger than me, but this body you're in, It's on my team. At this, the flame demon god flew into a rage. She launched herself at him, grabbing him by the throat and screaming, "This body already belongs to me." At that exact moment, the fire in the forest was instantly extinguished, and the woods rapidly returned to their original state. For some reason, Xingcun felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He looked at her calmly and said, "They're here." It was just as he'd predicted. Someone had finally noticed. The flame demon god immediately hissed, "Shh." She leaned in close to his face, a sly grin spreading across her lips. "This meat of yours? You'd better hold on to it for me." The flame demon god couldn't help but sigh. "You really have no idea what you're messing with." Right after that, she quickly retracted her two mutated arms, reverting to her original state. The newcomer was Ha Lai. She immediately spoke. "Team leader Xingcun of Nanyue? What are you doing out here?" Xingcun replied robotically, "Hey, Senior Inspector Ha Lai. I came to pick up a teammate. I mentioned before that she'd be coming with another squad." "That's her." Ha Lai was surprised. "She came with the Rose team? Then why wasn't she on their bus? Why is a member of your team with a completely different squad from another city? And why are the two of you out here in the woods by yourselves?" Ha Lai quickly touched down. "This is super sketchy. Tell me, are you some kind of player or something?" Hearing that, he started stammering and darting his eyes around. "Me. Her. We had a fight earlier. This little missy of ours insisted on joining the Rose team, so I'm here trying to apologize, you know? And you need a private spot to apologize, right? I'm from Xicheng City too. Turns out the Rose team isn't as upstanding and powerful as our squad. Our little princess here couldn't stand their trashy personalities, so she got off the bus and called me to come get her. So that's how it is, huh?" Xiao Ni muttered, "Ah, yeah. But I feel like our squad is kind of pathetic. The Fiery Rose team is still way more solid." Hearing her say that, Xingcun and Helai were stunned into silence. Xiao Ni continued, "Pathetic squads and lame-ass dudes need to try harder, you know? Or you won't be able to keep your female members." At that moment, the real Xiao Ni realized, "The flame demon god is controlling my body to leave." Xiao Ni felt a little regretful. "Goodbye, I'll definitely wait for you to become strong." Watching her leave, he thought regretfully, "I finally got to see Xiao Nie after so long, and it ended with such a weird conversation. But don't you worry, I will get stronger. I'll definitely save you." Helai adjusted her glasses and asked with concern. Xingcun was startled and immediately left Helai behind. Of course, she believed him. He then started running, shouting as he went, "Thanks for tonight." The streetlights suddenly burst. "You guys in Bin City really suck at fire prevention. You need to step it up." Just then, Li Tianxing arrived. "Damn it. We still couldn't catch Di Long in the end." "Helai, you rushed over here. What the hell happened?" Helai analyzed inwardly. He must have vanished for no reason. Then Di Long showed up, and the bizarre forest caught on fire. The contestant from Nanyue, time flew by. 1 week later, the first qualifying round of the Supernova tournament began with 293 high school teams and 65 public teams. A total of 358 teams began the competition. Arena number 3, Nanyue's Doomsday Spark Squad versus Shanyu City's Super Hunter Squad. At this moment, Zhao Sheng was completely baffled. "Big bro, you can't be serious. Me, her. We can't do this. This is the Supernova Tournament." The Supernova Tournament, the national tournament for superpowered genius students. A tournament this important. Who the hell are we? We're just two students whose superhuman genes barely add up to 80%. I have to put all my effort into controlling my electric eel just to keep it from wrecking the equipment here, and I have to go investigate something. If you guys don't go up, we'll have to forfeit. As he said this, a sly grin appeared on his face. "It's fine. If you lose, it's no big deal. Anyway, I'm leaving it to you guys. You gotta believe in yourselves." Then, Xingcun hurried away. The referee quickly called out, "Doomsday Spark Squad, if you don't get on the stage now, I'm calling a loss." Zhao Sheng was jolted by the loud voice. He immediately shouted back and ran up. "We're coming." The referee was surprised. "Nanyue is only sending up 2 people? Xiao Tao was flustered. "Huh?" "Yes." The other contestants were pissed. They're only sending up 2 people, and they didn't even bring weapons. Who are they looking down on? So arrogant. Tch, they're just top 3 in their region. What's so great about that? We gotta make them pay big time. Zhao Sheng's face turned serious. "Xiao Tao, big bro believes in us. We can definitely do this. Let's go." She was also filled with determination. Yeah, as Xingcun walked, he thought, the first qualifier round will take 2 days to finish. It'll use 16 arenas, with 2 teams facing off in each. Each arena will have 6 matches a day. The calamity of fate isn't supposed to happen when the Supernova tournament starts, at least not during this first round. But the coast of Bin City? Monsters? Could it be an attack by sea monsters? No, that's not right. Even though there were very few reports about the calamity of fate in the papers in my past life, we would have been caught completely off guard if it was an attack from sea monsters, especially with the city's guardian and their defensive power. He kept walking around to investigate, but Xingcun still couldn't find anything. He brushed it off. No clues for now. Whatever. Thinking this, his eyes flashed coldly. Let's see what kind of food quality they have at this monster banquet. He couldn't help but drool miserably. So much food. I can't eat people, but if I'm just looking. At the same time, he immediately found another room. Oh, this place. Inside, a crowd was buzzing. That team from Zhu City is way too arrogant, only sending one guy. As he entered, he heard people talking. If our team makes it through the afternoon matches, I bet that one-man squad from Zhu City will be our opponent. That dude from Zhu City plans to fight 1-on-5? You're overestimating him. I heard he single-handedly beat Zhu City's original team and easily took their spot in the Supernova tournament. Shh, haven't you looked up his file? He's the recently found demon child of the Wen family from Zhu City. Xingcun looked at the lonely figure standing over there, while the voices here kept buzzing. The demon child, damn, he thought to himself. This guy. Even I can sense a threat from his scent. It's like Qing Shoujian delicious but poisonous. The calamity of fate. Is he connected to it? From what I've heard, at only 5 years old, he used his superhuman powers to kill his own parents, who were also superhumans. I wonder just how high his superhuman gene count is. No idea. They say he disappeared after that, and the Wen family from Zhu City only just found him recently. His superhuman gene index was never made public, the referee asked in surprise. You're choosing a team battle? I don't know why you guys from Zhu City only sent you up alone, but you can choose a one-on-one format, best 3 out of 5. Wen spoke up. No need. A team battle is faster. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Huh? Faster? They thought he was way too arrogant. Hearing this, the other team immediately rushed forward. You've got some nerve. We'll give you that. The referee immediately yelled, Hey! I haven't even declared the start of the match. Wen's gaze dropped, but then he quickly looked up. But he hadn't even moved his body, and the other guys were already thrown to the ground, their limbs bent out of shape. The referee stammered, stunned. Everyone, wait! Before he could even finish his sentence, they were already defeated. Wen looked at her coldly. Can I go now? The referee was speechless for a moment. She quickly composed herself. Ah, yes, you can. I declare. Zhu City's one-man team is the winner. The crowd was shocked. Damn, his superhuman power is even crazier than the rumors said. That move, I couldn't even see it. How the hell did he even fight? Just how high are that guy's superhuman genes? I swear, he's even creepier than that kid who used to hold the world record. Any superhuman gene that goes over 90% triggers a radical change. But there's one type of power that's never ever been recorded above 90%. He's a psychic type. Yeah, that's right. Haven't a bunch of those so-called superhuman researchers been saying psychic powers are theoretically the strongest? Xingcun thought to himself. To a monster, this guy. Looks delicious. Follow him. Maybe I should. Suddenly, Wen was standing right in front of Xingcun. Everyone flinched and started whispering, Ugh. Why is he coming over here? This is so freaky. Is he trying to intimidate us future opponents or what? A guy who killed his own parents at 5 years old wouldn't hesitate to kill us, right? Wen didn't flinch at being called out. You want to follow me? And you think I look tasty? You want to eat me? The crowd freaked out and backed away. Whoa! The rumors about Wen being a mind reader. Is he doing it right now? What's this about tasty? Like food? Or some kind of messed up fantasy? Oh my god. What a total freak! So gross! Being called out like that, Xingcun's face darkened. Don't you dare accuse me of something like that. How could I possibly be some kind of flesh-eating monster? Wen couldn't help but ask. For the past few days, there's been a voice that keeps wanting to eat me. Was that you? Hearing this, Xingcun was lost in thought. A voice that always wants to eat him. Just then, another voice called out, Wen, stop dawdling. The exam's over. Let's head back to the hotel. The crowd started whispering again. That's the team leader from Voidstar City. Man, that helmet looks so weird. Wen immediately replied, Yes, sir. Xingcun watched them leave, thinking, if he can really read minds, then that voice, it belongs to the flame demon god. No, she just got here yesterday, but he said the voice has been there for days. Only monsters eat superhumans. Meanwhile, on Xiao Tao's side, the referee asked the two siblings, Do you choose a team battle or solo? Xiao Tao spoke up. Solo, solo, we choose solo. Chu Sheng hesitated. I'll go. Xiao Tao stepped forward, cutting him off. No, bro, let me go first. I'm better at defense. You use the time to find his weakness. We have to beat at least one of them. We can't get totally humiliated like this. Her brother finally gave in. All right, just be careful, the referee announced. All right then. Nam Nye's Doomsday Starfire team versus Sam Min's Collection Ball team. The match begins. Xiao Tao thought to herself, I used to dream about awakening a superhuman power, about changing my life, but I never thought I'd end up following a captain who can control monster genes. So that's how it is. You guys decide what you're gonna do next. Of course we're gonna keep following the boss. I never, ever imagined I'd be standing on the supernova stage, representing the most talented superhumans in the entire country. Just then, her opponent charged forward. I'm a wind-type superhuman. I heard your whole little strategy. You're gonna let your teammate find my weakness before he steps in to beat me? Do you guys not even know the rules? After I beat you, we get to switch out our fighter. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you Nam and Guyet guys this year. Your performance is just sad. When we drew Nam and Guyet, we were actually kinda nervous and excited. But now, we're just disappointed. On the sidelines, the blonde guy was laughing his ass off. Someone like Xingcun just used his connections to get into the Supernova tournament. And he's trashing Nam Guyet's reputation by pulling this crap, sending 2 reserve students to fight. Good thing we quit Nam Guyet and joined Huo Hong. Otherwise, we'd be humiliated right along with them. The Nam Nguyen Superhuman Academy must be absolutely losing their minds right now. The same Nam Nguyen that placed in the top 3 last time is about to get knocked out in the very first round. The other guy kept using his Cyclone Star Map, a wind-guiding greatsword slashed relentlessly at Xiao Tao. He charged forward aggressively. Is this the great prodigy from Nam Guyet? All you know how to do is dodge? Or did Nam Guyet run out of people and just send you weaklings here to embarrass yourselves? The reason Xiao Tao looked so spaced out this whole time was because she felt his sword was just too slow. Compared to Xingcun's attacks, this is a joke, she thought. You have my monster genes inside you. Even though it's still in a semi-awakened state, it's enough to make your bodies as strong as a level 1 monster. This is way different from a normal sparring match. Xingcun pushed me to this level. It's true. Because we have monster genes, we can recover super fast. Hang in there, Xiao Tao. Yeah, they didn't have to worry about killing us, so every training session was for real. I thought he was just kidding. Turns out, I don't have to just dodge like I did in training. I can find an opening in this storm of sloppy attacks. His superhuman energy is definitely greater than mine, but it's so chaotic and weak, I actually feel comfortable. At that moment, she looked at her opponent with a hint of doubt. Is this guy really a prodigy? Or have my brother and I been completely reborn? Then Xiao Tao finally raised her hands. She quickly activated her Vine Star Map. Blood. No, I don't even need to burn my blood for this. Let's just try with some normal vines. Immediately, vines shot out from her hands. Her opponent was stunned by the attack. He'd been underestimating Xiao Tao this whole time. Right away, Xiao Tao shouted, Sorry, but you're just too slow. Now it's my turn. The other guy was shocked. Slow? Xiao Tao continued, It's been a while since I used my superhuman energy to actually hit someone. I'm not sure how strong it'll be. Xiao Tao was a little curious. After being stimulated by Xingcun's monster genes for so long, I must be a little stronger than before, right? The referee over here announced. Nam and Guyet Superhuman Academy, Doomsday Starfire Team, wins. Realizing she'd gone overboard, she shuddered. Whoops, my bad. Xiao Tao was still in a daze. Bro, I actually won. Chu Sheng cheered. My little sis is awesome, she shot back shyly. Oh, shut up. The guy lay on the ground crying, Captain, I lost. The other guy said confidently, It's fine, you did your best. They really are prodigies from Nam Nguyen after all. So cunning. They must have been faking weakness to make you overconfident. I'll take it from here. She's a wood-type superhuman. I'll definitely win. The blonde dude was shocked. What the hell? Wasn't this Chu Xiao Tao chick just some nobody who got lucky? How could she be this strong? Yu Yin was stunned, thinking to himself, since when did they get so powerful? During the last practice match, they were way weaker than this. When did the gap get this huge? Did they get a massive power boost from Xingcun? That's gotta be it. Whatever, I've got young Master Fan backing me up. I'll get a power-up soon enough too. I'll definitely leave them in the dust. Just then, the referee spoke up. Team Doomsday, Starfire of Southern Moon, do you need to substitute a player? But I must remind you, once a player is swapped out, they cannot re-enter the match. Xiao Tao answered, I'll keep fighting. The cocky team captain sneered. So what if you're Southern Moon's genius? In this match at least, we won't lose. He powered up his inner energy. For the glory of Shanmin City, our team has poured blood, sweat, and tears into this for the past 3 years. I will defeat you. My superpower is a total counter to yours. You can't just keep winning forever. Xiao Tao just stood there calmly. She held out her hand and softly said, Vines. The captain yelled, You Southern Moon guys are way too arrogant. With so few fighters, you're bound to have elemental weaknesses. Just then, Xiao Tao suddenly remembered Xingcun's words. Hang in there. The future is going to be scarier than you can even imagine. I just need you guys to grow up fast, become my real support, and figure out your own fighting styles as soon as possible. Can you guys actually handle this? Oh right, you're all special. You've got more alien monster genes in you than actual superhuman ones. Even I don't know what kind of changes your bodies will go through. If something weird happens, remember not to freak out. Now, trapped by the flames, Xiao Tao thought to herself, find my own fighting style, huh? Should I use the blood peach blossom? No, I can't just keep going all out recklessly. She closed her eyes tight, standing firm in the fire, and said with determination, I don't want to keep dodging forever. Xiao Tao's feet planted firmly on the ground. All threats must be nipped in the bud. The captain was stunned. Roots shot out from behind him, taking him completely by surprise. A sneak attack? My back is covered by my fire wings. It's not that easy. How is this possible? Her vines went around all of my flames. He stared at Xiao Tao in disbelief. No way. My fire wings should have blocked her line of sight. How could she predict my moves so perfectly? He struggled to breathe. Could it be? The life element? She's almost at the superhuman level. These vines can not only avoid my fire wings, but they're also poisonous. The referee quickly announced, Second round, Southern Moon Squad wins. Seeing her teammate get sent flying, the pink-haired girl yelled anxiously, Captain! She angrily charged forward. Let me go next! I'm a fire-type superhuman too! The captain shouted in alarm. San, wait! He quickly warned his teammate. Be careful. If her vines wrap around you, you're toast. San charged in, totally determined. I'll be careful, even if I have to risk my life. Xiao Tao was confused. What's happening to the monster genes deep inside me, and what's with my vines? They've grown these little thorns that aren't part of my superpower. She was shocked. What's more, when the vines wrapped around that guy, I wanted to eat him. As soon as San entered the arena, she gritted her teeth and unleashed a fierce fire blast, charging right at Xiao Tao. But Xiao Tao's face had turned terrifying. I feel like she smells so good. At the same time, Xiao Tao's vines shot out from the ground. They wrapped around San, shocking her. Her vines changed? So this is her real power. My flames can't even burn them. These aren't just vines, are they? On the sidelines, both the referee and Chu Jing quickly noticed something was wrong. They both yelled at the same time. Oh, crap. Chu Jing shouted worriedly, Little sis, Xiao Tao, Chu Xiao Tao, snap out of it. Xiao Tao turned around, confused. What is it, bro? Chu Jing yelled urgently. Look what you're doing. I think this is a little overkill. He looked at the girl who was on the brink of death and screamed, Pull back your tentacles now. On the other side, San trembled. I give up. Xiao Tao finally snapped out of it, shocked to see her opponent in such a state. Whoa, my bad. And again, the familiar words from the referee, first match, Southern Moon Squad wins. Zhu Sheng couldn't help but admire her. Your tentacles are so badass. Seriously awesome. Makes me want to get in there and fight too. Xiao Tao blushed bright red. Keep your voice down. The referee's voice rang out. Congratulations to Southern Moon for advancing. The next match is the day after tomorrow. Your opponent will be stronger, so I hope you prepare well. Xiao Tao was dazed. Huh? Chu Tu walked over cheerfully. Congrats on advancing, you guys, Xiao Tao said humbly. We should be thanking you, Senior Chu Tu, for promising to give us special training. The others in the crowd muttered in awe, as expected of Southern Moon. So impressive. My team and I will keep watching and cheering for you. Right after, San came up, blushing, and said, Tentacle Queen, I'll be keeping an eye on you. I hope Southern Moon can take first place in the supernova rankings this year. Xiao Tao was baffled by the nickname. 10. Tentacle Queen? Zhu Sheng, standing beside her, kept chiming in. So cool! Still stunned, Xiao Tao froze and asked San, Are you talking to me? But it seemed her aura was still terrifying to San, who quickly yelled, No, don't! After everyone got back, Zhu Sheng couldn't stop gushing. After watching today's match, I feel like Xiao Tao, the Tentacle Queen, was the real star. Xiao Tao pouted. Hey, Zhu Sheng cut her off. What's not to like? I wish I had a badass title like that. She blushed and yelled. You can have the title then. Zhu Sheng still didn't get it. But your power isn't exactly tentacles. Not everyone can just whip out tentacles, you know. Xiao Tao yelled furiously. Zhu Sheng, shut up. Chu Tu quickly opened the door. Xingcun said he got back before us. As soon as they went inside, they saw him holding up someone who was tied up tight. You're back? Xingcun said cheerfully to everyone. All right, let me introduce you. His name is Van, the only contestant from Void City. Xingcun narrows his eyes, pointing to his own bloody collar. This kid's no joke. It was a real pain in the ass bringing him back. Chusu couldn't help but be stunned. You You brought back a contestant? I... Is that even allowed? Xingcun snorts coldly. You think I don't have a good reason and a solid plan for this? Xingcun explains. Our enemies are slick. They're hiding. But I know this kid is prime bait. He's the kind of meal that even our enemies are drooling over. If we can't find them, then we'll just snatch the meal they're dead set on eating, stir the hornet's nest, force them out into the open, and we'll take them down one by one. Noticing a movement in his arms, Xingcun looks down. Oh, you're awake. Figures a psychic-type superhuman would have an insane amount of willpower. Looks like I'll have to knock you out again. Van looks around, bewildered. Where am I? This guy. I can't believe I couldn't kill him just now. Flashing back to earlier, Van was walking down the street when he realized, Brother Lin, someone's following me. He was startled. What? Van speaks up. I keep hearing his thoughts. He looks so delicious. And he was right. Xingcun was in a semi-transparent state. Xiao Lin is surprised. We already checked all the suspects you mentioned who had thoughts like that. In the end, we found nothing. Xiao Lin continues. You can hear other people's thoughts, but because of that, it messes with your own mind, and you were diagnosed with auditory hallucinations, just like how you often hear your dead mother talking to you. So trust me, clear out all the distracting thoughts, focus your will. The director already said, as long as you get into the top 3, you can have whatever you want. Van replies, I don't want anything. I just need the director to transfer the monthly quota of life essence fluid I'm supposed to use to Xiao Lin in the future. Xiao Lin answers, that's not something you need to worry about. You should think more about yourself. People can only be happy when they look out for themselves. He instructs Van, go home and get some good rest. Just focus on preparing for the competition. Seeing him hesitate, lingering even though they'd arrived, Xiao Lin asks with concern, Van, what's wrong? He says, it's nothing. He mutters to himself, that hallucinatory voice followed me. He's admiring me. Van says to himself, I've been in this house for almost a week. There are over a dozen monsters hiding inside. I'm like a chicken in a tiger's den. Van speaks up. Brother Lin, the voice that wants to eat me. It's really giving me a headache. He told me it was just an auditory hallucination. Van continues. That hallucination just made a decision. Before Xiao Lin can even understand, he screams, he's going to tie me up. The moment he says it, he's dragged away. Xiao Lin yells in a panic. Van! Xingcun had opted to just straight up yank Van away. He was still invisible. Van is enraged. Why is it that besides Brother Lin, no one will just leave me alone? Right after, he grits his teeth in anger. Van's eyes blaze with light as his psychic powers erupt. Seeing Van flip out like this, Xingcun grimaces inwardly. Oh crap. He thinks to himself, this is totally different from the 2 psychic bursts I had to deal with before. Xingcun is floored. The power of his attack is even on the level of a monster lord's aura. Xingcun quickly appears, looks at Van and says, you're the only person who's managed to hurt me since I became a superhuman. Van is surprised. It's you, the one who wanted to eat me in the arena. I knew I wasn't hearing things. You can turn invisible. Who's your master, and why do you want to eat me? Xingcun casually replies, is wanting to eat someone a crime? I haven't eaten you, and I don't plan to. I just want to help you escape this monster den and avoid your fate of being eaten. Of course, Van doesn't believe him. You're lying, he thinks to himself. He's the one. Xingcun adds, aside from your psychic blasts, your fighting skills are like a sick chicken's. Suddenly attacked, Van can't help but yell, wondering, what's that hard thing poking me? Xingcun quickly rushes him. Let's go! If we drag our feet any longer, things are gonna get messy. Van is still in shock. Where did this sword come from? Xingcun says, trying to read my mind, huh? You just have to focus your superhuman energy on your scalp, and you can block someone's telepathic senses. It can also defend against psychic attacks. It's like a helmet. Hearing this, Van gets anxious, Brother Lin. Van continues, he's not like you at all. Brother Lin's face is just injured. He wears it all the time because he scares people. Xingcun flinches in pain. Ow! My superhuman energy isn't even enough to completely defend against your psychic burst. Xingcun still replies with a sneer. What a lame-ass excuse. This Brother Lin you're talking about. When I get close to him, I can smell the stench of monsters on him. He's definitely in cahoots with them. Van retorts, don't you dare try to frame him. From start to finish, he has never been afraid of my ability to read his mind. At the same time, monsters leap out from nowhere. The 2 of them are immediately surrounded. Xingcun can't help but complain. See? I told you we'd get caught if we were too slow. Xingcun quickly rolls up his sleeve. I guess I have to use it. Van is confused. No? He thinks to himself, Brother Lin's helmet can't possibly be. Over here, Xingcun observes him with surprise. Whoa, his eyes, they're all white. Is this caused by his psychic attribute being highly concentrated? His mind is screaming nonstop, "We're so dead!" Xingcun stares blankly at Van Van. Watching the fight, Xingcun analyzes. Even monsters have brains, they have minds. His power directly pierces the monster's psyche. The monsters immediately lose control. He thinks, this is terrifying. Monsters below level 4 can't convert their blood and flesh power into elemental power yet. They seem to be defenseless against this kind of psychic attack, and he's only a 4-star superhuman. He's a true superhuman. If I were a monster… Oh wait, I am a monster. I wouldn't let him become a 5-star, or even a 6-star superhuman. He slaps Van Van on the back. He's definitely more tempting than I imagined. I'll just have to snatch him for myself. The force behind the Star Ape calamity. I can't deal with them for now. Or maybe they're just waiting for the perfect time to have a big feast? So, what are you gonna do if I just snatch your main course right now? Cut to the other side. A voice rings out. Leland, you can't even handle one freaking person. You still want to keep your daughter alive or what? He jumped. What the? That voice, the one that sounded ready to eat him alive? It was him. I thought you were going to make the first move, sir. The voice shot back. Idiot. You're a huge disappointment. Leland, terrified, pleaded. Just don't destroy my helmet yet. I swear I'll bring him back. He only trusts me. Only I can do this. I have to be the one to do it. The flame demon god showed up, thinking, whoa, didn't expect the other king of Bin City to be in this kind of mess. The other voice asked suspiciously, and who are you? Oh right, the name's Flame Demon God, and I know who stole that meal you guys were after. Look, you're not the king I was looking for, but we can still team up. Back in the present, Shu Xing just casually taps Wen Wen, knocking him out cold again. Diao Tao, find a room for him, tie him up tight, and make sure to focus all your psychic power on his scalp. Without his psychic attacks, this dude is a total weakling, but still, use everything you've got to make sure he doesn't wake up. She quickly replied, you got it. Shu Xing figured, something major is probably going to go down tonight. And with our current power level, it's going to be a tough fight. Tutu couldn't help but ask, so what's the plan? Xingcun just shrugged and told them, call the cops. He said it so nonchalantly that a loud voice immediately screamed, call! Call the cops! Over on the other side, Li Tianxing spoke up, Doomsday Spark Squad. This better be good. Xingcun stepped up to stop him. Whoa, chill out, Senior Li Tianxing. My master is Senior Shangguan Kui. You're just as famous as she is, which kind of makes you like half our master, right? And it just so happens Xiao Yu is at a super critical point in her training. He shot a look at Xiao Yu, and tonight she could really use a pro like you to watch over her. But Li Tianxing just turned and walked away. Xingcun yelled after him, hey, where are you going? He just said, see ya. Xingcun quickly shot back. You don't want to see how much stronger the world's top lightning user is compared to you? Want to feel the gap between yourself and the top tier? It might even give you a few tips on how to break through to 5-star. Hearing that, his face went dark. So this is the captain of that old-timer squad Chief Hu was talking about. So shameless. Tisk, tisk. Zhuo Sheng looked over at him. Shu Xing explained. The monster sealed inside him hasn't woken up yet, so it can't sense how much of a delicacy he is, not like Jian Shouqing. But it's totally weird. His powers are basically the perfect counter for monsters, yet they're dying to eat him. He couldn't help but wonder, so why not just eat him already? Are they just farming him, letting him power up? Is this dude like super poisonous? Nah, I could probably swallow him in one gulp. He said this while staring at Wen Wen like he was a snack. Then, he looked at the group and said, all right, let's team up for this fight. Shu Xing quickly broke it down. The flame demon seed came from Nan Yue to Bin City. Bin City's gotta have its own mastermind, probably someone like the flame demon god, or maybe even scarier. I snatched the tasty meal that the mastermind hadn't gotten a chance to eat yet. My whole goal is to screw up their plans and lure the big boss out, but yeah, it's super risky. The flame demon god will probably team up with the mastermind to come after us. That's why I'm leaving Bin City's strongest fighter here, and that's none other than Li Tianxing. He continued, he's our tank. Senior Tutu, tonight, you back up Li Tianxing and help defend against the flame demon god's attacks. You know how insane the flame demon god is. Don't let Li Tianxing underestimate that guy, or he'll get himself smoked. Diao Tao, Zhuo Sheng, you two are on hostage duty. Your safety comes first, though. If you really can't hold him, just take him out. Tutu said firmly, I'm all set, just waiting for the brawl to start. Zhuo Sheng added, I've been ready to die for this cause for a while now. He forced a smile. Whoa, it doesn't have to be that dramatic. Tutu added, but I'm only a 4-star superhuman. Zhuo Sheng followed up with, and I'm a 3-star. Shu Xing shot back, Why would I let it get that messy? We need to ramp up the difficulty for them, buy ourselves more time, no matter what kind of trap they try to spring on us. Their ultimate goal is all the young superhuman prodigies in Waxia. If they get exposed tonight, all those talented kids they see as a buffet will scatter. Their little feast will be totally ruined. Tonight isn't the right time for them to show their hand, so we need to make sure there are enough witnesses so they don't dare go all out. The line between the hunter and the hunted isn't so clear-cut. If they actually show up tonight, they might be the ones paying the price. Zhuo Sheng added, "We don't have to make this a suicide mission. I'll put my life on the line, Xingcun." Tutu echoed, "Me too." Xingcun's face fell. After all that explaining, they still didn't get it. He just sighed. Fine. Whatever. And with that, the meeting was finally over. Zhuo Sheng turned to his sister. "Xiao Tao?" Seeing her just staring at Wenwen, he thought it was weird and asked again, "Xiao Tao?" She didn't even budge. Zhuo Sheng got more curious. "Yo, what's up with you?" Xiao Tao hesitated. "Ugh." She looked at Wenwen and licked her lips. "I'm seriously about to lose it. He smells so good." Just then, Wenwen's eyes snapped open, and they were staring right at each other, up close. Xiao Tao panicked internally. "Why am I being such a total creep right now?" Wenwen growled. Suddenly, the vines started sprouting like crazy, and it looked like Xiao Tao was losing control again. She thought to herself, if this keeps up, what the hell am I going to turn into? Just destroy it all. Zhuo Sheng got serious. "Xiao Tao, starting right now, you're going to train your queen's tentacle skill until you master it." He looks like he's about to croak. "Sis, you've gotten so mean. Why do you keep hitting your big bro lately?" Just then, Li Tianqing walked over. "So? What's going on? A whole crew of you, being all sneaky, and you won't even let me up. What are you hiding?" Xingcun replied, Yup, you got it. We conned another player. He's tied up over there." Li Tianqing just stared at him. "Me wasting my night listening to you guys talk crap is completely pointless." Xingcun quickly cut in. "Senior Li Tianqing, wait. Our Dean Chin specifically asked you to watch over us. It's because we literally can't do this without you. We're begging you, please pass on some of your knowledge about breaking through with the lightning element star chart." Li Tianqing's face darkened. "Fine, out of respect for your chief guardian, I'll stick around a little longer." Xingcun forced a smile. "You're just too kind, Senior Li Tianqing." He turned to Xiao Yu. "Look, even if your superhuman gene is off the charts, you're not completely immune to lightning. Training outside this room is a bad idea. You'll just attract a strike. A bolt of divine lightning is what destroyed my eye. Sure, that one blast also helped me awaken the life element, but the weather seems fine tonight. It probably won't attract a divine strike, but you still have to be on your guard." Xiao Yu quickly shot him a bright smile. "Got it. Let's begin." Just like that, Xiao Yu closed her eyes, and her power immediately began to surge. A massive electrical current blasted down from the sky, like a river pouring right where they stood. Li Tianqing was floored. Didn't I literally just tell her to be careful? If she gets fried, it's her own damn fault. This much power, it's coming from the power station. That's an insane amount of electrical force. From this moment on, she's completely cut off all the power being generated by the station. How the hell is she withstanding that insane voltage? This means the entire city, no, not just the city, the whole freaking region that depends on that power station is going to go dark. But Xingcun, you're acting so chill. Li Tianqing suddenly realized. Wait, hold on a sec. He quickly put two and two together. This is my villa, the place I use for my own training, the citywide blackout tonight. The blame for this is going to fall right on my head. That damn kid, he kept me here so I'd take the fall for this. Li Tianqing closed his eyes. Clever little punk, he sighed. But hey, I made a promise, so I guess I'll see it through to the end. Besides, I'm curious to see what the lightning user with the highest superhuman gene count in the entire world can really do. A demigod of lightning, huh? Talk about cocky. With that thought, he spoke up. Cultivating a star chart at the end of the day is all about helping your life element grow up, just like the heavenly blade I've been raising. You've got your own life element, right? Let it out. Xiao Yu answered, You mean, right here? Li Tianqing nodded. Yep. A prize sword has to be drawn from its sheath to show its true brilliance. He watched her, thinking to himself, wait, why is she flying up? Geez, for most people, just being able to cultivate a life element at all is a huge accomplishment. Is she seriously arrogant enough to worry that her little life element is going to destroy my villa? Li Tianqing stared, bewildered. Hey, kid, he muttered to himself. I bet her life element isn't even the size of my fist. Her power rapidly expanded into a huge circle, already at 50% of her purple crystal. Xiao Yu shouted, Still not high enough. Sorry, senior, but your roof is about to get wrecked. Then she added, I'm going up a little higher. Li Tianqing thought. This isn't Wait, this is a domain. I totally forgot that purple crystal cultivators can use a simple domain. The sight unfolding in front of him made Li Tianxing scream internally. Holy crap! It's a domain. Seeing 7 of them, he was completely stunned. Are all of those her life elements? That many? No freaking way. The amount of lightning packed inside them is insane. They say people with over 90% superhuman genes get a special ability. Don't tell me hers is something like infinity, and she's only at 50% purple crystal right now. If she actually completes it, she could seriously become the first 5-star superhuman in Huaxia Hell. Maybe even the first in the whole world. She's a damn prodigy. Far away, a cold, dark voice echoed. She must die. The flame demon god couldn't help but sneer. Well, well, didn't think there'd be someone who wants her dead even more than I do. And talk about making a scene, causing a citywide blackout right before they act. Now that guy's deploying a huge domain, and it's going to attract a ton of other superhumans real quick. He's not just some small-time troublemaker. The mysterious voice spoke again. It's fine. I'll take care of this little problem. You just go kill that lightning user and reclaim your throne. I'm going to reclaim my meal. And at the critical moment, I will blind everyone's eyes to the truth. The flame demon god was satisfied. Deal. Back in the past, when Xingcun and Xiao Yu were just kids, he pushed a little notebook over to her. Here, Xingcun teased. Look, this is the face you made when you found the cockroach I put in your shoe earlier. A little older, and he was still pulling the same crap. Xiao Yu was pissed. Wang Baxing, get the hell away from me. Did you scribble in your own book? Xingcun went on. Hey, it's what you get for staying up all night on your phone. This one looks just like you when you're about to fall asleep in class. And this stingray's smile? Totally you when you're zoning out. Xiao Yu shot back. Your drawings are terrible. You've been drawing for how many years and you haven't improved one bit? Xingcun retorted. But I colored them in. Back in the present, Xiao Yu looked at the creatures flying around her and breathed a sigh of relief. Letting these guys out. I feel so much lighter. Li Tianxing spoke up. You should get familiar with them before you continue absorbing more lightning. No need, she replied. I can keep going. He was impressed. Your talent is really one of a kind. As a senior, let me give you a piece of advice. How long have you been a transcendent? Not even a month, right? And you're already at a standard 4-star level. Once you gather enough purple crystal energy, you could seriously become the first 5-star transcendent in history. But you're rushing it. Your foundation isn't even solid yet, and you're already burning through your own potential just for this insane growth speed. Lightning-type transcendents are crazy powerful. You must have felt that prickling sensation all over your body, right? I'm telling you, from now on you need to take it slow and steady. Xiao Yu cheerfully replied, No, I'm still not fast enough. She closed her eyes, thinking to herself, I have to get stronger, fast. Right now, Xingcun is the only one holding things down every single day. Next, I need to master the purple crystal domain and create something even bigger. Hearing this, Li Tianxing was stunned. Doesn't listen to advice. Kids these days are just too ambitious for their own good. He then looked over. Dututu, why the long face? Acting like you're about to face some final boss. Is this your first time protecting a junior while they level up or something? What's there to worry about? Sure, this world has its share of petty scumbags who just want to screw people over for no reason, trying to stop the next generation's rising stars from leveling up. But this is my turf, Li Tianxing's. No one's dumb enough to cause trouble while the little fish is trying to rank up. And even if someone does show up, there are barely any people in this world who can actually take me on. With you here too, I'm not scared of anything at all, she added. Li Tianxing was surprised. So someone actually is that stupid? What'd she say? Is she one of your potential teammates or something? Did she see your team has a crazy strong tentacle queen and decide to join up? Honestly, what a brat. Tutu immediately yelled, Watch out. She then instantly channeled her energy and blasted it with Windwander. Thanks to her, Li Tianxing dodged the danger. He couldn't help but wonder, why the hell does she have a monster arm? So you knew about her. Abnormality. Xiao Yu steeled her resolve. I can't let him get in my way. Tutu screamed. Flame demon god, aren't you afraid someone will find out you're a monster? The woman thought to herself. There should be a ton of people coming here. So how dare the flame demon god use her monster arm? But I really don't see anyone. Did Xingcun's plan actually fail? Li Tianxing was shocked. What flame demon god? She's a monster. She gave a wicked grin. Just kill everyone here. That way, no one will ever know. That voice echoed again. Flame demon god, don't use any of your super strong moves just yet. I'll use an illusion domain to keep outsiders from getting into your combat zone. If you use flames that are too powerful, you might shatter my illusion. Outside, everyone quickly got lost. How have we been walking for so long and still haven't reached the light? Are we lost? Li Tianxing immediately charged forward. I don't care if you're human or a monster. If you dare to start something here, you're dead. He quickly channeled his energy, drew his sword, and at the same time unleashed Heavenly Blade, Sentient Map, a lightning/shot towards her. But in an instant, that hand swung out. Li Tianjing thought blankly, if she's a monster, then what damn level is she? Tutu quickly kicked off the ground, yelling, Senior Li Tianxing, be careful, she's crazy strong, we're no match for her. Li Tianxing was stunned. Her power is strong enough to create a sonic boom? Seeing him charge ahead, Tutu was startled and tried to stop him. Senior Li Tianxing, please, don't be reckless. Li Tianxing said with contempt, humanity should have wiped out all the monsters and had them under control a long time ago. The flame demon god sneered. Pathetic humans, this world is far more vast than you could ever imagine. Senior, your blade is broken. Li Tianxing replied. This blade is just a conduit for my life element. It's only to reduce the energy drain. My real power was never in that blade. It's something I've cultivated for years. Then he yelled, Heart Lightning Blade. Instantly, a beam of light appeared and formed into a long blade. Li Tianxing used Heavenly Lightning Slash to block the Flame Demon God's attack, who charged at him at the same time. The Flame Demon God let out a slight smile, then contemptuously flicked the blade with her finger. Li Tianxing was shocked. She's too strong. She shattered my Heart Lightning Blade with just a flick? Humanity thinking they've taken control of this world again. Turns out, it's all just a joke. She immediately grabbed his hand. But you people are nothing more than food to us. And no matter how strong the food gets, it can never escape the kitchen. Seeing how bad the situation was, Tutu instantly channeled her energy. Grade 8, Great Hurricane. And just like that, Li Tianxing was freed. She said in a panic, Senior, I can't save you every time, so please stop being so reckless. Li Tianxing was stunned. Just from that one grab, his wrist was probably fractured. He immediately steeled his resolve. Even so, I can't back down. Xiao Yu is leveling up on my turf. I have to protect her no matter what. At that moment, a worried Xiao Yu said, I can fight too. Li Tianxing replied, No, you need to completely stabilize 50% of your purple crystal. If you don't, you won't be able to control the purple crystal domain. And if you get hurt, all the power you've been building up will go down the drain. Don't worry. They call me the thunder god of Biancheng for a reason. If you get disturbed, it'll only be because I've fallen and can't fight anymore. As he spoke, he drew his blade again. Xingcun, approaching from behind, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Senior Li, you really are a good guy. She tossed something over. Why don't you stabilize the wound on your left hand first? Let me take over for a bit. Li Tianxing looked worried. Hey, we don't even know what level that monster is. Tutu, don't drag her into this. The moment she saw her, the flame demon god let out a wicked grin. Traitor, what's happened to your body? She stared at her and asked again. What happened to your body? Why can't I sense any flame power from you at all? Did your monster body get enhanced again? As she finished speaking, the flame demon god attacked. Xingcun gave a faint smile, channeling her own energy to counter as she replied, Is it really that strange? Aren't you too scared to use your own flames whenever you want? Right then, she was on her guard. His arm just kept getting stronger, and it was about to catch up to her own, even though I still haven't recovered much of my power. But I've still got the strength of a level 5 monster. I can tell from his aura that he's just a level 4 monster. There's no other monster like him. His evolution is totally messed up. She told him, Let me take back my throne, and while I'm at it, I'll rip you to shreds and see what's inside. Xing stared at her in silence, his eyes cold as he said, Go ahead and try. After that, a new attack was summoned. The flame demon god was kinda shocked. It actually pierced through my monster form? She gripped his hand, smirking wickedly. You're a real pain to deal with, but when it comes to being a monster, you're still just a rookie. Shh, let me get a good look at you. I can't feel any flame aura. No, it's hidden deep inside his body. Just then, a sharp spike shot out of his arm, stabbing her in the chest and making the flame demon god flinch. Xing said smugly, Bone spikes, multi-concerto. In the next second, her entire body was pierced like a damn pincushion. He hoisted her into the air, and the flame demon god looked like nothing more than a shish kebab. Xing then launched her onto a roof in the distance, causing a massive shockwave. Not giving her a chance to rest, he flew over and forcefully yanked her up again. The flame demon god was dumbfounded. Why is your monster body so weird? Xing shot back with contempt. You're being a little too nosy, don't you think? Azuo immediately cut him off. I just like to understand the ingredients before I start the feast. It's just one arm. Even if it's strong, it's not that much stronger. Right after, the flame demon god unleashed a furious barrage, blowing up the spot where he stood with a deafening boom. Tutu panicked. Senior Li Tianxing, your mansion. It's not too expensive, is it? If we all chip in to pay for it, do you think we can pay it off in this lifetime? He ignored her, looking worried. What's up with that Xingcun? How can he fight that monster bare-handed? What kind of superhuman is he? She said, that's because he is a monster. Now that I think about it, you Nan-Yue people, including you and everyone else here, none of you are normal. Tutu froze. If we're still alive tomorrow, we'll explain it to you. Zixing yelled over, stop chit-chatting and get over here and take her down. Tutu replied, right, Li Tianxing added, for now, I'll trust you guys. Right after that, the two of them combined their attacks, sending a wind blade and a lightning blade flying toward the flame demon god. Azuo didn't even look back, just scoffed. Insects! Stay out of my way. Azuo then swung her monster arm back to attack. It instantly morphed into long tentacles and lashed out. Tutu and Li Tianxing were hit hard, blood gushing everywhere. Azuo couldn't help but smirk. I'm so close to figuring out the secret to his body's transformation. Then I can do it too. That sinister voice echoed, Flame Demon God, prioritize attacking the lightning-type superhuman first. Of course, Azuo didn't listen. It's my call who I kill first. Who the hell are you to order me around? The voice insisted. No, you must kill her first. If you let her power up in peace. Before the voice could finish, a brilliant light flashed, catching the Flame Demon God by surprise. Whoa! Tutu shouted. It's Xiao Yu's amethyst barrier, and her barrier isn't destroying anything. Li Tianxing added. She's already stabilized 50% of the amethyst. A giant fish was now surrounding him. The sinister voice spoke again. Her power might be able to destroy my illusion domain. Just then, the fish lifted them both high into the air, closer to Xiao Yu. Zixing spoke up. All right, one of the perks of being an amethyst-class superhuman is you can choose your targets. For Xiao Yu, this pure, raw amethyst energy is basically an all-you-can-eat buffet. She's already halfway charged. He shot a smug, contemptuous look at the flame demon god. You monsters, you're about to get wrecked by a thunder god. Over on her side, Xiao Yu silently clenched her fist. Burst! Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning slammed the flame demon god, sending her crashing down from the sky. Azuo couldn't help but scream. But Azuo was still cocky. That's not even enough to be a real threat. It can't hurt me. Just then, Zixing lunged for a sneak attack from behind. Azuo instantly spun around, blocking it with her chest. Sneak attacks are useless. But then, suddenly, the source of that power shifted, taking the flame demon god by surprise. Xiao Yu looked at Azuo with disdain and explained, within my amethyst domain, I can summon lightning whenever I want. White shark. Instantly, a massive jaw appeared. The strange voice panicked. The illusion domain is under attack. The flame demon god started getting pissed. I don't care what you're waiting for. Now's the crucial moment. Give it to me, now. The shark began to move strangely. The flame demon god scowled and glared. Blind them. Illusion domain. Second layer sensory deprivation. The voice announced, the domain has 10 minutes left, or until you release your flames 3 times. Azuo screamed, that's enough. Meanwhile, Zixing looked around, confused. Huh? What just happened? Elsewhere, on the dark campus grounds, Xiaolin spoke up. Lord Yao, the voice replied, no need to hold back. No one can see you now. The plan has changed. You don't need to bring Wen back anymore. Lord Yao spoke again. Kill her. Xiaolin was taken aback. But I can't do it. Yao continued. You don't have to do it yourself. Just mess with his mind. As his teacher and his therapist, you should know his weaknesses better than anyone. But the original plan was to wait until he was worn out from the supernova tournament before we made a move. But now Yao cut him off. Just do it. Xiaolin immediately opened the door, obeying the command. Yes, sir. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Zhao Sheng, eyes bloodshot, throwing a wild punch. Yao's voice came again. Don't be afraid. To them, you're just an illusion I created. I can make them see whatever I want. Xiao Tao was yelling in frustration. Bro, this is not the time for your daily workout routine. Get dressed and let's go, Yao continued speaking. For humans, normality is what makes them feel relaxed and safe. From now on, no matter what you do, these pathetic superhumans won't notice a thing. Seeing the kid all tied up, that monster couldn't help but speak. Getting tangled up like this, figures Wen would be hated wherever he goes. Then he gave the order, do it. Xiaolin trembled, clenching his fists in guilt. Wen, I'm sorry. You know Lin is my life. Sheng, you'll finally be able to embrace that light. See? I'm here now. The person you talked about back then. That was me. You said that person pulled you out of the darkness. What a naive kid. That kind of encouragement is just stuff you can figure out by reading a few books. He struck down without a second thought. I'm sorry. For my daughter's sake. I can only be the one to push you back into the darkness. The moment the golden spear touched the thorny vines, Xiao Tao quickly noticed, which really surprised Xiao Lin. Seeing his weapon completely tangled, he panicked inside. These vines? She looked over, suspicious. That's weird. Feels like something's moving inside my vines. Zhao Sheng wondered, is the hostage fighting back? Xiao Tao was confused. Maybe. In that case, I'll make them stronger. Xiao Lin was horrified. They can even absorb my superhuman power, my elemental life force. This unremarkable student from Nanyue is actually a 4-star superhuman. The vines then tightened around his body. Xiao Lin looked at the young man before him and cursed inwardly. Diamond body. Crap. Wenwen's awake. Wenwen asked in a daze, Brother Xiao Lin, are you trying to kill me? Are you trying to feed me to a monster? You always said, we were teacher and student, doctor and patient, and even friends. Were you lying to me this whole time? But why? The evil spirit spoke, taunting his mind. Don't waste your breath. You're a monster who can see into the darkest secrets of people's hearts. When you lose control, you kill people by mistake. Do you really believe anyone would ever see you as a friend? All this time, I was just raising you as food for someone else. Over here, the flame demon god spoke up. I didn't expect that besides Wenwen, someone else could dispel my illusion ability. It's all your fault for not taking out that lightning superhuman first. My illusions can't penetrate her domain now. In other words, everyone here can still see you. She said nonchalantly. Doesn't matter. As long as I can still use my flames, they're already dead. Nothing can contain me. The evil spirit spoke again. Then please, eliminate her first. Even if you only shatter her domain, everyone else will become blind and deaf. The flame demon god, now full of smugness, looked at Xiao Yu and declared, she's not going to make it out of this alive. Meanwhile, Xingcun gritted his teeth. The flame demon god suddenly used her fire. Has the mastermind behind the star pattern disaster finally made their move? It's too fast. Xiao Yu screamed internally. This is terrifying. Pure terror. Is this the kind of insane pressure Xingcun has to face all the time? This pressure? She immediately gathered her power, her resolve hardening. From now on, I'm here to support you. We live or die together. A powerful surge of energy shot straight towards the flame demon god, but she looked completely calm. The fish-shaped energy blast was instantly severed by her flame, and the flame demon god couldn't help but look pleased. But right after, dozens of other fish-like blasts rushed towards her, attacking all at once. The flame demon god was immediately engulfed in lightning. She was completely unharmed. In fact, she looked extremely smug. Is there no end to this? Does she have an infinite supply of electrical energy? I have to admit, if she keeps developing, she'll be real trouble for the monsters. All right then, let's finish her. The evil spirit reminded her. You have 2 more uses of your flame left. She snapped. So noisy. Hellfire! Of course, Xingcun wasn't just going to stand there and watch. He immediately rushed forward. Not a chance. Xingcun was frantic. I can't let it explode here, she sneered. You don't know your place. Even though the hellfire wasn't at full power, she was still incredibly nonchalant. Let's see what else you've got. At the same time, she immediately moved forward to lend him a hand. Xingcun couldn't help but look over in surprise. Xiao Yu. She frowned and said, You piece of trash. Don't forget I'm here too. We'll stop it together. Xingcun replied, Right. Xiao Yu immediately gave an instruction. Xingcun, shrink it. Right after. Her lightning combined with his fire. Below, the other 2 couldn't help but be amazed. What is that? It looks like the hellfire from that video years ago. Chu replied. It is hellfire. Li Tianxing was stunned. Is she a 5th-tier monster? No, she's even more terrifying than the monster from back then. And those 2 actually managed to block an attack like that. The flame demon god spoke up. You actually managed to resist it. But you used up way too much energy. It looks like even floating is difficult for you now, isn't it? Without the purple crystal domain, you'll fall into my illusion, blind and deaf. Next up, another blast of this hellfire. How are we supposed to face this? Right then, a black hole quickly appeared. Xingcun thought to himself, Isn't she afraid of being exposed? How can she fight so recklessly? I still don't see any crowd of onlookers. Is it time to play my trump card and evolve into a 5th-tier monster that way? Even though now isn't the best time to start the final battle, there's no other choice. Suddenly, he froze. The smell of blood. It's Xiao Yu's blood. She's hurt. Suddenly, memories from his past life flooded back. Back then, Xiao Yu had looked at him with such loving eyes before she died. The blood on her hand made Xingcun's eyes flash. His mind screamed, I won't let anyone repeat a future like that. Immediately, his eyes turned completely black. The flame demon god gathered her power and taunted them. This ball of hellfire, what do you have left to block it with? Xiao Yu's face hardened. She put her guard up and called out to him, Xingcun. The flame demon god found this amusing, letting out an "Oh? So you still have enough energy to reactivate your domain. But that's a suicide mission." Xiao Yu didn't care. She attacked again anyway. But before she could even finish, she just stared, dumbfounded. He had already mutated into a monster. The flame demon god got even more cautious. A 5th stage aura, that bastard broke through to a 5th stage monster. He straight up grabbed that black hole, making her freak out inside. His monster body got even stronger, and he actually dared to snatch at her hellfire. Xiao Ting squeezed that black ring tight, crushing it out of shape. He put more force into it, and a blast of inner energy just erupted from it. Xiao Yu just stared at him, totally stunned. "Xiao Ting!" Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the area, sending out a terrifying shockwave. Xiao Yu spoke up, "Xiao Ting, a second ago, when the purple crystal exploded and spread out, I sensed a domain around us, and that domain is getting weaker. It's probably because no one's noticed the fight here yet." He gritted his teeth. "Use your electricity and keep teleporting me over there." Xiao Yu was shocked. "Ah," he quickly explained, "I'm gonna go over there and fight her myself." Xiao Yu laid down the law. "Well, you gotta say that first, otherwise I'm not doing it." Xiao Yu went on, "I want to fight her with you, and that means we take the hits together, obviously." Xiao Ting just grunted. Then, she powered up her energy and gave Xiao Ting the signal. "All right, get ready. Let me give you a boost." Xiao Yu yelled as she launched Xiao Ting forward. His speed was insane now, and that smug look on the flame demon god's face just vanished. After blocking his attack with her hand, she was screaming on the inside, terrified of the power in his monster body now. "He's stronger than me." That's what the flame demon god realized after fighting him up close. A brutal attack slammed into her, making her struggle for a second. Xiao Ting had gotten way stronger. The flame demon god was now surrounded by Xiao Yu's energy, and she was having a hard time. She thought to herself, "After I got this body, I had to learn a ton about human society so I wouldn't blow my cover. That included stuff about superpowers, so there's no way I'm wrong about this. That kid. He's using the training methods for superpowers to level up his monster abilities. That's gotta be why his monster body is so damn special." The flame demon god was positive that if she ate him, she could get her hands on this evolution method too. She gave a wicked smile. "I don't know if it's all the research I did, or if this body is messing with my head, but I've started wanting to break free. I want to break free from the king's control. But my status as his subordinate holds me back. I can't betray him. But if I could break through the monster evolution path just like he did, then I could evolve into a new king, and finally be my own boss. He's going to be the meal that gives me a new life. I don't care if I don't eat anyone else. I have to eat him." The demoness spoke up, "Flame demon god, whatever you do, you can't use your flames a third time. If you do, the illusion domain will shatter." In front of her, the kid was flying over at high speed. The demon continued anxiously, "Besides, even if you used it now, there's no guarantee you'd even kill them. We have to get out of here. Please, give me this chance. I can get Wenwen's eyes right now. If I do, I can create an illusion domain that no one can ever break. Then you'll be able to go all out without holding back, and you won't have to worry about the sleeping monster king. Please, just agree." The flame demon god snapped, "I'm warning you. If you screw this up, you're the first one I'm eating." Right after that, Xiao Yu's squid swallowed her whole. Back on the other side, a vicious voice rang out. "Wen, you were cursed from birth with that terrifyingly strong psychic power of yours. That's not a gift. It's a curse. A curse that killed your father, the man who was supposed to be the future head of the Wen family, the one with a huge future in Shu City. You're a demon's child. You killed one family member after another. When you were a kid, you didn't know right from wrong. You couldn't control yourself, killing anyone who pissed you off. To stop you from hurting anyone else, the Wen family decided to just kill you, the little demon. Your mother. She took you away from the Wen family to protect you, but she ended up dying on the road because of your curse. And you? You got lucky and survived. You lived by walking all over your own mother's dead body. She was a powerful superhuman herself. She was supposed to have a bright future, a happy life. But your cursed existence ruined all of it. You destroyed everything. That curse of yours destroyed everyone who ever got close to you. Your mother died with so much regret that she became a vengeful ghost, always appearing before you, telling you that you have to pay her back. Even when those kind, innocent people who knew nothing about you took you in. Even when you tried to control yourself. Your curse still dragged them down, and you killed them too. Then the Wen family found you again. You knew damn well it wasn't because they suddenly grew a conscience. They sent me to get close to you because they wanted to turn you into a weapon. The funny thing is, I realized this little weapon would probably end up killing all of us first. I had to save the future from the countless innocent souls you were going to murder. So I decided you were a walking disaster that has no place in this world. You shouldn't even exist. So, on your mother's behalf, I'm going to take that life of yours and pay her back." He struggled. "I don't believe it. There's no way Brother Shaolin thinks that. I want to see the truth for myself." Li Lin flinched. "My helmet. If it gets even a tiny crack, it won't be able to block Han Chu's mental invasion." "Shaolin, I'm sorry. I know I promised I wouldn't peek into your mind. I broke my promise. But I've always trusted you. I never once doubted what we have. That's why I have to know. What's the real reason you're doing this?" Suddenly, Wenwen started glowing brightly. "Brother Xiaolin, there's a trap in your mind." Immediately, another voice boomed, "Wen, I'm going to eat you." He instantly recognized the voice of the creep who was always trying to eat him. Wen realized it in a flash. "It's you. You're using Brother Shaolin's daughter to threaten him. No one else can hear your thoughts, but I can. You want my eyes, you want my psychic power. I mean, I get wanting this mind-reading power, but why do you hate me with such a vengeance?" The demoness spoke again. "You'll find out after I eat you." In the real world, his body was still just standing there, completely zoned out. Meanwhile, the other voice continued. "The flame demon god can use her flames a third time. She's holding them back now. Don't let anyone get in my way. I just need a few seconds close to him, and I can absorb all of his power." She snorted. "You'd better pull this off." Then, she began powering up too. She glanced over at Xingcun and Xiao Yu before calling out to them. "They're coming for us," Xiao Yu said nervously. "The hellfire is back again," Xingcun asked. "The what?" He looked over, wondering to himself, "A new monster? One that was hiding inside the city?" He charged toward Wen. "Whatever it wants, I can't let it succeed." Xingcun guessed, the flame demon god. Was it just stalling for this thing? That freaky monster charged forward. Xingcun yelled out a warning. "Tutu, watch out!" She flinched, shocked. What the hell is this thing? Tutu had no time to be stunned. Gritting her teeth, she quickly channeled her power, unleashing a wind strike. The monster's mouth then gaped open, revealing its fangs. Tutu couldn't help but panic. It can use lightning. A lightning demon god, it totally blew away my wind attack. At the same time, a swift attack slashed toward the monster to rescue her. The creature immediately backed off. Li Tianxing flew in, grabbing her and pulling her away from the danger zone. Tutu was startled. "Senior Li Tianxing." It looked like he was injured. Li Tianxing coughed a few times. "Be careful. Face a monster like this, and one wrong move means you're dead." Damn it, to think Bin City was hiding something like this. An explosion went off right after. The monster had finally reached its target. A cold voice rang out. "I've waited a long time for this day, Wen." Chu Sheng was startled. "Holy crap, what is this thing? Is it going after the hostage?" The monster's voice rang out. "The illusion domain is on the verge of collapsing. It can't hide me from their sight any longer. But it doesn't matter. They're just a bunch of pathetic superhumans." Chu Sheng immediately powered up as a brilliant light enveloped him. "Yu Long Xingtu, Ran Shui, Li Di Tong Tian Pao." He immediately unleashed a powerful blast at the monster in front of him. A huge explosion erupted, leaving Tutu and Li Tianxing a bit dazed because it all happened so fast. He spoke up. "That's Chu Sheng, the one no one on your team pays attention to. He's way stronger than I thought. But trying to save someone like this?" Tutu immediately agreed. But after the attack, the monster was completely unscathed, as if it hadn't taken any damage at all. Instead, it opened its massive mouth and began gathering energy for another attack. The monster looked over, startled, and that voice spoke again. "So half of the electrical power was diverted? It doesn't matter." In an instant, Tutu and Chu Sheng couldn't withstand its attack. Both of them fell back, shielding their faces. Zi Jing spoke up. "That's the lightning demon god. It wants to eat Wen. But for a lightning-type monster like it, what's the point of eating Wen?" Xiao Yu immediately said, "That's not it. I remember. The domain that my Zijing sensed when it exploded earlier. It didn't feel like a monster's domain. It was nothing like the man-eating flame demon or the faceless demon god from before. In fact, it felt more like Zijing's domain, which means the one who set up this illusion domain wasn't a monster, but a..." Zijing quickly finished the thought. "A person. A superhuman. A Tier 5 superhuman already exists in this world. A moment ago, my Zijing exploded again. In that split second, I sensed that person on the back of the lightning demon god." Li Tianxing replied, "From the looks of it, this Tier 5 superhuman can control monsters. With someone that powerful around, humanity shouldn't have been so easily wiped out by monsters in the future." He thought to himself, "No, that's not right. I'm thinking about this all wrong. In my past life, I only saw the apocalypse in Nan Yue. Nan Yue was destroyed by monsters, so I just assumed the whole world was destroyed. But I never actually knew what was happening in other regions. This world is hiding a power, or maybe even more powers that I don't know about, like what I saw today. And this could very well be the Tier 5 superhuman who caused the meteor fall disaster in Biancheng. This world is so much bigger than I thought. Suddenly, Zijing paused. Wait a minute. If they're a Tier 5 superhuman, why do they need to eat people? Cut to Li Lin. He felt like he was in a dream. Is this my mental world? Wen, I'm sorry. She replied, It's okay, I get it. Wanting to kill me for Lin Lin's sake was the right thing to do. I would never let anything happen to Lin Lin either. She smiled happily. As long as you, little Lin, and Lin Lin are safe, that's all that matters to me. That other voice spoke again. A child raised with love is truly a kind one. Hearing this, Li Lin was so shocked his scalp tingled. He stammered, Yao. Lady Yao. Li Lin couldn't take it and shot to his feet. She's the monster that forced me to go after you. I couldn't fight back if I didn't do what she said. She can control me and make me do anything, including killing Lin Lin with my own hands. Wen hesitated. She's terrifying. Wen was stunned. She's not a monster. Li Lin was shocked. Not a monster? If she's not a monster, how can she eat people? Wen quickly realized the truth. She is my twin sister, Wen Yao. A girl who looked almost identical to Wen appeared. I was starting to think you'd forgotten about me, my dear little sister. A memory, as clear as yesterday, flashed before Wen's eyes, and she stammered. Ah, how could I ever forget? Wen's expression became incredibly serious. Li Lin quickly realized. Wen Yao, you're Wen Yao. But didn't you die during the evacuation that year? But twins and a psychic-type superhuman ability. Don't tell me. You guys can steal each other's powers? Wen Yao couldn't help but scoff at him. Then she slowly moved closer. If you remember that much, then you should be prepared for what's coming. Wen stared blankly at her sister. Wen Yao's eyes flashed as her voice turned vicious. Now give me your life to atone for what you did. Remembering the past, harsh voices echoed. That 1,000-pound spike I just threw hit one of them. They couldn't have gotten far. I can already smell blood. The two sisters were just little kids back then. The two terrified children looked at the trembling woman. Mommy, Mom. Suddenly, the woman bolted, leaving behind a few hurried words. Yao, Mommy's sorry. A stunned Wen Yao watched as her mother grabbed her younger sister and ran for it. The men quickly caught up. Over here! Wen Yao's right here! Damn it, where did the other one go? Think you can hide? Find her! At that moment, all she could do was sit there, stunned, muttering Mommy. Wen Yao was then subjected to all kinds of torture as the men's voices rang out. Hey, isn't this a little much for just a kid? If we don't break her legs, what's to stop her from running away? Don't forget, the family wants us to capture her alive. They blindfolded her. The head said he only needs the kid's brain. He doesn't care how messed up the rest of her body gets. I came prepared. When I blindfold her, even if she's just a kid, it'll be a total pain if we get hit by one of her attacks. Later, Wen Yao's body fell into the river. They assumed that, devastated by her mother's abandonment, she had taken her own life. The men couldn't stop her. They could only watch as her body was carried away by the current. But Wen Yao was thinking, the gods are smiling on me. I've finally escaped. Turns out, Wen Yao had hypnotized them into thinking she was dead. No, she thought, if it wasn't for Dad, I would have really died back then. The memory made Wen Yao's gaze on her brother turn venomous. My dear little brother, I was the one who protected you. A blast of energy hit Wen. You and Mom are still in my debt, you know, so it wouldn't be too much to ask for you to pay it back now, would it? Wen just stood there, dazed. Wen Yao said, Don't even try to resist. To be honest, a single fingernail from the lightning demon god could kill you instantly. Besides, we're inside Li Lin's mindscape right now. If you fight back, his brain. Just like our fathers, just like our so-called relatives, just like all those bastards who wanted us dead, will be completely blown apart by your power. As she said this, Wen Yao couldn't stop a twisted, malicious smile from spreading across her face. But instead of freaking out, screaming, and fighting back, Wen just looked at his sister with a broken heart and calmly said, Fine, just take it. His attitude totally caught Wen Yao off guard, making her gasp. Huh? Wen obediently sat on the ground. This is great. Just take everything from me. That's the only way Mom can finally rest in peace. Wen Yao gritted her teeth in anger. Stop with the pity party. I'm not falling for it. Wen lowered his head, speaking miserably. He then looked up at his sister, his eyes full of sincerity. This is my memory. From back then. Wen recounted. She got hurt trying to escape. That night, she had a raging fever and just kept mumbling. Yao, Mommy's sorry. Yao, Mommy's sorry. After that, she wasn't warm anymore. She got so cold. Her last words to me were, Wen, you have to survive. And if you ever see Wen Yao again, you must make it up to her. Her hand, trying to caress her little boy, fell limply to the ground. At this point in the story, Wenwen lowered his head again and admitted, I really do owe you. Everything that's mine. It's all yours. Wen Yao's emotions were a total wreck. She fought back tears. Damn it, you, Wenwen, you haven't changed a bit since we were kids. Always acting like the good little boy, saying one thing and doing another. And don't you forget it, Li Lin is dead because of you. He stammered no. It wasn't me. Seeing the roots closing in around him, Wen Yao said with contempt, so this is your wood element superpower? So, it really was you. Wen was stunned. That witch Wen Yao thought to herself, seriously? Someone thinks they can actually steal my kill in the mental world? Li Lin is with him. She calculated, after all, this is his mental world. I can't just take him away like this. Li Lin's mental world is collapsing. Don't tell me his entire being has been devoured. I've already poured too much of my energy into the mental world. What's going on outside? Isn't the Thunder Demon King supposed to be out there? At that moment, Xiao Tao couldn't stop herself from drooling everywhere. Chu Sheng shouted in alarm, Xiao Tao! Breaking into a cold sweat, he tried to snap his sister out of it. Xiao Tao, are you okay? You're not acting right at all. She quickly snapped out of it. Good thing you called my name in time, or I would have eaten them. Chu Sheng said worriedly. Look, we have to protect the hostages, not now. You sure just a few bites wouldn't cause any major problems? Xiao Tao screamed, don't say another word. I seriously can't hold it in anymore. Wen Yao couldn't help but frown at all the commotion. She shouted in anger, you people! Do you really have a death wish? The monster, under Wen Yao's command, began to stir. She screamed, then die. Instantly, the monster opened its fanged maw. A brutal attack slammed right into the monster as a familiar voice rang out. When it comes to the lives of my people, you don't get to call the shots. Zijing quickly ran over, making Chuku blush. Zijing gave a sly grin. This Thunder Demon God's power is way weaker than the real thing. Is it an incomplete version, or is there another one somewhere? He looked at Wen Yao and asked, are you humanity's first undiscovered 5-star superhuman? What's your name? Is your specialty controlling people and monsters? To be honest, I'd like to try that myself. Meanwhile, the Flame Demon God asked Xiao Yu, are you all by yourself? To think that guy would leave such a delicious meal on a platter for me. Xiao Yu replied calmly, the limbs of a tier 4 superhuman are pure life essence. My lightning won't be lost that easily. Think about it. How many times has my lightning struck you so far? They have all been waiting for this moment. While they can't really do any damage to you, blocking it for a split second is no problem. That witch laughed out loud. I was just being careless. An attack with this much force. You can't even call that lightning. Internally, Zijing found this amusing and thought, the party is just now getting started. Cut to the villa, where Li Tianxing's fans were screaming from below. Li Tianxing, I love you, everybody saw it. To help a student who lost control of their powers, he took a lightning bolt without a second thought, getting seriously injured in the process. Li Tianxing, the thunder god. He looked down from above and said coldly, it was nothing. All of you, go home. I need to rest. The fans just kept cheering. He's so cool. Then he turned and explained to Chuku. They've all been implanted with severe hallucinations. You can't wake them up, you can only disperse them. As for what you said about the monster underground, the 2 great demon gods of flame and thunder will appear tonight, along with that mysterious 5-star superhuman. I'll report this to my superiors immediately. Seeing the blood pouring out nonstop, she asked worriedly, Senior Li Tianxing, are you all right? Zijing rushed over and patted him. Stop pretending. You're bleeding so much you could die. Go rest up. Li Tianxing snapped back, quit nagging, but immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just then, the little monster on Zijing's arm bit Li Tianxing, and his heart rate shot through the roof. Li Tianxing thought nervously, my heart's beating way too fast. It's just pounding like crazy. Tutu chimed in, yeah, you should really go get some rest. This time, he didn't argue, all right, I'm gonna go lie down for a bit. The group then realized the monster's plan. There's no way they want Xiao Yu to master his star crystal to 100% and evolve into a 5-star superhuman, especially not in Biancheng, where the biggest nuclear power plant is. The longer we drag this out, the worse it is for us. So, if I were the monsters, I'd make my move and stick to the original plan. The tournament in 2 days. Every single participant is going to be there. All of Huaxia's young, talented superhumans will be gathered in one place. That day could very well be an all-you-can-eat buffet for them. It seems that 5-star superhuman already got what he wanted, which means the evil forces pulling the strings aren't even a little bit scared. Li Tianxing was startled. What? Are you saying that humanoid monster tonight wasn't even going all out, and that they're hiding even more terrifying power? Zijing continued, exactly. And if the monsters hiding deep underground all wake up, I can tell you straight up, it'll be the end of the world. He couldn't help but wonder, how did this guy know all this? And the power he showed tonight? What exactly was it? You. Who the hell are you anyway? This information was all critical, and Li Tianxing felt like Xiao Qing knew absolutely everything. He replied with a cheerful smile, I'm just a normal first-year student at South Moon Superhuman Academy. Li Tianxing started to get anxious. It doesn't even matter who you are anymore. If what you're saying is true, then humanity basically has no hope of winning. There's just too little time. We have no time to get strong enough. Xiao Qing couldn't help but look smug. No way. We've still got a trump card we haven't played yet, in Tubi. Hearing this, he was completely surprised. He thought in astonishment, wait a minute. Judging by the look on your teammates' faces, they have no idea what this trump card is either. He kept nagging. Hurry up and tell me. What other trump card do you have? At that moment, the person tied up on the ground finally started to stir. Xiao Qing immediately noticed, Wen's awake. Maybe we can get some more info about that 5-star superhuman from him. As he woke up, Wen's eyes seemed different, more alert. Xiao Tao couldn't help but wonder, why is he looking at me like that? Suddenly, Wen started acting like an excited little kid, yelling, Mommy, why did you tie me up? This is so much fun, Mommy! She panicked and screamed, Mommy! Zhao Sheng was also surprised. What's with this guy? Did his brain short-circuit or something? Wen cheered. Wow, so many aunties and uncles, I don't know. Zhao Sheng was stunned. Uncle? Auntie? The kid looked innocently at Zhao Sheng, the long-haired dude who was thinking, my sister's son would call me Uncle. The kid thought to himself. So Mommy has a brother. Mommy's brother is my uncle. Hi, Uncle, Zhao Sheng instinctively replied. Huh? Oh, hey, nephew. Zhao Tao was furious. Bro, why the hell did you respond to that? Li Tianxing guessed that the 5-star superhuman must have drained part of his spiritual power. That probably scrambled his memories. Wen looked at him. This mummy uncle. Inside, Li Tianxing was fuming. Mummy uncle, my ass! Getting angry will just make the pain worse, but I absolutely can't let Tutu see. Gotta stay calm. Gotta maintain my cool master vibe in front of Tutu. Tutu, are there bunnies here? I like bunnies too. Furious with embarrassment, Li Tianxing's face darkened as he summoned old Ren. Tutu quickly stepped forward. Senior Li Tianxing, calm down. We can't just kill people for no reason. Wen spoke again, this lady floating in the air. Inside her head, she was thinking, if only Li Tianxing were Xiao Qing, that would be perfect. Too bad. Xiao Qing already has a girlfriend. Xiao Qing is the most handsome, the strongest, the most charming. I'll just have to love him secretly forever. Even though she had just stopped Li Tianxing, Tutu couldn't stop herself from beating the crap out of the kid now. Just die already. Wen whined. Mommy, this girl with the one-sided crush is hurting little Wen. Then he looked over at Xiao Yu. Inside, the girl with the pigtails was screaming, Xiao Qing's girlfriend? Me? I am not. Who would even want to be that lying jerk's girlfriend? He just kept reading everyone's minds. The girl with the one-sided crush thought, for real? Then I still have a chance. Awesome. The girl with the pigtails thought, I knew it. Xiao Qing really is a total jerk. The mummy uncle wants to hit me. Wen started to cry. Mommy, why do you think I'm not your son? I'm sorry. I shouldn't listen to other people's thoughts, but I can't control it. Mommy, please, I'm begging you, don't leave me. I'll be a good boy from now on. Xiao Qing spoke up. His mental state is a mess, Xiao Tao. Since he's already calling you his mom, just comfort him. And while you're at it, try to get some information out of him. Wen interrupted. Yao. Wen ran anxiously to Xiao Tao and asked, Mommy, did Daddy take Yao away again? Mommy. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, can we go save Yao? Meanwhile, the flame demon god couldn't help but ask, Yao, you said you wanted to eat your little brother. Why is he still alive? Not anymore? Wen Yao replied, I already have his mystic eye. Her own eyes lit up. With our 2 mystic eyes combined, no one will be able to break my illusions. The flame demon god immediately flew over and grabbed Yao by the throat. Are you screwing with me? Tightening her grip. You know, I'm starting to feel like eating you right now, freeing the thunder demon god you're controlling, and letting the monster who's already taken most of the thunder god's power take over. That sounds like a much better deal, don't you think? The demon god sneered. After all, you were never really on the king's side, were you? Wen Yao's eyes flashed as she replied in an ice-cold voice. You can try. Let's see what's faster. You eating me while I'm controlling you, or me making your head explode? The flame demon god immediately let go, trying to act casual. There's no way you can control 3 great monsters at once anyway. I'm just warning you today. If you fail in 2 days, then you can just wait to be torn to shreds and eaten piece by the other monsters. Just then, a voice called out from the dark forest, Lord Demon God. Shi gave a wicked smile. You can have your dinner at any time, my lord. The flame demon god couldn't help but drool. Excellent. Let me eat my fill and recover my strength. Over here, the students were buzzing with excitement. Young Master Pan said he'd give me an appetizer today. Awesome. I've finally been waiting for this day, Yu Yanshen said happily. Tonight, I might get some resource support from the Pan family. This way I can catch up to. No, surpass Zhao Sheng and his crew. After all, I was always stronger than them to begin with. A moment later, that group of people cheered. It's here, it's here. The great opportunity that belongs to you all has arrived. I told you, following our Pan family was the right choice. Wu Zhe began to speak. The most important thing in life is to latch onto the right powerhouse for yourself. Today, all of you will feel what it's like for a great fortune to fall right into your laps. In the words of young Master Pan, enjoy it. The flame demon god, standing right behind them, had already unleashed its tentacles. The moment the word feast was uttered, Wu Zhe was devoured by a tentacle, shocking everyone. The splatter of fresh blood made Yu Yin's whole group jump in horror. Young Master Pan? They never expected something like this to happen, Chi continued. Wu Zhe wasn't wrong. Then it was someone else's turn. He screamed in terror. No! Screams are tearing through the forest. No, wait, is that a freaking monster? People are begging, spare us, save us. Goan was so terrified he collapsed on the spot, and that's when the regret finally hit him. So, I really did choose the wrong path, huh? If only I'd just stuck with Chu Sheng and Xingcun like before. Seeing his classmates screaming and crying, with blood staining the ground everywhere, Ngoan was drowning in regret. After gorging itself, the flame demon god licks its lips, satisfied and feeling a bit of its strength return. Another monster appears behind it, hyped for the main course. This world is done for. No one can stand against my flames anymore. Cut to Li Tianxing's side. The second Heli sees him, she runs over in a panic. Oh my god, Li Tianxing, how did you get so messed up? Li Tianxing frowns. Heli, you're just getting here now? Good thing you finally showed up. We're running out of time, get me home as fast as you can. I'll fill you in on all the crazy crap that went down tonight in a bit. She looks back at him and asks, what? He flies up into the air. I'll tell you on the way, this is seriously gonna blow both our minds. She just says, okay, and follows him. Li Tianxing quickly explains everything. So that's the deal. A monster that terrifying has been hiding right under our world this whole time, and they've got 5-star superhumans helping them. This world is gonna be in deep trouble sooner or later. Seeing she's still quiet, he immediately asks, Heli, are you freaked out or what? Li Tianxing keeps going, Heli, is there supposed to be a massive building in the center of Xingcun? Right in front of him, the building starts to tilt. Seeing this, Li Tianxing is completely frozen in shock. Is this an illusion? This thunder demon god? You're telling me there are other monsters too? Has it been hiding out in the tallest building in Xincheng this entire time? No matter how powerful her illusions are, I'm the wind god of Xincheng. How could I not have noticed the top of the tallest building was missing? I did a massive sweep before the supernova event started. There's no way I would have missed that. So, he immediately puts the pieces together and asks Wen Yao, you're controlling Heli, aren't you? Wen Yao doesn't answer, just stands there looking cold. She slowly opens her mouth and lets out a taunting sound. Heli immediately ties him up. Sorry, bro. I'm not like you, born with a silver spoon in my mouth into some rich-ass family. That's why I've always had to fight like hell to survive, to get stronger so I don't get eaten alive by monsters, to suck up to the powerful. Becoming best friends with you was just a way to get my hands on more hidden resources. My whole damn life has been about one thing, survival. But at this point, there's seriously no hope left for human society. I'm just doing what I've always done, looking out for number one. But don't worry, you're my best friend. Even though you're gonna die, I'll do my best to let you survive. Wen Yao then glares at Li Tianxing and finally speaks. Fire the first shot in Xincheng tomorrow, and I'll give you a chance to live. Hearing this, Li Tianxing's whole body tensed up. Under Wen Yao's hypnotic power, of course he couldn't control himself. He immediately drops his gaze. Yes. Wen Yao was lost in thought. Father, I will destroy this filthy world by your side. Time flies. 2 days later, the second qualifying match of the supernova event kicks off. Right before, the ice cream in Wen Wen's hand suddenly drops to the ground. Xiao Tao screams, Wen Wen! Her shout echoes through the area, making everyone jump. It fell on the ground. You can't eat it. Startled, Wen Wen turns to Chu Sheng and tattles. Uncle, Mommy's being really scary. Xiao Tao grumbles. This brat, you're impossible. Chu Sheng hears this and feels totally helpless. Man, I guess all moms really are hot-tempered. You can literally see her getting fiercer these last 2 days. I'm scared of her too. Xingcun chimes in, making Xiao Tao blush. You're pretty intense, Xiao Tao. You're really acting like a mom now. Xiao Tao then steps forward. Wen, stay right there. Don't move. He stares blankly after her. Okay, mommy. She says in frustration. Getting info is such a pain. Being a mom isn't easy, and that guy knows almost nothing. All he knows is the enemy's name is Wen Yao, and that he can sense her location. But I've been watching the matches today and haven't seen anything weird. Didn't Senior Li Tianxing say he was going to report this to his superiors? Xingcun continues, who knows what happened. Anyway, we stick to the plan. Xiao Tao, for now, you're filling in for Shuxi's team leader, since he's still in a coma. Take your son Wen and join the next match. If anything goes down, just use your power and throw everyone into the water. We've got backup in there. Xiao Tao asks cheerfully, is it senior sister Shangguan Kui? Xingcun continues, yep, we're not fighting alone. Remember, do everything you can to protect yourself and wait for the flame demon god's demonic flames to die out. Xiao Tao looks stunned. The flame demon god's flames can die out? Xingcun replies, yeah, that's the signal for our counterattack. He instructs, when that happens, you need to take Wen, find Wen Yao, and shatter her illusion. Yan Xingcun then says, Chu Sheng. He immediately responds, yeah? Xingcun says, go and compete for Nan-Yue in our place. He stammers, just me? All by myself? We have no choice. You're the only one free right now. Besides, our opponent is Team Huo Hong. Cut to the next scene. The chief priest sees him and is pretty surprised. Nan-Yue only sent you? By yourself? Talk about arrogant. This team is the same one the flame demon god and Fan Shizai are on. The chief priest concludes, both sides are just as arrogant. Chu Sheng says, annoyed. Let me knock his teeth out. Shizai gives a sly grin. I didn't expect my opponent to be you. Spirit mobilization, 49%. Chu Sheng instantly blasts him with a powerful attack, and a startled Shizai is forced to block it. Just like that, he got pushed back. The Tay sneered to himself. Heh, how interesting. The so-called young master fan from Southern Yue runs off to Rose, and they send some no-name scrub named Chu Sheng to take his place. The ref couldn't help but be shocked. This Chu Sheng dude's power is actually insane. Wait, pure strength is enough to force this Chu Sheng guy into a close combat style? Ever since humanity's super genes got stronger, you really don't see this kind of thing anymore. Human strength and speed still can't match up to monsters. Anyone who dares to go for close combat must have some seriously insane reflexes to pull it off. Seeing him dodge so quickly, the ref had to give him props. Damn, this kid's reactions are fast, but then he was just stunned. Wait a sec. Isn't his speed just, unbelievably fast? That fast? Is a human even capable of moving like that? I haven't even seen him use his powers. This match is getting way out of hand. I gotta focus completely, not just to call a winner, but to make sure these two kids don't get messed up beyond repair. They're both pillars of our nation, with huge lives ahead of them. Before he could even finish the thought, a crazy storm erupted, knocking the ref back and totally catching him off guard. The ground itself cracked open from the shockwave, like it had just been hit by a natural disaster. The ref, sweating bullets, thought in horror, what the hell is this? The shockwave from their fists. It's tearing up the ground. This isn't power a human should have. Did Fan the Tay really block that with just pure strength? Oh my god, I'm watching a fight between superhumans, not monsters, right? This fight. There's no way I can handle this on my own. Right then, the ref immediately got on his radio, calling dispatch. There's a match between Southern Yue and Rose that's way too intense. I can't guarantee the student's safety alone. Watching the fight get even more brutal, he got freaked out and urged, please, send more refs. Hurry! Now, the Tay flew into the air, looking down at Chu Sheng with a smirk. You want to kill me? What a big mouth. Right after, his arm mutated, turning into a glowing red demon's claw. Chu Sheng flew up to dodge. The ref, watching from the sidelines, was blown away. The Fan family's red flame hand. That heat wave is terrifying. The temperature must be in the thousands of degrees. If Chu Sheng gets touched even once, it's over. This kind of free-form transformation could fund the TB. No, he's definitely reached the 4-star superhuman level. He's mastered it. The user looks like a flame-faced god with countless arms, each hand burning with the insane heat of the 1,000 red flame hands. This is the Fan family's secret technique, one they never teach outsiders. Plus, with the insanely high-level super gene Fan the Tay inherited, this fight is totally unfair. Even though Chu Sheng is a gifted fighter who tried his best, it's a shame. He has absolutely no chance of winning. The ref sighed, feeling helpless. Just as I thought, he's been caught by the red flame hand. His super gene is too weak. He can't break free. So this is it. But watching Chu Sheng break free, the ref was confused again. How did he get out? It's blood. He's a water-type superhuman, boosting his superpower with his own blood. But, realizing this, he immediately yelled for him to stop, throwing a rock to intervene. Chu Sheng, are you trying to get yourself killed? The flames around you will boil your blood dry in seconds. Stop it. This match is over. The fire kept spreading. The ref, drenched in sweat and feeling useless, thought, my rocks can't stop Fan the T's flames. No surprise there. But they can't break through Chu Sheng's blood? How are these two guys' powers so damn strong? Damn it, where are the other refs? Seeing Chu Sheng still fighting, the ref was internally freaking out. His blood. It's so hard. Did he mix diamonds in it or something? How is it withstanding that kind of fire? He's using his blood to make up for the super gene gap, boosting the power of his constellation. His blood dragon is strong, but it's also a fatal weakness. He's trading his life for power. This guy. He's too reckless, with zero regard for his own life. But it's true. As a normal superhuman with a weaker gene, he's actually caught up to the elites from the massive superhuman clans. For this moment, at least, he's created a miracle. Right now, Chu Sheng was still stubbornly fighting the Te. Even though, like the ref said, there was a huge gap in their power levels. The Te, on the other hand, was looking incredibly smug. But facing such a powerful enemy, Chu Sheng remained totally unfazed. The Te sneered smugly and asked him, do you really think you can win? We're on completely different levels. Then, he launched another powerful punch straight at Chu Sheng. The ref watched as the ground shattered and the debris flew up from the force of the blow, completely stunned. What? What the hell? He panicked internally. This is insane. How are these guys even doing this? Why aren't the other refs here yet? My radio's dead? Since when was it dead? The ref gritted his teeth, making a decision. This is no good. I have to stop this match now. Suddenly, his eyes went vacant, like he was hypnotized. The world in front of the ref warped into a pitch-black space. A voice rang out, where am I? Then another taunted, finally broke, huh? The Great Demon's illusion domain has been activated. The T grabbed Chu Sheng's head, who was also hypnotized just like the ref. He said smugly, the party's already started, and you're just an appetizer. I will help the Flame Demon God. But then he was surprised. Wait, I can't crush his head? That's not right. Did he break out of the illusion domain? Instantly, a flash of light erupted. The T went on the defensive, flying back to dodge. Chu Sheng glared as he slowly stood up. I don't see any difference between us at all. We all serve the same boss. We're just a bunch of lackeys who were gifted a little power. Right then, Zhao Sheng powered up, ready to fight. Bring it on. Round 2. Li Tianxing was shocked. This place. It's near the nuclear power plant. What am I doing here? Wen Yao's voice whispered in his head. Li Tianxing, go destroy the nuclear power plant. Stop that lightning-type superhuman from evolving. But a tiny piece of his own mind fought back. She's making me destroy the nuclear power plant? He gritted his teeth. No way. That plant is the lifeblood of Tan Thi. I can't let her destroy it. Wen Yao laughed smugly. You dare defy me? He fought to control himself, struggling against her command. I, Li Tianxing, will never surrender to you. Never, Wen Yao. Then, everything went black. Li Tianxing clenched his jaw. Damn it, I'm blacking out again. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a strange place. Where am I? In front of him were the cleaners of Tan Thi. Did I manage to save the nuclear power plant? A girl in the crowd heard him and looked confused. The nuclear power plant? Then she smiled. Don't worry, Senior Li Tianxing. We followed your instructions and temporarily shut down the nuclear plant. On top of that, 90% of the cleaner and supernova guard teams are gathered here. We're all waiting for you to give the order. And then we'll go destroy the powerful monster hiding in the supernova hall. Li Tianxing wondered. What monster? Why can't I speak? Wait, no. Wen Yao. The one pulling my strings. Your name is Wen Yao, right? Li Tianxing gritted his teeth, fighting to stay on his feet. He asked the voice in his head, What? What are you trying to do? The crowd cheered. Senior Li Tianxing, we owe it all to you this time. If you hadn't discovered the supernova first, at the arena, there would have been invisible monsters. If we had waited for it to suddenly go on a rampage, we would have been sitting ducks. Li Tianxing realized, Wen Yao, are they your target? Wen Yao sounded amused. Isn't it obvious? Having you, Li Tianxing, the thunder god of Tanhai, wipe out most of their defensive forces. It's just so much more efficient, don't you think? Li Tianxing trembled. In your dreams. I will never let you. Control my body! The girl stepped forward again. Senior Li Tianxing. What's wrong? Hurry, lead us to fight that monster. You don't have to worry about us. The day we became cleaners, we all accepted that we might have to sacrifice ourselves. Li Tianxing bit his lip. using the pain to stay sharp. I won't let you have your way. A minute ago, I saved the nuclear power plant. Now, get the hell out of my body! With that, Li Tianxing channeled his power, and a burst of lightning erupted from him. But suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Meanwhile, Wen Yao gave a wicked grin. The more you resist, the more the superhuman genes in your body flare up. And when that happens, these strings I use to control you will only get stronger. This way, you'll have enough juice to kill everyone here at once. See? So efficient. The girl stared at him in disbelief, her voice laced with pain. Senior Li Tianxing. Why? Blood sprayed everywhere before his eyes. Li Tianxing stood frozen in horror as Wen Yao purred with satisfaction. Li Tianxing. That was a beautiful performance. He collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. She continued her praise. Although you're a bit weaker than I expected, not all of these cleaners are dead, but that's fine. Monsters prefer their food fresh, after all. Li Tianxing was now completely under her control. His face darkened, refusing to accept what he'd done, cursing himself. I'm a monster. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng was using his own blood to amplify his power. He used his technique against Shi Qi, who was secretly shocked. He's concentrating the blood dragon into a single point. The power it's unleashing. It can actually overpower my monster form? Shi Qi couldn't believe his eyes. Another heavy blow sent Shi Qi flying, completely powerless to retaliate. Then, Zhao Sheng slammed his hand on the ground, summoning blood dragon vines. He shot towards Shi Qi like a bolt of lightning, who was now totally overwhelmed by his power. Zhao Sheng unleashed a relentless barrage of different attacks, while Shi Qi could do nothing but stand there and take the beating. Caught Zhao Sheng's fist, but instead of getting angry, he started laughing, looking smug as hell. He shouted, "Is this the power your dear brother gave you? Just a little blood and you get this strong? Man, he really did a number on you, didn't he?" He taunted, glaring at Zhao Sheng. Seje then mocked, "Or is it because your big brother is just that weak? Is this pathetic little bit of power all he could give you? Open your eyes and watch. I'll show you what real power looks like." Right after that, the tentacles on Seje's arms shot out. Zhao Sheng frowned and shielded his face. Seje sneered, mocking him. "Using your own blood as a weapon? You're a complete idiot." He channeled his green inner energy and said smugly, "All I have to do is evaporate your blood, and you're dead for sure." He couldn't help but get excited thinking about it. Besides, I also have these blue flames, a gift from the demon god of fire. The monster, Crimson Flame Hand, was summoned, and Seje's hand immediately turned blue. Zhao Sheng was now surrounded by those flames. Seje spoke again. "With your own blood burning you alive, how long do you think you can last?" Just then, Zhao Sheng leaped into the air, Seje announced. "Just a light touch and a third of your blood will evaporate. The less blood you have, the weaker you'll get. Run. You're supposed to run. Escaping is what ants do." The massive hand closed in around the tiny Zhao Sheng inside. "Now, do you get your place now? We're not the same. We're worlds apart," he screamed smugly, veins popping on his face. "You're not even worthy of being compared to me. You're just some low-level superhuman with only 49% superhuman genes. What makes you think you can dream of defying fate? Whatever lucky break you got, it's useless. An insect should just accept its fate and live in the dirt. You might live a little longer that way. Otherwise, you'll end up like this dead before human society is even destroyed. You worthless piece of trash. This time, I'll evaporate every last drop of your blood, and you'll have nowhere left to run." The entire area was now engulfed in blue flames, as if sinking into a sea of fire. Chu Tian couldn't help but frown. The entire arena was covered in blue flames. Is there no way out? Despite that, he stood firm and resolute. "My life. It's another desperate situation, same as always, I guess. I just have to risk it all and push through." Chu Tian slammed his chest. "If I fail, I die. What's there to be afraid of? Boil over, my blood." At the same time, a chill ran down Chu Tian's spine. His heart was pounding violently. What's happening to my body? His eyes turned bloodshot. He wondered if this was an awakening, just like